Eons ago, in the primordial era, as chaos began to unfold, the essence of the universe, in an effort to curtail the incessant growth of all beings and alleviate the immense burden it created, manifested a world-destroying divine coffin, forged from chaos as its body, the primordial as its breath, a black hole as its mouth, and stars as its cover, to devour the four seas, subdue the eight desolations, incinerate the ages, and refine the heavens. Millions of years ago, during the Battle of the Gods, the world-destroying divine coffin appeared out of nowhere, annihilating the gods embroiled in the conflict and effectively serving as the grave for the entire realm of deities. From that moment forth, the whereabouts of the divine coffin remained a mystery, yet its name resonated throughout the universe, instilling fear in the hearts of all celestial beings and demons. Millions of years later, a young boy was buried alive, merging with the coffin that entombed him, thus earning the title of the buried boy, who became renowned across the eight desolations. I am not skilled at saving lives, but I excel at burying them. The boy's visage was stern as he continued to murmur, I possess a chaos divine coffin that entombs heaven, earth, mortals, immortals, and even gods. Chapter 1. Chang'an City, Chang'an. In the Great Zhou Kingdom, the capital, Chang'an City. Oh my, come quickly. Is that not Chang'an? My heavens, it truly is him. He went missing a year ago, and later his life lamp extinguished, causing chaos within the Qin family. Everyone believed him to be dead. Indeed, I heard he may have inadvertently entered the buried demon abyss. The buried demon abyss is a place where one enters but never returns, an absolute dead zone. How did he come back then? Could it be he saw a ghost in broad daylight? No, that is not a ghost. Moreover, have you noticed? He exudes no aura of spiritual power. Could it be he has lost his cultivation? In the Great Zhou Academy, the entrance was graced by the slow approach of a tall, stern-faced youth, inciting a stir of astonishment and shock among the onlookers. The aura he displayed was completely devoid of cultivation. Yet, with his appearance and the news of his lost powers, a sensation rippled through the entire academy, drawing countless spectators. This individual was none other than the Chang'an they spoke of. A year ago, he was an unparalleled prodigy, a 20-year-old master of the Tianwu realm, comparable to those family elders who were 1 or 2 centuries old. He was even honored with the name Chang'an by the ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom. For a time, he basked in glory, overshadowing the youth of the entire nation. However, he inexplicably vanished, and his life lamp had long since extinguished, leading everyone to believe he was dead. Unexpectedly, today he had returned. 1 year, or perhaps 100 years. Chang'an murmured softly, his pace unhurried as he stepped inside. His gaze was imbued with an unexpected depth, not the innocence of a 21-year-old, but rather a hint of worldly experience. At that moment, a tall and graceful maiden appeared before him. She possessed an exquisite beauty, with a captivating visage that ensnared the soul with every subtle movement. Upon seeing her, Chang'an walked directly towards her. The crowd erupted in excitement. Isn't that the most beautiful woman in the Great Zhou Kingdom? Gu Qingqing? TSKDSK. Chen Xiao truly is infatuated. The first thing he does upon returning is seek her out. Of course, I've heard that the number of women who were infatuated with Chen Xiao back then was countless. Yet he alone was devoted to Gu Qingqing, caring for her with utmost tenderness. I also heard that Chen Xiao bestowed upon her numerous heavenly treasures, practically pampering her to the heavens. As the discussion swirled around him, Chang'an approached Gu Qingqing. Chang'an, you did not die. Gu Qingqing's exquisitely beautiful face reflected a myriad of emotions as she spoke in astonishment. However, upon sensing the absence of any aura of cultivation from Chang'an, a flicker of disappointment and disdain crossed her eyes, accompanied by what seemed to be relief. It is well that you have returned. Although you have lost your powers, considering the Qin family's regard for you, you shall live as a wealthy young master without worries. Gu Qingqing remarked, gazing into Chang'an's star-like dark pupils, continuing, do not seek me out in the future. We are no longer meant to be. Oh, who would have thought that the unparalleled prodigy from a year ago has become a waste? Truly lamentable. At this moment, a girl of commendable beauty standing beside Gu Qingqing spoke mockingly, her eyes filled with disdain and sarcasm. My friend Qingqing has already attained the first level of the Diwu realm. You no longer match her. This girl was Liu Cixi, Gu Qingqing's close companion. Cixi, cease your words. Gu Qingqing turned to her, then regarded the silent and stern Chang'an, her expression revealing a sense of superiority. Chang'an, did you hear? Do not disturb me again. We should have no further relations. Furthermore, Our engagement should have been annulled the moment your life lamp shattered a year ago. Now that you have returned, find an opportunity to come to my home and dissolve it. As Gu Qingqing spoke, she intended to take Liu Cc's hand and turn away. To her, the now worthless Chen Chang'an was no longer worthy of a second glance. Wait. At that moment, the silent Chen Chang'an finally spoke. What? Chen Chang'an, do you still wish to cling to the past? Give it up. The current Qingqing is a woman you cannot aspire to reach. Liu Cc turned back, arrogantly addressing Chen Chang'an. The crowd erupted in excitement. Oh my, who would have thought Gu Qingqing could be so heartless, not even allowing Chen Xiao a few more words. You are unaware. I hear Gu Qingqing has caught the eye of a young master from one of the 4 great families of the sacred land. Having found a higher branch, she is naturally seeking to climb higher. TSK, I never expected that back then. This Chen Xiao was utterly compliant with Gu Qingqing. Spiritual herbs, elixirs, spirit stones, weapons, all provided for her, allowing her to swiftly thrive within the academy. Tisk, could this be the legendary notion of cutting ties with one's beloved upon reaching the shore? The murmurs of those around her caused Gu Qingqing's expression to momentarily falter, only to be replaced by an air of indifference. In this world, strength reigns supreme. A man lacking power is utterly insignificant and unworthy of her exploitation. As Gu Qingqing contemplated this, she heard Chen Chang'an's indifferent words. Regarding the annulment of our engagement, I shall arrive in 3 days to formally dissolve it. What? Gu Qingqing was taken aback, turning around, convinced she had misheard. In her view, Chen Chang'an would undoubtedly cling to her, yet he responded with such tranquility. Before she could fully process her astonishment, Chen Chang'an continued. Moreover, my intention in seeking you upon my return is not to reminisce, but to request the return of the spatial ring I originally bestowed upon you. As Chen Chang'an spoke, his emotionless gaze fell upon the sword in Gu Qingqing's hand, as well as every spiritual treasure and ornament adorning her. Of course, since we are annulling our engagement, I expect the return of all spiritual treasures I gifted you with the intention of marriage, including the heavenly grade Zuajijian, the earth grade Zualinjiai, the Qian Kuanjie bracelet, and the ice soul Tianxincheng. As Chen Chang'an enumerated these items, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood with their mouths agape, their pupils rapidly constricting, their eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Chang'an paused after listing several items, then continued. Furthermore, the 3 million spirit stones I presented to your father were also a dowry contingent upon our engagement. In 3 days, I shall personally visit, hoping your father will completely return them. After speaking, Chen Chang'an, with a calm demeanor, extended his palm. First, return the spiritual treasures you possess. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixed in astonishment upon the 2 of them. Gu Qingqing's bosom rose and fell violently as she fixed her gaze on Chen Chang'an, an inexplicable fury spreading throughout her being. In her heart, she roared in discontent. Those were given to me. Once given, they belong to me. How dare you seek to reclaim them? Chen Chang'an, what do you mean by this? Before Gu Qingqing could voice her thoughts, Liu Cc beside her rebuked angrily. Are you even a man? You wish to take back what you've already given? Chen Chang'an cast a glance in her direction and coldly replied, Scram, this matter does not concern you. Speak another word, and I shall shatter your mouth. Chapter 2. The Chen family, Master Chen Jiu. Upon encountering the fierce glimmer in Chen Chang'an's eyes, Liu Cc felt as though she were being hunted by an unparalleled beast, sending a chill through her heart, compelling her to retreat behind Gu Qingqing. Although the title of the greatest prodigy of the great Zhou kingdom belonged to him only in the past, it still exerted a formidable influence over her. Yet, she swiftly reminded herself, he is now a mere wastrel. Why should I still fear him? How utterly ridiculous! Gu Qingqing's expression darkened considerably as she tightly gripped the sword radiating a blue luminescence, pulsating with overwhelming spiritual energy, rendering her unable to part with it. Chen Chang'an, how can you be so shameless? The gift you bestowed upon me, you wish to reclaim? What did you once declare? You promised to love me for eternity. You vowed never to cause me sorrow, never to let me suffer even the slightest grievance. Look at what you have done now. Gu Qingqing cried out, her face contorted with grievance. She was reluctant to return the gift from Chen Chang'an, as they were exquisite treasures, particularly the Xueji sword, which was crucial for the forthcoming grand examination at the academy in half a month. It represented the only pathway to the sacred grounds. She could not afford to lose the advantage provided by this heavenly tier Xueji sword, a heavenly tier weapon, even in the entire great Zhou kingdom. could entice the envy of those at the pinnacle of power. Heh! A faint, icy smile crept across Chun Chang'an's face. Did you not assert that you wish to sever all ties with me? Those items are mine, marked with the insignia of the Chun family. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, his tone frigid. I am not jesting, nor am I negotiating. If you do not return them, from this moment forth, your Gu family shall be the sworn enemy of the Chun family, until death do us part. Boom! As his words echoed, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment, each person gazing at Chun Chang'an in disbelief. My heavens, is this truly the Chun family's young master who, merely a year ago, feared to raise his voice lest he startle Gu Qingshan? TSK, the current Chun young master exudes an aura of dominance, until death do us part? Let us see if the Gu family dares to confront the Chun family head-on. Does the Gu family even possess the standing for such a confrontation? The Chun family is a first-rate clan, their might undeniable. However, since the engagement is to be annulled, it is only reasonable to return the gifts, is it not? Who would have thought that Gu Qingshan would wish to take without giving? What audacity she possesses, faced with the scornful remarks from those around her. Gu Qingshan's expression grew increasingly grim. Her pupils trembled, and her delicate hand, clutching the Shueji sword, began to pale. Heh, Chun Chang'an, you are now devoid of any cultivation. I fear you cannot even ensure your own safety. Do you truly believe you can still represent the Chun family? What a grand joke. With the mask of civility torn away, Gu Qingshan could no longer maintain her composure, and she scoffed derisively. In her perspective, the inexperienced Chun Chang'an would undoubtedly be stripped of his position as the heir by his family. Furthermore, countless members of his clan would conspire both openly and covertly to take his life. Within Chang'an City, and indeed throughout the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, the rivalry among family heirs is a frequent occurrence. The words of the heir represent the stance of our Chun family. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly resonated, causing Gu Qingshan to shudder. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, revealing a tall, imposing middle-aged man striding forward with authority. Accompanying him were dozens of excited youths, their expressions brimming with fervor. They approached Chun Chang'an, bowing in unison as they respectfully saluted. We pay our respects to the heir. Their resounding cries, coupled with their fervent faces, were utterly sincere, generating an awe-inspiring momentum that reverberated throughout the vicinity. The multitude of onlookers instinctively recoiled, their faces etched with astonishment. A faint smile graced Chun Chang'an's lips as he regarded the newcomer, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to Lord Jiao. The visitor was none other than Chun Jiao, one of the 9 elders of the Chun family. Ha ha ha, Chang'an, you have finally returned. Splendid. I knew this little rascal wouldn't perish so easily, Lord Jiao exclaimed, shaking his fist in excitement. By the way, where on earth have you been during that year? What transpired? Chun Chang'an replied with a smile. Lord Jiao, it's a long story. We shall discuss it upon our return. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid. Lord Jiao repeated the word thrice, then turned his piercing gaze towards Gu Qingshan, whose expression had darkened. In a low, menacing tone, he stated, Little girl, since you wish to annul your engagement with our heir, you must return all the spirit treasures he bestowed upon you. This is also what I, Chun Jiao, decree. What, do you contest this? The formidable aura emanating from Lord Jiao was exceedingly intimidating, and the intensity of his gaze caused Gu Qingshan to falter, her face paling dramatically. Oof. The esteemed elder of the Chun family, a formidable figure of the heavenly king realm, resorting to bullying a young girl? Just then, another middle-aged woman strode forward with purpose, her eyes sharp and her countenance fierce. Master, upon seeing this individual, Gu Qingshan appeared to find her source of strength, hastily stepping forward to bow respectfully. Mother. Lu Cece also approached, the pressure imposed by Chun Jiao suddenly alleviating. The newcomer was Lu Ramong, Lu Cece's mother and Gu Qingshan's mentor. Upon sighting her, Chun Jiao showed no restraint, snorting dismissively. No wonder Gu Qingshan has such audacity, wanting to gain without giving. It seems someone has been teaching her well. How enlightening. Mind your language. Lu Ramong glared at Chun Jiao, her expression aflame with anger. Leave. This matter does not concern you. Chun Jiao, in a fit of rage, spoke without restraint, then turned to Gu Qingshan with a sinister gaze. The belongings of my young master, will you return them or not? If you continue to wear that defiant expression and refuse, I will return home and bring the entire Chun family to wage war against the Gu clan. Boom! His words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present in stunned silence, their minds reeling. If Chun Chang'an's threats lacked power, then Chun family's ninth master was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Heavens, what a tempestuous temperament the ninth master of the Chun family possesses. Indeed, he is notorious for his fiery disposition and lethal demeanor. Even the sovereign must show him respect. Who would have thought that the most beautiful woman in the great Zhou kingdom could be so audacious? To sever an engagement and refuse to return the gifts given with the intent of matrimony. True, she possesses remarkable beauty, yet her heart appears rather dark. It is evident that she now despises Chen Xiao for losing his cultivation, likely wishing to align herself with some esteemed young master from Holy Land. Yet, she cannot bear to part with the gifts bestowed upon her by Chen Xiao. What a perplexing mindset. Surrounding onlookers whispered and pointed, their discussions rife with speculation. Gu Qingqing's expression grew increasingly dismal, as though she had just swallowed a mouthful of flies. This situation was entirely beyond her expectations. A year ago, Chun Chang'an would have implored her to stay, showering her with gifts to win her favor. Yet he had changed. It seems all men are unworthy. Fickle as the wind. They once spoke so sweetly, only to turn their backs now. Gu Qingqing's heart seethed with indignation, her face betraying a fragile, pitiful, helpless demeanor, tears welling in her eyes. However, instead of eliciting sympathy from those around her, her appearance invited ridicule. My heavens, did you see that? She dares to act aggrieved. Though her sorrowful visage might evoke pity, her earlier heartlessness made one feel nauseated at the thought. How dramatic! She appears so wronged, as if Chun Xiao had bullied her. Indeed, Chun Xiao had stated that the engagement could be dissolved if she returned all the spiritual treasures. Such a simple request. Perhaps she wishes to have her cake and eat it too. The biting remarks of the crowd pierced through Gu Qingqing's heart, leaving her wishing for a crevice to hide within. Steeling herself, she reluctantly tossed the Shueji sword to Chun Chang'an. Chapter 3. You will always be our young master. As the Shueji sword flew from her hand, Gu Qingqing felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Yet, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, she found it impossible to retract her action, especially with Chun Jiu watching closely, as if she owed him millions. This made Gu Qingqing exceedingly displeased. Moreover, her master, under Chun Jiu's threat, dared not utter a single word. Gu Qingqing, filled with resentment, stamped her foot in frustration. Under Chun Chang'an's gaze, she reluctantly began to remove her precious adornments, piece by piece, flinging them towards him. With each cast, it felt as though a piece of her very flesh was being severed, stirring profound reluctance within her. Even Lu Rumong, standing nearby, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. The resources Chun Chang'an provided to Gu Qingqing also benefited her as the mentor, for Gu Qingqing would bestow her gratitude upon her as well. I have returned everything to you. Is that not sufficient? Gu Qingqing's expression darkened. Chun Chang'an's eyes swept over her garments. Chun Chang'an, must you be so shameless? Do you wish for me to remove this treasure attire now? Gu Qingqing exclaimed in anger. Instantly, the onlooker's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Chun Chang'an, with indifference, replied, In 3 days, have your father prepare the spirit stones, and the prize garments I gifted you must also be ready. I shall personally arrive to annul our engagement. With that declaration, Chun Chang'an turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at her. Cece, let us depart. Gu Qingqing's eyes brimmed with grievance. With a cold snort, she took Lu Cece's hand, and the three of them left in indignation. Chun Chang'an cast a neutral glance at their retreating figures before turning to join Chun Jiu and the others from the Chun family as they exited the academy. As the turbulence subsided, the crowd murmured in reflection. Gu Qingqing, on her way out, was engulfed in a whirlwind of mixed emotions. Ah, how he has changed! If it were in the past, he would never have spoken to me in such a manner. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, her eyes reddening. Qingqing, that Chun Chang'an is truly a scoundrel. To have given away something for a year, and yet still wish to reclaim it, today has opened my eyes. Liu Cece protested. Do not be disheartened. Qingqing, even though he possesses cultivation, he is unworthy of you. Only the young master of the Jun family from the Taicang sword domain, Jun Wujian, is a fitting match for you. Lu Rumeng chimed in. Cece is right. You are so beautiful and talented. It is a stroke of fortune that Jun Wujian has taken notice of you. This is your destiny and blessing. What is that Chun Chang'an, after all? Lu Cece nodded slightly. Initially, upon hearing that Chun Chang'an's soul lamp had extinguished, she felt a tinge of sadness. Yet, she soon realized it was merely the absence of someone who used to shower her with gifts and attention, which had left her feeling out of sorts. A month prior, Jun Wujian, the young master for one of the 4 great families of the Sacred Land, had come to the Great Zhou royal city, seeking to select a group of young disciples to enter the sacred domain. The entire elite of the Great Zhou Academy was to participate in a grand competition to attract the favor of the Sacred Land. Furthermore, Jun Wujian had taken an interest in her, pursuing her ardently. The thought of entering the Sacred Land brought a measure of comfort to Gu Qingqing's heart. Moreover, the resources bestowed by Lord Jun will undoubtedly surpass those provided by Chen Chang'an. Come, Qingqing, let us seek Lord Jun to advocate for us. We cannot return the spirit stones given by Chen Chang'an. Furthermore, we must demand that he return today's treasured sword, as well as the precious items you have previously entrusted to him. Lu Cc's eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea. Gu Qingqing's eyes brightened, and the clouds of despair within her dissipated. Cece, you truly are my dear confidant. How fortunate I am to have you by my side. Gu Qingqing spoke earnestly, greeted Lu Rumeng, and hurried off to find Jun Wujian. The Chen family. As the foremost family of the Great Zhou Kingdom, the Chen estate is of immense scale. Within the grand hall of the Chen family, all clan elders and family descendants gathered. The return of Chen Chang'an ignited a fervor among them. He has returned. He has returned. Ha ha ha. Our young master, possessing the bearing of an emperor, could never fall so easily. Chen Xiantong, the head of the Chen family, laughed heartily, his face brimming with satisfaction. The weight that had burdened his heart was finally lifted. The atmosphere was filled with smiles and a collective sigh of relief. Over the past year, they had endured hardships, sacrificing comfort and sleep, all for the sake of locating Chen Chang'an, which had cost them many lives. Even the 9 clan elders suffered considerable injuries upon entering the abyss of the fallen demons. Witnessing such a scene, Chen Chang'an was profoundly moved, realizing the kinship the Chen family held for him. He spoke earnestly. Patriarch, my cultivation has been lost, rendering me unfit to remain the young master of the Chen family. Please select another from among my younger cousins. As his words echoed, the hall fell into an immediate silence. Before the patriarch could respond, a middle-aged woman beside him glared fiercely. What nonsense are you spouting, Chang'an? The position of young master belongs to you and will forever belong to you. No one else is worthy. She was the foremost among the clan elders, commanding respect despite her gender, and others refer to her as elder. The Chen family comprised 9 elders, from the first elder to the 9th elder. 6 were male and 3 were female, each possessing extraordinary abilities and formidable strength. Indeed, even if your cultivation is lost, you can always cultivate anew. I refuse to believe that with the full support of the Chen family, you cannot regain your former prowess. Boomed the 9th elder who had brought Chen Chang'an back. Moreover, the honor and resources you have secured for our family are beyond the reach of the younger generation. This is indisputable, chimed in the 6th elder, a refined middle-aged man whose eyes glinted with a sharp, chilling light, instilling a sense of unease in all present. Lao Lu speaks wisely, and I, Lao Er, wholeheartedly concur. The refined and elegant 2nd master interjects. Longan, do not belittle us. None among us possess the capability to assume your position. Even in the absence of your cultivation, you remain our young master. Indeed, you shall forever be our young master, and we pledge our lives to follow you. Numerous young individuals among the younger generation voiced their agreement. Implicitly, their words conveyed a reluctance to covet the position of young master. As Chen Chang'an surveyed the united assembly within the grand hall, he felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Just as he was about to speak, an elderly figure interrupted him. Chang'an, let's not dwell on the matter of the young master's position. Instead, share with us where you have been over the past year. Chen Chang'an turned to the venerable elder, whose white hair emanated the scent of elixirs, and respectfully bowed. Yes, 5th master. Then, casting his gaze over the eager faces of the crowd, he sighed, I ventured into the abyss of the demonic tomb. The abyss of the demonic tomb. Indeed, the mere utterance of these words hushed the crowd, their expressions reflecting both surprise and an air of inevitability. The abyss harbors countless coffins, shrouded in black mist. A realm of desolation. Chang'an, how did you enter? And more importantly, how did you emerge? The family head, Chen Xiantong, was visibly shaken, his heart racing. Head of the family, I cannot ascertain who led me there. Upon awakening, I found myself lying within a coffin, and then A complex look crossed Chun Chang'an's face. He had not anticipated that a year had elapsed by the time he emerged. The assembly was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. How could one survive a year within a coffin? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 4. The Coffin of the God of Burial. Cursed be it. Chun Xiantong clenched his fists tightly, fury igniting in his eyes. We must investigate thoroughly to uncover the wretch who cast Chang'an into the abyss of the demonic tomb. The Chun family will not let this transgressor escape. We shall see him ground to dust. Indeed, within the hall, a fierce camaraderie surged, a palpable aura of vengeance enveloping them. Enough. The young master has returned. He must rest well. At this moment, an exceptionally graceful woman spoke gently, her demeanor warm. Yet a glint of icy resolve shimmered in her eyes. Yes, third master is correct. Let the young master retire to his chambers. Several elders nodded in unison. Concern etched across their faces. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Chun Chang'an returned to his quarters and securely locked the door. He sat cross-legged upon his bed, rolling up the sleeve of his right arm. There, emblazoned upon his skin, was a striking red character, Dien. The coffin of the god of burial, Chun Chang'an murmured softly, enunciating the 3 words. As his words resonated, a black bronze ancient coffin, imbued with antiquity and a sinister aura, hovered before Chun Chang'an. He gazed at the coffin, lost in profound contemplation. A year prior, he had been ambushed, his bloodline seized, and subsequently cast into the abyss of the dead. Within that abyss lay countless coffins, densely packed and innumerable. However, defying death, he awakened to discover a multitude of malevolent spirits and bizarre beasts. He battled these fiends for 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and seeking refuge in a coffin. To his astonishment, inside the coffin lay an infinite expanse of starry cosmos. He spent a century within. Yet upon his emergence, only a year had elapsed outside. Moreover, his physical form had been reforged, resulting in the loss of his cultivation. Now, he was compelled to begin anew. This realm was known as the Holy Martial Continent, where the path of cultivation was categorized into various realms: Yellow Martial Realm, Xian Martial Realm, Earth Martial Realm, Heaven Martial Realm, Heavenly King Realm, Sacred Emperor Realm, Sacred Monarch Realm, Sacred Venerable Realm, Sacred Emperor Realm, and Divine Realm. Each realm was further divided into 10 levels. Chun Chang'an pondered as he glanced at several spatial rings nearby. Among them were those containing the majority of the Chun family's resources, sent to aid him in swiftly regaining his cultivation. Another ring contained hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones, which he had previously provided to Gu Qingsheng. However, it was sealed by a barrier set to automatically open at intervals. A year had passed, and a considerable amount remained. After a century of solitude within the God-Burial Coffin, his heart and mind had been tempered into clarity and resilience. Reflecting on his actions a century ago, he deemed them remarkably naive. Furthermore, over this passage of time, he had gradually discerned Gu Qingsheng's true nature. Upon his return, he learned that the Chun family had expended a substantial portion of their wealth in search of him. Thus, he resolved to reclaim those spiritual stones from Gu Qingsheng to restore his family's fortunes. To his dismay, her first words were to dissolve their engagement. This only reinforced his perception of her character. "Coffin Master, I hope you do not deceive me." Chun Chang'an spoke softly. In this century, I shall dissolve your physical form, disperse your cultivation, and then, using chaotic energy, reconstruct your body. Primordial energy shall become your essence and true spirit. The blood of ancient malevolent deities shall be forged into your bloodline. An eternal, boundless black hole shall serve as your dantian. Countless stars will form your meridians and bones. All of this is to enable you to forge a body of a creator deity. Do not be dissatisfied, young man. As the coffin master spoke, the coffin lid gradually opened, revealing an interior that resembled the vast expanse of the cosmos. Chun Chang'an fell into silence. Uncertain of the words uttered by the spirit of the coffin, he found himself with no alternative but to place his trust in it. After all, the Chun family had treated him thus, and he had no desire to disappoint them. Consequently, he poured in hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, along with all the resources bestowed upon him by the Chun family. The God-Burial Coffin devoured the 4 seas and subdued the 8 desolations. Within it existed a universe of stellar rivers, capable of melting living beings, incinerating the ancient past, and refining the heavens. From within the coffin emanated the resonant voice of the coffin spirit, stirring the souls of countless beings. This left Chen Chang'an's heart in tumult. Such a commanding proclamation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the coffin, unleashing powerful waves of energy that caused Chen Chang'an's expression to shift. Shortly thereafter, all the resources he had placed within the God-Burial Coffin, be it elixirs, weapons, or treasures, were rapidly dissolved. They transformed into the most primal form of energy, manifesting as wisps of white smoke that slowly drifted forth, entering Chen Chang'an's mouth, being devoured and absorbed into his dantian, nourishing his entire being. Chen Chang'an aura surgi dramatiquement. He ascended from the mundane realm into the path of martial arts. From the first level of the yellow martial realm to the second, then the third, until reaching the 10th level. He then transitioned to the first level of the profound martial realm and continued until the 10th level. Upon reaching the 10th level of the profound martial realm, Chen Chang'an's progression halted. He opened his eyes, a flash of chaotic energy passing through, accompanied by a terrifying radiance. An astonishing ascent of 20 levels. This was utterly inconceivable. Chen Chang'an exclaimed in shock. Having spent a century within the God-Burial Coffin, he had already tempered his resolute spirit. Yet he was profoundly moved at this moment. How can you be so pleased with merely reaching the profound martial realm? Such a naive lad, a voice, aged and mocking, resonated from within the coffin. Young one, if you wish to advance swiftly, you might consider taking more lives. Place their corpses within to be refined. Alternatively, introduce rare treasures from heaven and earth. Anything imbued with spirit will suffice. This coffin master shall refine them, converting their energy to empower you, allowing you to grow rapidly. The voice of the God-Burial Coffin filled Chen Chang'an with delight, yet his expression soon turned to one of confusion. Coffin master, why have you chosen me? What do you seek from me? Chen Chang'an inquired, perplexed. Amidst millions of coffins, you lie within the embrace of this old man. Perhaps it is destiny, or you may consider yourself the chosen one, came the response, laden with irony. Listening to the coffin master's words, Chen Chang'an fell into silence, soon dismissing further thought. At present, he recognized that he was still far too weak. One can only uncover the myriad secrets of the world upon reaching a certain level of growth. Over the course of a century, the God-Burying Coffin had unveiled a vast realm to Chen Chang'an, broadening his horizons significantly. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged in meditation, diligently consolidating his cultivation. As Chen Chang'an retreated to his chamber for training, in the room of the Chen family patriarch, 9 elders, and the head of the family, Chen Xianxia convened. They exchanged glances, yet a collective sigh of relief resonated within their hearts. Patriarch, fortunately, the young master is unharmed. Otherwise, we would be at a loss regarding our next course of action, and it might jeopardize our divine ascension plan. Elder Heir spoke, his voice tinged with bitterness. Chen Xianxia nodded. Indeed, it is fortunate that the heavenly Tao communicated with us, indicating that this tribulation is part of Chang'an's fate and his fortune. We must remain patient. Otherwise, we would all go mad this year. The others nodded in agreement. Casting his gaze over the assembly, Chen Xianxia smirked coldly. It appears we have been too low profile, which has led some to underestimate the Chen family. From this day forth, should anyone dare to resort to underhanded tactics or bully our young master, they shall face merciless retribution, regardless of their identity. Yes, the 9 elders exclaimed in unison, their spirits soaring, causing the very space around them to ripple with intensity. This is not merely the heavenly king realm as others may perceive. One elder interjected, a mocking smile gracing his lips. By the way, Patriarch, the young master is scheduled to visit the Gu family in 3 days to annul his engagement. However, we have received word that Jun Wujin resides within the Gu family. How shall we confront him? What attitude should we adopt? Whatever the young master decides, we shall follow. Those who oppose us will be subdued. Chen Xianxia replied icily. Understood. They responded in unison. At that moment, Elder Jiu stepped forward. Allow me and Elder Ba to accompany him, to confront those 2 old geezers from the Taitsong sword domain. Very well. Elder Ba, an elegant middle-aged man bearing a sword wrapped in cloth, nodded slightly. A profound steadiness emanated from him, yet his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a blade. Patriarch, I never anticipated that upon the young master's return after a year, he would exhibit such maturity. He understands our family struggles and has directly sought the resources he provided to Gu Qingcheng, something I had not foreseen, Elder Heir remarked with a gratified expression. Indeed, quite commendable. Chen Xianxia concurred, nodding. However, we must still project a semblance of struggle, allowing him to recognize hardship and strive for excellence. We cannot allow him to become a spoiled scion. The elders exchanged knowing glances, sharing a moment of camaraderie. Meanwhile, at the Gu family estate, everyone was striving to curry favor with a young man, Jun Wujian. In the center of the grand hall, Jun Wujian occupied the foremost position, his gaze surveying all with an air of disdainful superiority. Listening to Gu Qinsheng's lamentations, he scoffed and declared, "Worry not, Qinsheng. Should that Chun Chang'an dare to appear 3 days hence, I shall ensure he kneels before you," bowing his head in apology. Upon hearing Jun Wujian's words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Gu Qinshan, the head of the Gu family, ingratiatingly smiled and urged, "Qinsheng, do express your gratitude to young Master Jun. Were it not for him, we might have fallen prey to the Chun family." "Of course, father." Gu Qinsheng responded with a radiant smile, performing a graceful curtsy towards Jun Wujian. "Thank you, young Master Jun. Your immense kindness shall forever remain etched in my heart." "Heh, Qinsheng, you are too courteous. Your affairs are my own. To bully you is to bully me." Jun Wujian's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, gently clasping Gu Qinsheng's delicate hand, his tone softening. "Indeed, Qinsheng, do you not understand young Master Jun's intentions? You must not disappoint him," chimed in Lu Cece, her expression imbued with playful insinuation. As her words faded, Gu Qinsheng shyly cast her eyes downward, inciting a longing within Jun Wujian to steal a kiss, yet the throng around them restrained his desires. "Of him, huh? Cece speaks truly," Gu Qinsheng exclaimed, observing the burgeoning chemistry between the two. "If young Master Jun has taken a liking to my daughter, once she is free from her engagement with that Chen lad, I shall gladly bestow her upon you." At this proclamation, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, while Gu Qinsheng's head dipped even lower, murmuring, "Oh dear father, why must you speak of such things?" With that, she bashfully took Lu Cece's hand, hastening away. As they departed, the glances exchanged between Lu Cece and young Master Jun lingered, steeped in unspoken meaning. Watching Gu Qinsheng retreat in her bashfulness, laughter filled the hall. Yet Jun Wujian's smile belied a deeper disdain, as he thought, do they still harbor hopes of marrying into the Jun family? How laughable, though I suppose indulging in a little amusement is permissible, given that her essence remains intact. Chun Chang'an, how foolish you are to treat her so well without even claiming a drop of her blood. He mused internally, but outwardly expressed. To win the hand of Miss Qinsheng would be a privilege of a lifetime. However, I must first nurture our bond, lest I startle the fair maiden. Indeed, indeed. Youth thrives on such playful nuances. I understand. Gu Qinsheng chuckled, his spirits lifted. Once supported by the Chun family, the Gu clan had swiftly established itself in the capital of the Great Zhou. Now, the prospect of aligning with an even greater ally filled him with gratitude, for he had indeed sired a remarkable daughter. "I shall take my leave to seek out Qinsheng," Jun Wujian smiled. "Young Master Jun, please do as you wish." Gu Qinsheng wore a beaming smile, exuding flattery as he spoke. Shortly thereafter, Jun Wujian emerged from the Gu family's grand hall, accompanied by a retainer and 2 elder gentlemen, making his way toward the family's rear courtyard. "Young master, do you truly wish to wed this Gu Qinsheng? I fear that the master may not consent," one of the elders murmured discreetly during their journey. "Moreover, it seems Gu Qinsheng has been subtly suggesting that you bestow upon her various spiritual treasures. Young master, this woman possesses considerable cunning." "Humph. Naturally, I have no intention of marrying her. Let us indulge in carnal pleasures first," Jun Wujian scoffed, his gaze slightly askew. "As for gifting her treasures, I shall not waste my resources." As they walked, Jun Wujian's words emerged nonchalantly. "Money is meant to be admired by women, not squandered on them. Do you understand?" "Indeed. Young master is wise." The elder behind him paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. "However, this Gu Qinsheng is rather intriguing, coy and evasive, both inviting and repelling. She seeks to gain from my young master's generosity, hoping to ensnare him in her charms. Such thoughts are futile. If I am to be deprived of the feast, she shall not reap even a morsel." Yun Vuyen declared disdainfully. He had encountered numerous women in the sacred grounds. With the slightest cue from Gu Qinsheng, he would discern her desires effortlessly. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, news of Chun Chang'an's return spread like wildfire throughout the royal city, stirring immense waves of intrigue. After all, he was once the most radiant prodigy, now stripped of his cultivation, inevitably prompting countless speculations. Today, all eyes were fixed upon the Gu family. Chapter 6. The Inheritance of the Evil Demon God. Chen Mansion. The residence of Chen Chang'an. Strange, I cannot sense the aura of that lad Chang'an at all. Could he be absent from his room? One might ponder. Unlikely. He has not shown himself in these 3 days and has instructed us not to disturb him. Outside Chen Chang'an's chamber stood the 8th master, wielding a sword, and the 9th master, brandishing a large blade, both expressing their confusion, their eyes reflecting deep astonishment. It was indeed perplexing that their formidable capabilities could not detect Chen Chang'an's presence. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Chen Chang'an had completely vanished from this realm. At that moment, he found himself amidst a boundless cosmic expanse. Seated in meditation, his energy surged, accompanied by a ferocious force that seemed to dwell within him, emanating a terrifying aura akin to that of an ancient ferocious beast. After an indeterminate duration, Chen Chang'an gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The bloodline of the evil demon, he murmured, his eyes brimming with excitement. This was the bloodline bequeathed to him by the God-Burying Coffin. In addition, there was a technique and a sword art, the evil demon blood god technique, and the burial sword technique. Young man, now you have inherited the legacy of the evil god, along with his bloodline, his martial arts, and his sword techniques. Over these 3 years, as I anticipated, you have successfully mastered the first 3 techniques. Well done. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, the voice of the coffin elder resonated with satisfaction. Thank you, elder. Chen Chang'an rose to his feet, his expression one of deep respect, as he bowed towards the void. At this moment, he was within the burial god coffin. Outside, 3 days had passed, yet here, 3 years had elapsed. During these years, not only had he obtained the inheritance bestowed by the coffin elder, but he had also become proficient in the Chun family's martial arts, yielding immense rewards. Ha! The coffin elder, devoid of form and body, responded with a soft chuckle, echoing both near and far. To activate the time overlap realm, the time wheel is required. This time, the energy of the previous time will has been completely expended. From now on, you must seek the time wheel to continue your cultivation here. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's expression fell. For cultivating here for a century meant that only a year had passed in the outside world. If he were to cultivate here for 10 years, wouldn't he emerge as an unrivaled force? But soon, he regained his spirits. He firmly etched the words time wheel into his memory. Realizing this, his breath quickened, and he respectfully bowed once more. Elder, I shall remember. Then you may go. At that moment, space twisted, revealing a swirling vortex. When the scene before him solidified once more, he found himself back in his own room. The evil god? This name was unfamiliar to Chen Chang'an. Yet, he sensed it might refer to a powerful being from a higher plane. The coffin elder had not revealed everything to him. Clenching his fists tightly, Chen Chang'an felt an explosive surge of power. 5th level of the heavenly martial realm. Within the burial god coffin, he had not only transcended to the heavenly martial realm, but had also returned to his state from a year ago. Moreover, the current him was worlds apart from who he was a year prior. The one who severed my bloodline and cast me into the abyss of the evil spirits. Once I uncover your identity, I shall drain your blood bit by bit. Chen Chang'an spoke coldly, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself, sensing 2 individuals outside the door, and promptly rose to exit. Opening the door, he was greeted by the presence of Elder Ba and Elder Jiao, to whom he bowed respectfully. Gviting, Elder Ba, Elder Zhu. Chen Ba and Chen Jiao stood in stunned silence. Chang'an, you have regained your cultivation, they exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly. Grateful for the resources provided by his family, the young man would certainly not disappoint their nurturing. Ha ha ha, splendid. Excellent. Truly worthy of being the heir of the Chen family. Chen Jiao laughed heartily, while Chen Ba wore a look of satisfaction, nodding repeatedly at Chen Chang'an. Master Ba, Master Jiao, let us proceed to the Gu family. Chen Chang'an stated, given the current financial crisis facing the Chen family, retrieving the several million spirit stones was of utmost importance. Indeed, Chen Ba and Chen Jiao nodded thoughtfully, following closely behind Chen Chang'an. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Chang'an's mind. TSK, your Chen family is quite remarkable. Oh, in what way is it remarkable? Chen Chang'an replied with curiosity, casting a discreet glance at the excited Chen Jiao and the cultured, gentle Chen Ba. I have opened the time, thousand-fold realm for you twice, losing my spiritual perception. However, if I am not mistaken, the 9 clan elders of your Qin family are certainly not at the heavenly king realm as you claim. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's heart stirred. Could it be that they had entered the Saint Realm? The Saint Realm encompasses the 3 levels of Saint Emperor, Saint Monarch, and Saint Venerable. With this thought, Chen Chang'an's heart raced. Could it be that his family's background was indeed formidable? This is something you must discern for yourself. Chen Chang'an utilized his spiritual perception to gauge the two, yet the aura he sensed still indicated they were at the heavenly king realm. He soon dismissed such thoughts. The strength of these clan elders was ultimately beneficial for him, influencing his stance toward the Gu family, whether to be assertive or even more domineering. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the Gu family. The heir of the Chen family, Chen Chang'an, is here to visit. Chen Chang'an addressed the guards at the door with an indifferent tone. The guards exchanged derisive glances. So it is the heir of the Chen family who has fallen into disgrace. Please wait. I shall inform them shortly. Indeed, our master is currently entertaining an important guest. You shall meet them once they are free, the guard replied lazily, placing particular emphasis on the word guest. Previously, Chen Chang'an had approached the Gu family with courtesy and politeness as he sought the hand of their young lady. However, with their young lady aiming for higher prospects, the guards had grown increasingly arrogant. Chen Chang'an scoffed disdainfully, his eyes narrowing as he lifted his foot and delivered a forceful kick to the chest of the guard before him. Boom! The sound resonated like thunder. A mighty crash erupted as blood spurted from the guard's chest, sending him flying backward, crashing through the gates of the Gu family. When the guard landed heavily on the ground, he lay there as if lifeless, akin to a dead dog. You dare to strike? The other guards trembled with astonishment as they spoke in disbelief. Chen Chang'an strode forward, declaring that anyone unwilling to face their fate should step aside. A mere dog dared to bark before him. The guards, filled with terror, no longer dared to obstruct him and shrank back in fear. Chen Ba and Chen Jiu exchanged glances, grinning widely, and leisurely followed suit. The commotion caused by Chen Chang'an's intrusion soon reached the grand hall of the Gu family, landing squarely in Gu Qingshan's ears. His expression darkened instantly. This reckless youth must be taught a lesson on behalf of the Chen family today. How amusing it was. Who did he think he was to stand in for the Chen family in reprimanding me? Just as Gu Qingshan finished his thoughts, a derisive laugh echoed from outside. Dressed in elegant white, exuding an otherworldly charm, Chen Chang'an strode into the room, prompting Gu Qingshan to bellow furiously. Chen Chang'an, kneel before me. Chapter 7. Truly unaware of his own mortality. Unmoved, Chen Chang'an surveyed the room, noticing Gu Qingsheng, Lu Sisi, and all the clan elders of the Gu family present. Among them was a young man clad in resplendent orange robes, flanked by 2 elderly companions. The young man wore an air of arrogance, as if he couldn't be bothered to spare Chen a glance. Chen Chang'an, what is your intention? Why have you resorted to violence? Kneel and apologize at once. Otherwise, if Chen Xiantong cannot teach you properly, I shall take it upon myself. Gu Qingshan's voice was icy. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an scoffed. And you think you have the right? You lack the qualifications to demand my submission. You, a mere second-rate patriarch, presume to stand in for the first-rate Chen family patriarch in admonishing me? Who gave you such audacity? Gu Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, staring at the striking young man before him. Once he had been respectful and courteous. Now, there was a hint of coldness in his demeanor. And a dog thinks it can obstruct me. Not crushing would be an act of mercy on my part, Chen Chang'an disdainfully remarked, disregarding Gu Qingshan's furious countenance. He then produced the marriage contract from his possession. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I am here to annul the engagement, Chen Chang'an declared, gripping the marriage contract and slowly tearing it to shreds. The fragments scattered through the air, drifting gently down into the grand hall. Outrageous! Gu Qingshan suddenly roared. You are utterly disrespectful. Hasn't your family taught you the meaning of decorum? As he spoke, a powerful aura from the heavenly king realm enveloped Chen Chang'an, seemingly intent on forcing him to kneel. To everyone's astonishment, however, Chen Chang'an stood tall and unyielding, his expression relaxed. Decorum? I have exhibited plenty of it. Gu Patriarch, let's not embarrass each other. The marriage contract is already torn. Kindly return the 3 million spirit stones I initially provided, he stated. Chen Chang'an's lips curled slightly as he spoke in a measured tone. Gu Changqing's expression darkened further. He intended to assert his dominance over Chen Chang'an. believing that even if the engagement were to be called off, the subsequent gifts and spirit stones need not be returned. However, the audacious Chun Chang'an was proving difficult to suppress. He couldn't help but glance at the calm and seemingly entertained Jun Wujian beside him. Clap, clap, clap. Jun Wujian gently applauded, rising slowly to his feet. How splendid. Truly splendid. TSK. This diminutive de Zhou kingdom, with its so-called first-rate families, is quite imposing. Indeed, it has opened my eyes. Jun Wujian gracefully approached Chun Chang'an, his eyes narrowing with disdain as he remarked, a frog at the bottom of a well, reveling in its power within de Zhou. Yet if you were in the Holy Land, you would not even know how to meet your end. Upon hearing Jun Wujian's words, the members of the Gu family collectively sighed in relief, turning to regard Chun Chang'an with mocking expressions. Gu Qingqing and Lu Cixi gazed at Jun Wujian with sparkling eyes, as though admiring a male deity. This only served to inflate Jun Wujian's ego further. He snapped open the folding fan in his hand with a flourish, fanning himself with an air of elegance. Chun Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at the figure before him, scoffing, TSK, who is so lacking in decency that they can't keep their pants up, letting something like you slip out. The words hung in the air, eliciting gasps of surprise. Some couldn't help but look at the bright yellow-clad Jun Wujian, who indeed resembled a pile of excrement. In an instant, countless individuals strained to suppress their laughter, their faces turning crimson. How audacious! At that moment, Lu Cixi raised her head and exclaimed, Chun Chang'an, do you know who he is? He is the young master of the Jun family, one of the 4 great families of the Holy Land, and the son of the Holy Monarch. To speak so recklessly, do you wish to court death? Jun Wujian maintained his smile, but as Lu Cixi's words echoed, the smirk on his lips morphed into one of heightened disdain and amusement. The son of the Holy Monarch, I trust you are aware of the status he represents. His gaze fell upon Chun Chang'an, as if he were observing an insignificant insect. What is this? Are you afraid? The words you spoke earlier have offended me. Do you intend to wait for your demise in silence? Or will you beg for mercy, dreaming of my allowing you to cling to your pitiful life? Chun Chang'an chuckled softly. The son of the Holy Monarch, a figure of transcendent status across the continent. Yet here you are, assisting a minor family in this remote nation. TSK, it seems your status in the Holy Land is rather lowly indeed. Chun Chang'an's words rendered Jun Wujian's previously warm expression rigid. If he were truly a person of noble birth and high standing, he would not deign to come here to flaunt his power, posturing with such arrogance. It is likely that in the Holy Land, you are merely a waste, unworthy of even a glance from your own parents. Thus, you find yourself here, basking in the adulation of countless admirers, merely to manifest your meager sense of pride, correct? Chun Chang'an's words pierced the heart with precision. A pallor of rage gradually enveloped Jun Wujian's countenance, for Chun Chang'an's remarks struck a deep chord of vulnerability within him. Observing Jun Wujian's ashen face, Chun Chang'an extended a finger, gently shaking it in disdain, stating, even a frog in a well, such as myself, surpasses you, a loathsome wretch scorned by all. Even the son of a holy monarch is no exception. You remain the filthiest and most repugnant of garbage. Your parents do not love you, and your siblings regard you with shame. You come to the great Zhou kingdom, and I dare say they would rejoice at your demise here. Each of Chun Chang'an's words fell like daggers, rendering the grand hall silent, all present gazing with wide-eyed astonishment. At the entrance, Chun Ba and Chun Jiu stood equally astonished. Old 8, how has Chang'an become so eloquent? They murmured, intrigued by the prospect of a confrontation with the holy lineage. In the grand hall, Jun Wujian's reaction surpassed Chun Chang'an's expectations. His face transformed to a hue reminiscent of liver. Slowly, he raised his hand, fingers twitching in agitation, his pupils reflecting malice in a twisted light. Yun Vuyan Kegel Minyakaruch, momentarily at a loss as to how to exact his vengeance upon Chun Chang'an. Excellent, splendid, a mere border nation, one where even the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm is an utmost limit. How dare someone provoke the wrath of Jun Wujian? You shall learn that this mouth of yours will summon nightmares of annihilation upon you and your Chun family. How dare you, a mere warrior of the heavenly martial realm, dare to prance about here? Chun Chang'an retorted without reservation, gesturing towards the 2 elderly men. Or do you intend to rely on those 2 decrepit heavenly kings? Chun Chang'an's words undoubtedly ignited the flames of fury within Jun Wujian. His gaze darkened, teeth clenched. Very well. I shall tear your flesh piece by piece and shatter your bones limb by limb. In a fit of rage, Jun Wujian lunged forward. Fingers aimed directly at Chen Chang'an's head. The Gu family members gasped in shock. Compassion for Chen Chang'an filled the eyes of all who beheld him. Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi simultaneously spat in disdain, truly unaware of his impending doom. Chapter 8. Concealed Depths. Confronted by the murderous intent of Jun Wujian, Chen Chang'an's palm surged forth to intercept the descending hand. The pressure unleashed far exceeded the bounds of the heavenly martial realm, rendering the arrogant Jun Wujian momentarily breathless, his pupils dilating in terror. Bang! The two hands collided with tremendous force. A chilling scream accompanied the sound of shattering bones. In that fleeting moment, Jun Wujian beheld an utterly astonishing scene. His entire palm shattered instantaneously, and, simultaneously, his arm began to crack inch by inch. At that moment, countless shards of bone flew through the air. Before Jun Wujian could emit a tragic cry, in the next instant, a frigid hand pierced through his ribcage, ruthlessly grasping his heart within its icy grip. Stop! A thunderous roar erupted, and from above Chen Chang'an, two figures charged forth with an overwhelming aura. Boom! Yet at that very moment, two more individuals appeared beside Chen Chang'an. They struck the two elders accompanying Jun Wujian with a forceful blow, sending them flying. The entire grand hall trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. You dare! The two elders, clad in gray robes with short hair and long beards, fixed their horrified gazes upon Shun Ba and Shun Jiu beside Chen Chang'an. Though merely outer sect elders of their clan, they were formidable warriors at the 10th level of the King realm. To be sent flying with a single strike was unfathomable. Who are these two? You! Pain and terror spilled forth from Jun Wujian's mouth as Chen Chang'an's grip tightened around his heart, his eyes bloodshot, as if trapped in a nightmare. Just moments ago, the opponent had seemed like a mere insignificant figure in his eyes, akin to a locust or refuse by the roadside. He believed he could crush such a being at will. Yet in an instant, his life lay firmly in the hands of another. He understood that if Chen Chang'an were to crush his heart, he would meet an untimely demise. Release him. Do you wish to wage war against my Jun family? The faces of the two gray-haired elders darkened considerably, their words dripping with the terrifying might of the King realm. The members of the Gu family were stricken with fear, their faces pale, while numerous elders collapsed to the ground. Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi felt as if they were ensnared in a dream. How could he be so powerful? He effortlessly defeated Jun Wujian. Chen Chang'an has gone mad, daring to offend the young master of the Jun family. It is over, it is over. The Chen family is doomed. The turmoil in their hearts surged, their eyes filled with astonishment. Release him, or else face war with your Jun family. Huh! The might of the Jun family instilled no semblance of fear in Chen Chang'an. He sneered repeatedly. Just moments prior, this very individual had sought to kill him. Must he only allow himself to be slain while refraining from retaliating? Chen Chang'an then turned his gaze to the side, addressing Master Jiu. If I were to kill him, could our Chen family withstand the repercussions? Master Jiu was momentarily taken aback, yet before he could respond, Master Ba spoke indifferently. Kill him. Those two succinct words, laden with an inexorable killing intent, rendered the atmosphere chillingly frigid. It further evokes a sense of disbelief that the Eighth Master had commanded Chen Chang'an to eliminate nothing more than a contemptible figure, rather than the exalted scion of the Jun family. The Gu family members found themselves ensnared in a surreal dream. Chen Chang'an had lost his sanity. Had the elder of the Chen clan also succumbed to madness? A flicker of realization ignited within Chen Chang'an. Indeed, the Chen family was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Elder 12, save me. Jun Wujian trembled, his voice quaking. His heart was gripped tightly, rendering him motionless, yet his entire being quaked uncontrollably like a leaf in a tempest. Who are you? The two elderly men in gray robes fixed their piercing gazes upon Chun Ba and Chun Jiu. The suffocating pressure they exerted was entirely incomparable to that of the heavenly King realm. Could they possibly be at the threshold of the Emperor realm? The thought sent a chill coursing through them. This was merely a border country. How could there exist beings of such formidable prowess? We are the elders of the Chun clan, Chun Ba replied nonchalantly. The two gray-haired elders furrowed their brows deeply. I care not who you are. You must understand that he is a member of the Jun family, the son of the holy monarch. You ought to realize how foolish it would be to slay him. The elder in gray spoke coldly. The other added, "Release him, or else." But before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed throughout the space. Chun Chang'an tightened his grip, unknowingly crushing some part of Jun Wujian. Ah! Jun Wujian emitted a wretched cry akin to a dying duck. "You!" The two gray-haired elders stepped forward, their eyes wide with fury. Yet, wary of Chun Ba and Chun Jiu, they hesitated to act recklessly. "Or what? Will you kill me?" Chun Chang'an scoffed. "Boy, if you dare to slay him, the Chun family shall be utterly annihilated. Do not say I did not warn you." Just as the gray-haired elder finished his warning, Chun Chang'an had already crushed Jun Wujian's heart. Jun Wujian's head drooped, powerless, as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "You!" The eyes of the gray-haired elder bulged in disbelief. The other immediately grasped his hand, fear evident in his eyes, and shouted, "Flee!" With a thunderous crash, the two burst through the roof and shot off into the distance. Yet, at that moment, a flash of blade light streaked towards them. Swoosh! Their heads were severed cleanly from their bodies. Their lifeless forms thudded to the ground. Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile on his lips. "Ninth Master, you truly conceal your talents. Haha, I merely possess a slight edge over them." Chun Jiu laughed heartily, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "I believe you not." Chun Chang'an thought to himself. The acrid scent of blood permeated the grand hall, causing the members of the Gu family to tremble in terror. Chun Chang'an's gaze fell upon the ashen-faced Gu Qingshan, and he spoke coolly. "I have annulled my engagement with Gu Qingshan. Are you prepared with what I requested?" In a state of panic, Gu Qingshan trembled and bellowed at several elders. "Quick! Swiftly return the resources that young Master Chen provided." "Yes, yes." The other elders hurriedly scurried away, eager to distance themselves. Before long, a number of spatial rings were presented. After collecting them, Chun Chang'an did not spare a glance at the pale, nearly incapacitated Gu Qingshan. He turned to retrieve the bodies of Jun Wujian and the two elder figures in gray robes. This peculiar action astonished Chun Ba and Chun Jiu. "Young master, what do you intend to do with these corpses?" Chun Jiu inquired curiously. "I have my own purposes," Chun Chang'an replied with a smile. "Are you planning to dispose of the bodies?" "There's no need for that. With our connections, we need not fear the Jun family," Chun Ba remarked casually. Chun Chang'an was taken aback. He looked at Chun Ba earnestly and asked, "Elder Ba, could it be that we belong to the Holy Clan or the Imperial Clan?" Chun Ba was momentarily stunned. The Holy Clan signifies that there is at least one sage-level expert within the family, while the Imperial Clan denotes the presence of an Emperor-level powerhouse. "Huh, how could that be? You have grown up in the royal city of Dazhou. If we were a Holy Clan or an Imperial Clan, would your remarkable intellect not have perceived such a truth?" Chun Jiu chuckled, his expression utterly sincere. This left Chun Chang'an narrowing his eyes, deepening his inner doubts. As the three departed, chaos erupted within the now silent Gu family. Chapter 9. Turmoil in Chang'an City. "Father, it's over. They have killed members of the Jun family. What shall we do? Will the Jun family hold us accountable?" Gu Qingshan exclaimed in panic. Lu Sisi was equally at a loss. Jun Wujian is dead, and the two elder protectors he brought along are dead as well. Slap! At that moment, Gu Qingshan struck Gu Qingshan across the face. "Humph, this is all your fault. If not for your desire to associate with Jun Wujian, we would not be in this predicament." Chun Chang'an has likely regained his strength, and his family's elders are formidable as well. "We have not only offended the Chun family, but also the Jun family. Humph, this is all due to your foolishness." Stunned by the blow, Gu Qingshan burst into tears, pointing an accusing finger at Gu Qingshan in anger. "Was it not for the development of the Gu family? If I had not consistently utilized the resources provided by Chun Chang'an to support the Gu family, would you be in your current position? Can you enter the realm of the Celestial King? How dare you strike me?" As Gu Qingshan gazed at Gu Qingshan's tearful lament, a wave of regret washed over him. He stared blankly at his own hands. Enough! At that moment, an elderly matriarch, leaning on a cane, slowly entered the grand hall. "Grand Ancestor, Gu Qingshan, Gu Qingshan," and the others respectfully exclaimed, their expressions tinged with excitement. The newcomer was none other than the esteemed matriarch of the Gu family, Gu Changhong. "I am aware of the situation," Gu Changhong said, making her way to the main seat, her gaze falling upon the bloodstains in the hall, her demeanor grave. "Grand Ancestor, what should we do?" Gu Qingshan inquired respectfully, feeling uncertain. "Father struck me." Gu Qingshan approached Gu Changhong, clinging to her arm, sniffling, her eyes red-rimmed. "Qingshan, how can you blame Qingshan for this?" Gu Changhong shot Gu Qingshan a disapproving look, gently patting Gu Qingqing's hand. Since we have already offended the Chun family, we must firmly ally ourselves with the Jun family. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was taken aback. Grand Ancestor, are you suggesting? Gu Qingshan hesitated. Indeed, we shall publicly announce that Jun Wujian has entered into a betrothal with our Xianxia and that they have consummated their union. What? The room fell silent in shock. Gu Qianxiang flushed crimson. Grand Ancestor, what are you saying? I'm still pure. Gu Changhong patted her hand reassuringly. I understand. This is merely a strategy. Her eyes glinted with cold determination as she turned her gaze to Gu Qingshan and the others in the hall, her voice turning icy. You all must heed my words. We will declare to the outside world that Xianxia and Jun Wujian are indeed married. However, Chun Chang'an harbors resentment and has clashed with Jun Wujian. We shall use Chun Ba and Chun Jiu to eliminate him and erase all traces. Everyone in the hall was left stunned, collectively inhaling sharply. Bang! Gu Changhong struck the ground forcefully, as if hammering into the hearts of all present. Do you understand? Understood. The assembly replied in unison. Everyone recognized the brilliance of Gu Changhong's plan. Not only did it secure an alliance with the Jun family, but it also isolated the Chun family. After all, who would dare to befriend the Chun family after they had offended the Jun family? Furthermore, Chun Chang'an might earn a reputation for being petty, narrow-minded, and lacking discernment. Qingshan, you will be responsible for contacting the Jun family and informing them that Jun Wujian has been killed by the Chun family. Moreover, even if Jun Wujian is dead, Qianxia remains their daughter-in-law, and we must request their assistance in handling the matter. Gu Changhong stated coolly, her gaze profound. Yes, Gu Qingshan replied. The Grand Ancestor is wise. At this moment, Gu Changhong's gaze settled upon Lu Cixi. Ah, Lu Cixi came to her senses, her mind still clouded with confusion. Yet, she soon grasped the situation, and promptly declared, I understand what to do. I, Lu Cixi, am willing to testify. Indeed, it would also be beneficial to enlist your mother's assistance to ensure that Chun Chang'an cannot remain within the Dezhou Academy. At the very least, we must ensure that when the Jun family confronts the Chun family, the Dezhou royal family and the Dezhou Academy remain uninvolved. Gu Changhong stated calmly. Lu Cixi's eyes brightened, and she immediately replied, I see now, esteemed ancestor of the Gu family. Very well, everyone may disperse. With a wave of his hand, Gu Changhong concluded, if this matter is handled well, it may very well become our opportunity to enter the sacred realm. Hearing this, Gu Qingshan and the others' eyes sparkled with hope. The ancestor is indeed wise. The crowd bowed respectfully, filled with admiration, and then set off to accomplish their tasks. Before long, Chun Chang'an arrived to formally annul the engagement with the Gu family, only for the Gu family to quickly establish a new engagement with Jun Wujian. News of which spread rapidly throughout Chang'an City. Particularly shocking was the revelation that Chun Chang'an, consumed by jealousy, had clashed with Jun Wujian, leading to a duel in which Chun Ba and Chun Jiu participated, ultimately resulting in Jun Wujian's tragic demise. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the city, igniting widespread panic and speculation. After all, he was the young master from a family hailing from the sacred realm, and such a brutal death in Chang'an would surely complicate matters for the Dezhou monarch. Consequently, a tempest of criticism and outrage descended upon the Chun family, creating a monumental upheaval. Upon returning, Chun Chang'an proceeded to the council hall. Patriarch, these 300,000 spirit stones were originally bestowed upon me by you, and I now return them to the family to alleviate our immediate crisis. He presented a black spatial ring to Chun Xiantong. Chun Xiantong and the other elders looked upon Chun Chang'an with gratitude. You should keep it. Your good intentions alone bring me great joy. Our family still possesses sufficient resources. And you need not worry, Chun Xiantong replied, his expression one of appreciation. Patriarch, over the past year, the family has expended considerable effort and resources in searching for me. Chun Chang'an began, but was interrupted by his uncle. Since Chang'an is so filial, dear Patriarch, perhaps you should accept half of it. His uncle, a gentle and exquisite matron, regarded Chun Chang'an with kindness and said, Chang'an, there is no need for further sentimental words. The remaining half is for your cultivation. Do not refuse it. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiantong did not hesitate to accept, returning half of it back to Chun Chang'an. He nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to say more. He could sense the warmth and concern in the gazes of the elders, which filled his heart with an overwhelming sense of comfort. At this moment, Chun Xiantong smiled and said, Chang'an, regarding the matters of the Gu family, both the 8th and 9th have informed us. It is indeed Chang'an's recklessness. Please punish him. Family head. Chun Chang'an immediately clasped his hands in apology. Ah, Bonish. Nonsense. Chun Xiantong laughed heartily. You have done splendidly. From now on, pursue your endeavors with boldness. Should the younger generation or those of significantly higher realm challenge or hunt you, we shall not intervene. However, if the older generation wishes to take action, we, the elders, shall not permit it. As for Jun Wujian, if he is to be killed, so be it. There is no need to fear the Jun family, a mere son of an outer elder, likely not favored. Even if the Jun family dares to come, we shall let them witness the formidable prowess of our Chun family's tyrannical bloodline. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an felt a profound stirring within his heart. Chapter 10. The Dominant Chun Family. With a peculiar expression, Chun Chang'an was engulfed in endless doubts. Family head. Could it be that I am the scion of some mysterious great family? Perhaps you are not truly my uncle, and my biological parents still live, being powerful figures? Am I merely being raised outside? Ridiculous. Chun Xiantong scoffed, curling his lip. How could that be? You are my true nephew. Chun Chang'an rubbed his nose, curiously glancing at the 9 elders. Then, do you not blame me for causing great trouble? And yet you encourage me to forge ahead? Are you not concerned that one day I may break through the heavens? Ha ha ha. Break through the heavens? Our Chun family commend it. At this, Chun Jiu laughed heartily, adding, moreover, our Chun family has always been united. We consistently aid our kin rather than adhere to principles. Indeed, if you cower, how can you expect to grow? Jianbas Mai. At this moment, Chun Yi spoke solemnly. Elder 8 speaks true. You are indeed an extraordinary gem. How can you be tempered gently? Chun Air, holding a goose feather fan, slowly added, Chang'an, we cultivators must shoulder everything with our lives. We defy fate. Do not submit to destiny. Nothing should obstruct us, nor should we allow deities to make us bow. The rest nodded in agreement. The Chun family youths gazed with fervor, feeling honored to be born into the Chun family. Chun Chang'an's gaze flickered, his heart swelling with fervent blood. These clan elders were all supporting him to venture forth bravely, unafraid of heaven and earth. Thus, his future actions will be characterized by dominance. After all, he had the Chun family and the powerful foundation of the God-Burying Coffin. Family head, it's bad. At that moment, a steward from a Chun family rushed in, looking anxious. Oh, what has happened? Chen Xuantong's brow furrowed slightly. Family head, esteemed elders, the steward who brought in the young master appears flustered. He gasped for breath, taking a deep inhalation before continuing. The other 3 prominent families in the royal city, the Liu, Wang, and Wu clans, have all declared a severance of business ties with us. Furthermore, our numerous enterprises and spirit stone mines have also faced opposition from various families. Even the royal family has issued a statement declaring that our Chun family's actions are unrelated to the great Zhou kingdom. As his words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the room. What on earth is happening? Chun Xiantong furrowed his brow, soon realizing something. Could it be that the Gu family is making a move? The steward of the Chun family, a middle-aged man, stole a glance at Chun Chang'an and lowered his head to say, the master is correct. It is indeed the Gu family. Rumors from the Gu family suggest that Gu Qingcheng has already engaged in a marital relationship with Jun Wujian, and they have even betrothed themselves. Huh? Chen Jiu's eyes widened in disbelief. What did they say? They claim our young master has turned bitter from love, prompting the 8th and 9th lords to eliminate Jun Wujian. As a result, every family in the royal city is eager to disassociate themselves from our Chun family. As soon as the steward finished speaking, Chun Jiu erupted in fury. What utter nonsense! Is that what the Gu family is saying? Indeed, Chun Jiu's imposing presence left the steward trembling. The crowd fell silent, their gazes narrowing. Chang'an, what do you have to say? At that moment, Chen Er, with his feather fan in hand, looked at Chun Chang'an with a smile. Ha! Chun Chang'an scoffed disdainfully. I never expected the Gu family to choose to persist in their folly rather than seek reconciliation with us. His eyes narrowed. It was clear that such a strategy could hardly have originated from the foolish Gu Qingshan. Indeed, it must have been the idea of their ancestor, Gu Changhong. Chen smiled slightly. It seems they aim to isolate our Chun family from all of Royal City. How intriguing. Quite intriguing, Chen Chang'an echoed with a cold laugh. Previously, I spared the Gu family's people because they bore no ill will towards me. But should they provoke me again, I shall show no mercy. I do not initiate conflict, but should one confront me, I will undoubtedly retaliate. Chun Chang'an's voice was icy, his gaze piercing. This sent a shiver of fear through the steward. The other clan elders nodded in agreement. Let them isolate us. They're free to do as they please. Should they attempt to extend their malicious grasp towards our Chun family, we shall sever the hand that reaches out. Chun Xiantong stated coldly, his disdain for the families isolating the Chun family palpable. Yes, the steward promptly replied with respect. With matters settled, Chun Chang'an returned to his chamber. He directly placed Jun Wujian and the two elders' corpses into the divine burial coffin. Soon, the three bodies were reduced to nothingness. Streams of pure energy flowed back into Chun Chang'an's body, beginning to nourish his dantian. It was far too little. Chun Chang'an was not content with the current situation. Subsequently, he procured a sword, a formidable weapon, 1 foot wide and nearly 8 feet long. This was the Heavenly Tier Overlord Sword, a prized possession of the Chun family. The hierarchy of weapons is categorized into various tiers: Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, King, Emperor, Sovereign, and Divine. Each realm corresponds to a specific level of weaponry. With determination, Chun Chang'an commenced his training in the Burial World Sword technique. The first move, Instant Kill. The second move, Throat Seal. The third move, Shatter the Heavens. The following day, a servant rushed to Chun Chang'an's door, urgency evident in his voice. Young Master, trouble has arisen. Young Master Xian has been bullied at the academy. The head of the family requests your intervention. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Chun Chang'an's eyes as he stowed the Overlord's sword into a spatial ring and strode purposefully outside. Upon witnessing the anxious servant, Chun Chang'an spoke icily, "Lead the way." The servant, relieved, immediately took the lead. In Chun Chang'an's mind, the image of a youthful face and a frail figure surfaced. Young Master Xian, also known as Chun Xian, the beloved son of Chun Tong and his cousin. How audacious for someone to dare bully him. They truly court death. Chun Chang'an muttered coldly, quickening his pace. Meanwhile, at the Great Zhou Academy, in an overlooked corner, a sickly figure was violently thrown to the ground with a crackling sound as bone shattered. Scarlet blood rapidly stained the surrounding area. Ah, such resilient bones. A youth clad in blue, exuding a sinister aura, approached leisurely, looking down upon the incapacitated Chun Xian. Chun Xian, your family is on the verge of annihilation, yet you remain so arrogant? Two other youths sauntered forward, arms crossed, their faces a mix of disdain and pity. Is it not merely 100 spirit stones? Just hand them over. When your Chun family is eradicated, perhaps our families will spare your miserable life. Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong. With a broken left arm and numerous wounds across his body, Chun Xian's face turned ashen, sweat pouring down his brow. Gritting his teeth, he declared, My elder brother Chang'an has returned. You dare strike me? Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 11. Instant Kill, Throat Seal, Shatter the Heavens. Oh, Brother Chang'an? Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Lu Hong delivered a fierce kick, sending Chun Xian flying, mocking, Chun Chang'an, is it? He can't even protect himself, and yet he thinks he can come to your aid? What a grand joke. Indeed, he is merely a pitiful wretch. The woman has been subjugated by Jun Xiao, and he, devoid of any martial virtue, has incited the clan elder to resort to murder. TSK. It is likely that in just a couple of days, the wrath of the Jun family will descend upon the Chun clan. At that time, they may not spare a single soul. How lamentable, how tragic. Wang Gang squinted, a cold sneer escaping his lips. You all. Cough. Chun Xian lay on the frigid ground, spitting several mouthfuls of crimson blood in a fit of anger. Lu Hong approached languidly, placing his right foot atop Chun Xian's head, and said leisurely, Junior brother Chun Xian, let us not even discuss your elder brother Chun Chang'an's loss of cultivation, even were he to regain it. What then? We three belong to the other 3 illustrious families of the royal city, with the second prince backing us. Even if we were to slay you today, your father wouldn't dare utter a word. Do you believe it? Chun Xian bit down hard on his teeth, yet was rendered speechless. Since Chun Chang'an's disappearance, the disciples of the Chun family had adopted a low profile at the Great Zhou Academy. The students were categorized into 4 ranks, A, B, C, and D, corresponding to the realms of Tianwu, Diwu, Xuanwu, and Huangwu. He was merely a C-level student, and thus no match for these 3 B-level students. Ever since the news broke that Chun Chang'an had slain Jun Wujian, these individuals had begun to bully the Chun family as disciples. filling him with an overwhelming sense of indignation. Ha! Today I will slay the three of you, and your family one dare utter a single sound. Do you believe it? At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly resonated behind the three, causing a shiver to run through them. Who dares to speak so audaciously? Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong erupted in fury, hastily turning around. Suddenly, the three found themselves in stunned silence, their voices faltering in unison. You, Chun Chang'an. Ignoring the trio, Chun Chang'an slowly approached Chun Xian's side. Big brother. As he beheld the arrival of Chun Chang'an, the 15-year-old Chun Xian's lips trembled. Under the brutal oppression, he had never yielded, yet in this moment his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong regained their composure, finally snapping back to reality. Lu Hong scoffed, disdain dripping from his voice. Oh, it's the cuckolded young Master Chun. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be hiding away? Chun Chang'an knelt down to assess Chun Xian's injuries, then lifted his gaze, his eyes icy as they fixed upon the trio before him. How do you wish to meet your demise? Ha ha ha, how arrogant! Lu Hong laughed derisively. Chun Chang'an, did you not lose your cultivation? Do you think that by relying on your family's elder to kill Jun Wujian, you can intimidate us? Indeed, you have offended the Jun family. Do you think you can also offend the Lu family, the Wang family, and the Wu family? Do you dare? Do you dare to kill us? Bei, Mia Plovodo. Wang Gang scoffed and spoke. To the three of them, the Chun family now had no choice but to ally with other families for self-preservation, utterly avoiding any foolish actions that might offend others. The eldest brother and the others regard my spirit stones with disdain, Chun Xian lamented, his eyes reddened with grievance. Enough. Focus on your recovery. Do not speak, Chun Chang'an admonished, frowning as he fed Chun Xian a healing pill. He then gradually rose to his feet, drawing the Overlord sword and slicing through the air. With a swift motion, the Grave World sword technique executed its lethal strike. In an instant, Lu Heng's head flew off, his eyes filled with terror. The technique sealed his throat. With a sudden thrust, Wang Gang's neck was pierced by the sword. A deafening roar ensued as his neck shattered. In the next moment, Chun Chang'an appeared above Wu Hong. The Grave World sword technique unleashed its might. With a thunderous crash, an overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain. And as the sword descended, Wu Hong's body could not withstand the immense force, exploding into countless shards. After slaying three men, Chun Chang'an gazed expressionlessly ahead. Suddenly, three figures rushed towards him. He narrowed his eyes at the newcomers, who were grade A students, possessing the strength of the Tianwu realm, and were the brothers of the earlier trio. Seeing the ground strewn with dismembered remains, they roared in fury. Chun Chang'an, you dare kill my brother. Chun Chang'an, have you lost your mind? Do you wish to be enemies with the Lu family? Chun Chang'an coldly retorted. They insulted the son of the Chun family head. They have chosen their demise. As he spoke, he slowly raised his massive sword, declaring, if you wish to challenge me, step forward and meet your end. Arrogant. One of the Lu family's grade A students furiously shouted, brandishing his sword and lunging at Chun Chang'an's throat. The Grave World sword technique sealed his throat. With an uncanny swordplay, Chun Chang'an swiftly pierced his throat. The Lu family disciple stared in horror at the gaping wound in his neck. The other two gritted their teeth, exclaiming, Chun Chang'an, you dare to kill. Your Chun family is finished. You dare to slay our kin. But their response was met with a sweeping strike from Chun Chang'an's sword. This strike, imbued with immense force, crashed down upon them like a mountain. A ressounding explosion échouée. And amidst their anguished screams, as they attempted to block with their arms, they shattered, their remaining broken bodies sent flying through the air. Chun Chang'an continued to pursue, stepping onto a man's neck and slowly twisting, applying pressure. His eyes narrowed, revealing a chilling glint that instilled fear. Those who dare to bully the descendants of the Chun family shall perish. With that, Chun Chang'an raised his broadsword and struck down fiercely. The blade pierced, instantly nailing the head of the elite student to the ground. The remaining survivor was so astonished that he nearly shattered, his words faltering. A profound terror surged within his soul, and he hastily produced a communication stone, his voice trembling in panic. Elder Chong, save me. Someone is trying to kill me. Help! Help! Just then, 6 powerful figures rushed over. They were the protectors from the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. Elder, save me. The remaining man cried out in terror, a sense of survival washing over him. However, in the next moment, Chun Chang'an's foot crushed his skull. How dare you? The 6 elders glared in disbelief at Xianxia. They had not anticipated that their family members would still meet their demise at his hands. Xianxia sheathed his enormous sword beside him, crossing his arms, disdainfully snorting. Uninterested in replying, his gaze fell upon the trembling servant who had brought him here. You, come here and take young Master Xian back to the family. Why yes, young master. The servant stammered, jogging over to support Xian. Young Master Xian, let us return. Chapter 12. The Great Competition of the Academy. No, I want to wait for my elder brother. Despite his injuries, Xian remained resolute, gazing at Xianxia's back. Elder brother, this trouble was caused by me. You should leave quickly and not worry about me. Xianxian shot him a glance. What nonsense are you speaking? I am the young master of the Chen family. Who dares to touch me? Xian was taken aback, admiration filling his eyes. He then turned to the 6 elders ahead, urgently explaining. It was Lu Hong and the others who attacked me first, my elder brother only. No need for explanations. An elder coldly interrupted Xian. His gaze icy as he turned to Xianxia. He has killed 6 disciples from our 3 families. This is a fact. Indeed, Xianxia, what more can you say? Another elder chimed in. Xianxia scoffed. They bully my brother. They deserve to die. If you dare to lay a hand on me, the same fate awaits you. His words ignited the fury of the 3 elders. Do not waste words with him. Capture him and bring him back for the family head to deal with. An elderly man spoke as he charged towards Xianxia. Just then, a mocking voice slowly echoed. 6 old fools bullying the young. With a thunderous crash, the approaching elder was sent flying by a single punch, his arms shattered and his face pale. Beside Xianxia stood a young woman, petite yet resolute, clad in a vibrant blue outfit that exuded an air of confidence. Upon seeing her, both Xianxia and Xian hurriedly bowed in respect. Greetings, 7th Master. The newcomer was none other than the 7th elder among the 9 clan elders of the Chen family. Among the elders, the 1st, 3rd, and 7th were all women. Chang'an, my boy, well done. Chen-Chi exclaimed, hands on her hips, a smile brightening her face. Chen-Chang'an returned a modest smile, acknowledging that protecting his clan's younger members was his duty. Chen-Chi, you dare to shield him. He has slain our clan as disciples. The elder across from them spat bitterly. It was your clan's disciples who first bullied my Xianer. Chen-Chi retorted, her expression darkening with fury. You. The elder seethed with rage, but was restrained from taking lethal action. What if I do? If you don't leave now, I will slay you myself. Chen-Chi declared fiercely, her presence commanding. The 6 elders were so enraged that they struggled to contain their words, silenced by their own fury. Enough. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get lost. Chen-Chi scoffed defiantly. The 6 elders exchanged glances, motioned to collect the remnants of the battle from the ground, and hurriedly retreated. As they departed, Chen-Chi turned back to Xianxia. You've returned and offended the Jun family, and now you've added the Lu, Wang, and Wu families to the list. Quite impressive. Seeing that Chen-Chi bore no anger, Xianxia respectfully replied, with the formidable 7th Master by my side, I fear not which family I offend. Oh, so you become quite the witty one. Chen-Chi remarked, her lips curling. Despite her stature being barely at Xianxia's shoulder, the aura of strength she possessed was akin to that of an abyss. Indeed, this 7th Master must be a master of body refinement. Her physique as strong as steel, a voice echoed in Xianxia's mind, belonging to the coffin elder. Intrigued, Xianxia studied Chen-Chi closely. Let us return. This Chen-Xian has also sustained significant injuries, Chen-Chi suggested. Thus, with the assistance of servant, Chen-Xian, along with Chen-Chang'an and the others, made their way back to the Chen residence. In the grand hall of the Chen family, everyone gazed at the now recovering Chen-Xian, their expressions filled with ire. Just 2 days, and these wretches dare to bully our Chen family. Xianjiao disdainfully spoke. It seems that the 3 prominent families, along with the royal family, believe we are destined for annihilation at the hands of the Jun family. What a farcical notion. Shenba replied with an air of indifference. At that moment, Chen Xiantong turned his gaze towards Chen Chang'an and inquired, Chang'an, what are your plans? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chang'an looked at Chen Xian and suddenly asked, isn't the grand competition of the academy about to commence? Hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with recognition. Indeed, tomorrow marks the grand competition for the elite students. Will you be participating, elder brother? The competition for the elite students of the academy? Quite so. The top 10 will represent the great Zhou kingdom in the trials against the other 4 nations. determining how many from each nation will gain entry into an ancient secret realm for cultivation. Moreover, there is an opportunity to venture to the Holy Land and enter the Taizong sword sect. Chun Xian exclaimed with enthusiasm. Elder brother, you must participate. You are bound to emerge victorious. The first prize includes 100,000 spirit stones and a heavenly grade elixir as rewards. The others in the hall turned their attention to them as well. The family head, Chun Xiantong, pondered for a moment before patting Chun Chang'an on the shoulder and said, Chang'an, do take part. It would be wise to gather more resources for our family. As you can see, our clan faces dire straits, and the entire royal city has ostracized us. The other clan elders exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, their faces etched with indignation. Indeed, young master, this will also provide you with an opportunity for personal growth. The ancient secret realm in the eastern province is rich in spiritual energy, likely abundant with treasures. It is a true haven for cultivation. The assembly encouraged him in unison. Chun Chang'an gave them a disdainful glance, thinking to himself, these individuals, each one is undoubtedly remarkable, yet they're playing their roles so poorly. Very well, I shall participate. I am curious to see if they will conspire to oppress our Chun family. Chun Chang'an spoke coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. Simultaneously, he recognized that both the competition and entry into the secret realm were avenues to amass substantial resources. Furthermore, he wished to discern who among them possessed his bloodline of dominance. Chun Xiantong chuckled. You have slain the scions of those three families. They are likely hesitant to engage us in direct conflict at this moment. Therefore, they may seek to challenge you to a life-and-death duel during the competition. Exercise caution. Understood. Family head, Chun Chang'an replied slowly, his eyes glinting with determination. On the following day, when Chun Chang'an and a host of Chun family disciples made their appearance at the Great Zhou Academy, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Isn't that Chun Chang'an? How dare he show his face here? Didn't he incite the clan elders to eliminate the Jun family heir out of jealousy? Why hasn't he fled? Yet he dares to come to the academy? I must say, such audacity is astonishing. Does he not fear the wrath of the Jun family? Let us hope that trouble does not befall our great Zhou kingdom. Ah, you may not be aware, but yesterday, Chun Chang'an had a conflict with 3 other prominent families. What transpired, one may wonder. The bystanders murmured in curiosity. Upon encountering the Liu, Wang, and Wu families, their progeny regarded Chun Chang'an and his companions as bitter foes. Glaring intently at them, unfazed, Chun Chang'an led a group of junior members from the Chun family directly toward the academy. Before long, they entered a vast arena designated for duels. At that moment, an exclamatory voice pierced the air. Brother Chun, it truly is you. Hearing this, Chun Chang'an halted and turned to face the speaker. The others present promptly bowed in reverence. Greetings, Your Highness. Chun Chang'an squinted his eyes. Before him stood an exceptionally handsome figure, possessing striking features, the second prince of the Great Zhou, Xianxia. Within the academy, students were categorized into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D. Chun Chang'an had consistently excelled as the top student in the A category, while this individual had long remained in the second position. Among them, Liu Tianla of the Liu family held the 3rd rank, Wang Desui of the Wang family the 4th, and Wu Miling of the Wu family the 5th. It is you, Your Highness, Chun Chang'an remarked coolly, his gaze narrowed. Ha ha ha. I knew you would not perish. Indeed, you have returned, and your cultivation has been restored. Unperturbed by Chun Chang'an's indifference, Xianxia approached, draping an arm around his shoulder with warmth. By the way, Brother Chun, your recent actions may have been a bit excessive. It could lead to significant repercussions. I have already conferred with my father, and our great Zhou kingdom will resolutely stand by your side. Xianxia whispered earnestly into Chun Chang'an's ear, his expression laden with concern. Yet, Chun Chang'an was no longer the person he had been a year prior. If one were to consider his actual age, he would be a century and 20 years old. At this moment, he perceived a fleeting glimmer of jealousy in Xianxia's eyes. This stirred something within Chun Chang'an. He recalled being stripped of his overlord bloodline and cast into the abyss of the demon. The first to suspect him were the heirs of the Liu, Wang, and Wu families. Now, it appeared that his closest friend, the second Prince Xianxia, also bore some suspicion. For it was only Xianxia who frequently exhibited envy toward his overlord lineage. The two engaged in a facade of pleasantries as they made their way to the academy's dueling arena. As Chun Chang'an and Xianxia arrived, They instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers. Wow, Brother Chang'an, how wonderful! You are indeed unscathed. At that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman strode forward. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, with eyes that sparkled like stars, lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, and brows that arched gracefully like the crescent moon. A fragrant breeze accompanied her, and her face radiated a smile filled with surprise as she approached Xianxia. Beside her stood a tall, handsome man clad in a white robe. Upon seeing these two, Xianxia offered a slight nod and clasped his fists. "Greeting, Your Highness, Crown Prince, Princess Mingwei." The newcomers were none other than Crown Prince Xianxia and Princess Mingwei. "Haha, it seems our unparalleled prodigy from the great Zhou kingdom has returned. However, Xianxia, your return has stirred up quite a calamity. Indeed, you are a source of worry," Xianxia remarked with a tone that lacked warmth. His demeanor suggested a certain disdain for Xianxia. Before Xianxia could respond, Mingwei, with a face full of concern, interjected, "Royal brother, this matter should not be laid at Brother Chang'an's feet. There must be reasons behind it." She then turned to Xianxia. Her expressive eyes filled with worry as she urged, "Brother Chang'an, why do you still dare to appear here? You should swiftly leave Chang'an City to evade the storm. The Jun family is one of the 4 great families of the Sacred Land, and the consequences could be dire." "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Princess." Xianxia replied with a comforting smile, a rare, gentle expression gracing his face. He was well aware of Princess Mingwei's feelings for him, yet he regrettably had only seen Gu Qingsheng in his heart, failing to recognize the true affection that had been right beside him. Mingwei paused. Then her face lit up with joy. Although Xianxia had previously treated her with respect, there had always been an air of natural distance between them. However, it seemed that things had shifted. "Not good. Eldest brother, the young master of the Liu family, is approaching along with Gu Qingsheng and Liu Sisi." At that moment, Chun Xian, standing behind Xianxia, spoke in a low voice, the other members of the Chun family displaying grave expressions. "Oh, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it is the wasteful young master who has taken to bullying others with the support of the clan elders," came a voice as a group began to approach. Leading the pack were Lu Tianla, Wang Deshui, and Wu Meiling, accompanied by Gu Qingsheng and Liu Sisi, followed by a throng of family disciples. "Greetings to His Highness, the second prince and the princess." They all bowed in unison upon their arrival. "Ah, it is indeed Liu and his companions. I hear that all 3 of you have ascended to the Tianxia realm, level 10. Truly remarkable," Ji Songhai remarked warmly, directing his attention towards them. Ji Songshan merely exhaled a dismissive sound, his proud demeanor unmistakable. Ji Mingwei completely disregarded them, her gaze lingering solely on Xianxia. Xianxia observed the expressions of the crowd, then cast a disdainful glance at the newcomers, retorting, "If you wish to know whether I am a worthless young master, why not descend to hell and inquire with your brother? Xianxia, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you truly believe that no one can bring you to justice?" Lu Tianla bellowed in fury upon hearing Xianxia mention the death of their brother. Beside him, Wang Deshui and Wu Meiling wore expressions of anger as well. The 3 of them, all at the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm, unleashed a formidable aura, pressing down upon Xianxia with overwhelming force. The commotion attracted numerous onlookers, who gathered around with expressions of intrigue. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly, regarding Lu Tianla with derision. "It is true that someone can bring me to heel, but I assure you that someone is definitely not you. Xianxia, your arrogance will not last long. The Jun family will soon send someone to deal with you. Just wait and see how you meet your demise." Gu Qingsheng fixed her gaze upon Xianxia and spoke suddenly. Xianxia cast a bland glance in her direction, his disdain deepening for a woman who would discard her own reputation to forge ties with a powerful family. "Fool," he scoffed. "You, humph, you ungrateful wretch." Gu Qingsheng seethed with fury, finally comprehending that the man who once treasured her now regarded her as worthless. A wave of painful regret surged within her heart. "Qingsheng, do not mind him. He is merely a buffoon who will not last long," Liu Sisi comforted, embracing Gu Qingsheng's arm. Gu Qingsheng's heart was a tumult of emotions. "Oh, Xianxia, he was once my beloved. Why must he speak so cruelly?" Wang Deshui interjected with a mocking tone. "No wonder you are incensed. Your woman has become a plaything for another. TSK. It's no surprise you harbor such hatred, even urging the clan elder to slay Jun Xiao. I truly admire your spirit. You are a real man." As Wang Deshui's words fell, the crowd erupted into laughter, their eyes gleaming as they regarded Chen Chang'an. Yet, the insinuation that Gu Qingsheng was someone else's plaything caused her face to flush with indignation. Plaything of Jun Xiao? I am still a maiden, she thought, but found herself unable to retort. For her family had already spread rumors that she was the woman of Jun Wujian to solidify their ties with the Jun family. Ignoring the mocking laughter around him, Chen Chang'an surged forward, swiftly arriving at Gu Qingsheng's side. Grasping the sleeve of her arm, he yanked it forcefully. With a rip, the sound of fabric tearing echoed through the air, revealing Gu Qingsheng's snow-white arm, which bore a distinct mark, a piece of red birthstone. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in astonishment. That was the mark of a lizard. Good gracious, was it not said that Gu Qingsheng had already shared a bed with Jun Wujian, prompting Chen Xiao to take drastic measures in his fury? Had they not been intimate? TSK. This woman truly possesses remarkable prowess. Chen Xiao did not claim her first blood, and yet even Jun Xiao could not subdue her. This woman is utterly reckless, jesting with her own reputation. The murmurs from the onlookers finally jolted Gu Qingsheng back to reality. Chen Chang'an, what do you intend to do? She stammered. Huh? Chen Chang'an scoffed coldly. Hierbo no intenciones. With a piercing gaze fixed upon Gu Qingsheng, he declared with a menacing aura, though I care not for reputation. Should you employ such despicable tactics again, I shall take your life. Gu Qingsheng staggered back, her complexion paling. How could you treat me this way? Chen Chang'an chose to disregard her. After all, she had once been the woman he cherished a century ago, provided she did not overstep her bounds. He had no inclination to act against her. However, should she persist in her reckless ways, he would not hesitate to send her on her way. His thoughts shifted as he cast a disdainful glance at Lu Tianla, Wang Deshui, and Wu Miling, scoffing, "You three, a year ago I had you beneath my feet, as pitiful as dogs. Now, having reached the Xianxia realm's 10th level, you remain just as timid, merely chattering without daring to strike. TSK, you continue to fear me so." The moment these words left his lips, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Wu Miling, the scion of the Wu family, let out a derisive laugh. Chen Chang'an, a year ago you could best us, but now, perhaps not. Let me, your esteemed lady, teach you a lesson, you arrogant brat. As she spoke, she lunged forward, her fingers poised to grasp Chen Chang'an's neck with ferocity. In her estimation, though he had regained his cultivation, he could not possibly match her current prowess. To her dismay, Chen Chang'an raised his right hand with astonishing swiftness, akin to a fleeting shadow. Slap! The resounding sound of a slap echoed throughout the grand hall, clear as day to all present. Wu Miling was sent soaring through the air, crashing down heavily. This single slap rendered the crowd utterly dumbfounded. All stood agape. Wu Miling, after all, was at the 10th level of the Xianxia realm. Yet, just days prior, Chen Chang'an had exhibited no trace of cultivation. Even if he had resumed his training, how could he possibly have regained enough strength to contend with someone at the 10th level of the Xianxia realm? In this moment, everyone was left in a state of shock. Huh, a year ago, you three were trash in my eyes. Now, a year later, you remain just as worthless. You will forever be nothing but garbage, truly showing no growth whatsoever. How trivial it is to strike you, merely a slap. Chen Chang'an spoke with utter disdain, casually flicking his wrist as he regarded the bloodied Wu Miling with contempt. TSK, Wu Miling, your skin has indeed thickened to the point that my hand aches. Ah, you're seeking death. I will kill you. Wu Miling, deeply humiliated, was consumed by rage. With a thunderous roar, she raised her hands, which erupted with violet light, charging fiercely at Chen Chang'an. The crowd instinctively dispersed, revealing a large circle in the center. The Tiger Rush fist of the Wu family was unleashed by the 10th level martial artist Wu Miling, exuding an overwhelming force of thousands of pounds. The atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. Be careful, Brother Chang'an, Ji Mingyue instinctively shouted, having been pulled aside by Ji Songhai, yet still acutely aware of the terrifying power emanating from Wu Miling's hands. Wu Miling's eyes gleamed with ferocity, intent on annihilating Chen Chang'an in a single blow. She could hardly consider the consequences anymore. A triumphant smile spread across Chen Chang'an's face. His earlier taunts were designed to provoke her, allowing him to justify taking her life openly. Brillade soit technique, instanquille. Boom! Suddenly, a colossal sword materialized in Chen Chang'an's grasp. With a fierce sweep, he shattered Wu Meiling's violet aura. Simultaneously, the massive sword continued its arc, slicing directly towards Wu Meiling's neck. Swoosh! In the next instant, her head was severed and sent flying. Gurgle! As her bloodied head rolled onto the ground. Her eyes still blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All the students within the academy stared wide-eyed, breathless. In unison, a single phrase echoed in their minds. What the hell? Ji Tsongshan and Ji Songhai's pupils constricted sharply. Ji Mingyue's mouth was agape, large enough to fit an egg. Gu Qingcheng and Lu Cixi clung to each other in terror, gazing at Chen Chang'an. Bang! Chen Chang'an drove the colossal sword into the ground, leaning lightly against it, his gaze settling on Lu Tianla and Wang Desui. You two, spare the chatter, come forth for a life-and-death battle. Since we're already enemies, I might as well eliminate you both. Chen Chang'an, do you dare to kill within the academy? You think you can escape? You are doomed. Lu Tianla and Wang Desui shouted in unison, their voices filled with fury. Enough with the nonsense. Chen Chang'an's figure flickered as he suddenly lunged forward. Lu Tianla and Wang Deshui's pupils dilated in shock, hurriedly preparing to defend themselves. Thousand Illusions sword. The boundless blade cut. Each of them wielded a sword and a knife, unleashing all their cultivation in a furious assault against Chen Chang'an. The burial world sword technique aimed for the throat, with a swift thrust. The sword shattered Lu Tianla's 1,000 phantom swordplay, plunging directly into his neck. In the next instant, Chen Chang'an drew his colossal sword and appeared before Wang Desui. Swinging it down with great ferocity, the burial world sword technique shattered the heavens. Boom! A tempest of energy unleashed chaos, obliterating Wang Deshui's entire power of the boundless blade cut in an instant. Subsequently, the Overlord sword struck his right shoulder and slashed diagonally, cleaving Wang Deshui's body in two. Splutter! A foul stench, the scent of blood, permeated the Grand Hall. The atmosphere grew so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood in disbelief, gazing at the scene before them. In mere moments, Chen Chang'an had slain the heirs of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. How dare he? Even Ji Tsongshan, the crown prince, wore a grim expression. How ruthless Chen Chang'an was. The academy competition had yet to commence, and he had already killed 3 heirs of prestigious families. Boldly, who allowed you to commit murder here? Just then, a furious roar echoed through the hall. 4 enraged figures rushed into the chamber. Finally, the mentors had arrived. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The immense pressure exerted by Chen Chang'an had left them gasping for breath. Chapter 15. My rules are absolute. The newcomers included Lu Ruming and 3 elder figures, Gu Qi, He Wentian, and Jiangzheng. These 3 elders were the mentors of Lu Tianla, Wang Desui, and Wu Meiling. Upon entering, their faces were as dark as coal. Gu Qi gazed at his dismembered disciple, then turned his furious gaze upon Chen Chang'an. Why did you kill them? Lu Ruming swiftly turned to her disciples, Gu Qingcheng and Lu Cixi. What is the meaning of this? Lu Cixi quickly replied, Mother, Chen Chang'an killed senior brother Lu, senior brother Wang, and senior sister Wu. Upon hearing this, the 4 mentors' expressions grew exceedingly grim. Elder Gu, this Chen Chang'an is utterly reckless, showing blatant disrespect for our Dezhou Academy. Lu Ruming spoke coldly, continuing, he has committed murder within the academy, disregarding the rules of Dezhou Academy. We should apprehend him and hand him over to the law enforcement hall for punishment. Indeed, another mentor, He Wentian, chimed in darkly. Chen Chang'an, you must pay for your crimes with your life, even if the Chen family protects you. I shall see if Chen Xiantong dares to oppose the entirety of Dezhou Academy and the Dezhou Kingdom. There is no need to waste words on such a despicable individual. Seize him. If he resists, eliminate him on the spot, exclaimed another mentor named Jiangzheng, his voice laced with fury. In no time, a dozen individuals surged into the Grand Hall. Leading them was the elder of the law enforcement hall, Gu Tianma. The Chen family disciples clustered behind Chen Chang'an, their faces brimming with resolve for battle. Brother, what shall we do? Chen Xian asked in a low voice, his eyes glinting with determination. The other Chen family members also exhibited fierce gazes, fixated on Chen Chang'an, as if they were prepared to fight to the death at his command. Chen Chang'an raised his hand to quell their fervor and then turned to the entering elder of the law enforcement hall, speaking calmly. I was merely acting in self-defense. The crowd fell silent at his words. Gu Tianma glared at Chen Chang'an coldly. Are you implying that you are innocent? Indeed. Chen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. Wu Miling struck first, charging at me with murderous intent. Naturally, I had to defend myself, though I was surprised by her weakness. The crowd was taken aback. Weak? Wu Miling? However, upon reflection, it was true that she had been the first to display intent to kill. Elder, our Lu family's young master did not attack first. It was Chen Chang'an who initiated the conflict. Exactly. Our Wang family's young master was also slain by Chen Chang'an's hand first, shouted the disciples of the Lu and Wang families, their voices filled with indignation. Chen Chang'an shrugged. They both had motives to kill me. I was merely mitigating my losses, which can be deemed as an act of urgent self-preservation. Mitigating losses. Urgent self-preservation. The crowd gasped, staring at Chen Chang'an in astonishment. Chen Chang'an. The Great Zhou Academy does not recognize such a rule. Gu Tianma sneered at him. If it does not exist, then I shall establish it now. Chen Chang'an surveyed the crowd with disdain. My rules are the rules. What? You are exceedingly arrogant. Who do you think you are? Lu Romeng retorted sharply. Elder Gu, why have you not apprehended this villain? Gu Tianma's face darkened as he prepared to move towards Chen Chang'an. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an pointed at Lu Romeng and shouted, Old hag, I have tolerated you for far too long. What do you amount to with your incessant prattling? I hereby challenge you to a life and death duel. Do you dare to accept? Old hag, a challenge? A life and death duel? The crowd collectively gasped, their expressions filled with disbelief as they regarded Chen Chang'an. Lu Ruming's face contorted with fury, and just as she was about to unleash her wrath, the trio of Gu Qi, He Wentian, and Jiang Zheng shouted in unison. Chen Chang'an, you are audacious. How dare you be so arrogant and disrespectful to your elders? Chen Chang'an suddenly pointed at the three of them and shouted sternly. Are you all dissatisfied? Then feel free to come at me together. Gasp. The eyes of everyone present widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. The second prince, Ji Songhai, narrowed his eyes, observing Chen Chang'an's figure, his gaze flickering with intensity. The crown prince, with a disdainful expression, muttered under his breath, Fool. Only Ji Mingyue wore a worried expression. She hurriedly approached Chen Chang'an, her face filled with concern. Brother Chang'an, you must leave at once. How dare you challenge the instructors? They are all at the king level. Seeing Ji Mingyue's anxious face, Chen Chang'an chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. It's all right. With that, he strode towards the four. Smirking, I could easily dispatch you three little pups and wouldn't mind sending you old hounds to hell either. After all, your bond as mentor and disciple is quite profound. Ji Mingyue stood frozen, her cheeks flushed. Brother Chang'an actually patted my head. But soon, worry consumed her again. Just as she contemplated rushing forward to intervene, the crown prince restrained her. Imperial sister, if that fool seeks death, why should you stop him? Crown prince, how can you say such a thing? He is my brother Chang'an, Yimingyue exclaimed, Banyitztriken. However, Ji Songhai also stopped her, clearly unwilling for her to intervene. At the same time, Lu Romeng sneered in rage. Chen Chang'an, I didn't expect your return after a year to be so arrogant. You must be out of your mind. If that's the case, I shall grant your wish. With that, she leaped onto the duel stage. A stir arose among the crowd. Countless individuals were taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. A student challenging an instructor, and a life-and-death battle at that. Such an event had never occurred in the Great Zhou Academy, even in previous years. In that moment, everyone felt a surge of excitement within. Though Chen Chang'an appeared brash and arrogant, his domineering nature captivated numerous female students. Especially with his handsome visage and graceful stature, he drew the gaze of many. Since Instructor Lu has taken the stage, I shall spare myself the trouble. Elder Gu Tianma from the law enforcement hall spoke coldly, then addressed Lu Romeng. Instructor Lu, break his arms and legs, but spare his life for now. After all, a student who so blatantly disregards the rules of the Great Zhou Academy should be left in a pitiful state, serving as a lesson for others. Rest assured, Elder Gu. Lu Romeng replied with a cold smile. Though she feared the Chen family's elders, she held no fear of Chen Chang'an. Moreover, she believed that even if she were to kill him during their life-and-death battle, the Chen family's elders would not dare to hold her accountable. Meanwhile, Chen family's members were filled with anxiety. Chen Xian grasped Chen Chang'an's arm. Elder brother, this won't do. Chen Chang'an cast a comforting glance at him and softly remarked, Do you think our clan elders would allow me to be beaten to death here? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian felt a sense of relief. After all, He was well aware of the Chun family's protective nature. Chun Chang'an, weren't you supposed to engage in a life-and-death battle with me? Come forth and let the mentor see what fortuitous encounters you have gained during this past year that have rendered you so arrogantly ignorant. Lu Romeng exclaimed with disdain. With a cold smirk, Chun Chang'an leaped lightly onto the dual platform. Chapter 16. The Annihilation of Lu Romeng, Suppression of the Mentor. Grasping the heavy Overlord blade, Chun Chang'an's gaze shifted slightly as the Evil Blood God technique began to circulate within him. The Evil Blood God technique is a method that incites a berserk state. It enables Chun Chang'an's combat prowess to surge dramatically, allowing him to engage in battles beyond his level. An extraordinary skill. Within the same realm, the capacity for spiritual energy storage is limited. However, martial arts and techniques of varying ranks can unleash far greater power. This delineates the distinction of ranked techniques. The Evil Blood God technique can comprehensively enhance and unleash all potential within a person, propelling them into a frenzied state. This technique can unlock the 9 levels of martial arts acupoints. The first level, the acupoint realm, awakens the demonic soul. In an instant, all of Chun Chang'an's acupoints, meridians, and the spiritual energy within his dantian began to stir restlessly. Simultaneously, the first form of the Evil Blood God technique, Bloodbath Demon Light, was activated. Boom! In that instant, Chun Chang'an's aura surged exponentially. It surpassed the limits of the celestial martial realm, entering the terrifying domain of the celestial king realm. What? Lu Romeng, who was at the 3rd level of the celestial king realm, widened her phoenix-like eyes in shock. She could feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from Chun Chang'an that nearly rendered her breathless. Old hag, enjoy these final moments of having a complete body. Chun Chang'an grinned wickedly, his body radiating a faint blood-red and black light as he suddenly surged forward, transforming into a black shadow that struck towards Lu Romeng. Heavens! Chun Chang'an's aura is utterly terrifying. Though he is merely at the celestial martial realm, he can unleash a powerful pressure akin to the celestial king realm. Hiss! What sort of monster is this? That is the Chun family's Thunder Extreme Phantom. Such a frightful speed. The entire hall was instantly engulfed in shock, a cacophony erupting among the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures on the stage had already collided. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and a terrifying wave of energy formed into a whirlwind, violently pushing countless individuals away. In the arena, Chun Chang'an struck down fiercely upon Lu Romeng's slender sword, instantly bending it downward and pressing heavily against her heaving chest. Her ample bosom transformed at a visible pace, and alongside Lu Romeng's figure. She was sent flying amidst her expression of sheer horror. With a thud, as Lu Romeng regained her footing, blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. Good heavens! How could this be? Mentor Lu has been struck down. Mentor Lu is injured. Chun Chang'an is terrifyingly formidable. Countless onlookers gasped in shock. At that moment, they beheld the young man clad in a black robe, dragging a colossal sword, as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. With a single stroke, he sent Lu Romeng tumbling, and Chun Chang'an pressed forward, his heavy sword erupting with an awe-inspiring might. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooded into the tyrant sword. The Burial World sword technique unleashed its deadly potential. With a swish, Chun Chang'an's tyrant sword swept towards Lu Romeng's neck at an astonishing speed. The combination of the Evil Blood God technique and the Chun family's Thunder Extreme Mirage propelled the power of the Burial World sword technique to realms previously unimaginable. The sword's momentum was fierce and unstoppable, stirring up a tempestuous whirlwind in its wake. The sheer force of this strike left many students gasping in disbelief. Boom! The weighty force akin to a mountain obliterated Lu Romeng's counterattack, landing squarely upon her chest. Bang! Despite Lu Romeng being at the 3rd level of the King Realm, she could not withstand such terrifying power and was once more sent flying, spitting blood mid-air, when she crashed heavily to the ground. She was already on the brink of unconsciousness. Mother, Lu Cece, witnessing this, snapped back from her shock and intended to approach, but suddenly noticed Chun Chang'an had already appeared before Lu Romeng once again, the enormous tyrant sword poised to deliver a devastating blow. Chun Chang'an, should you dare to kill my mother, the Lu family will not spare you. Lu Cece hastily threatened, but as her words fell, the other 3 mentors reacted swiftly, rushing forward. Stop, you insolent wretch. Dare you proceed? But a reckless smile danced upon Chun Chang'an's lips, completely disregarding the stern shouts of the three mentors. As he brought the colossal sword crashing down. Splat! Gulp! In an instant, Lu Ruming's head rolled away, tumbling a considerable distance, blood splattering everywhere. You shall pay for this. Gu Qi, he whinnied, and Jiang Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. Consumed by a heavy sword was wielded with such finesse that it conjured a myriad of sword shadows across the battlefield. The immense weight of the blade created a tempestuous force, effectively sealing off all avenues of attack from the adversaries. Boom, boom, boom. The three mentors did not dare to underestimate the situation. They unleashed their full prowess, employing every hidden technique at their disposal. With a tremendous effort, the four combatants became entangled in a fierce clash. Not only that, but Chen Chang'an was also overpowering the three of them. The rampant energy was relentlessly obliterating the incredibly sturdy, dueling platform. All the students present, whether they were princes, imperial heirs, or even the elder Gu Tianma from the law enforcement hall, were left utterly astounded. The battle between Chen Chang'an and the mentors was perceived by all as a perilous struggle, fraught with danger. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Chang'an dispatched Lu Ruming in merely 2 moves, and now had the three mentors gasping for breath. It was utterly preposterous. Boom! Just moments later, amidst the chaos, another ferocious wave of sword energy erupted, sending the three mentors hurtling through the air, blood spewing from their mouths, their eyes wide with terror. The onlookers stared at the three figures soaring away in stunned silence. They awaited Chen Chang'an's defeat, but instead were met with yet another shock. The three mentors had been vanquished once more. Cries of agony echoed throughout the arena as Chen Chang'an pressed forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of sword strikes that left the mentors bleeding and wailing. In a corner of the dueling arena, an elderly man with white hair observed Chen Chang'an intently, his heart reverberating with astonishment. Despite being at the 5th level of the celestial martial realm, Chen Chang'an's explosive display of spiritual energy was astonishingly vast. What could possibly explain this? Had he concealed his true strength? That seemed implausible. He had not hidden any power at all. Rather, his spiritual energy was being unleashed in a manner that defied belief. The elderly man murmured in shock. Beside him, a middle-aged man, gently fanning himself with a goose-feather fan, displayed a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Upon hearing the elder's words, he cast a dismissive glance and retorted, "Elder Duanmu, you have utilized my family's young master as a tool to eliminate the remaining 3 major factions of the royal city. Yet you do not intend to provide the Chun family with an explanation?" His words were exceedingly audacious. Even though the person before him was the head of the great Zhou Academy, he regarded him with disdain. What was even more astonishing was that the esteemed Duanmu, despite his high status, spoke with utmost respect to the middle-aged man, saying, "Second master, our sovereign has always held the Chun family in high regard, viewing them as the guardian clan of our great Zhou nation. After this matter is resolved, a satisfactory explanation will undoubtedly be given to the Chun family." Chapter 17. Approach and challenge me. Before me stands a middle-aged man wielding a goose-feather fan, known as Chun heir of the Chun family, commonly referred to as the second master. The elderly figure beside him is Duanmu Tsang, the head of the Dazhou Academy. Upon hearing Duanmu Tsang's words, Chun heir remains silent, his eyes narrowing as they fixate on the dueling arena. At this moment, the arena is shrouded in an eerie silence. For Chen Chang'an has once again slain 3 esteemed mentors, Gu Qi, He Wentian, and Jiang Zheng, their severed heads rolling upon the ground, instilling fear among the onlookers. "Chen Chang'an, you dare to kill my mother? I will fight you to the death." Lu Cixi, her eyes ablaze with fury, lunges towards Chen Chang'an. "Cixi, don't go." Gu Qingcheng, alarmed, attempts to pull her back, only to be abruptly restrained by an elderly man beside her. "Miss, do not act rashly. Chen Chang'an is clearly in a murderous frenzy. Anyone who approaches him is doomed." Indeed, as Lu Cixi rushes forward, Chen Chang'an, devoid of any compassion, cleaves her in 2 with a single stroke of his sword. "Miss, we must leave." The elder from the Gu family, his face pale with dread, urgently implores. Chen Chang'an, witnessing the tragic demise of her dear friend, Gu Qingqing's eyes brim with bloodshot fury as she glares at Chen Chang'an before quietly retreating. Her heart is a tumult of emotions. She had initially believed that Chen Chang'an had been reduced to a state of utter worthlessness, inciting her disdain and contempt. She had thought he would be expelled from the family, rendered a pitiful wretch. Yet, contrary to her expectations, he was not only retained, but also fiercely protected. His powers restored and his combat prowess terrifyingly formidable. At this moment, Gu Qingsheng is engulfed in profound regret, yet she grits her teeth, resolutely convincing herself that she has not erred. Chen Chang'an, you cannot be the man I have overlooked. You are merely a fleeting genius from this remote borderland. Just wait. I will contact the Jun family of the Sacred Land, and when I arrive at the Sacred Land, I shall possess the strength to make you regret your actions. Seething with anger, Gu Qingsheng departs quietly under the escort of the family elder. Meanwhile, the arena remains enveloped in an oppressive silence, leaving everyone at a loss. After a brief pause, hushed murmurs of disbelief ripple through the crowd. For mentors have been slain by Chen Chang'an. My goodness, this Chun is truly terrifying. What level of mastery did those mentors possess that they fell to Chen Chang'an? At merely 21 years of age, at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm, his spiritual energy is astonishingly robust, and his movements are shrouded in unpredictability. No wonder he is renowned as a prodigious talent throughout the Dajo kingdom. Such gifts and strength can likely only be rivaled by the exceptional beings of the Sacred Land. Countless hearts are stirred, filled with shock and awe. Elder, what should we do? The disciples of the law enforcement hall are left dumbfounded, their eyes turning towards Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma, too, is enveloped in a sense of despair. He gazed at Chen Chang'an, who bore the demeanor of a ruthless deity, uncertain whether to apprehend him. It was absurd. 4 mentors at the 3rd level of the Heavenly King realm had perished at Chen Chang'an's hands. He himself was at the same level and had no desire to meet a similar fate. Rules? Those are merely constructs devised by the powerful to restrain the weak, utterly ineffectual against the strong. Furthermore, Chen Chang'an had the Chen family backing him, with 9 clan elders and the family head. That constituted at least 10 formidable forces at the Heavenly King level. If they could have subdued Chen Chang'an earlier, fabricated a charge against him, and then eliminated him, they might have rallied the other families to oppose the Chen family. But now, Chen Chang'an was beyond their control. Gu Tianma's mind was a tumult of thoughts. Bold Chen Chang'an, how dare you slay a mentor? You are truly beyond the pale. At that moment, someone finally spoke up. Upon seeing who it was, Gu Tianma breathed a sigh of relief and quietly retreated behind the crowd, prepared to watch the unfolding drama. Whomever emerged victorious, he would support. Simultaneously, he was filled with confusion. Such a significant event should have drawn the attention of the lord of the estate and the esteemed elders, yet none had appeared. Something was amiss. Gu Tianma pondered, his gaze fixed on the speaker. It was none other than His Highness, Prince Ji Songshan. Chen Chang'an turned to him, speaking with indifference. I am engaged in a life-and-death battle with the 4 mentors. Even so, you cannot strike to kill. Do you not possess any respect for your elders? Ji Songshan was taken aback by Chen Chang'an's retort, momentarily stunned. Feeling his dignity wounded, he quickly launched into further questioning. Huh? Chen Chang'an scoffed. Are you deaf? This is a life-and-death battle. You. Ji Songshan's face flushed crimson. As the prince of the great Zhou kingdom, he was publicly insulted by Chen Chang'an, and his cheeks burned with embarrassment. Brother, do not say any more, Ji Songhai interjected. Ji Mingwei instantly grasped her brother's arm, urging, Prince brother, do not engage with him. Humph, considering my royal sister Sake, I shall not hold this against you. Ji Songshan relented, taking advantage of Ji Mingyue's interruption. The second prince, Ji Songhai, surveyed the chaos around him, contemplating, then turned his gaze to Chen Chang'an. Brother, your actions have indeed been rather impulsive. Chen Chang'an fixed his cold stare on the second prince, Ji Songhai, and said, Ji Songhai, I know you are the one orchestrating all of this behind the scenes. Whether it be the provocations from the 3 great families against my Chen family or my disappearance a year ago, it is all you're doing, is it not? Huh. Now at the Academy's grand competition, I have eliminated the other 3 prodigies. Thus, only you remain. Come, I offer you a chance. Step forward. Let's engage in a life-and-death battle. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. All eyes turned toward the second prince, Ji Songhai. Ji Songhai's expression suddenly stiffened, transforming into one of bewilderment as he exclaimed, Brother, I have no idea what you were talking about. Come over here. Chen Chang'an erupted with fury. Enough of your nonsense. As the esteemed second prince, do you not dare to face me in battle? Kulme. Let me see just how much of the Overlord bloodline you have fused after seizing it from me. The crowd erupted once more, countless eyes turning towards Xianxia and Chen Chang'an. Could it be that Xianxia was behind Chen Chang'an's disappearance a year ago? No wonder Chen Chang'an was so brazen. Even the Crown Prince and Ji Mingyue appeared equally perplexed. Only Xianxia's countenance darkened considerably. He never anticipated that Chen Chang'an would take such a stand against him. Moreover, how did Chen Chang'an discover that it was he who had orchestrated the stripping of Chen Chang'an's bloodline? He absolutely could not admit to it. With a forced smile, Xianxia replied, "Brother, could it be that you have misunderstood me? Enough of your nonsense. Face me in battle. If you truly possess my Overlord bloodline, you cannot hide it." Chen Chang'an retorted disdainfully. "Besides, isn't this the Academy's grand competition? It's just between you and me for the first place. How convenient." Observing Xianxia's twitching lips, Chen Chang'an scoffed. "What's wrong? The proud scion of the Dazhou royal family. Are you afraid? Have you turned into a coward?" As these words fell, the surrounding students exchanged strange glances. Whether he was involved in Chen Chang'an's misfortune would soon be revealed in battle. To their astonishment, Xianxia did not dare to accept the challenge. His gaze turned increasingly cold. He understood that there was no avoiding the confrontation with Chen Chang'an, no matter the circumstances. Chapter 18. The 7A Pact. Brother Chang'an, could it be that you have misunderstood my royal brother? Ji Mingyue stepped forward, her face a mask of confusion. My royal brother has always regarded you as a sibling, addressing you as brother. How could he plot against you? Ji Mingyue's disbelief was palpable as she turned to Xianxia. Brother, you must clarify. The disappearance of Brother Chang'an and the theft of his bloodline could not possibly be your doing. Chen Chang'an remained silent, and Xianxia, too, refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Xianxia wore a mocking expression, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Xianxia was too formidable, destabilizing his position as Crown Prince. Moreover, Xianxia's camaraderie with Chen Chang'an left him feeling vulnerable. This current situation was precisely what he had hoped for. The arena was rife with twists and turns, leaving countless students in shock, their hearts tumultuous. Yet, the Chen family disciples glared at the second prince with fierce intensity. If their young master had been harmed by him, they would undoubtedly be the angriest of all. In a shadowy corner, the master of the estate, Duanmu Song, felt an icy chill envelop him. As the second master of the Chen family loomed ominously nearby, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret, as though a stampede of wild horses surged within him. "Oh, second prince, how foolish you are! With such a close relationship to the young master of the Chen family, how could you commit such a blunder?" He pondered that the only way to pacify the wrath of the Chen family was to sacrifice the second prince. With this thought, Duanmu Zong wore a bitter expression as he declared, "Second master, I shall provide an explanation to your family." With that, he stepped into the arena. "Chen Chang'an, your duel with the second prince shall be scheduled for 7 days hence, shall it not? After all, you have fought numerous battles, and your spiritual energy is greatly depleted. It would not be fair to let the second prince gain an advantage," Duanmu Zong proclaimed. Instantly, all eyes in the arena turned toward him. It was none other than the master of the Duanmu family. His arrival was met with relief and reverence, as countless individuals bowed in respect. Ignoring their gestures, Duanmu Zong focused on Chen Chang'an and whispered, "Chen Chang'an, grant me this favor. Let your duel with the second prince take place in 7 days." Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. Soon, he grasped Duanmu Zhang's intentions. Having already offended the Liu, Wang, Wu, and Liu families, as well as the Jun family from the Sacred Land, if the Chen family was not annihilated within 7 days, this master might indeed sacrifice the second prince. After all, the Chen family's fury was not something even the royal Ji family could dismiss lightly. At that moment, Chen Chang'an received a transmission from the second master of his family. He nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, I shall allow him to live for another 7 days." His words were audacious and domineering, treating the prince with utter disdain. Surprisingly, Duanmu Zong did not appear angered. Instead, he swiftly led the increasingly sullen Xianxia away. The crown prince glanced at Chen Chang'an and then at his displeased younger brother, feeling an immense sense of relief before turning to leave. The remaining spectators observed Chen Chang'an with transformed expressions. Having slain the young masters of the Liu, Wang, and Wu families, along with 4 mentors, and trampling upon the dignity of the second prince, how could he escape unscathed? Even the master of the Duanmu family seemed to compromise before him. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Yet, the members of the Chun family were filled with exhilaration. "Elder brother, you are my hero," Chun Xian exclaimed with excitement. "Young master, we look up to you as our model," cried others. "We will strive to cultivate diligently and uphold the honor of the Chun family." The fervor surged among the Chun family members. Chun Chang'an regarded them with a gentle demeanor. "Let's return now." Indeed, they nodded in unison. Surrounded by his companions, Chun Chang'an departed from the martial arts arena of the academy. Brother Chang'an, outside the academy gates, Ji Minghua chased after him. Upon noticing, Chun Xian led the group away. "Brother Chang'an, my imperial brother Ji Minghua intended to plead." But upon meeting the icy gaze of Chun Chang'an, her words faltered. Instead, she produced a spatial ring from her bosom and offered it to him. "Brother Chang'an, take this." Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes and extended his spiritual sense into the ring, discovering it contained an impressive sum of over 100,000 spirit stones, along with several valuable heavenly materials and earthly treasures. "This is but a small token of my esteem. I hope you will accept it," Ji Minghua said. Her head bowed in humility. Had it been in the past, Chun Chang'an would have declined, but now he replied, "Thank you. However, you are you, and your imperial brother is your imperial brother. I will keep that distinction. Your kindness will be repaid separately." Ji Minghua, on the verge of saying something, realized Chun Chang'an had already departed. "He actually accepted the resources I offered, but what should I do if my imperial brother truly seeks to seize Brother Chang'an's bloodline?" A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, her shimmering eyes reflecting her turmoil. At the Chun family's council hall, Second Master, "Why do you postpone my match with the second prince for 7 days?" Chun Chang'an asked respectfully, surveying the 10 individuals present. All wore smiles as they regarded him. News of his recent triumph at the Dajo Academy had spread, creating considerable ripples throughout the Dajo royal city. Chun Chang'an's reputation now eclipsed that of a year prior, marked by various labels of arrogance and unmatched prowess. Yet, such opinions mattered little to the Chun family. Their primary concern was that neither Chun Chang'an nor the family's descendants were bullied. With so many troublesome entities buzzing about, it was tiresome to deal with one each day. Thus, they decided to let them prepare for their demise, ensuring a resolution once and for all. "Let them gather. We shall face them together," Second Master Chun said, fanning himself lazily. Chun Chang'an squinted, quickly grasping the intent behind the Second Master's words. If he were to eliminate the second prince today, it would force the powers backing the prince into hiding, causing the Chun family to openly clash with the Ji family. It would be wiser to allow the prince to retreat and prepare, uniting with the Liu, Wang, Wu, and Liu families to confront him. Nevertheless, Chun Chang'an could not help but admire the Chun family's audacity. "Second Master, how formidable you are," he exclaimed with a smile. "Very well, as long as you understand. Return to your cultivation," Second Master Chun replied with a smile. Nodding, Chun Chang'an returned to his courtyard and immediately began his training. Whether it is the evil blood god technique, the burial world sword technique, or the Chun family's heart method, the overlord's fury, all are exceedingly domineering martial arts. Subsequently, he refined the resources given by Ji Minghua within the God-Burial Coffin, absorbing their essence, which enabled him to advance 2 minor realms. Reaching the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm, he then began to consolidate his cultivation, not rushing to ascend further, for he understood that haste makes waste. Sometimes, a man's eagerness, driven solely by desire for immediate gratification, is not a virtue. After all, true mastery requires patience and careful cultivation. Thus, on the following day, Chun Chang'an sought out the clan elders for sparring. The first he approached was the 9th Master. Chapter 19. Practicing and Pressuring. "Hey, little Chang'an, I never expected you to want to spar with me. Come, I shall use one hand and half my strength." 9th Master Chun jested. "All right, 9th Master, here I come." Chun Chang'an's gaze sharpened as he charged forward, wielding the Overlord blade. Boom! Yet, in an instant with just one strike, he was sent flying by a punch from Chun Jio, his left eye swelling black. "Goodness, 9th Master, could you refrain from targeting my eye?" Chun Chang'an grimaced in pain, crying out, Very well." 9th Master Chun casually tucked one hand behind his back, playfully beckoning Chun Chang'an with the other. Thud, thud, thud. Chun Chang'an charged forward once more. But he was immediately sent flying back again, his right eye now blackened as well. Now it's symmetrical. 9th Master Chun chuckled, seemingly pleased with his handiwork. 9th Master, you were told not to strike my eyes or my face. It affects my handsomeness. Chen Chang'an lamented while rubbing his throbbing eyes. I forgot. Come over. This time, I guarantee I won't hit your face. Ninth Master Chun said with a grin, waving him closer. Blood magic unleash. Chen Chang'an activated the evil martial realm, his spiritual power surging instantly. He resembled an ancient ferocious beast, then let out a low growl. Burial world sword technique, instanquille. Swish. The Overlord blade swung fiercely, its speed astonishing, sweeping horizontally towards Ninth Master Chen's neck. TSK, you little rascal. Your strength is commendable, your speed is impressive, and your momentum is good, but alas, it lacks decisiveness. Ninth Master Chen remarked with a smile, slightly sidestepping to evade the attack effortlessly. He then flicked his finger against Chen Chang'an's Overlord blade. Clang! A clear, resonant sound of the blade echoed as the Overlord's sword veered sharply, propelling Chen Chang'an away. Thud! Chen Chang'an crashed heavily to the ground, his heart filled with terror. He had not anticipated Ninth Master to be this formidable. Again, he let out a low growl, brandishing the Overlord sword as he charged once more at Xianxia. Yet, before long, Chen Chang'an was sent hurtling back once again. Again. Boom. In an instant, he was flung backward once more. Again. Chen Chang'an rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and surged forward once again. The arena echoed with Chen Chang'an's anguished cries and his relentless shouts for another round. As the day passed into night, he found himself submerged in a concoction prepared by Master Wu, crying out in pain. Master Wu is not only an alchemist, but also an exceptional healer. Just how exceptional, even Chen Chang'an could not ascertain. However, many ailments seemed trivial in his capable hands, which is why Chen Chang'an had followed him since childhood, learning a great deal in the process. In the residence of the second prince. Boom! A remarkably handsome man delivered a powerful punch to a rockery, instantly reducing it to dust. His bare torso showcased robust muscles that shimmered with a golden light, as if they harbored immense, explosive power. This was none other than the second prince, Xianxia. Congratulations, Your Highness, you've reached the third level of the celestial martial realm. A nearby young eunuch remarked obsequiously. Xianxia remained silent, instead directing his gaze toward the gray-haired elder beside him, bowing respectfully. Master. The gray-haired elder responded with a soft hum, a fierce light flickering in his eyes. That Chen Chang'an had the audacity to provoke you publicly. He must possess some confidence in his ability to defeat you. Moreover, he would dare to kill you. Master, how could this be possible? Xianxia's face contorted with resentment, a flash of malice crossing his gaze. By what right does he presume to act so brazenly in the Dezhou kingdom, which belongs to the Ji family? By virtue of strength. The gray-haired elder replied dismissively. If the founding ancestors of the Dezhou kingdom were present, or if the royal family had a saint emperor of level 10 among them, who would dare disrespect the royal house? Yet, the Chen family has only been in the Dezhou kingdom for 20 years. How have they managed to become the foremost family? It is precisely because they possess 9 inscrutable clan elders. If no one can confidently contend with those 9 elders, no one would dare to act recklessly. As the gray-haired elder spoke, a wistful look crossed his eyes. Master, I am confident I can defeat Chen Chang'an. Xianxia clenched his fists, his expression contorted with fury. He is merely at the 5th level of the celestial martial realm, while I have already attained the 3rd level of the celestial king realm. I am not like those useless instructors. Do you believe you can eliminate those instructors within 3 moves? The gray-haired elder suddenly inquired. Xianxia fell silent, although he possessed the strength to fight above his level. He was no match for the likes of Chen Chang'an, unless you awakened the Overlord bloodline, correct? The elderly man with gray hair squinted and said, however, by doing so, you would solidify your role as the murderer of Chen Chang'an. Even your father, the emperor, would not dare to protect you. Am I to be humiliated by a mere commoner? I refuse to accept this. Xianxia spoke coldly, questioning the Chen family's authority. With a fierce growl, he suddenly turned to the old man. Master, you must have a way, do you not? Of course, the gray-haired elder replied, spreading his hand to reveal a jade tablet and a sword hovering before him. A royal level combat technique. A royal weapon. This is the royal sword. Xianxia's expression changed dramatically, quickly transforming into one of delight as he bowed deeply. Thank you, master. There's no need for excessive gratitude. Defeating Chen Chang'an and becoming the ruler of the Great Zhou is also in the interest of my sect, the elder said nonchalantly. In these few days, you should not only master this royal-level combat technique and sword, but also secretly connect with the forces within the Great Zhou to launch an attack on the Chen family. Please, Master, guide me. Proceed as you see fit. The entire Great Zhou royal city became shrouded in intrigue. Countless gazes fell upon the Chen family and the other 3 prominent clans. Naturally, the upcoming duel between Chen Chang'an and the second prince in 7 days was also a focal point of attention. Have you heard? The 3 major families, along with the Lu family, seem to be uniting against the Chen family. Are they preparing for a grand battle? How thrilling! Furthermore, the other 4 major sects of the Great Zhou were also banding together, seemingly intent on confronting Chen Chang'an. What do they wish to inquire about? Do you not know? It is rumored that Chen Chang'an emerged from the abyss of demon burial. Initially, he possessed no cultivation, yet within 10 days, he has gained the power to slay his mentor. Remarkable. Could it be that he obtained immense fortune within the abyss of demon burial? This is the only explanation. 4 others enter and perish, yet he emerged alive, stronger than he was a year ago. Indeed, his temperament has also changed dramatically. First, he annulled his engagement with Gu Qingsheng, then audaciously killed Jun Wujian, and finally, he slayed his mentor, vanquishing the 3 top prodigies. Discussions swirled throughout the streets of the Great Zhou royal city. As individuals began to connect all the dots surrounding Chen Chang'an, they soon recognized something amiss. Consequently, the matter grew increasingly sensational, captivating the entire nation of Great Zhou. However, with only 3 days remaining until Ji Songhai's duel, numerous unexpected guests arrived at the Chen family's doorstep. Among them were representatives from the 4 major sects of the Great Zhou: Lu Yun sect, Wang Qin sect, Wu Ji sect, and Hong Qin Palace. Additionally, various prominent families from within Great Zhou gathered, with over 100 at the Tianwang realm and more than a dozen at the Banwang realm. They sought to confront Chen Chang'an directly. Such a terrifying spectacle naturally captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Chapter 20. Dare you to battle. On this day, the Chen family estate was bustling with activity. Powerful auras emanated in all directions, drawing the interest of numerous factions who observed in shadows. Remarkably, the gates of the Chen residence stood wide open, and a middle-aged man, resembling a steward, greeted all visitors with an air of neither subservience nor arrogance. Subsequently, with a thunderous sound, the gates were shut. The multitude of powerful beings outside were left astonished. What was the Chen family up to? Did they intend to shut the door and deal with them? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Meanwhile, the 100 or so powerful individuals who had entered the Chen estate wore expressions of disdain. What did it matter if the gates were closed? They were among the mightiest in the Great Zhou, and dealing with a mere Chen family was hardly worth their concern, especially with over a dozen semi-imperial figures among them. They slowly made their way into the estate. Along the path, the Chen family descendants, each wielding sharp blades, wore stern expressions. This astonished the newcomers. After all, despite their overwhelming numbers, the Chen descendants exhibited not a hint of fear. Instead, they brimmed with combat fervor, resembling tigers poised to pounce. Witnessing such a display from the Chen family elicited admiration and envy from visitors. Within the grand hall of the Chen family, the head of the family occupied the central seat, flanked by 9 esteemed elders. Each of them appeared unfazed, as if the presence of over 100 formidable warriors posed no threat. Outside the hall, thousands of Chen family guards and descendants stood solemnly, prepared for any eventuality. Esteemed guests of the Chen family, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Chen Xiantong said with a smile, taking a sip from his cup of tea. The head of the Chen family was a discerning individual who should have understood their intentions. Hand over Chen Chang'an. The elder at the forefront was Lu Gu, the supreme elder of the Lu Yun sect, one of the 4 major sects of the Great Zhou, a semi-imperial powerhouse. Beside him stood Lu Mingzheng, the head of the Lu family, along with the heads of the Wang and Wu families, all of whom glared at Chen Xiantong with fury and resentment. Oh, you come here with such ferocity merely to seek our young master? Chen Xiantong feigned confusion. Chen Xiantong, spare us your pretense. Lu Mingzheng stepped forward, enraged. He murdered my daughter, a mentor at the academy. Bring him out to pay for his crime. Indeed, hand over Chen Chang'an. The heads of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families echoed, their voices filled with wrath. Chen Xiantong narrowed his eyes, surveying the others. "And what of you? What brings you here?" "Master Chun, has Chun Chang'an entered the abyss of demons?" At this moment, a white-haired elder spoke slowly. He was Wu Bufan, the esteemed elder of the martial extremity sect. Wu Bufan fixed his piercing gaze upon Chun Xiantong, exuding an imposing aura. It was widely known that those who ventured into that place often faced certain death. The fact that Chun Chang'an emerged alive raised grave suspicions. Indeed, several powerful figures echoed in agreement. When Chun Chang'an emerged, he exhibited no cultivation, yet merely days later, his strength was restored, allowing him to dominate his peers and even overpower his instructors. "We are filled with doubt." As he spoke, the elder's eyes turned fiercely sharp. He transformed into a figure of malevolence. A demon. The mere utterance of these words sent a wave of excitement through the gathering. A demon is one who has lost all rationality, becoming a mindless killer, characterized by cruel methods and significantly enhanced combat prowess. Indeed, Chun Chang'an has undoubtedly transformed into a demon. Otherwise, his actions would not have been so merciless, resulting in the death of our young master. The head of the Liu family exclaimed in fury. "Chun Xiantong, hand over Chun Chang'an, so that we may subdue him together. This is not merely a personal matter. It concerns the safety of countless lives in the entire eastern state." Chun Xiantong narrowed his eyes, glancing at the members of the Liu and Liu families, and scoffed. "My Chang'an merely fought for his life against Liu Rumeng and the other 3 instructors. As for the deaths of the young masters of the Liu, Wang, and Wu families, it was they who initiated the hostility. Chang'an acted solely in self-defense. How can you link him to the notion of a demon? His formidable strength is simply a reflection of his exceptional heritage as a member of the Chun family. Should your weakness be blamed on other strength? If someone surpasses you, must you then label them a demon?" The crowd fell silent, taken aback by Chun Xiantong's words. "Oomph." At this moment, Lu Gu let out a cold snort. "Master Chun, this matter pertains to demons, and is of utmost importance. You must allow Chun Chang'an to emerge. The truth will reveal itself through our soul-searching." Soul-searching. Upon hearing these 2 words, the eyes of the Chun family elders glinted with cold fury. To those subjected to soul-searching, the consequences were not merely a traumatized spirit. They could be reduced to imbecility. More critically, it was a profound insult. Among the Chun elders, Chun Jiao was suddenly enraged. He leaped to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Gu while cursing vehemently. "What nonsense are you spouting? Come and try to search my soul." Well said. To dare to search the soul of my Chang'an is to seek death. The ground trembled as Chun Qi, though a woman, radiated fierce energy, stamping her foot with such force that the entire hall shook. Among the Chun elders, the 7th and 9th lords were the most tempestuous in temperament. The crowd was struck with terror. They had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from the Chun family elders. In their eyes, although the 9 clan elders before them were all at the semi-emperor level, they themselves boasted a dozen such figures, thus they felt no fear. Moreover, they still had over 100 at the king level. Did the Chun family not tremble at this? Faced with the fury of Chun Jiao and Chun Qi, Lu Gu remained unfazed, sneering as he spoke. "Patriarch Chun, I am adept in the art of soul-searching and can assure you that Chun Chang'an's soul will remain unscathed during the process. If it turns out that Chun Chang'an is truly not a demon, then let us erase the grievances between the Liu, Wu, and Wang clans. And we shall even apologize to the Chun family." Upon hearing this, Wu Bufan added calmly, "Lu Xiong is correct. Patriarch Chun, after all, this matter was instigated by your young master. Why not diffuse the situation and turn a major issue into a minor one? So my Chun family has granted you face, have we? Allowing you to enter is already a great favor. You all think my Chun family fears you?" Chun Qi scolded as he pointed at them. Chun Jiao was about to retort when he was halted by Chun Xiantong, who stood up with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the menacing descendants of the opposing clan outside the hall. His voice booming like thunder. "All you Chun family members, heed my words. The adversaries wish to search the soul of your young master. Do you consent?" "Absolutely not." Thousands roared in unison, their spirit formidable. "Do you dare to fight? To battle! To battle! To battle!" Chapter 21. Annihilation. The unity among the Chun family members stemmed not only from Chun Chang'an's kindness towards his younger siblings, but also from his respectful demeanor towards the elders of the clan. The 9 clan elders of the Chun family upheld fairness and justice. Though there were conflicts within the clan, most could be resolved peacefully, preventing any serious rifts. Furthermore, While internal disputes were inconsequential, when facing external foes, unity was paramount. Such was the clan rule of the Qin family. Ha! Chun Xiantong chuckled softly, surveying the 100-odd strong individuals, and solemnly declared, "Did you hear that? In the face of you all, our young clan members are still willing to fight. What more can be said for us old fellows?" The patriarch speaks wisely. At this moment, the usually gentle and refined second master's gaze turned cold as he slightly advanced his feather fan, stating, "The reason we have engaged in this lengthy discourse is that we wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Now, we offer you an opportunity. Retreat obediently or face death." His words were calm, yet laden with an insatiable murderous intent, sending shivers down the spines of all present, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. The mere mention of death from Second Master felt like a decree that could extinguish their lives at any moment. Fear gripped the crowd, their hearts heavy with trepidation. "We merely seek the truth." Lu Gu, bearing the weight of the pressure imposed by the Second Master, spoke in a deep voice. "Is it truly the case that your Chun family desires to be adversaries of the entire world? Indeed, Chun Chang'an's actions were exceedingly peculiar. Could he genuinely be a demon? Thus, your family continues to conceal the truth from us." Wu Bufan interjected coldly. Their group of over 100 approached with an intimidating presence. Should they be frightened away, their dignity would be irreparably tarnished. Yet they dare not strike directly. It was clear even to the discerning that the 9 clan elders of the Chun family were formidable. Should a conflict arise, the outcome could be fatal. Hence, they resorted to methods of intimidation. However, they did not anticipate the Chun family's overwhelming tenacity. "Damn it, clan leader. I can no longer endure this." Chun Qi suddenly bellowed, exasperated by the incessant prattle of these miscreants. "Let me break a seal and suppress these old fools." With that, her aura erupted with a formidable force, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming pressure before surging forth in an instant. Lu Gu's pupils constricted sharply, and he scoffed coldly. "Humph. The Qin family is obstinately stubborn. I believe it's time to cease our idle chatter and strike." As the words left his lips, he exchanged a powerful blow with Chun Qi. Boom! A tonal explosion reverberated. Lu Gu's face contorted in an instant, terror flashing in his eyes. Upon contact with Chun Qi's fist, he felt as if he had struck a solid steel plate, his fist fracturing and erupting into a mist of blood. Furthermore, with the force of Chun Qi's strike, his entire arm disintegrated inch by inch. Lu Gu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet what terrified him was far more than this. Thud! Chun Qi's fist pierced through his chest. Lu Gu's eyes were filled with despair as he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. A half-emperor realm fighter was slain in a single blow. What? The onlookers were engulfed in fear. "Why you dare to strike first and kill?" Wu Bufan exclaimed in shock. "What of it?" At that moment, Chun Qi was suddenly before him, launching another punch aimed at his face. Wu Bufan hastily retreated, shouting, "Everyone, attack. We have the numbers. Do not fear them." As his words echoed, the heads and elders of the Lu, Wang, and other families were the first to take action. They had never intended to negotiate amicably with the Qin family, especially since Chun Chang'an had killed their young master. Yet, the 4 major sects sought to glean information regarding Chun Chang'an's opportunities within the abyss of demon burial, which is why they had endured until this point. To their astonishment, the Chun family dared to strike first. Such an act was tantamount to courting death. For decrepit old men. The demise of your young master at the hands of my young scion is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. At that moment, Chun Jiao stood defiantly before the heads of the 4 families, scoffing. In his grasp, a long knife glistened, stained with the remnants of crimson. "You seek death." Chun family's 9th master. The 4 family heads were poised to charge forth, yet in the next heartbeat, a line of blood appeared upon their foreheads. Bang! The bodies of Lu, Wu, Wang, and the 4th head of the family were cleaved in twain by a single stroke from Chun Jiao. Pathetic, he sneered, launching himself toward the remaining adversaries. Meanwhile, Wu Bufan, though he evaded Chun Qi's initial blow, soon found his gaze drawn to the 4 slain by Chun Jiao. An overwhelming dread washing over him. "I was mistaken. I surrender." Wu Bufan cried out in desperation. "Surrender? Nonsense." Chun Qi jeered, swiftly descending upon him, delivering a devastating punch that shattered Wu Bufan's skull. Boom! The resounding crash echoed as Wu Bufan, the esteemed elder of the Wu extreme sect and a semi-emperor, met his end in a single strike. Panic seized the onlookers, their spirits trembling in horror. Chen family, have you lost your sanity? Do you intend to declare war on all of us? They gasped in disbelief. You have oppressed us long enough, and you dare question our resolve for battle? Prepare to perish. Chun Jiao cackled wickedly, his blade rising and falling anew, severing more heads in a gruesome spectacle. Indeed, our second master has already extended you an opportunity. Yet, your continued aggression leaves us no choice but to be ruthless. Chun Qi sneered, shattering several more skulls. The air was filled with agonizing screams. They quickly realized that none could withstand the onslaught of Chun Qi and Chun Jiao. All were swiftly dispatched. A few, witnessing this carnage, attempted to flee and hunt down the remaining offspring of those families. Observing this, the second master, brandishing a feather fan, gently waved it while intoning seal. Buzz. The air trembled as a transparent barrier materialized out of thin air. What? A barrier? The second master of the Chun family. He's a formation master. The crowd gasped in horror, bewildered by the formidable prowess of the Chun family's elders. Clang! At that moment, a haunting melody resonated through the air. The crowd turned in astonishment to behold a woman, as ethereal as a celestial being, her flowing skirt now adorned with an ancient zither. With a gentle movement, she unleashed a wave of terror, causing 2 or 3 dozen individuals to bleed profusely from their noses, eyes, ears, and mouths. They covered their ears, howling in agony as they collapsed, meeting their demise on the spot. The one playing the guqin was none other than the third master of the Chun family, Chen San. Soon, after all present had perished, Master San continued his playing. Showing, ding ding, ding 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 dong. Following a resonant chime, an endless cascade of melodic notes flowed forth, akin to the gentle babbling of a mountain stream, lulling the Chun family disciples outside the grand hall into a state of drowsiness. Chapter 22. Royal Grade Weapons. The atmosphere within the Chun family hall was eerily surreal. The ground was strewn with corpses, the clan elders wore tranquil expressions, and Master San continued to play. As the disciples outside gradually succumbed to drowsiness, the clan elder, Chen Yi, delicately parted her crimson lips. Go on, my little darlings. In an instant, a vast expanse of black liquid began to seep from beneath her feet. Even a hot-tempered Chun Jiao shivered at the sight. Before long, the black liquid spread over the corpses, swiftly engulfing them. When the liquid returned to Chun Yi's feet, it vanished without a trace. Along with it disappeared the multitude of bodies and the tainted blood. In the air, the ethereal strains of Chun San's guqin continued to flow. Ding 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 dong. At last, the music ceased. The Chun family disciples outside gradually awakened, shaking themselves as they inwardly scolded their momentary lapse in focus. They turned their gazes toward the grand hall, only to erupt in exclamations of astonishment. Chun Xian, his face a mask of surprise, rushed in. Father, esteemed elders, where have those people gone? The other disciples of the Chun family were equally curious. Just moments ago, they had been brimming with fierce determination to protect the Chun family. To their astonishment, the formidable 100-odd warriors had vanished without a trace. They were frightened away by us, Chun Xiantong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at his son with a serious expression. Frightened away? Chun Xian responded, astonished, before breathing a sigh of relief. Although the other family members were puzzled, they did not dwell on it. After all, to them, the clan elders were unfathomable figures. It was entirely reasonable for them to have frightened off the enemy. And soon they began to cheer. The strength of their family was a source of pride for all. Before long, Chen Chang'an arrived, slightly late. Oh, why are there so many people gathered today? What has happened? He inquired, his face reflecting confusion. This was the time he had intended to spar with Chun Jiao. To his surprise, he found everyone assembled here, and not a single sound had emanated from his courtyard. Brother, numerous strong figures from various families have come to coerce us into surrendering you. But fortunately, you were not here. Chun Xian quickly explained. Oh, what is the meaning of this? Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, a cold glimmer dancing within them. Nothing to do now. At that moment, the second master spoke up. As I mentioned, have them gather together and come here. Let us teach them a lesson. Did they simply walk away like that? Chen Chang'an asked. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he sniffed the air, catching the strong scent of blood. Have they already fought? Of course they fought. Otherwise, why would they leave? Chun Xiantong replied, laughter mingling with an earnest expression. Indeed, Chun San, cradling an ancient Guqin, added, once we disabled the hands and feet of their leaders, they lost their nerve and did not dare to confront us head-on, thus retreating obediently. A collective gasp filled the air as the younger members of the clan absorbed Chun San's words. They were bewildered by the earlier confusion, but now realized that a real fight had indeed taken place. How impressive their clan elders were. They had not only incapacitated the leading figures, but also compelled them to withdraw. Chun Chang'an stood stunned, stroking his chin in contemplation. At this moment, Chun-Yi interjected. She is the eldest, the leader of all clan elders. She looked at Chun Chang'an with warmth and said, Chang'an, our Chun family has nearly offended all the factions of the Great Zhou. They may not dare to target us elders directly, but they might focus their ire on you. Are you afraid? Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an respectfully replied, Eldest, I'm not afraid. Chun-Yi nodded slightly. Soon you will be competing against Ji Songhai. Do not be careless. Chun Chang'an grinned. Chang'an will remember. Chun-Yi then turned her attention to a robust middle-aged man. Old Four, did you not craft a weapon for Chang'an, along with a piece of spirit armor? Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh erupted from the middle-aged man, who scratched his head. He was Chun Si, affectionately known as the Fourth Master, and he was indeed a skilled smith. Thank you, Fourth Master. Chun Chang'an rejoiced, for he had been lamenting the lack of a worthy weapon. The Overlord sword was merely an ordinary heavenly weapon within the family. Very well, you need not seek Old Nine for sparring today. Accompany Old Four to his smithy and familiarize yourself with your new weapon, Chun-Yi continued. Thank you, eldest. Thank you, Fourth Master. Chun Chang'an nodded, his face alight with joy. He thought it wise. Had he faced Old Nine today and been defeated, recovery would be quite arduous. The younger clan members gazed at him with envy, yet there was no hint of jealousy. For as long as one possessed the ability, the Fourth Master of the Chun family would forge personalized weapons for all disciples. Following this, Chun Chang'an departed with Chun Si, while the other clan members dispersed, some practicing their skills, others attending to various tasks. What astonished all in Wang City was that every formidable figure entering the Chun family estate seemed to vanish into the sea, leaving no trace behind. The grand battle they envisioned never transpired, nor was there even a whisper of combat echoing forth. The Chun family released a statement claiming that they had departed on their own accord. However, what instilled terror was that the gates at all 4 cardinal points of the Chun estate stood wide open, yet no one was seen emerging. This left countless factions filled with dread. The Chun family had become a source of immense fear. How could it be that 20 to 30 first-rate factions, each boasting several formidable warriors, failed to produce even a single individual from the Chun household? My heavens, what on earth is happening? Could it be that those powerful beings truly slipped away, as the Chun family suggested? Impossible, utterly impossible. The Chun family is not a clan of the Sacred Lands. How could they possibly contend with such a multitude of mighty warriors? Numerous strong individuals were left bewildered, engaging in fervent discussions. However, soon, some major powers became profoundly alarmed. For the family head and elders who had entered the Chun residence, their soul lamps extinguished one by one. This was irrefutable proof of their demise. What manner of terrifying family is the Chun clan? Countless individuals were struck with horror, yet they collectively chose to remain obediently hidden. Not a single soul dared to approach the Chun family to demand answers, unless they were unafraid of death. At the residence of the Fourth Master of the Chun family, the atmosphere was markedly different from that of the other elders. Upon arrival, one was met with a wave of heat, accompanied by the clanging of iron and the sight of family members sweating profusely. Before long, Fourth Master Chun presented a massive sword to Chun Chang'an, stating, I see you favor heavy blades, so I have specially forged a high-grade one for you. Chun Chang'an accepted the sword, his eyes instantly lighting up. This was a royal-grade weapon. Furthermore, here is this piece of spiritual armor, Fourth Master Chun continued, handing him a black soft armor. Yet another royal-grade item. Chun Chang'an was astounded. Could it be that Fourth Master was a royal-grade craftsman? The feeling of having family support was exhilarating. Chapter 23. The Guardian Sword. Chun Chang'an, overwhelmed with shock, suddenly exclaimed, Oh, Fourth Master, since you can forge royal-grade weapons, couldn't you make more to sell for profit? Fourth Master Chun shot him a glance. Royal-grade weapons or spiritual treasures cannot simply be produced at will. They require high-quality raw materials. Indeed, Chun Chang'an replied with a smile. Subsequently, Fourth Master Chun urged him, You must name this sword swiftly. Oh, Chun Chang'an's eyes brightened as he gently caressed the massive sword before him, its cold gleam radiating with royal aura, exuding a sense of weightiness. Although cumbersome, the Chun family's bloodline and techniques emphasized dominance. Thus, a heavy sword provided a sense of security. One force overwhelms myriad techniques. I shall name it the Guardian Sword. Chun Chang'an whispered, to protect oneself, to safeguard the Chun family, and to shield all those worthy of protection. The Sword of Guardianship? Chen Si pondered over these words, and soon a smile illuminated his face. Very well. Let it be known as the Sword of Guardianship. Chang'an, I hope you remain true to your original intentions. Remain true to my original intentions? Chen Chang'an was perplexed. He sensed that fourth master had a deeper meaning behind those words. Subsequently, donning the royal grade spiritual armor and wielding the royal grade sword of guardianship, he commenced his training. On a distant mountain peak, Xianxia sat in meditation when an elderly man, pale and bearded, suddenly appeared, bowing deeply before him. Your Highness the Second Prince, what news do you bring? Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and inquired. Over 100 Heavenly King realm experts and a dozen semi-imperial realm fighters. None survived. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was visibly shaken, his expression turning grave. Indeed, the Chun family conceals its depths well. Your Highness, this is what His Majesty commanded me to deliver to you, the old man said, producing a spatial ring. Oh, that old fool is still alive? Xianxia gulped, taking it without hesitation. The old man, unperturbed by the disrespect, replied respectfully, His Majesty has been gravely ill, neglecting state affairs, while the crown prince proves to be ineffectual. Thus it falls upon the second prince to support the great Zhou. Then why not grant me the throne? Xianxia zito dit dai fun. His gaze fixed upon the spatial ring. Oh, he truly is generous, a royal grade armor. Is he afraid I might be slain? The old man fawned. His Majesty is undoubtedly concerned for your safety. Thus he sent this armor. This armor, being royal grade, was fortified with defensive formations, impervious even to a 10th level Heavenly King. As he spoke, the old man produced a pill radiating a white glow. Heavenly grade healing pill. Xianxia exclaimed, his breath quickening. Indeed, there are only 3 such pills in the entire Great Zhou. As long as he is not instantly killed, even severe injuries could be swiftly mended. The old man grinned. Your Highness, with this armor and the pill, Chun Chang'an stands no chance against you. At last, this old man has done something worthwhile. Xianxia sneered coldly. Chun Chang'an, I shall surely slay you. You repeatedly trample upon my royal dignity. What if your clan's elders are powerful? Others may fear you, but I do not. Xianxia's expression grew increasingly sinister. I will make it clear to the world that those who offend the royal family of Great Zhou shall meet their doom. Go back and inform the old man that I am fully confident in vanquishing Chun Chang'an. Xianxia's gaze was haughty. He was now at the 3rd level of the Heavenly King realm, equipped with royal-grade combat techniques, weapons, armor, and a heavenly-grade healing pill. With such profound depth, how could Chun Chang'an possibly contend with him? Upon this reflection, Xianxia's lips curled into a confident smile. Your Highness, do not underestimate the situation, the elder cautioned. I am well aware. Xianxia slowly closed his eyes, his heart brimming with impatience. Once he eliminates Chun Chang'an, his next target shall be that useless prince. The throne will rightfully belong to him. The 7A period has elapsed. Within the Grand Academy of the Great Zhou, throngs of people gathered, all eagerly anticipating the clash between Chun Chang'an and the second prince. After all, it was a battle of life and death. One was backed by an entire nation, while the other possessed a terrifying familial lineage. The wisdom of their elders was unfathomable, and thus, their confrontation naturally drew the attention of countless onlookers. Soon, a colossal arena for the life and death duel was established within the Academy's martial arts square. Under the ardent gazes of the crowd, the second prince gracefully descended upon the arena. Clad in splendid robes, he exuded an air of nobility. Upon the appearance of the second prince, Xianxia, cheers erupted from the crowd. For he was a prince of remarkable talent. Xianxia paid no heed to the accolades surrounding him, instead closing his eyes once more. In the central seating area, the crown prince narrowed his eyes, a mocking glint evident. Regardless of who emerged victorious today, it would be advantageous for him. Meanwhile, Ji Mingyue paced anxiously at the entrance, her heart in turmoil. Over the past 7 days, she had sought to prevent this duel, But alas, she could not find Xianxia or Chang'an. She had even implored her father, the emperor, but he too had declared it an unavoidable situation. Before long, a throng of individuals surged through the gates of the academy. Ji Mingyue's eyes brightened as she hurried towards the young man dressed in white. "Brother Chang'an, please do not fight. I beg you," she implored desperately. "Mingyue, you cannot halt this. Even your father has remained silent on the matter," Chang'an replied nonchalantly as he ascended the arena. "Oh." Ji Mingyue could only stomp her foot in frustration. "Princess, your second brother is not a good person. Our young master seeks vengeance. If you wish to maintain a good relationship with our elder brother, I advise you to refrain from futile attempts to intervene," Chun Xian said earnestly to Ji Mingyue. Ji Mingyue fell silent, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. On the duel platform, Ji Xianxia regarded Chun Chang'an. "Brother, do you truly wish to engage me in battle? Spare me the pretense." Chun Chang'an shot him a sidelong glance before addressing the distant Lord Duanmu. "Lord, shall we commence?" Enmu concealed a bitter expression and nodded. "Well, since you two are to engage in a life-and-death battle, regardless of the outcome, neither family shall intervene." With that, he fell silent. In the arena, the two locked eyes. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a sword echoed. Unable to halt the inevitable, Ji Xianxia resolved to unleash his full might. The sword in his hand struck forth like a venomous serpent, aiming directly at Chun Chang'an's neck. A seemingly simple thrust erupted with overwhelming sword intent. Even before the blade reached him, a fierce sword aura had already caused Chun Chang'an's skin to sting. Faced with Ji Xianxia's sudden assault, Chun Chang'an was unfazed. The Overlord's sword materialized in his grasp, a formidable shield resembling a massive steel plate, positioned before him. Clang, clang, clang. The long sword crashed down upon the Overlord's sword, producing a crisp and melodious ring, while sparks flew in all directions. Chapter 24. A Fierce Duel. "Ha!" Chun Chang'an dared not hold back, issuing a low shout as he activated the martial arts realm, igniting his inner spirit. His entire essence surged with energized power, and he swung the Overlord's sword, unleashing a tempestuous roar of wind as he struck with unyielding force. Boom! The might of his blow descended like a mountain upon Ji Xianxia, causing his expression to shift alarmingly. With a swift counter, Ji Xianxia was thrust back several paces. Yi Xianxia is content on spallet. The pressure of facing Chun Chang'an's heavy sword was immense. His techniques primarily focused on assassination, yet it felt as though Chun Chang'an had erected an impenetrable defense before him. "Ha! Chun Chang'an, do you only know how to defend?" Ji Xianxia scoffed. "You turtle. Is that so? I merely wish for you to reveal your hidden cards, lest you find yourself without opportunities later." Chun Chang'an replied coolly, and with a sudden surge, the heavy sword erupted in a flurry of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Even Ji Xianxia, a figure of the heavenly king realm, found himself retreating under the relentless onslaught of Chun Chang'an's heavy sword, which fell like an unyielding storm. Ji Xianxia was enraged. How could a mere warrior of the heavenly martial realm overpower him? Such humiliation. Ulikan swelt technique. He bellowed, and his sword surged with formidable intent. Waves of sword energy erupted, creating astonishing ripples in the air. Swish! In the next moment, Ji Xianxia dispelled the shadow of Chun Chang'an's heavy sword. As he wielded his long sword, countless sword images interwove, coalescing into layers of hurricane-like sword aura, crashing down upon Chun Chang'an. Witnessing such terrifying sword power, the spectators gasped in awe. Royal tier martial arts. Heavens, this is indeed a royal tier martial technique. The terrifying might it possesses is utterly astonishing. A gasp arose from the crowd. "Oh no, my royal brother actually wields a royal tier martial skill. Brother Chang'an, be careful," Ji Mingyue exclaimed, her heart torn between concern for her brother and for Chun Chang'an, a tumult of emotions overwhelming her. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from Chun Chang'an. The burial world sword technique, shattering the heavens. The heavy sword swept forth with an earth-shattering momentum, meeting the tempestuous sword energy head-on. Boom! The heavy sword, known for its emphasis on might, executed the third form of the burial world sword technique, a technique renowned for its extensive range and explosive power. It could compress all spiritual energy to its limit and unleash it in an infinite explosion. With Chun Chang'an's cultivation advancing, it seemed inevitable that one day he would indeed shatter the heavens with a single strike. As the two forces clashed, the rampant energy instantly obliterated Xianxia's sword aura. Even Xianxia was sent staggering back over 10 paces. What? This is impossible. Xianxia steadied himself, his heart churning with disbelief. He never anticipated that Chen Chang'an could break through his royal tier martial skill and force him back. You have actually reached the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm. Sensing Chen Chang'an's formidable aura, Xianxia was left in stunned amazement. His eyes widened as if staring at a monster. The onlookers shared his incredulity. A monster? Unbelievable. Lord Duanmu's expression turned grave. He murmured in shock. To transcend 7 levels and defeat an opponent. Such a prodigious individual is exceedingly rare in this world. Yet, unexpectedly, our great Zhou kingdom has won. Is this a blessing or a curse? As the crowd marveled at Chen Chang'an's ability to withstand the royal tier martial technique, he continued to dart forward like a bolt of lightning, his heavy sword aimed directly at Xianxia's throat. Brilliant world sword technique, trois seeding. What? Before Xianxia could react, a thunderous sound erupted as his entire body was sent flying. Cough, cough. When he regained his footing, a trickle of blood stained his lips. A sneak attack. Had it not been for his quick reflexes and the armor he wore, his head would have been severed. Fool! Chen Chang'an scoffed, charging forward once more. Brilliant world sword technique, instantil. Boom! Once again, Xianxia was hurled away. Observing Xianxia, who somehow managed to rise again, Chen Chang'an narrowed his gaze. He had surely struck at his neck. How could he remain unscathed? When Xianxia stood once more, a faint, scale-like golden glow enveloped his body. Heavens, that is royal-grade armor. Indeed, it is royal-grade armor. Had it not been for this protection, Chen Chang'an would have already severed his head. Hiss, as expected of the royal lineage, their foundation is undeniably formidable. An astounded observer exclaimed. In the arena, Xianxia's gaze gradually twisted into a snarl. Ha ha ha, Chen Chang'an. Even with your unparalleled speed and the cataclysmic might of your heavy sword, what does it matter? Can you truly kill me? I possess royal-grade armor. Chen Chang'an scoffed derisively. Merely a turtle shell. Look at your arrogance. I can still shatter you. With that, Chen Chang'an suddenly surged forward, appearing above Xianxia in an instant. Tyrant's fury slash. Storm sword howl. The two shouted as they clashed in an explosive moment. Bang! The rampant energy surged forth once more. This time, Chen Chang'an was sent flying. Everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. Yet soon, someone discerned the truth. Look, heavens! What Xianxia holds is a royal-grade weapon. A royal-grade weapon, far more formidable than a heavenly-grade one. Hiss, truly, as expected of the royal family. Equipped with royal-grade armor and a royal-grade weapon. This time, Chen Chang'an may very well be doomed. Even Chen Chang'an displayed a semblance of surprise. The energy unleashed by the royal-grade weapon stirred his internal vitality, causing a slight numbness in his arm. Ha ha ha, Chen Chang'an, this time, I shall witness your demise. Xianxia laughed maniacally, completely shedding his previous refined demeanor. Since the facade was torn with Chen Chang'an, pretense was no longer necessary. Who will perish remains uncertain. Chen Chang'an sneered coldly, channeling the Thunder Extreme Phantom to its fullest, while a flicker of black-red light emanated from his body. This was the first form of the evil blood god technique, blood-bathed demon light. All his spiritual energy erupted fiercely. Simultaneously, he activated the second channel of the martial aperture realm, Fury Soul. Faintly, a shadow seemed to roar behind Chen Chang'an. The 9 layers of the martial aperture realm include Demon Soul, Fury Soul, Violent Heart, Mad Wisdom, Fractured Frenzy, Heaven Shattering, and Earth Annihilation. Each activation of a martial aperture elevates combat prowess. At this moment, Chen Chang'an's aura surged, approaching the 4th level of the King Realm, subtly resembling the attainment of the King Realm itself. Witnessing this scene, countless powerful figures were left astounded. In the concealed shadows, the 9 elders of the Chen family had their pupils rapidly constricting. Everyone, this young lad Chang'an, actually knows how to activate the martial aperture realm. Who taught him? He has managed to open 2 apertures. Heavens, this is utterly astonishing. Even the eldest has only opened 3. The crowd murmured among themselves, their gazes ultimately settling upon their leader, Chen Yi. Chapter 25. The Bloodline of the Overlord. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, transmitting a thought with a calm demeanor. At such a young age, he had already unlocked 2 martial potential realms. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, the elder members of the clan collectively gasped in astonishment. The martial potential realms were gateways to unlocking one's latent capabilities. The more one could activate, the greater the potential unleashed. This could lead to an unparalleled enhancement of one's cultivation, a vital secret to amplifying combat prowess. Meanwhile, the 2 combatants clashed fiercely once more. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed. Bang! Chang'an swung his colossal overlord sword, delivering strike after strike upon Xianxia. Xianxia, filled with frustration, could not comprehend why, despite wielding royal tier combat skills and weapons, he was still being overwhelmed by Chang'an. Each of Chang'an's strikes felt as if they bore the weight of mountains, creating deep craters upon the battlefield. At that moment, Chang'an began to chuckle derisively. Xianxia, you still have one last resort. Unleash the bloodline of the Overlord, perhaps? Otherwise, even if your tortoise shell is immensely sturdy, I may not shatter it, but I can certainly rattle you to your core. Boom! Another forceful strike from the Overlord's sword sent Xianxia hurtling backward, carving a massive trench several yards long into the ground. The crowd erupted in excitement, astonished that even with Xianxia's considerable reserves, he was being relentlessly tormented by Chang'an. This was utterly outrageous. Suddenly, Chang'an reappeared above Xianxia, executing the second form of the evil blood god technique, the mountain-shaking, sea-rumbling strike. Instantly, a torrent of overwhelming sword energy surged from Chang'an's overlord sword. As he struck down, an ethereal image reminiscent of a massive mountain erupted from his being, suffocating Xianxia under immense pressure. Boom! The mighty sword, brimming with celestial power, collided violently with Xianxia's royal tier combat skill and weapon, creating a cataclysmic storm that erupted, sending energy soaring skyward and shattering the halls surrounding walls and roof. Even the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart. As Xianxia was violently thrown back, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. He realized that the royal tier sword in his grasp had been forcefully flung away. Simultaneously, his royal tier armor had shattered, revealing countless fissures that could not withstand the ferocious force. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of glass shattering echoed, and in the next instant, with a resounding bang, his armor was reduced to mere fragments. In the arena, a multitude of spectators collectively gasped in astonishment. How could this young man shatter a royal-grade armor with such ferocity? It was utterly terrifying. Boom! Just then, Chang'an swiftly followed up, placing a foot upon Xianxia's chest, raising his colossal sword high above his head. Xianxia, prepare to meet your demise. Chang'an sneered, bringing the massive sword down with ferocity. This is bad. It's over. The second prince is about to lose. The crowd gasped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Clang! At that moment, a sharp, jarring sound of metal clashing erupted. All eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld a blinding golden light. That was the bloodline of the Chun family's overlord. Someone murmured, their throat constricting, disbelief etched upon their face. Amidst the ruins of the combat arena, Chang'an's gigantic sword pierced into the resplendent golden radiance, only to be abruptly halted in its descent. As the scene became clear to the onlookers, they were struck by the sight of Xianxia, shimmering with a blood-tinged golden aura. It was this very golden light that thwarted the downward plunge of Chang'an's sword. Simultaneously, Xianxia's hands, forged as if from gold, firmly grasped the massive sword of Chang'an. Xianxia's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl as he roared. Chang'an, you are doomed. With an agonizing howl, his upper garments tore apart, revealing skin that gleamed like molten gold. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Xianxia's golden arm utterly disintegrated Chang'an's overlord sword. In the same breath, he delivered a kick that sent Chang'an flying. This was the essence of the overlord bloodline. This was the sheer terror it embodied. Boom! Xianxia slowly rose to his feet, extending his hand to summon back his royal-grade sword. In that moment, he radiated a dazzling golden light, wielding the royal sword like a golden war deity. Exuding en overwhelming aura. He gazed at the airborne Chang'an, who appeared completely unscathed, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. How could Chang'an be unharmed? Indeed. It was you. You vile cur, who has usurped my overlord bloodline. Chen Chang'an regained his balance, brushing off the dust from his attire, his gaze gradually turning frigid. He had finally compelled Xianxia to unleash his overlord bloodline. At this juncture, he sought not only to vanquish Xianxia, but also to demand an explanation from the emperor. In a secluded corner, the head of the Duanmu family sighed heavily, then wearily closed his eyes, murmuring, "Oh, second prince, why must you engage in such folly?" Meanwhile, the 9 elders of the Chun family bore expressions rife with murderous intent. "Chen Chang'an, you shall pay dearly for your actions. I wish for you to experience the consequences of being ruthlessly tormented by your own imperial bloodline." In the arena, Xianxia roared, charging forward with great fervor. Wherever he passed, a golden, blurred shadow was conjured. "Huh!" Chen Chang'an scoffed coldly. "Attempting to use my imperial bloodline against me? What a farce!" With a swift motion, a king's sword appeared in Chen Chang'an's hand, the sword of guardianship. Clang! The light sword and the heavy sword collided fiercely. Boom! In an instant, both men were forcefully repelled. Impossible. Xianxia was driven to madness. He never anticipated that, even when pushed to the brink of his imperial bloodline, he would still be sent flying by Chen Chang'an. There was no mercy shown to him. Xianxia screamed, his form darting forward, the king's sword in his hand striking toward Chen Chang'an's throat like a venomous serpent's fang. A murderous intent enveloped Chen Chang'an's gaze as he activated the Thunder Phantom, positioning himself sideways, and with a mighty swing of the sword of guardianship, he countered. Perish! In the next moment, a thunderous explosion resonated as Chen Chang'an's sword landed heavily upon Xianxia's neck. Clang! It struck like steel, producing a deafening roar. Xianxia howled in agony, flung backward. Yet, with a face twisted in fury, he rose again, charging at Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an laughed heartily. "You cannot break my defense. I shall tire you out." "Oh really?" With a disdainful glint in his eyes, Chen Chang'an vanished like a specter, reappearing above Xianxia, and pressed a hand upon his head. "Gravekeeper absorb." As Chen Chang'an whispered, the character on his hand glowed faintly red, and suddenly, his arm seemed to possess a terrifying sucking force. What? Xianxia's face twisted in horror. At that moment, he felt the imperial bloodline within him rapidly depleting. How can this be? Xianxia was utterly horrified. He had spent half a year fully integrating Chen Chang'an's imperial bloodline into his own. Yet now, this formidable bloodline was vanishing. "No, this is my bloodline." Xianxia roared in rage, thrusting his sword fiercely toward Chen Chang'an's neck. Chapter 26. The Tower-Shaped Pendant. Clang! On y a une explosion échouée. Xianxia was bewildered. He saw a faint golden glow appear around Chen Chang'an's neck. This golden radiance enveloped his throat like a dense scale armor, rendering Xianxia's sword unable to penetrate. You actually possess king-tier armor. How is this possible? On what grounds does the Chun family possess royal armor? Xianxia roared in frustration. You, a wretch, who has usurped my noble bloodline, must return it at once. Chen Chang'an retorted with a scornful laugh. Xianxia how it? His face contorted with despair as he watched his own blood inexplicably flow towards Chen Chang'an's arm. It seemed the very essence of his bloodline was being siphoned, as if his life force itself were being drained away. "Young Master Chun, might you spare the second prince?" At that moment, Lord Duanmu stepped forward, beseeching Chen Chang'an earnestly. "Brother Chang'an, please show mercy to my royal brother. We, the imperial family, are willing to make amends in other ways for the wrongs he has committed against you." Ji Mingwei also emerged, her face a mask of desperation. Only Crown Prince Ji Tsongshan remained silent, gripping Ji Mingwei's arm. "Mingwei, do not plead for him. To seize another's bloodline is an act of utter treachery. Such a despicable individual would find no compassion, even from our father." The onlookers gasped in astonishment at his words. Indeed, how could a royal forsake their unique imperial bloodline for another's? Was he truly a prince? Expressions of disdain spread among the crowd. In the midst of it all, Chen Chang'an ignored the pleas of Lord Duanmu and Ji Mingwei. Their conflict was not for others to interfere in, especially with the Chun family's members watching intently. Soon, amidst the piercing cries of anguish, Xianxia was reduced to a husk, lifeless on the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena as all eyes turned to the corpse of the second prince, then to the serene visage of Chen Chang'an, collectively gasping in horror. What a ruthless young man. Lord Duanmu, will you not proclaim the results? I have emerged victorious. Furthermore, I expect the first prize and resources from the academic competition to be bestowed upon me, Chun Chang'an said, observing the dismayed countenance of Lord Duanmu. Ah, very well. Lord Duanmu sighed heavily, handing over a spatial ring to Chun Chang'an satisfied. Chun Chang'an accepted it, discovering within it 100,000 spirit stones and a heavenly grade elixir. Moreover, he also found a healing potion on the second prince's body. He had reclaimed his noble bloodline. This was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Subsequently, Chun Chang'an departed the academy with his family, and none dared to obstruct their path. As he left, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of whispers. The battle between Chun Chang'an and Jit Songhai had come to a close, leaving all in a state of astonishment. Chun Chang'an had once again ascended as the foremost prodigy of the great Zhou Academy, and this time, even more spoke of him in hushed tones, filled with trepidation. After all, Chun Chang'an had indeed taken many lives this time. Upon his return to the Chun family, he joined the clan leader and 9 esteemed elders for dinner. Among them was also Qin Xian. The feast was lavish, featuring an array of delicacies from various spirit beasts. This was the first meal Chun Chang'an shared with his elders since his return. While there were other elders in the Chun family, they did not hold the same stature as these 9 prominent figures. Chang'an, Chun Xian began, his tone calm. Yes, clan leader, please speak, Chun Chang'an replied, his mouth full as he devoured the meal, having not tasted food for a century. Though he did not feel hunger while entombed in the God-Burial Coffin, he longed for the flavor of food, especially meat. The second prince has seized your overlord bloodline, and although you fought him fairly, even if you killed him, you need not feel burdened. Clan leader, I bear no burden, Chun Chang'an shrugged nonchalantly. Good, but Chun Xian continued, gazing at him with a significant expression. The emperor of the great Zhou wishes to bestow his daughter, the Mingyue princess, upon you. Would you accept? Bestow marriage? Chun Chang'an halted, astonished. Clan leader, is the emperor in his right mind? I killed his son, yet he would offer his daughter to me? Even Chun Xian looked intrigued. Brother, the princess has actually shown you quite a bit of favor, he remarked. Here, have a chicken leg. Children should not speak out of turn. Chun Chang'an stuffed a chicken leg into Chun Xian's mouth, causing his cheeks to bulge comically. This is the delicate balance of royal politics, which indirectly illustrates the advantages of great power, the second elder remarked with a gentle wave of his fan, smiling. Chang'an, the emperor believes our Chun family is unfathomable. Hence he seeks to bind us with his daughter, hoping to alleviate your resentment toward the Ji family. Indeed, Chun Xian concurred, picking up the thread. A year ago, the emperor was grievously wounded, leaving him tormented by dark forces that he cannot dispel. He wishes for our 5th elder to heal him, but now with this incident occurring, should you become the prince consort, it would be reasonable for him to request our 5th elder's assistance. Chun Chang'an was taken aback. He had been missing for a year, and the emperor had suffered for a year as well. Was he assassinated? What a coincidence. Noticing Chun Chang'an deep in thought, the second elder chuckled. We too suspect that this matter is related to the second prince. What? He could be so malevolent? Chun Chang'an was taken aback. All for that position, he concluded. 9th master curled his lips and spoke. Chun Chang'an remained silent for a moment before continuing. Clan leader, esteemed elders, I do not require this marriage contract for the time being. Very well, we shall abide by your wishes, Chun Xiantong replied with a smile, not inquiring further about the reasons behind his decision. The others nodded gently in agreement. After the meal, Chun Chang'an and Chun Xian departed from the dining table together. They ascended to the rooftop and lay down. Chun Chang'an handed over a spatial ring to Chun Xian. Brother, what is this? Chun Xian was taken aback, glancing inside before promptly pushing it back. No, brother, I cannot accept this. There are too many resources here and I still have the spirit stones from our father. Take it. I insist, Chun Chang'an's tone grew stern. In cultivation, resources are paramount. Without spirit stones, no matter how talented you are, your progress will be stunted. As he spoke, Chun Chang'an rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the starry sky, and continued, I am aware that our Chun family is extraordinary. Each elder possesses unfathomable depth. They seem to be concealing something significant. What could that be? Confusion clouded Chun Xian's youthful face. You will understand when you grow older, Chun Chang'an replied, reclaiming his thoughts and smiling at him. I will soon journey to the sacred land, and when the time comes, you will be the one to uphold the Chun family's banner in the great Zhou royal city. Therefore, you must cultivate diligently. With a smile, Chen Chang'an returned to his chamber. Chen Xian stared blankly at the myriad spirit stones within the spatial ring. Around his neck, a small tower-shaped pendant emitted a sweet feminine voice. Oh, your elder brother seems to care for you quite a bit. Of course, he is my brother, and I cannot disappoint his expectations. Chen Xian firmly grasped the pendant, silently resolving to uphold his brother's trust. TSK, you little rascal. Back when you were nearly beaten to death, you refused to acknowledge me as your master. Now, to help your brother out of a crisis, you are willing? The teasing voice resonated from the tower-shaped pendant. Humph, my brother has offended a powerful family in the sacred land, and now, with the great Zhou royal family involved, all I can do is ensure he has no worries. Chen Xian declared, determination shining in his eyes as he turned and vanished into the night. After returning to his room, Chen Chang'an began his cultivation, utilizing the God-Burying Coffin to refine the spirit stones and absorb the spiritual energy contained within. This was indeed an enviable method. Most practitioners would employ techniques to guide the energy from the spirit stones into their dantian, a process that was exceedingly slow and time-consuming, with considerable losses. However, Chen Chang'an was different. He merely needed to place the spirit stones inside the God-Burying Coffin to obtain an incredibly pure source of spiritual energy. Subsequently, he absorbed the spiritual energy into his dantian and the meridians throughout his body, refining his physique. Thus, after 3 days, his cultivation had ascended to the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm. A few tens of thousands of spirit stones had merely advanced him by 1 level. Chen Chang'an murmured softly, somewhat dissatisfied. Alas, my dear lad, as your realm ascends, the demand for spiritual energy naturally increases. Do you believe it would be as effortless as at the beginning? Using several million spirit stones to ascend over 20 minor realms in succession? The mocking voice of the coffin elder echoed from his arm. Indeed, Chen Chang'an retracted his disappointment. Advancing a minor realm in just 3 days was still quite astonishing. He then exited the room. Young master, we have received word from the palace requesting your presence. A servant hurriedly conveyed. Chen Chang'an squinted. The emperor wishes to see me? Indeed, young master, the servant replied, retracting his neck, secretly marveling at the audacity of Chen Chang'an. Within the entire great Zhou kingdom, only he dared address the sovereign so irreverently. Very well, I shall have breakfast first, then I will go meet him. Chen Chang'an stretched lazily and made his way to the dining hall of the Chen family, where he had breakfast with the family head and others before leisurely leaving the Chen estate. Upon stepping outside, Chen Chang'an noticed 2 individuals waiting for him. It was Ji Mingyue and the head of the great Zhou Academy, Duan Mutsang. Headmaster, Princess Mingyue, what brings you here? Chen Chang'an inquired with curiosity. Having heard of your completion in cultivation, Princess and I have come to escort young Master Chen, as His Majesty requests your presence. Duan Mutsang replied, slightly flustered. Even addressing him as young Master Chen, he felt an overwhelming pressure from the 9 clan elders of the Chen family. Yet he was astonished to find such formidable authority emanating from Chen Chang'an as well. What manner of family is this Chen clan? It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse for the great Zhou kingdom, Duan Mutsang pondered. Ji Mingyue gazed at Chen Chang'an with a mournful expression, for he had spurned the imperial marriage proposal. He actually rejected it? Is he afraid I would despise him for having killed my royal brother? Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Chen Chang'an regarded the 2 with a faint smile. Shall we depart? Ah, yes. Young Master Chen, please. Duan Mutsang promptly gestured toward a luxurious carriage drawn by a mystical beast, striving to maintain a gentle smile. Chen Chang'an cast a glance at the dazed Ji Mingyue before stepping into the carriage. Let us go, Princess, Duan Mutsang whispered to Ji Mingyue. Ah, Ji Mingyue seemed out of sorts, her demeanor resembling that of a lost soul. Alas, what a calamity! Duan Mutsang let out a soft sigh, and then everyone boarded the carriage, setting off toward the imperial palace. The palace was extraordinarily opulent, resplendent in gold and jade, exuding the majesty of the royal lineage. Soon, Chen Chang'an found himself in the presence of the sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom, Ji Wentian. Ah, Chang'an, you have arrived, Ji Wentian proclaimed. Standing in the grand hall adorned in a yellow royal robe and crown, his complexion slightly pale. Yet, his eyes shimmered with a fierce brilliance, commanding respect and exhibiting a natural air of superiority. His gaze fell upon the elegantly attired Chen Chang'an, clad in a white long shirt, exuding both beauty and grace. as a gentle smile spread across his face. I am Chun Chang'an, honored to meet your majesty. Chun Chang'an stepped forward, performing a slight bow, exuding neither subservience nor arrogance. Indeed, Ji Wentian replied with a nod, his expression shifting to one of concern. Chang'an, you have endured much this past year. My Ji family has wronged you. It is all due to my inept second son, who dared to usurp your bloodline. You avenged yourself upon him, and it was his own folly. Do not dwell upon it, nor feel burdened. Furthermore, my daughter has always held affection for you. Why do you refuse my proposal of marriage? Yeventian earnestly implored, clearly wishing for union between Chun Chang'an and his daughter. Upon hearing the mention of her own marital prospects, Ji Mingwei lowered her head and furtively glanced at Chun Chang'an, her heart a tumult of emotions. She harbored feelings for Chun Chang'an. Yet her royal brother had seized Chun Chang'an's bloodline, and now Chun Chang'an had slain her brother. How complicated and tangled it all was. Chun Chang'an smiled gently and clasped his hands together, responding, Your Majesty, jest. But I have recently severed a marriage engagement and do not wish to pursue another at this time. As he said this, Chun Chang'an offered a subtle smile. That is true. You have only recently dissolved your engagement with that girl from the Gu family. Let us set this matter aside for now. Ji Wentian chuckled, seemingly relieved. Chun Chang'an's lack of a definitive refusal suggested there remained a glimmer of hope. However, Ji Mingwei felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. At that moment, the head of the Duanmu family interjected, Your Majesty, the fifth master of the Chun family is an unparalleled physician. It is said that young Master Chun has inherited much of his teachings. Perhaps he could examine Your Majesty's ailment? At this, Ji Mingwei abruptly lifted her head and rushed to Chun Chang'an's side, exclaiming, Brother Chang'an, can you help my father with his condition? Chun Chang'an was taken aback for a moment, then contemplated before responding, Very well. He turned to Ji Wentian and asked, Your Majesty, may I request that you remove your outer robe? Certainly. Ji Wentian replied without hesitation, shedding his robe to reveal a robust physique. On the region of his heart, a black handprint was visible, faintly shimmering with a golden glow. Chun Chang'an observed closely, his eyes narrowing in realization. This was the mark of an attack from a sacred emperor. As the words fell, everyone present was taken aback. Chapter 28, The Southeast Wind Alliance. Ji Wentian fixed his gaze on Chun Chang'an, astonished, truly remarkable. You must have grasped most of the true teachings from your esteemed fifth master. Just a single glance, and you can discern the source of my injuries. Beside him, Ji Mingwei, filled with excitement, grasped Chun Chang'an's arm anxiously. Brother Chang'an, can you save my father? The emperor? Chun Chang'an shook his head slightly. My cultivation is still insufficient. I cannot alleviate the injuries to the sovereign's heart meridian. The sovereign had sustained injuries to his heart meridian, which was being relentlessly consumed by the energy of the Saint Emperor realm, suffering day and night. To resolve this, a Saint Monarch was required to draw out that energy. What? A Saint Monarch is needed? Both Lord Duanmu and Ji Mingwei exclaimed simultaneously. Ji Wentian, however, gazed at Chun Chang'an with astonishment, as if beholding a marvel. Impressive. You have discerned this. If your fifth master were to intervene, could he resolve it? Upon hearing this, the other two looked at Chun Chang'an with eager anticipation. Chun Chang'an shook his head. I cannot say for certain. If my fifth master were Saint Monarch, perhaps he could. At this point, Chun Chang'an turned to Ji Wentian and smiled. Sovereign, do you truly believe it possible? In this modest eastern state, could there be a Saint Monarch? Ji Wentian shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, if your fifth master could resolve it, he likely would not have come to our aid. I have invited him numerous times, yet I have not even laid eyes upon him. Lord Duanmu lamented. Brother Chang'an, regardless of the circumstances, could you persuade your fifth master to come and take a look? Ji Mingwei implored, her eyes filled with hope. Yes, Chang'an, whatever your Chun family desires. My royal family will fulfill it, as long as it is within our means. Yeventian nodded emphatically. Chun Chang'an felt a stir in his heart and replied, I shall make an effort. If my fifth master can indeed heal the emperor, it would surely warrant a significant investment. This could prove to be a most lucrative venture. Contemplating this, Chun Chang'an had already formed a plan. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from outside the palace hall, followed by a wildly arrogant laughter that echoed within. Ha! The prince of Dongxian Kingdom, Dong Liantian, has come to seek an audience with the sovereign of the Great Zhou. As the words subsided, the proclamation of seeking an audience was but a pretext for a reckless intrusion, accompanied by a chorus of wails. It was evident that the guards outside the hall had failed to restrain him and were sent flying, producing cries of agony. The expressions of those within the hall changed dramatically. Chun Chang'an rubbed his nose, pondering how the great Zhou had become so feeble as to be directly disregarded by a prince from a neighboring kingdom. What insolence! Lord Duanmu fumed, unleashing his spiritual energy and charging out. However, it was not long before a tumultuous surge of energy accompanied by a resounding roar sent the Lord of Duanmu crashing back inside. With a series of thunderous footsteps, he descended upon the ground, causing the solid earth to shatter instantaneously. A tall, venerable figure strode in with purpose. It was none other than Brother Duanmu. TSK, is the esteemed head of the great Zhou Academy truly such a feeble creature? You. As he beheld the newcomer, a fierce glint flickered in Duanmu's eyes. Yet he clenched his fists tightly, refraining from making a move. The figure before him was none other than He Wuqing, the guardian elder of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, an old rival from his youth. Having been defeated in their previous exchange, a tempest brewed within his heart. As He Wuqing entered, he was accompanied by a youth clad in elegance, wielding a folding fan. This was none other than the 9th prince of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Dong Liantian. Beside him stood another young man, his face marred with disdain. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed as a battalion of palace guards rushed in. Yet, to Chun Chang'an's astonishment, Ji Wentian waved his hand, dismissing the guards. At this command, the bewildered guards retreated from the grand hall, their expressions a mixture of confusion. Observing this, a smirk of contempt curled at the corners of Chun Chang'an's lips. This emperor, allowing such brazen intrusion into the palace without a hint of anger, truly exemplified cowardice. No wonder he could still send forth his daughter after the death of his son. He seemed to have no tricks up his sleeve after all. In the Eastern Zhou region, 4 great nations coexist: the Eastern Xian Kingdom, the Southern Ming Kingdom, the Fengyu Kingdom, and the Great Zhou Kingdom. Since Ji Wentian ascended to the throne, the Great Zhou Kingdom has gradually waned. Over the past 30 years, during the quadrennial contests among the 4 nations, they have consistently ranked last in all 10 competitions. The 4 Kingdoms competition serves to determine the elite who may enter a mystical realm for cultivation, with rankings dictating the number of prodigies each nation may send. The Great Zhou Kingdom's continual last-place standings have caused its youth to lag behind their counterparts from the other 3 nations, leading to widespread disdain from them. Furthermore, the head of the Great Zhou Kingdom, despite being assassinated, could not uncover the identity of the perpetrator. What a tragic state of affairs. Now, a mere prince of the Eastern Xian Kingdom dares to trespass directly into the palace of the Great Zhou Kingdom, a testament to the utter disregard for its sovereignty. Dong Liantian, do you truly lack the decorum to face a neighboring sovereign? Ji Wentian inquired, his countenance dark and foreboding. Yet, in the face of Ji Wentian's piercing gaze, Dong Liantian strolled leisurely, devoid of any reverence for the sovereign, a smile playing upon his lips. The Lord of the Ji Kingdom, my dear uncle, I am merely testing the adequacy of the guards of the Great Zhou Palace. Who would have thought they would be so inept as to allow me to breach their defenses so effortlessly? It seems that the Lord of the Ji Kingdom must indeed bolster security. Ji Wentian and the head of the Duanmu family wore expressions of extreme displeasure, for this implied that the personnel of their palace were utterly incompetent. Ji Wentian clenched his fists tightly and spoke in a low voice. Dong Liantian, what brings you here? Speak plainly. With a smile, Dong Liantian tilted his head, making way for a young man to step forward before Ji Wentian. Do you know who this is, Lord of the Great Zhou? I care not who he is. Yventian scoffed. Dong Liantian, with an amused demeanor, responded, Oh, if that is the case, should the Great Zhou be vanquished, do not blame my dear nephew for not forewarning you. What? The mere mention of the Great Zhou's destruction caused Ji Wentian, Duanmu family head, and Ji Mingyue to change countenance dramatically. What do you mean by that? Ji Wentian glared at Dong Liantian, his voice chilling. Haha. At that moment, the young man spoke up. I am Zhao Zihan, the son of Zhao Tianwei, the leader of the Southeast Wind Alliance. What? You are Zhao Tianwei's son? Ji Wentian's eyes narrowed. Indeed, Zhao Tianwei's expression was one of pride. The Southeast Wind Alliance is a premier sect formed by the 3 nations of Dongxian, Nanming, and Fengyu, a coalition of formidable powers. In simpler terms, the might of this alliance is backed by those 3 nations. As for Zhao Tianwei, it is rumored that he has entered the sacred grounds and attained the status of an elder in the Tai Tsong sword sect, holding a position of great esteem. Zhao Zihan, I care not for your alliance. Ji Wentian furiously waved his sleeve and fixed his gaze upon Dong Liantian. Dong Liantian, what did you mean by your earlier words? Do you intend for Dong Xian to conspire with the other two nations to destroy my great Zhou? He, Dong Liantian smiled. To invoke war would bring untold suffering. My dear nephew is not so malicious. However, we three nations believe that your great Zhou is unworthy of being one of the four great nations of the Eastern continent. Therefore, we propose that your Ji royal family abdicate, allowing the Southeast Wind Alliance to establish a new Southeast Wind nation. His words left everyone in the room utterly stunned. The implication was that Ji Wentian should relinquish control of the Great Zhou in favor of the Southeast Wind Nation. How utterly absurd. In an instant, Ji Wentian felt a chill surge through him. Chapter 29, A Buffoon. What if I refuse? Ji Wentian fixed his gaze on Dong Liantian, speaking coldly. He refuse? Dong Liantian scoffed. This is an opportunity for your Ji royal family to preserve your lives. Do not be ungrateful. At this moment, Zhao Zihan lifted his head, casting a look of pity at Ji Wentian, disdainfully remarking, TSK, how formidable and majestic the Ji clan once was. Yet, since your ascension to power, it has gradually declined. What a pity, what a pity. The present-day Great Zhou Kingdom is left with nothing but a band of inept individuals. Should war break out, our Southeast Wind Alliance could lay waste to Chang'an in just 3 days. Moreover, not only is my father an elder of the sacred land, Tai Tsong Sword Sect, but my uncle, Zhao Tianli, has also ascended to the status of an elder in the sacred land, Qing Xian Sacred Sect. So tell me, what do you, Great Zhou, have to contend with us? Do you intend to rely on those ineffectual mentors within the Great Zhou Academy? As Zhao Zihan spoke, his arrogance intensified, and he felt an overwhelming sense of pride swelling within him, for he was soon to be an imperial prince. Upon hearing that the Southeast Wind Alliance sought to annihilate the Great Zhou Kingdom, backed by the elders of the sacred land, Ji Mingyue's countenance shifted dramatically. In a moment of panic, she instinctively clutched Chen Chang'an's arm, her form pressing tightly against him. Chen Chang'an glanced at her, discreetly withdrawing his arm, crossing it instead, while observing the unfolding drama with a smirk. In the midst of this, Ji Wentian's face turned ashen, desperately suppressing the turbulent energy within him, striving to uphold the dignity befitting a ruler. Yet, he struggled to catch his breath, exclaiming, "You dare covet the territory of my Great Zhou Kingdom." His complexion became as pale as a sheet, his body swaying perilously as if on the verge of collapsing. "Father!" Ji Mingyue exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to support him. Ji Wentian, I advise you to prepare adequately, lest you face the fate of utter annihilation, Dong Liantian sneered. "What more do you wish to say?" Ji Wentian forced himself to stand upright, but the searing pain in his heart distorted his features. This time, the Great Zhou Kingdom need not participate in the four nations grand competition, as you have consistently ranked last, and in your current weakened state. You are unfit to be recognized as a power in Dongzhou. Dong Liantian scoffed. The next contender for the fourth major force will be the Southeast Wind Alliance. You speak nonsense. Lord Duanmu bellowed in fury. Entering the Dongzhou secret realm has always been the privilege of our four great nations. What right does the Southeast Wind Alliance have? What right, you ask? Zhao Zihan coldly laughed. The right of strength. He then cast a scornful gaze at Ji Wentian and his daughter, sneering, Ji Wentian. You ought to seek an escape route for your Ji family while there is still time. Ha ha, indeed. Dong Liantian guffawed. I have a clear path in mind. He turned his attention to Ji Mingyue, saying, Princess Mingyue, why not marry Zhao Zihan and become his concubine? Perhaps that would ensure the survival of your Ji family. What? To have Ji Mingyue wed Zhao Zihan? To merely become his concubine? You dare to overstep your bounds. Ji Wentian could hardly bear the thought of his precious daughter being reduced to the concubine of a mere scoundrel. Such indignity caused him to tremble, the veins on his forehead bulging as if they might burst. Heh, Ji Wentian, do not feign indignation. Dong Liantian sneered. This Zhao brother is, after all, a remarkable talent of the younger generation, having attained the Tianshi martial realm at such a tender age. Indeed, Ji Mingyue becoming my concubine would be a privilege for you. Zhao Zihan's gaze was filled with lascivious intent as he declared, I am an invincible force within the same realm. He then turned his mocking gaze towards the trembling Ji Wentian, who dared not retaliate, and jeered, Ji Wentian, you must admit, your daughter is unworthy of my attention. At that moment, a scornful laugh broke the tension, drawing the astonished gazes of Dong Liantian, Zhao Zihan, and the previously silent He Wuqing towards the unassuming Chen Chang'an. What are you laughing at? Zhao Zihan narrowed his eyes at Chen Chang'an. I am not laughing at anything, Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly, stifling yawn. This is utterly tedious. Chen Chang'an's words startled Ji Mingyue, who swiftly positioned herself in front of him and whispered urgently, Brother Chang'an, you must retreat. They are not good people. She stood protectively before him, insisting, he is merely my guard. I will have him leave at once. Although Chen Chang'an possessed formidable strength, Ji Mingyue was wary of the formidable power of the gray-haired elder, who could easily best even the master of the Duanmu family. Guard? Dong Liantian smirked with such looks. Could he be the princess's male pet? TSK, I take back my earlier words. Zhao Zihan jested. It seems the innocent and lovely Princess Mingyue is, in truth, a plaything for others. How dull. You speak nonsense. Ji Mingyue's face flushed with humiliation, but she turned back to Chen Chang'an, urging, Brother Chang'an, please leave. Huh? Think you can escape? Dong Liantian stepped in front of Chen Chang'an, coldly demanding, First, you must tell us what you found amusing. With an unruffled expression, Chen Chang'an replied, I merely remembered something quite delightful. A dangerous glint flickered in Dong Liantian's eyes. Oh, is that so? Pray tell. Let Zhao brother and I share in your joy. In response, Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, unabashedly scoffing. I laughed at you two bumpkins, foolishly embarrassing yourselves. What invincibility in the Tianshi martial realm. What right do you have to make a princess your concubine? TSK. Such arrogance is laughable. Little did they realize, they were merely two foolish clowns. As Chen Chang'an's words fell, silence enveloped the scene. He sensed the heavy breathing of Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan intensify. Chen Chang'an continued, How amusing. You two foolish and ungrateful wretches. His words left Ji Mingyue, taken aback, staring in astonishment at him, her face turning pale with concern. The two, Lord Duanmu and Ji Wentian, exchanged glances and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With Chen Chang'an's intervention, they felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. However, Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan were utterly stunned, their expressions soon morphing into mockery. After all, they perceived Chen Chang'an more as a jester than anything else. Ha, splendid. You possess quite the courage, Dong Liantian remarked, surveying Chen Chang'an with a scrutinizing gaze. He hadn't anticipated such audacity from a talent hailing from the great Zhou kingdom. Indeed, this journey proves worthwhile. With that, he turned his attention to Ji Wentian. Your daughter has chosen a rather bold male companion. Ji Wentian glanced at Chen Chang'an and sighed. He is the one to whom I intend to betroth Princess Mingyue, the heir of the Chen family. Chen Chang'an. Father. Ji Mingyue exclaimed in surprise, bewildered as to why her father would reveal Chen Chang'an's identity. Oh, so you are the heir of the esteemed Chen family of the great Zhou kingdom. No wonder you are so arrogant, Dong Liantian scoffed. Indeed, I have heard whispers that he is the one who vanquished the second prince. How intriguing. The pride of the great Zhou kingdom. I must say, I am rather intimidated. Zhao Zihan chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Even if you manage to defeat that useless Ji Sanhai, do you truly believe you possess the audacity to act brazenly before me? Dong Liantian echoed his disdain, yes. Merely triumphing over a weakling from your own nation has inflated your ego. How laughable. Chen Chang'an regarded these two arrogant individuals with crossed arms, nonchalantly responding, So, what can you two clowns possibly do to me? At his words, Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan's eyes glinted ominously as they spoke in unison. Are you seeking death? I can certainly oblige. Don't assume you can fight beyond your means. The strength of our great sex is beyond your imagination. Crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Meanwhile, He Wuqing narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Chang'an. Upon detecting no formidable aura emanating from him, a look of scornful amusement appeared on his face. You two are nothing but pathetic fools, relying solely on your words. Here I stand. Let us see how you intend to eliminate me. Chen Chang'an replied coolly, While this matter is not mine to concern, should you seek your own demise, I am more than willing to show you a lesson. Besides, Princess Mingyue has treated me well. I cannot simply stand by and watch her suffer indignities. Ji Mingyue suddenly grasped Chen Chang'an's sleeve, calling out, Brother Chang'an. The malevolent glint in Zhao Zihan's eyes erupted, his smile contorting into a sinister grin. He twisted his neck, ominously declaring, Since you seek death, I shall grant it. With that, he lunged forward, his palm transforming into a claw, aimed directly at Chen Chang'an's throat with ferocious intent. Upon witnessing Zhao Zihan's sudden and intimidating assault, Ji Mingwei gasped in terror. Yet in the next moment, Chen Chang'an's foot surged forth with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The force was immense, an unstoppable blow that struck Zhao Zihan squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. Boom! Zhao Zihan seemingly morphed into a human cannonball, crashing violently into the wall of the Grand Hall. Ji Mingyue's gasp was abruptly silenced, her mouth agape in astonishment. Dong Liantian's mocking laughter was suddenly choked off. Even Yi Wuqing's pupils constricted to pinpricks. The Lord of the Duanmu and Ji Wentian anticipated Chen Chang'an's intervention, yet they never expected him to be so overwhelmingly powerful, launching an adversary across the room with a mere kick. Their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. All eyes were fixated on the composed and elegantly attired young man, clad in white, seemingly untouched by dust, as they struggled to regain their senses. Thud! Zhao Zihan emerged from the gaping hole in the wall, his bloodied and mangled face contorted in fury. His gaze locked onto Chen Chang'an, hissing ominously. Whoosh! Chen Chang'an suddenly charged forward, his figure rapidly expanding in Zhao Zihan's vision, culminating in a colossal foot raised high, just as Zhao Zihan's pupils dilated in horror, before crashing down with force. Boom! Chen Chang'an's foot descended mercilessly upon his head, driving it into the wall, embedding it deeply. As debris exploded around them, Zhao Zihan hung upside down, his head lodged in the wall, his limp legs flailing helplessly above. Is this what it means to be invincible in the realm of Tianwu? Chen Chang'an's voice dripped with mockery. Observing the two quivering legs, his gaze shifted to the prominent bulge between them, and he abruptly lifted his foot once more, slamming it down with brutal intent. Crack! The sound reminiscent of a shattered egg echoed through the air. A chilling wail erupted from Zhao Zihan, his head ensconced in the wall, his body convulsing violently, stained with both red and white, soaking his trousers. TSK, it's truly laughable. What a pathetic creature. How dare such a tiny worm covet the illustrious Princess Mingwei of the great Zhou kingdom? You, a dog-like wretch, dare to claim such worth? Chen Chang'an taunted, turning his gaze towards the astonished Dong Liantian. Now, it's your turn, second-rate waste. Dong Liantian finally reacted, shouting for Elder He to save him. He called out several times, only to suddenly realize that Yi Wuqing stood frozen in place, utterly motionless. Yet, his eyes were clearly trembling with unending terror. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and he was rendered speechless. Dong Liantian, oblivious to Yi Wuqing's unusual state, cautiously approached Chen Chang'an, exclaiming, Chen Chang'an, how dare you lay a hand on us? With a resounding slap, before Dong Liantian could finish his words, Chen Chang'an was already before him, delivering a powerful blow to his face that sent him spinning through the air, crashing violently against the wall. Bang! Following that, his head slowly slid downwards, striking the ground with a most peculiar posture. Ugh! Dong Liantian emitted a hoarse cry of pain as he gradually rose, unsteadily regaining his footing. His face was a gruesome mess, blood gushing profusely. He fiercely wiped his face, glaring at Chen Chang'an with a countenance twisted in rage and humiliation. An inferno of fury igniting within him that seemed ready to consume him entirely. As a prince of the Eastern Xian kingdom, he had been struck down by a mere slap from someone who was merely the young master of a modest family. Such humiliation was unprecedented. Even if his adversary were to perish 1,000 times, it would not quell the hatred in his heart. You filthy scoundrel, you lowly wretch. I shall flay you alive. Dong Liantian roared like a demon, his visage exceedingly menacing. Is that so? Chen Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly, regarding him as a pitiful fool. Even the second prince of the great Zhou kingdom is superior to you. At least he could exchange a few blows with me. While you two can only boast empty words like the trash you are, one of you was dispatched with a mere kick. As for you, another slap will suffice. Dong Liantian's heart ignited with fury at Chen Chang'an's disdainful gaze and humiliating words. He summoned all his strength, a long spear manifesting in his hand as he lunged ferociously at Chen Chang'an. The spear radiated with explosive spiritual energy, its momentum awe-inspiring. The Tiger Roar Spear. Ji Wentian gasped in astonishment, recognizing it as a royal-grade weapon, a treasured artifact of the Eastern Xian kingdom, now wielded by Dong Liantian. with the spear in hand. Dong Liantian exuded an intimidating aura, his cultivation reaching the third level of the Heavenly King realm, stronger than Ji Songhai. Yet, alas, Chen Chang'an, who had previously bested Ji Songhai, having advanced a minor level in cultivation, would similarly triumph over Dong Liantian, with the bloodline of a tyrant coursing through him. Chen Chang'an's hands shimmered with golden light as he reached out to seize the incoming spear. Chapter 31. Who owes whom? An explanation. Seeking death. Dong Liantian let out a cold snort, and the tiger roar spear in his hand erupted with an overwhelming royal aura, akin to a ferocious tiger pouncing upon Chen Chang'an. Clang! It seemed as if the spear had been firmly grasped by a mighty iron claw, rendering him unable to break free. What on earth? Witnessing Chen Chang'an seize the tip of his spear with bare hands left Dong Liantian in utter disbelief. Yet at that moment, Chen Chang'an's hands glided forward like a serpent. And then, with a powerful punch, he struck mercilessly at Dong Liantian's arm. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, accompanied by Dong Liantian's agonized scream as Chen Chang'an shattered his right hand, amidst the chaos of blood and flesh. The spear had already found its way into Chen Chang'an's grasp. Subsequently, he brought the spear crashing down upon Dong Liantian's face. Bang! Dong Liantian howled in pain, his body sent flying backward. Whoosh! Following this, Chen Chang'an hurled the spear with precision, piercing through his chest with a sickening sound, the tip emerging from his back and embedding itself into the ground, pinning Dong Liantian in place. Cough, cough, cough. Dong Liantian dangled from the tiger roar spear, his complexion rapidly paling, blood spilling from his mouth as the arrogance and hubris in his eyes gave way to sheer terror. TCH, what a pair of disgraceful fools. Reeking of incompetence, Chen Chang'an sneered derisively. How dare such wretches provoke me in the grand kingdom of Zhou? Do they even have a right to insult the esteemed Princess Mingwei of my kingdom? Ji Mingwei gazed at Chen Chang'an in a daze, her heart stirred profoundly. Her eyes misty, her lips slightly parted. Brother Chang'an. Ji Wentian's pupils sparkled with brilliance, his body trembling with excitement, his blood surging. Meanwhile, from a distance, He Wuqing's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Chang'an, his voice low and heavy. Who are you truly? To him, Chen Chang'an was far beyond a mere member of a first-rate family from the kingdom of Zhou. After all, a peerless master lurked nearby, locking onto him and rendering him incapable of action. How terrifying! Have you been deaf all this while? Well, allow me to reiterate. I am Chen Chang'an from the Chen family, Chang'an City, Kingdom of Zhou. Chen Chang'an spoke calmly, his gaze condescending. He Wuqing stared intently at Chen Chang'an, realizing there was no sign of deceit in his words, his complexion growing even graver. He clasped his fists and bowed to the surroundings. May I inquire which esteemed elder is present? Why do you obstruct me? The treatment the kingdom of Zhou could offer, my Dongxian kingdom can equally provide. I humbly request that the esteemed elder grant my Dongxian kingdom some consideration and refrain from intervening in this matter. Upon hearing this, Ji Wentian and Duanmu Zong exchanged glances, quickly coming to the realization that it must be the guardian behind Chen Chang'an. Indeed, this was the case. Upon this realization, the two exchanged a glance, their hearts settling with newfound assurance. Although Chen Chang'an was aware of a guardian following him, he remained uncertain of the identity of this protector. After a brief pause, no one responded. He Wucheng's expression darkened considerably as he turned to Ji Wentian, contemplating the application of pressure. He scoffed coldly. What do you mean, the sovereign of the great Zhou? Pointing at Chen Chang'an, he continued with a menacing tone. He has slain the son of Zhao Tianwei from the Southeast Wind Alliance and murdered a prince of our Dongxian kingdom. Will you not provide this old man with an explanation? If you possess any sense, you will apprehend the culprit and personally deliver him to our kingdom. Seek forgiveness from our sovereign, or else a 1,000,000-strong army shall march forth to avenge our prince. Upon hearing this, Ji Wentian's countenance shifted dramatically, momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Duanmu Zong approached him and whispered a few words. Ji Wentian's gaze flickered, his resolve hardening as he clenched his teeth. He turned to the composed Chen Chang'an and declared, Humph, the one who killed him is my son-in-law. All his actions stem from my authorization. Do you expect me to bind my own son-in-law? Apologies, but I cannot comply. In response, He Wucheng's eyes turned icy. Ye Guozu, do you truly wish to engage in war with my Dongxian kingdom? The words of Ji Wentian provoked a reflexive retreat as he cast a pleading glance toward Chen Chang'an. The only viable course of action lay in heeding Duanmu Zhang's counsel and fully aligning with the Qin family. This might be the sole path to salvation for the great Zhou. Observing this, Chen Chang'an scoffed, glancing at He Wu Cheng with disdain. What explanation do you require from me, you old fool? Previously, they were villains who showed disrespect to the sovereign of the great Zhou. They further insulted our princess, Mingyue. Their deaths are more than deserved. Humph, and you still seek an explanation from us? How ludicrous. With hands clasped behind his back, he approached He Wu Cheng with an air of superiority, looking down upon him as he declared, "You dare to send 1,000,000 troops to demand justice? Go ahead and try. Our great Zhou has stood for a millennium. How could we fear your kind? You claim our national strength is feeble. Yet how could you know that our ancient kingdom does not harbor hidden depths?" Each word from Chen Chang'an resonated powerfully, causing Ji Wentian to momentarily believe that the Ji royal family possessed formidable resources, prompting him to straighten his posture. He Wu Cheng's eyes flickered as he perceived the unparalleled arrogance in Chen Chang'an's gaze, a demeanor that belonged solely to a timeless great nation. How could this be? The royal family of the great Zhou had evidently fallen. What foundation could they possibly possess? What do you mean? Chen Chang'an scoffed, pointing at the lifeless bodies of Zhao Zihan and Dong Lian, coldly stating, "Take your 2 pests and return, demanding an explanation from your sovereign for the great Zhou kingdom. Otherwise, we shall not be merciful during the grand tournament of the 4 nations. You young man, do not be so arrogant. You are merely borrowing grandeur from the mighty." He Wu Cheng regarded Chen Chang'an with a frigid stare, his chest heaving violently. "Huh." Chen Chang'an let out a cold laugh. "Do you Eastern Xian people truly believe you are not fools? You." He Wu Cheng was seething with rage, yet he restrained himself from striking Chen Chang'an. After all, there existed a formidable and enigmatic presence in the shadows. Ah, indeed, how could a fool ever recognize their own folly? Chen Chang'an scoffed. Whether it be the nonsensical Southeastern Wind Alliance or your Eastern Xian nation, do you truly believe you can consume the vast heritage of the great Zhou accumulated over millennia? Such ignorance is laughable. Ji Wentian's gaze flickered. Had he not been well acquainted with the realities of great nations, he might have nearly succumbed to belief. Yet he feigned a facade of strength, lifting his head proudly and declaring, "My son-in-law speaks the truth. Humph, you are nothing but a mere clown. A frog in a well." His repeated references to his son-in-law made Ji Mingyue blush profusely. He Wu Cheng's expression shifted unpredictably as he regarded Chen Chang'an, a figure of the celestial martial realm, exuding extraordinary poise. He perceived his own half-emperor realm as insignificant, tinged with a sense of pity. Had he, along with all his allies, underestimated the great Zhou kingdom? Moreover, there was that mysterious figure lurking in the shadows. Merely the actual presence of their energy rendered him motionless. Could it be a Saint Emperor? At this thought, he suddenly felt a chill. This great Zhou kingdom is far too treacherous. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to leave a harsh message behind. "Great Zhou's sovereign, I shall remember this matter. I will faithfully inform my own sovereign. And we shall see if you can withstand the wrath of my nation." With that, he advanced, carrying the 2 cold corpses away. Arriving with great vigor, he departed in utter disgrace. Chen Chang'an made no attempt to halt him. No need for a formal send-off. Only Ji Wentian, wearing a broad smile, uttered a remark. "Umph." He Wu Cheng snorted coldly and swiftly exited the royal palace. Chapter 32. Dare you kill me? Witnessing the scene, both Ji Wentian and Duanmu Song exhaled in relief. However, Ji Wentian's expression soon turned anxious again. Should the other 3 nations truly intend to invade, they would indeed be left utterly powerless. Unless the Chun family possessed the formidable hidden strength, as Duanmu Song suggested. Ji Wentian pondered, casting a glance at Chen Chang'an, whose countenance remained serene. "Brother Chang'an, are you all right?" Ji Mingyue stepped forward, clutching Chen Chang'an's arm, her face etched with concern. Previously, Chen Chang'an's decisive actions and his protective words had stirred her heart profoundly. At this moment, her slightly trembling gaze shimmered with countless ripples. Beside her, Ji Wentian and Duanmu Song exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions blooming like chrysanthemums. "I am perfectly fine. There is no need for the princess to worry," Chen Chang'an said with a gentle smile. "That is a relief," Ji Mingyue replied, her delicate nose lifting slightly, revealing a radiant smile accompanied by 2 charming dimples on her cheeks. "Ha ha, ahem, Mingyue, you should take your brother Chang'an for a stroll in the palace. I shall not intrude upon your romantic interlude. Ji Wentian remarked with a beaming countenance, quickly departing upon receiving a nod from Duanmu-san. The grand hall was left with only Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere, tinged with the scent of blood. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached. Ji Tsangshan led a throng of anxious guards. "Father, royal sister, are you both all right?" His voice trembled with fear and urgency as he scanned the hall, noting the absence of his father, leaving only Ji Mingyue and Chen Chang'an. Ji Mingyue promptly released her embrace of Chen Chang'an, lowering her head momentarily before regaining her composure and addressing her brother. "Royal brother, why have you only just arrived?" "Royal sister, are you unharmed? Where's father? I apologize for my tardiness." Ji Tsangshan reached Ji Mingyue, his face etched with panic and concern. "It is all over now. They have departed. Father has left with the head of the Duanmu family," Ji Mingyue stated, her gaze devoid of any dependence or reassurance. Seemingly dissatisfied with the presence of the crown prince, it was evident that someone had intruded upon the palace and threatened their father, yet he arrived only now. Clearly, it was a deliberate delay. She had not anticipated that her royal brother, the crown prince, would be so cowardly. Ji Tsangshan stood momentarily stunned, disappointment flickering across his face. He had hoped to demonstrate his valor before their father, only to find the opportunity vanished. At that moment, a guard whispered something in Ji Tsangshan's ear, causing him to abruptly lift his gaze towards Chen Chang'an, his pupils narrowing with hostility. To his astonishment, Chen Chang'an had overshadowed him. Chen Chang'an regarded him with a subtle, disdainful smile. This fellow had previously hidden away like a timid turtle when Dong Liantian and others were present, yet now, with their departure, he reappeared, eager to curry favor. Clearly, he was but a coward. "Chen Chang'an," Ji Tsangshan suddenly addressed him coldly. "You dare to kill Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan? Your audacity is unparalleled. Do you even comprehend who they were? Do you realize the calamity your actions today will bring upon the great Zhou kingdom? Royal brother, he has aided us." Ji Mingyue interjected anxiously, her tone laced with discontent. "No, royal sister, you are mistaken. He intends to harm our great Zhou kingdom." Yi Tsangshan hastily interjected. "Father, and you have both been deceived by him. If his intentions were truly to assist us, he would not have slain your second royal brother. Now, he has also offended the Eastern Xian kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance. His actions are aimed at bringing our great Zhou to ruin." As Ji Tsangshan spoke, a glimmer of wisdom seemed to flicker in his eyes, and with a countenance full of righteous indignation, he declared, "We must quell the fury of the Eastern Xian kingdom, lest war ensue, resulting in untold suffering for the people." Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing his words, Chen Chang'an gently applauded, sneering, "Ah, truly, our esteemed Prince of Great Zhou. Earlier, when confronted, you cowered like a tortoise, hiding away while they dared to bully your father. Now, you emerge to target your own kin. Moreover, you wish to placate those who have wronged us." The prince's cowardice and fear of the strong were laid bare, leaving Chen Chang'an quite astonished. His unrelenting words darkened Ji Tsangshan's countenance. "You." He pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Chang'an, poised to retaliate, but suddenly recalled the ferocity of the man before him, uncertain if he dared to act against him. With this thought, he reluctantly lowered his arrogant hand and swallowed his retorts. The prince's humiliation left Ji Mingyue silent, yet she found merit in Chen Chang'an's arguments. With a huff, she glared at him. "Royal brother, how can you say such things? Brother Chang'an has merely avenged us." Ji Tsangshan coldly replied, "Sister, you do not understand. Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan are insignificant, but their backing is truly formidable. Chen Chang'an's actions could bring catastrophic misfortune to our great Zhou." "Huh!" At this moment, Chen Chang'an let out a scornful laugh devoid of pretense. "Indeed, those two are nothing to fear. Now I comprehend why they entered so brazenly. It is because the Prince of Great Zhou is nothing but a spineless coward. No wonder they dare to bully you while you cower away, and now you wish to appease others." Chen Chang'an's words undoubtedly pierced Ji Tsangshan's fragile pride. As the crown prince, repeatedly humiliated by Chen Chang'an, his fury ignited, and he bellowed, "Chen Chang'an, you are not of royal blood. What can you possibly understand? You know nothing. What right have you to instruct me? Do you grasp the magnitude of what is at stake for the millions of lives in our great Zhou? You speak boldly, but what follows? We are the ones who will suffer." Ji Tsangshan's face flushed red, truly embodying the guise of one committed to his nation's greater good. Chun Chang'an, with a face full of disdain and a trace of contemptuous amusement, replied, "Ah, Ji Tsongshan, do you not realize that they are threatening us with their armies? Speaking of annihilating the great Zhou, are you truly willing to grovel before them? It appears your knees are quite feeble. If my conjecture is correct, the great Zhou kingdom likely harbors a slumbering ancestor, one at the semi-emperor realm, no less. In this eastern state, the semi-emperor realm stands as the pinnacle. Should they dare to approach, and the entirety of our great Zhou's resources mobilize, the outcome would undoubtedly be mutual destruction. Therefore, for them, the most prudent course of action would be to seize our great Zhou without shedding blood." At this juncture, Chun Chang'an fixed his gaze upon Ji Tsongshan and scoffed. "The cowardly crown prince, for your royal family of great Zhou, the best strategy is to feign strength and confront them with arrogance. The more formidable you appear, the more the Eastern Xian Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance will be wary, suspicious, and eager to discern our hidden cards before daring to wage war against us. After all, the development of the great Zhou over the millennia is indeed quite formidable. Moreover, there exist countless noble families and sects within the realm. If you can harness their power, it would serve as a formidable support." Ji Tsongshan was momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth, only to realize that Chun Chang'an's words held a degree of validity. Meanwhile, Ji Mingwei absorbed every word, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Chun Chang'an. At that moment, Chun Chang'an gently patted Ji Tsongshan's cheek and sneered, You are even inferior to Ji Tsonghai. Had I not eliminated him, would you still hold your position as crown prince? You." Stunned by the slap, Ji Tsongshan finally reacted, stepping back in shock, his entire body trembling with rage. He was, after all, a crown prince, yet here he was, so blatantly disregarded. How audacious! Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Huh? Chun Chang'an scoffed once more, stepping forward to pat his cheek again. Eliminate me? Do you possess the courage to attempt that? Chapter 33. The Secret Realm of the Eastern State. In the face of Chun Chang'an's brazen actions, Ji Tsongshan was so frightened that he retreated 2 more steps. His face flushed as he glared at Chun Chang'an, his chest heaving violently. The guards nearby were utterly dumbstruck, never expecting Chun Chang'an to act with such audacity. They averted their gazes, unwilling to witness the confrontation between the two. Ji Tsongshan's chest was about to burst with suppressed rage. Yet the image of his royal brother falling at Chun Chang'an's hands loomed in his mind, rendering him unable to retaliate against Chun Chang'an. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause rang out once more. The returning Ji Wentian and Duan Mucong had come back. "Father, Chun Chang'an is excessively arrogant. You must hold him accountable. He will undoubtedly bring calamity upon our great Zhou." Upon seeing Ji Wentian's arrival, Ji Tsongshan rushed forward to plead his case. Clap. Ji Wentian delivered a resounding slap to Ji Tsongshan's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Father, it is my fault, regardless of the circumstances." He immediately knelt down to admit his mistake. "Oof." Ji Wentian snorted coldly at him, then turned to Chun Chang'an, his face blossoming with a smile. "Dear nephew Chang'an, you're absolutely right. You should return and reflect on your actions." Ji Tsongshan was bewildered. He had not anticipated that his father would side with Chun Chang'an. "Father, he has even killed my second brother. How can you defend him?" "Silence." Ji Wentian kicked him down again, furiously declaring, "This is a battle of life and death between them. Moreover, Songhai has conspired against Chang'an. This matter must never be mentioned again." He commanded someone, "Take the crown prince to the Eastern Palace for 3 months, without allowing him to leave, so he can reflect thoroughly." Upon these words, all the guards were momentarily taken aback. However, one stepped forward, dragging the incredulous Ji Tsongshan away. Dear nephew Chang'an, do not heed the words of that ungrateful son." Ji Wentian smiled at Chun Chang'an. Then he turned to Ji Mingwei. "Mingwei, from now on, you shall stay by my side whenever you are free and assist me diligently." "Ah, but father, I do not know how to help you," Ji Mingwei responded, momentarily taken aback. On the other hand, Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes. When did Ji Wentian acquire such determination? Was he planning to dethrone the crown prince and establish a female emperor? He was attempting to bind Princess Mingyue to my Chun family. Chun Chang'an mused, his thoughts becoming clear. After leaving the palace, Chun Chang'an headed straight back to the Chun family estate. In the grand hall of the Chun family, he faced Chun Xiantong. Regarding the Eastern State secret realm, Chun Xiantong said, gently sipping from his teacup. It is the most potent source of spiritual energy in all of Eastern State. It requires the royal tokens from the rulers of Dongxian, Nanming, Fengyu, and Dazhou to be inserted simultaneously to unlock it. Initially, the Ji royal family held absolute power over the Eastern State, and who could enter the secret realm was determined solely by them. However, the other three nations seemingly extended their influence into the sacred grounds, gaining support from there, which allowed them to gradually rise. Consequently, in the grand competition among the four nations, Dazhou found itself increasingly marginalized. Over time, the number of Dazhou's elites entering the secret realm for cultivation dwindled. The gap widened over the past 30 years, until their power completely surpassed that of Dazhou. Thus, the Southeast Wind Alliance emerged, seeking to usurp Dazhou's position. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an fell silent, stroking his chin as he contemplated the implications. Chun Xiantong gazed at him and chuckled thus. I suspect that your fall into the abyss of the damned a year ago was not solely orchestrated by the second prince. The other three great nations, or perhaps that Southeast Wind Alliance, are also involved. After all, with your unparalleled talent, you are destined to be the dark horse in this year's four nations competition. Chun Chang'an nodded in agreement. In the Eastern State lies a formidable land, the abyss of the damned, a place even the strongest from the sacred grounds dare not enter recklessly. Another blessed realm is the Eastern State's secret realm, the very heart of the region, where the spiritual energy is immensely dense, incomparable to that of the other four nations. Conveniently, this sacred place is situated at the confluence of the four nations, protected by barriers set by the ancestors of various countries. It requires the simultaneous use of the national tokens from all four nations to unlock. Chang'an, what are your plans? Chun Xiantong inquired with a smile. To win the four nations competition and enter the secret realm for cultivation, Chun Chang'an replied with a grin. Indeed, Chun Xiantong nodded slightly, then cast a meaningful glance at Chun Chang'an. By the way, it seems your former fiancé has made contact with someone from the Jun family of the sacred grounds. They are likely to arrive in the next few days. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. A semblance of a conciliatory smile appeared on his face as he asked, Can the family withstand it? Chun Xiantong lowered his head, savoring a sip of tea, leisurely silent. Chun Chang'an understood and felt reassured. Let the Jun family come. As long as the clan can endure, it suffices. Subsequently, Chun Chang'an departed from the Great Hall and returned to his chamber to commence his cultivation. He retrieved another spatial ring containing the gratitude fee offered by Ji Wentian for his assistance that day. Naturally, Chun Chang'an accepted it without hesitation, delightfully collecting the resources. He poured these treasures into the divine coffin, awaiting the surging influx of spiritual energy once more. Thereafter, he would rely solely on absorbing the natural spiritual forces for his cultivation. In the ensuing days, Chun Chang'an's reputation soared once again, his name echoing through the realm. Particularly, the rumor of his impending betrothal to the emperor's daughter, soon to be a prince consort, spread throughout the royal city. Yet, astonishingly, Chun Chang'an temporarily declined the marriage proposal. And this fact did not leak out. Having slain the second prince, instead of facing repression from the royal family, he found himself courted by them, turning the Gu family into a laughingstock. Wow, this Chun is truly remarkable. He has offended the royal family, yet manages to win their favor. A prodigy is indeed a prodigy. With such formidable strength, it is only natural for the sovereign to seek his allegiance, especially given the second prince's underhanded deeds. Indeed, taking another's bloodline, he has brought it upon himself. TSK. Gu Qinsheng of the Gu family is truly foolish. How could she let go of such an extraordinary talent? Haha. Indeed, it is likely that Gu Qinsheng is presently overwhelmed with despair in the restroom. Naturally, they believe they had secured a mighty ally in the Jun family. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that the Jun clan has yet to arrive. Could it be that the Jun family is genuinely intimidated? How could that possibly be? Perhaps unforeseen circumstances have delayed their arrival. The entire royal city is abuzz with activity, and every tavern is alive with fervent discussions. Recent events have stirred the capital of the Great Zhou, rendering it exceptionally vibrant. Southeast Wind Alliance. Council Hall. When He Wuqing returned with the lifeless bodies of Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan, an immediate wave of fury erupted among the assembly. Elder He, who was responsible for the deaths of these two, the leader of the Southeast Wind Alliance, Zhao Tianwei, spoke with palpable anger. Zhao Tianwei's countenance was chillingly severe. his brows furrowed with an intimidating presence. His voice resonated like thunder, each word echoing in the hearts of those present. He Wuqing's expression darkened as he hastily replied. It was the Chun family, Chun Chang'an. What? The Chun family? The so-called first-rate family of the royal city? Zhao Tianwei exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening with incredulity. Has he lost his mind, daring to slay a prince of Dongxian and murder the son of Zhao Tianwei in the Southeast Wind Alliance? Ah, my lord, we must avenge our son, annihilate the Chun family, eradicate every last one of them. Beside him, a middle-aged woman clutched the corpse of Zhao Zihan, weeping bitterly, her words dripping with venomous hatred. And that Chun Chang'an, how dare he inflict such cruelty upon my son's manhood? Capture him. I shall crush it piece by piece, she declared through gritted teeth. All gazes fell upon the grotesquely mangled body of Zhao Zihan, and a chill swept through the assembly as they felt an unsettling coolness in their own loins. It was evident that the audacious Chun family had gone mad. At that moment, a pale-faced eunuch, exuding an ominous chill, spoke up. He dares to kill a prince of Dongxian, and the sovereign of the great Zhou did not intervene. They shall bear the wrath of Dongxian. Within the hall stood the high-ranking officials of Dongxian, Nanming, Fengyu, and the Southeast Wind Alliance. Their congregation aimed to usurp the great Zhou. They awaited tidings of triumph from Dong Liantian and his companions. However, what returned were but lifeless forms. The assembly exchanged glances, emotions surging tumultuously. The representatives from Nanming and Fengyu felt a wave of relief wash over them for not having sent envoys to provoke the royal palace of Great Zhou. At that moment, Zhao Tianwei's icy gaze fell upon He Wuqing. Elder He, even though that Chun Chang'an possesses extraordinary talent, defeating the strong with the weak and slaying my son and the Eastern Prince, you still did not intervene? As he spoke, his hawk-like eyes fixated on him. Why did you not act? With your half-emperor cultivation, I dare say no one could contend with you, save for the slumbering ancestors of the great Zhou royal family. Especially not a mere Qin family. Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned toward him, filled with skepticism. Even a middle-aged woman glared at him fiercely. He Wuqing sighed. My lord, I yearn to act, yet someone has locked onto my aura, rendering me immobile. Furthermore, should I attempt to force a move, I fear I would be slain as well. But I cannot perish. If I were to die, who would carry back the news? The royal family of Great Zhou may harbor a saintly emperor. What? Are you serious? Zhao Tianwei's eyes widened in astonishment. How could Great Zhou possibly possess a saintly emperor? My lord, if it were not the case, would I have stood idly by while the young master and the prince met their demise? He Wuqing responded helplessly. A collective gasp echoed throughout the assembly. If it were true that Great Zhou concealed a saintly emperor, it would indeed spell trouble. A saintly emperor on the battlefield is akin to a force of annihilation. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. This matter must be reported back to His Majesty. At that moment, a eunuch from Dongxian Kingdom spoke ominously. He then turned to He Wuqing. Elder He, do you know whether the saintly emperor controlling your movements is from the Chun family or of the royal family of Great Zhou? I do not know. I attempted to communicate with that mysterious powerful figure, but they pay me no heed, He Wuqing replied truthfully. He then recounted Chun Chang'an's words, mentioning the formidable foundation of the Great Zhou royal family that they were unaware of. Once again, silence enveloped the room. Could it be that their previous estimations of Great Zhou were fundamentally flawed? Despite possessing a formidable foundation, were they merely feigning weakness? After a brief stillness, Zhao Tianwei spoke again. Since the feeble Ji Wentian ascended the throne, the younger generation of our Great Zhou has faltered over the past 30 years. If they truly possess a strong foundation, it is likely that it consists of merely one or two old relics, soon to be depleted. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Indeed, the mysterious powerful figure elder he mentioned must be some ancient relic of the Ji royal lineage. If they could act freely, Ji Wentian would not have appeared so cowardly. Exactly. It was a moment of crisis, hence a display of intimidation. The crowd speculated, all convinced it must be a member of the Ji royal family. Oomph. At this moment, the middle-aged woman cradling Zhao Zihan's lifeless body let out a cold snort. I care not for the trifles of the Chun family. That Chun Chang'an has slain my son, and I shall ensure he accompanies him to the grave. Zhao Tianwei was about to interject, but upon witnessing his wife's profound sorrow, he refrained. After all, It was through her connections that he had gained entry into the prestigious Taizong sword sect. Nodding, he turned his attention back to the eunuch and said, Master Gao, it appears our attempts to compel the great Zhou kingdom to relinquish its claim to the eastern state's secret realm have failed. Therefore, our next course of action must be to prepare for the upcoming Four Nations tournament in half a month's time. Very well, I shall return to inform the sovereign. The subsequent matters will require the sovereign's guidance, Master Gao replied, swiftly departing with the remains of Dong Liantian and He Wuqing. Consequently, the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, Fengyu Kingdom, and the Southeastern Wind Alliance were all busily preparing for their entry into the Eastern State's secret realm. Meanwhile, another group stealthily set forth towards Chang'an City, their target being the Qin family. In the Gu family, Gu Qingshan sat in the main seat. A bitter expression etched upon his face as he observed the clan elders around him, each resembling a man bereaved of his father. Frustration surged within him. Following Gu Qingxing's demand for Chen Chang'an to annul their engagement, the Gu family had become the subject of ridicule in Chang'an City. Accusations of being blind to the worth of gold and jade, of vanity, and of the entire family possessing a contemptuous outlook towards others permeated the air. Once the Jun family arrives, I shall see how arrogant Chen Chang'an can be. Even if he is the prince consort of Ji Wentian, it will avail him nothing. Gu Qingshan scoffed. The others, dejected, cast glances at Gu Qingxing, whose expression fluctuated between shadows and light, before heaving heavy sighs. They pondered why, if the Jun family truly sought vengeance for Jun Wujian, they had yet to arrive after such a lengthy wait. Gu Qingcheng, with a disdainful huff, lifted her head like a proud swan. There is no need for concern, esteemed elders. The Jun family is on their way, and they have expressed their intent to bring me back to their fold. What? Exclaimed the elders in unison. Miss, are you speaking the truth? How splendid. If you truly join the sacred Jun family, our Gu family shall have a bright future. Gu Qingxing's words instantly revitalized the despondent elders. Indeed, it is true, she declared with pride. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshan was elated. Qingsheng, you have made contact with the Jun family? Why did you not inform me sooner? I wish to surprise you. Father, Gu Qingsheng replied with a smile. At that moment, an elderly man rushed in from outside, his face alight with excitement. Miss, the members of the Jun family have arrived. They have just entered the royal city. What? Gu Qingsheng sprang to her feet in astonishment. Qingsheng, let us go greet them. Gu Qingshan declared, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, we shall welcome them. Gu Qingsheng responded, her expression brimming with enthusiasm, only to rapidly grow cold. Chen Chang'an, the Jun family has sent someone again. I am curious to see how you will meet your demise this time. Originally, she bore no grudge against Chen Chang'an, as they once shared a betrothal. However, their relationship had deteriorated into a nightmare for her. She refused to acknowledge her misguided choice. Consequently, her initial guilt morphed into resentment towards Chen Chang'an. Everyone yearned to witness her humiliation, yet she sought to prove to all that her decision was not in vain. It was Chen Chang'an who was the true fool. Thus, Gu Qingcheng and Gu Qingshan, accompanied by several family elders, hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, after a period of rigorous training, Chen Chang'an had terrifyingly ascended to the 9th level of the Tianwu realm. He exhaled a breath of stale air and gazed towards the entrance. Outside, a servant who had been waiting for some time promptly pushed the door open, bringing in a lavish spread of food. Young master, Princess Mingwei has arrived. She mentioned that the national leader's condition has worsened and wishes for you and our 5th master to enter the palace to lend assistance. She has also brought numerous gifts. As he spoke, he placed a spatial ring on the table. Chen Chang'an's eyes narrowed. He was in desperate need of resources, for with them, advancing in rank would be as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Does the 5th master wish to enter the palace? He inquired casually while sampling the food, his gaze fixed on the spatial ring. The 5th master instructed that you should go. This is the jade slip he provided for you, the servant replied, handing Chen Chang'an a long, white jade stone capable of recording text. Chen Chang'an nodded. Chinda, is the princess still waiting in the main hall? Yes, young master. Chinda affirmed. Very well. I shall accompany her to the palace. I will accept the resources within this spatial ring, Chen Chang'an declared as he rose, making his way towards the Chen family's grand hall. Upon entering the hall, he beheld the exquisite figure of Princess Ji Mingwei, draped in ethereal white, radiating unmatched elegance. Yet, amidst her delicate brows, a hint of sorrow lingered in her gemstone-like dark eyes. Princess Mingwei, Chen Chang'an greeted. Ah, Brother Chang'an, you have emerged from your seclusion. Ji Mingwei exclaimed, startled from a reverie. Upon recognizing Chen Chang'an, her expression brightened, and she approached, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. Then, with a touch of melancholy, she added, "Please, just call me Mingwei." Chen Chang'an offered a faint smile, unfazed. Very well. He gazed at the stunningly beautiful Ji Mingwei, whose sorrowful yet charming face bore an allure that pierced the soul. If she were to mature by a couple of years, she would undoubtedly captivate countless men. Yet her current fragility evoked an irresistible desire for protection. A century ago, how could I have fallen for Gu Qingsheng and overlooked this gem of a princess? Chen Chang'an pondered silently, rubbing his nose. Brother Chang'an, could you invite the fifth master of the Chen family to help my father with his ailment? Ji Mingwei said, her face brimming with hope. Noticing her slightly swollen eye bags, Chen Chang'an felt a wave of silent exasperation. Why couldn't Ji Wentian come directly to my Chen family? However, he refrained from voicing this concern and instead replied calmly, the fifth master has given me a method that may temporarily alleviate your father's pain. I shall accompany you back to the palace. Really? That would be wonderful. Ji Mingwei exclaimed joyfully, her smile illuminating the entire hall. Chen Chang'an found his spirits lifted as well, and together they departed from the Chen residence, making their way toward the royal palace. On the bustling streets of the capital, Ji Mingwei curiously asked, Brother Chang'an, why are we walking instead of taking a carriage? I am unsure. My second uncle suggested we walk so we could spend more time together, Chen Chang'an replied, bewildered. A flicker of joy danced in Ji Mingwei's heart. She hadn't anticipated that the family elder would seek to foster a connection between her and Chen Chang'an. Yet, she lowered her head, thinking that it would suffice. Chen Chang'an glanced at her with a smile. Aren't you concerned about your father's condition? My father said that if I could spend more time alone with you. There is no need to rush anything else, Ji Mingwei replied, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Chen Chang'an was rendered speechless. This old emperor had quite the audacity. Enough of that. Lift your head and watch where you're going, he said, gently tilting her chin upward. Such an intimate gesture made Ji Mingwei blush deeply. Meanwhile, Chen De and Ji Mingwei's guards trailed behind at a distance, wearing knowing smiles. Suddenly, a chill enveloped Chen Chang'an, sending a shiver down his spine, as if he had been struck by the gaze of a venomous serpent, causing him to halt abruptly. In that moment, Ji Mingwei collided into him. Instinctively, he embraced her, yet his gaze swept toward the horizon. What is wrong, Brother Chang'an? Ji Mingwei, nestled in his arms, asked, momentarily taken aback before her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chen Chang'an did not respond, but continued to scan the crowd of passers-by. He had sensed a presence that had brushed past him, and he had captured it with acute sensitivity. The presence of that individual was strikingly potent. Unperturbed, Chen Chang'an instinctively caressed the person nestled within his embrace, then uttered, "Let us proceed." Huh? Oh, okay, Ji Mingwei, her expression a portrait of confusion, trailed closely beside Chen Chang'an, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips. Who exactly was this person? A wave of perplexity washed over Chen Chang'an. As he advanced a few paces, an opulent figure emerged a distance ahead, compelling attention with his formidable aura and poise. This was a young man, strikingly handsome, adorned in resplendent robes that emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy, suggesting they were garments of great value. As Chen Chang'an's gaze fell upon this individual, the lurking powerful presence immediately fixated on him, its energy coalescing ominously. In that instant, Chen Chang'an comprehended that the source of this menacing aura was likely the unseen protector of the noble youth. His heart raced at the implication. Should this individual harbor intentions toward him, he pondered whether the elder of his clan could contend with such a formidable force. While lost in thought, the young man in splendid attire drew nearer, seemingly on the verge of passing by. Chen Chang'an discreetly scrutinized him. The young man's lips curled into a subtle smile. His head held high, occasionally furrowing his brow, revealing disdain and contempt for his surroundings. Such a demeanor suggested that he hailed from a land abundant in spiritual energy, naturally exuding an unparalleled nobility upon his arrival. Yet another young master from a prominent family indulging in leisure within this remote nation. Chen Chang'an mused with a smirk, before diverting his gaze and continuing onward. However, as their paths crossed, the once haughty gaze of the young man abruptly shifted toward him. An unease gripped Chen Chang'an. He recalled the breathtaking beauty of the woman beside him, an undeniable catalyst for trouble. Indeed, The young man's eyes were fixated upon Ji Mingyue, his entire being seemingly entranced, his gaze fervently following her movements. Given his background, he had encountered countless stunning women. Yet, the sheer allure of this girl from the borderland stirred a fervor within him that he had never anticipated. He murmured in disbelief, "Heaven! This wretched great Zhou has such a stunning beauty. It is no wonder that Jun Wujian would venture here." As he snapped back to reality, witnessing Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue passing by, he abruptly intercepted their path. Chapter 36. One comes, one falls. Gazing at the young man barring his way, Chen Chang'an felt a heavy sense of foreboding. Indeed, the man, Ji Mingyue, was momentarily taken aback. "Young master, what is your intention?" The gentleman in splendid attire wore an expression of excitement and surprise, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Little sister, you are truly exquisite. Pray, tell your brother your name. Would you allow me to escort you to the sacred land?" The young man smiled faintly, considering himself refined and handsome, particularly believing that his words would captivate the woman before him. Observing such a frivolous individual, Ji Mingyue frowned. "No, thank you." With that, she clung to Chen Chang'an's arm and whispered, "Please step aside." "Oh." The young man's brow arched, his gaze shifting to Chen Chang'an, and his expression soured instantly. For even in the sacred land, he had never encountered a man so striking yet exuding an air of aloofness. "Little sister, there's no need to rush away," he said disdainfully, casting a glance at Chen Chang'an. In his eyes, Chen Chang'an had nothing to offer beyond his looks. He disregarded Chen Chang'an completely. Turning back to Ji Mingyue, "I hail from the Jun family of the sacred land." He paused, noticing both Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue momentarily stunned, and then continued with pride. "As I am new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings, I wish to befriend you. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives." The Jun family of the sacred land? Ji Mingyue couldn't help but glance at Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, smiled, and wrapped an arm around Ji Mingyue's shoulders, calmly uttering to the young man, "Get lost." Hearing this, Ji Mingyue was taken aback, feeling the strength of his arm, and instantly blushed, tugging at Chen Chang'an's sleeve, whispering, "Brother Chang'an, he is from the Jun family." Chen Chang'an offered her a reassuring glance, then turned to the young man. "If you seek companionship, just turn right at the end of this street. There is a tavern where the matron is still quite pleasing, perfect for your needs." The young man's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Chen Chang'an, a faint smile curling at his lips, showing no sign of anger, but rather an air of amusement. To him, Chen Chang'an appeared as nothing more than a buffoon. Did he not even know of the Jun family? That was akin to not knowing how to write the word death. "And what are you?" he retorted. "Speak again, and I shall make you regret it." The young man cast a disdainful glance at Chen Chang'an, and, as his words fell, several guards emerged behind him, their fierce expressions fixed on Chen Chang'an. Ji Mingyue grew anxious. The appearance of someone from the Jun family here was certainly no coincidence. "Huh, you are not in a position to be arrogant here," Chen Chang'an scoffed as he struck out with a claw-like motion. Caught off guard, Chen Chang'an's hand firmly grasped the throat of the young man in brocade attire, tightening suddenly. A crack echoed, and shock and disbelief washed over his face. "Why you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you wish to die?" The brocade-clad man clutched Chen Chang'an's arm desperately, attempting to break free. Yet Chen Chang'an's grip was like an iron vice, constricting his neck. Instantly, the lack of oxygen and the suffocating pain coursed through him, rendering his complexion pale and tinged with blue. Boldly you dare." His guards, surrounding them, hesitated to intervene, for the young man remained under Chen Chang'an's control. "Release him. You dare to assault a member of the Jun family? I swear to annihilate your entire clan." One of the guards growled menacingly. "Is that so?" Chen Chang'an sneered, exerting more force. In an instant, the brocade youth trembled violently, his features contorting in agony as his eyes rolled back. "Let him go." At that moment, a gray figure suddenly appeared beside the young man, poised to strike. "If you dare to move, I shall instantly snap his neck," Chen Chang'an declared coldly. The gray-clad individual halted, his expression darkening as he regarded Chen Chang'an, while an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. "Ah, the Jun family truly seeks their own demise," Chen Chang'an remarked. Just then, an elder bearing a sword approached slowly. With his arrival, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The gray-clad elder felt a shiver run down his spine, a faint sense of familiarity washing over him, yet he could not recall why. Upon seeing the sword-bearing elder, Chen Chang'an spoke respectfully, "Eighth Master, it is you." Ba smiled slightly, his gaze settling on the gray-robed elder as he said, nonchalantly, "Return and inform Jun Xinhao that should he dare to step foot in the great Zhou kingdom again, I shall break his legs." What? The gray-robed elder was taken aback. "Save me, save." The brocade youth, his throat in Chun Chang'an's grip, rasped in fury. "Kill him, kill him." Crack! As his words faded, Chun Chang'an crushed the young man's neck. His eyes bulged, and until his last breath, he could not comprehend why Chun Chang'an had the audacity to kill him. "Why you dare to kill my young master?" The gray-robed elder's eyes widened, and as he prepared to strike, an invisible sword energy pressed against his brow, causing his expression to change drastically. He dared not move. He looked at Chun Ba in terror, exclaiming, "Why you? Who are you?" Chun Ba cast a dismissive glance at him, scoffing. "Your young master threatened to kill my young lord, only to be slain in turn. His demise is well-deserved. Bring his body back and inform that Jun Xinhaoan. Should your Jun family send anyone over again, if one comes, I shall slay him. If two come, I shall dispatch both. If the entirety arrives, I shall not hesitate to obliterate your Jun family." The words of Chun Ba resonated with an overwhelming authority, echoing relentlessly in the mind of the gray-robed elder. He gazed incredulously at Chun Ba, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Thud! Chun Chang'an cast the corpse of the robed man onto the ground with disdain, uttering a single word. "Scram." The gray-robed elder fixed a piercing gaze on Chun Ba for a prolonged moment, then scrutinized Chun Chang'an closely, before begrudgingly lifting the body of the robed man and retreating in disarray. Once they had departed, Chun Chang'an respectfully bowed to Chun Ba, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Ba. Your might is indeed commendable. I have the honor of meeting you, Master Ba." Ji Mingwei also curtsied obediently, displaying none of the airs of a princess. Chun Ba nodded in satisfaction at Ji Mingwei and then jestingly reprimanded Chun Chang'an. "Well, might. I merely intended to frighten him. Who knew he would be so timid? Were a real confrontation to occur, I would not stand a chance against him." Chun Ba scoffed, pointing at Chun Chang'an while playfully scolding. "And you arrogant little rascal. If I had not appeared to intimidate him, would you not have been vanquished by him?" "Heh." Chun Chang'an chuckled. "This is Chang'an City. If I were to be bullied by that old wretch, wouldn't that be a slap in your face, Master Ba? Wouldn't it?" Ah, another attempt at flattery. Chun Ba waved his hand dismissively and continued. "All right, go to the palace and greet your father-in-law. This old man shall take his leave." With that, he nodded slightly at the blushing Ji Mingwei before turning to depart. Chun Chang'an stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes, realizing that this Master Ba was, in fact, a sword cultivator. He did not believe even a single word of Chun Ba's claim that he could not contend with the earlier gray-robed elder. Chapter 37. Scaring away the Jun family's envoys. Ji Mingwei gazed complexly in the direction where Chun Ba had vanished. In that moment, she seemed to comprehend why her father, the emperor, had urged her to win the favor of Chun Chang'an. However, the strength of the family to which the one she cherished belonged was indeed a boon. Moreover, it ensured that Brother Chang'an would not suffer at the hands of others. Lost in thought, Chun Chang'an playfully pinched her delicate nose, teasingly asking, "What are you pondering?" Nothing." Ji Mingwei quickly lowered her head, her voice soft as she replied, "I was just thinking how formidable your Master Ba is, and how commanding his words are. No wonder you possess such a temperament." "Oh, what temperament do I have?" Chun Chang'an inquired with a smile. "One that refuses to be wronged." Ji Mingwei contemplated before adding, "You have transformed completely from a year ago. Your eyes now hold the weight of experience and depth, seemingly devoid of the former innocence and naivety." Upon reaching this point, she gazed at Chun Chang'an with a heart full of compassion and said, "Brother Chang'an, you must have endured a great deal of suffering during your year of absence. Haven't you?" "It wasn't too burdensome," Chun Chang'an replied with a smile, suddenly intrigued as he inquired, "Why do you not mind that I killed your royal brother?" Ji Mingwei was taken aback. Clearly, she had not anticipated Chun Chang'an to broach such a topic. After contemplating for a moment and sniffing lightly, she responded, "I truly do not know. Perhaps it is because my relationship with both of my royal brothers has been rather poor. Their mother has always looked down on mine, calling her a vixen, and they have bullied me since childhood. Yet you, Brother Chang'an, are different. You have protected me ever since we were young." As she spoke, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in her eyes. "However, now that you've grown, your gaze is solely fixed on that Gu Qingshan." With her head lowered, her fingers intertwined nervously, Chen Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. It then occurred to him that Ji Wentian had numerous offspring, and it was quite normal for siblings to have strained relationships. After all, within royal circles, rivalry and conflict are commonplace. Contemplating this, the slight unease and wariness in his heart dissipated. He smiled at Ji Mingyue and said, "Enough of the past. Let us hurry to the palace." Ji Mingyue looked up in surprise. Noticing that the warmth in Chen Chang'an's gaze seemed to have dispelled the barrier that once lay between them. Elated, she nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, outside the royal city, an elderly man in gray robes from the Jun family, carrying the corpse of a well-dressed man, piloted a flying ship at a rapid pace. His countenance was exceedingly grim, and he was gripped by an overwhelming fear. The other guards, one by one, held their breath, their faces painted with disbelief. At last, one guard could no longer contain himself, and spoke up. "Third elder, what transpired? Why was the young master killed, and why are we fleeing in such disarray?" "Silence. Speak another word, and I shall end your life," the gray-robed elder retorted coldly. His expression was grave, and he realized that they needed to distance themselves from the great Zhou kingdom. The farther the better. The more he thought about it, the more dread filled him. As a dignified saint-emperor, he had come to this remote nation believing he could dominate and crush all in his path. Little did he expect that hidden within was a master swordsman. A frown creased his brow as confusion clouded his mind. Who could that person be? Moreover, to his astonishment, that individual was acquainted with his ancestor, Jun Xinhao. Regarding Jun Xinhao, he spoke with an air of someone imparting wisdom to a junior. Hiss! The thought sent a chill down the gray-robed elder's spine, causing his scalp to tingle. Consequently, he hastened the flying vessel's speed even further. At the Gu family, outside the main hall, Gu Qingshan stood at the forefront, a look of utter bewilderment etched upon his face, accompanied by all his companions. At the same time, Gu Qingsheng and the others returned from outside. "Father, there is no sign of the Jun family," Gu Qingsheng remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "How can this be?" Gu Qingshan replied, equally perplexed. Had they not entered the royal city? Why had they not yet arrived at the Gu residence? The other elders exchanged glances, an ominous foreboding rising from the depths of their hearts. Could it be they intend to intimidate us? Gu Qingsheng pondered aloud, acknowledging that, being a prominent family from the Holy Land, their timely arrival would indeed be peculiar. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of her assertion. It was not unusual for such distinguished figures to be delayed. However, as time passed, and they continued to wait at the entrance of the Gu residence without any sign of arrival, a sense of unease began to envelop the entire family. At that moment, a frantic clan member rushed in from outside. Observing the urgency in the newcomer's demeanor, Gu Qingshan stepped forward, his voice cold and commanding. "What has transpired?" All eyes turned towards the messenger. "Master, miss, something peculiar has occurred," the returning individual reported. "What is it?" On his way to the palace, Chen Chang'an encountered a young master, and a confrontation ensued, resulting in the latter's demise at Chen Chang'an's hands. Moreover, a formidable elder accompanying that young master was also frightened away by the eighth master of the Chen family. What? Upon hearing this shocking news, everyone was momentarily stunned. Gu Qingqing's face reflected sheer astonishment, an unsettling premonition flickering through her mind. "This cannot be," she exclaimed, quickly turning to Gu Qingshan. "Father, should we use the communication stone? Do we not acquire means to contact them?" "Qingqing, are you suggesting that the one killed by Chen Chang'an is from a Jun family? But how can that be? The individuals dispatched by the Jun family this time must be stronger than before." As he spoke, uncertainty crept into his voice. Without delay, he produced the communication stone and sent a message to the Jun family's envoy. Before long, he received a response, an exceedingly furious and bloodthirsty single word: "Roll." Gu Qingshan's expression turned ashen, while Gu Qingsheng trembled, and the rest stood speechless in shock. This Gu Qingsheng staggered, as if plummeting into an abyss, her dazed murmurs escaping her lips. How can this be? How could Chen Chang'an achieve this? What gives him the right to repel the Jun family? They are all worthless. Ha ha ha. The Jun family is utterly inept, and a mere Chen family has managed to frighten them away. I refuse to believe it. I refuse. Gu Qingqing's voice rose in a frenzied outcry, fueled by an intense hatred. Aside from the Jun family, the Holy Land is home to 3 other great clans and 4 major sacred sects. I refuse to believe that none can subdue your Chen family. With her head held high, her eyes were ablaze with loathing. "It is all your fault, Chen Chang'an," that I have become the laughingstock of the entire Great Zhou. I vow to ensure you meet a most unfortunate end, Gu Qingsheng declared, casting her gaze upon an elderly figure in the crowd. Gu Lao, accompany me to the sacred land. The elder nodded, following Gu Qingsheng as she exited the Gu residence. Meanwhile, Gu Qingsheng, usually composed, wore a face as dark as soot. Staring blankly at Gu Qingsheng's retreating form, silent, he gradually closed his eyes, sighing, one misstep leads to a cascade of errors. What manner of family is the Chun clan? So powerful, yet remaining shrouded in mystery. My resentment knows no bounds. At the same time, 1,000 miles away from the royal city, the Chun family had the audacity to send me a message. Oomph. With a resounding crash, an elder clad in gray from the Jun family crushed the communication stone in his hand. Chapter 38. Do you seek to harm my father, the emperor? The gray-robed elder's chest heaved as he gasped for breath, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace. He swiftly pieced together the events unraveling before him. That scoundrel Jun Wujian must have offended that individual in the Great Zhou royal city and subsequently met his demise. Just moments ago, Jun Wujian's brother, Jun Wudao, had also been slain for crossing that same person. Damn it, a formidable swordsman lurks in the shadows, causing our Jun family to repeatedly send people to their deaths. Cursed Gu family. The gray-robed elder ground his teeth in fury. As for the supposed betrothal between Gu Qingsheng and Jun Wujian, he dismissed it entirely. After all, without the acknowledgement of the Jun family head, what significance did such a vow hold? With this thought, he turned to a nearby guard and spoke in a low voice. You shall return to the Great Zhou royal city, investigate the Gu family, and clarify the events surrounding young Master Jun Wujian. Yes. The guard clasped his hands in respect, refraining from further inquiries, and promptly responded. As the airship descended to a certain height, he leaped off, making his way toward the Great Zhou royal city. On another front, when Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue arrived at the palace gates, Ji Mingyue's communication stone unexpectedly flickered to life. She immediately took it out to inspect, and instantly, a veil of mist clouded her beautiful eyes. Panic overtook her. She grasped Chen Chang'an's arm, tightening her grip involuntarily. Mingyue, what troubles you? Chen Chang'an asked, patting her hand in confusion. Oh, Brother Chang'an, my father is gravely ill. The lord of the Duanmu estate inquired whether my fifth uncle has returned. I implore you, you must save my father. Ji Mingyue exclaimed, her face etched with urgency and distress. Do not fret. Let us first enter and ascertain the situation, Chen Chang'an reassured her, taking her hand as they hurried into the palace. The palace guards, upon witnessing the scene, respectfully bowed, refraining from any obstruction. After all, she was none other than Princess Mingyue, accompanied by the illustrious Chen Chang'an. Inside the palace's sleeping quarters, Ji Wentian's complexion was as pale as parchment. Blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his once formidable presence as a half-emperor now reduced to a mere whisper, teetering on the brink of death. As Chen Chang'an arrived, the grand hall was a sea of figures, with princes and princesses kneeling on the ground in reverence. The crown prince, Ji Xianxia, who had been confined by Ji Wentian for 3 months, now appeared, wailing in despair, his cries so mournful that one might mistakenly believe the emperor had passed away. Yet, Chen Chang'an was acutely aware that if Ji Wentian truly breathed his last, Ji Xianxia would be in a position to ascend as the new emperor of the Great Zhou. In the face of the crown prince's lamentations, the other ministers showered him with flattery, as they all presumed the crown prince was on the cusp of taking the throne, thus seeking to ingratiate themselves. Among them, only the head of the Duanmu family displayed overt disdain, considering Ji Xianxia to be utterly inept, preferring Ji Songhai, who at least possessed a ruthless temperament. Chen Chang'an surveyed the assembly, noting the plethora of ineffectual ministers and the crown prince, alongside the Duanmu patriarch. Yet his attention was drawn to one individual whose aura was remarkably profound. This was a gaunt, stern-faced elder. Chen Chang'an cast a fleeting glance his way before retracting his gaze. Father, Brother Chang'an has arrived. He must possess a way to save you, Ji Mingyue exclaimed, her face a portrait of uncertainty intertwined with a glimmer of hope. At her words, all eyes turned towards the pair. Ji Xianxia's countenance darkened. Chen Chang'an, what brings you here? His disdain for Chen Chang'an, who disregarded him, was palpable. Ignoring Ji Xianxia, Chen Chang'an stepped past him and Ji Mingyue, weaving through the crowd until he reached the bedside, where he began to assess Ji Wentian's condition. His appearance mirrored precisely what Fifth Master had described. Chang'an, my dear nephew, You have finally come, Ji Wentian uttered faintly, his gaze drifting towards Chun Chang'an's back with a hint of disappointment. Has your fifth master not accompanied you? Father. Fifth Master Chun is not here, but he entrusted Brother Chang'an to come, stating that his presence would suffice. Ji Mingyue promptly responded. This declaration redirected all eyes towards Chun Chang'an once more. If Fifth Master Chun were capable of healing, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, the notion that a mere youth in his 20s could possess such prowess incited skepticism and disbelief among the gathered assembly. After all, even their venerable ancestor had found himself powerless against this affliction. Disregarding the skeptical gazes surrounding him, Chun Chang'an addressed Ji Mingyue, except for the Ji family's ancestor. The Duanmu Patriarch and Princess Mingyue, all others shall withdraw. The elder regarded Chun Chang'an with a look of astonishment. The unceremonious words left everyone present in stunned silence. Ji Xianxia was the first to leap forward, pointing at Chun Chang'an and rebuking him. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to dictate to us? True, you may be the young master of the Chun family, but this is the imperial palace. It is not your place to issue commands. Indeed, I see him as nothing but a troublemaker. Princess, do not be deceived by him. Yes, your majesty, see clearly. And what of that so-called fifth master of his? Has he lost his mind? How dare he fail to come and attend to your majesty? He sent a mere boy in his stead. This is outrageous. I implore your majesty to allow me to bring that so-called fifth master here by force. As Ji Xianxia finished speaking, the other ministers seemed eager to impress him, each pointing at Chun Chang'an, filled with righteous indignation, and began to vociferously berate him. Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, meticulously noting down the names of those ministers who were the most vociferous. Preposterous. Ji Wentian, suppressing his excruciating pain and the ringing in his ears, shouted in fury. You are right, father. Chun Chang'an, you are outrageous. Ji Xianxia was elated and immediately chimed in, but the next moment, Ji Wentian turned his wrath upon him. I am speaking of you, you ungrateful wretch. Do you wish for me to perish, and you to seize my throne? And you, ministers, silence yourselves. I'm still alive. Yet you rush to curry favor with a new master. You possess great audacity. Coughing violently, Ji Wentian seemed to expend all his strength in that outburst. Your majesty, please calm your anger. We dare not. Several ministers bowed repeatedly, their faces pale with shock. Ji Xianxia, too, fell to his knees, exclaiming, your son is wronged. Listen, Chang'an. All of you, leave at once. Ji Wentian continued in a low voice. Yi Xianxia hesitated. Father, how can you trust his words? How could he possibly heal you? You. Ji Wentian's fury reached its peak. He finally understood that the crown prince before him desperately coveted the throne. Chun Chang'an, you vile wretch. Speak. Do you wish for us all to leave so that you can plot against my father? Ji Xianxia spun around and leapt up, pointing at Chun Chang'an with a ghastly expression, vehemently rebuking him. Chapter 39. Who slipped a knife into my hand? Observing the hysterical Ji Xianxia, Chun Chang'an narrowed his gaze. He was not one to be insulted without retort. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, his hand shot out fiercely. He seized Ji Xianxia by the throat, lifting the crown prince off the ground. Several ministers were taken aback, rushing to encircle Chun Chang'an, shouting angrily, Chun Chang'an, what do you intend to do? Release his highness at once. Even Duanmu Tsang gazed at Chun Chang'an with a look of utter astonishment. Young Master Chun, do not act impulsively. In contrast, the elder of the Ji family scrutinized Chun Chang'an from head to toe, as if all thoughts were swirling in his mind. Brother Chang'an, please release my royal brother. He did not mean it. Ji Mingyue exclaimed in shock, rushing over to grasp Chun Chang'an's arm anxiously. Everyone witnessed it. Chun Chang'an is plotting a rebellion. He dares to lay hands on me. Elder, seize him at once, quickly. Ji Xianxia, undeterred, roared with a twisted expression. Instantly, tension enveloped the crowd. The elder of the Ji family frowned, sensing that this prince was rather reckless. A practitioner so unrestrained would not fear the royal family. However, he refrained from intervening, for he felt an overwhelming aura locking onto him, instilling a profound terror within. Indeed, the Chun family was formidable, seeing no one daring to approach. He was the esteemed prince, the future ruler of the nation. Yet now, he found himself grasped by the neck like a mere chick by Chun Chang'an, a colossal humiliation and an indelible stain on his life. In a moment of fury, he lashed out at Chun Chang'an, you cur, release me, or I shall ensure your demise. Either you kill me, or the Chun family shall never find peace again." Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, a frigid glint illuminating them. "Do you presume I lack the courage to kill you?" Ji Tsongshan felt an even greater humiliation wash over him. He snarled, "Do you dare? Go on, kill me if you have the audacity." At that moment, a surge of murderous intent flickered in Chun Chang'an's eyes. "This is bad." Duanmu, the Lord, gasped in shock, ready to intervene, when suddenly a sickening crack echoed through the air, the sound of bones shattering. Chun Chang'an had crushed Ji Tsongshan's neck with a single motion. Ji Tsongshan's eyes bulged in terror and disbelief. With a casual flick, Chun Chang'an discarded Ji Tsongshan's lifeless body to the ground, disdainfully remarking, "You all heard it. He demanded I kill him. I have never encountered such a request in my life. Considering his status as the prince, I merely obliged him. You and T hold it against me, would you?" Silence. The atmosphere fell into a suffocating stillness, as everyone stared at him in disbelief. No one could have anticipated that Chun Chang'an would actually dare to slay the prince in front of all. On the bed, Ji Wentian's gaze fixated on Ji Tsongshan's corpse, rendered speechless for an eternity. At last, he slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. All the ministers turned their gaze towards him, bracing themselves to take down Chun Chang'an. "Brother Chang'an." Ji Mingyue stared blankly at her royal brother's lifeless body, momentarily at a loss for words. However, in an instant, she hurriedly pleaded for Chun Chang'an. "Father, Brother Chang'an did not intend to kill. He did not." She found herself at a loss on how to defend Chun Chang'an, for after all, he had slain a prince of the realm, her own brother. All the ministers were taken aback, their faces etched with astonishment as they looked at Ji Mingyue. They had not anticipated that the princess would so fervently defend an outsider. "He had murdered your brother. How could you so readily take a side?" Yet, considering the frequent power struggles and mutual killings among royal offspring, they soon came to a realization. Could it be that Ji Mingyue also coveted the position of the crown prince? Everyone cast complex glances at the seemingly innocent princess, who was lost in thought while defending Chun Chang'an. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, the scent of blood permeating the air, gradually becoming oppressive. Finally, Ji Wentian, lying on the bed, felt his life force waning rapidly. He immediately opened his eyes and looked at Chun Chang'an. "Young Master Chang'an, how confident are you in curing my ailment?" Chun Chang'an met his gaze, nonchalantly replying, 100%. 100%. Ji Wentian's expression froze, and he quickly cast aside thoughts of his son's fate, becoming animated. "Really? Did you not mention that the Holy Monarch would intervene? Do you possess a divine physician?" At this point, Ji Wentian inhaled sharply in disbelief. "You are overthinking it," Chun Chang'an said, crossing his arms with an air of indifference. "The method bestowed upon me by Fifth Master is merely a temporary measure to prolong your life. However," he raised his gaze proudly, "give me a little time, and the Holy Monarch will inevitably come." The crowd was instantly filled with a myriad of complex emotions. They were unsure whether to be astonished by Chun Chang'an's audacity or to genuinely believe that he would one day become the Holy Monarch. Ji Wentian took a deep breath, his mind racing with thoughts. Moments later, his eyes sharpened, as if he had reached a decision. To spare Chun Chang'an and bind him to his fate would be a grand gamble, betting on Chun Chang'an's future. Having made up his mind, he spoke in a low voice. "Crown Prince Ji Tsongshan provoked Chun Chang'an and obstructed him from saving me. His intentions were nefarious, and he deserves to die. No one is to mention this matter again." As he spoke, he cast a cold glance around the room, adding, "Except for Mingyue, Duanmu Tsong, and the ancestral elder, all others are to leave." Upon hearing Ji Wentian's proclamation, everyone stood in stunned silence, their faces filled with disbelief as turmoil churned within their hearts. They were letting the murderer of the crown prince go free. Yet, since the emperor has thus spoken, they had no choice but to comply. However, at that moment, Chun Chang'an suddenly interjected. "Cousin Chang'an, do you have anything to say? Can you please treat me? I am at my limit," Yeventian exclaimed, his complexion as pale as death. Chun Chang'an disregarded his words and approached a minister, casting a frigid gaze upon him. "Was it not you who insulted my esteemed Fifth Master, calling him a mere dog? And you, who threatened to bind my Fifth Master?" Faced with the murderous glare of Chun Chang'an, the two ministers who had previously been the most boisterous turned ashen. They stammered, cold sweat beating upon their brows. Yet, the oppressive aura emanating from Chun Chang'an caused their hearts to constrict, their bodies trembling in fear. "What do you intend to do?" Qin Chang'an? At that moment, another elder minister stepped forward, his voice resolute. Do you intend to slay us all? Upon witnessing someone confront Qin Chang'an, the two ministers felt emboldened, quickly speaking up. Lord Tang, this youth is guilty beyond redemption. But his words were abruptly silenced, for his head had already been severed. Swiftly, two more strikes followed, and another minister, along with the so-called Lord Tang, found their heads cleaved from their bodies by a blade that Qin Chang'an had seemingly conjured from thin air. 3 fresh, warm heads rolled upon the ground, and the hall fell into a profound silence once more. All the ministers stared in horror at the composed Qin Chang'an. Enough, you may leave now. Qin Chang'an discarded the blade, clicking his tongue. I wonder which fool dared to hand me this weapon. All the ministers, as well as the princes and princesses, fled the grand hall in terror, no longer daring to linger. Chapter 40. Establishing Millennia as the crown princess. Ji Tsongshan found it audacious that the crown prince spoke to him in such a manner, but to his astonishment, the ministers also exhibited similar insolence, prompting Qin Chang'an to swiftly execute them. He had no desire for further discourse with them. Seeing that only a few remained in the hall, Qin Chang'an spoke calmly. Very well, now I can attend to the sovereign's ailment. Excellent, excellent. Cousin Chang'an, please take a look at me. Ji Wentian exclaimed with delight. Can you truly save the sovereign? The elder of the Ji family inquired, his tone neutral. Though somewhat skeptical, he did not express disdain. After all, Qin Chang'an had just slain the crown prince and his ministers before the emperor. Such actions could only be the domain of one with true capability or a powerful lineage. And now, Qin Chang'an's increasing audacity only served to affirm his strength or that of his family. Having perused the jade slip given to him by Qin Wu, Qin Chang'an contemplated for a moment before stating, My cultivation has yet to reach the Saint Emperor realm, but I presume you, esteemed elder of the Ji family, have already attained that status, have you not? The venerable ancestor of the Ji family, known as Ji Xuangu, narrowed his eyes upon hearing Qin Chang'an's words. Ah, young man, how'd you come to know this? Qin Chang'an did not respond directly, but continued, The monarch is ensnared by a formidable dark spiritual energy that constricts his heart meridian, causing him daily torment of the most excruciating kind. This dark power wraps around his heart like entwined silk, layer upon layer. Should one attempt to forcibly extricate it, naturally, the heart would be irreparably damaged, leaving him either dead or severely compromised. Upon hearing Qin Chang'an's explanation, Ji Xuangu furrowed his brow. What you speak of is known to me, yet I remain at a loss as to how to eliminate the dark energy from his heart and meridian. Qin Chang'an looked at him and proposed, You must pierce his heart and sever his meridian, utilizing the power of the Holy Emperor as a guide. Then, place a piece of night stone beside his heart and channel the dark energy into the stone. Later, when we find a holy monarch, we can extract the night stone from his heart. This is not a forceful separation. Rather, it is a method to first draw the dark energy into the night stone and subsequently remove it. Qin Chang'an's words were calm, yet to Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and Duanmu Tsang, they sounded utterly fantastical. To pierce the heart, sever the meridian, and employ such an extraordinary method with the night stone was simply inconceivable. Moreover, once the meridian was severed, how could it be repaired? As long as you can accomplish the initial step, the subsequent repair of the heart will not pose a problem. Seemingly aware of their thoughts, Qin Chang'an produced a white jade slip. Within this is the method devised by my family's fifth master for repairing the heart meridian. What? Ji Mingyue was perplexed, but for Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu, and Duanmu Tsang, it was as if a thunderclap had resounded in their minds. They gazed at the jade slip in Qin Chang'an's hand, their breaths quickening. A method to repair the heart meridian was indeed extraordinary. Truly, the fifth master of the Qin family is remarkable. Good, good, good. Yeventian exclaimed Tritse, Terning Toyik Svangu. Ancestor, let us hasten and allow me to test this. Grant me relief from this torment. After all, it pertained to his very life, and he wished to endure no more pain than necessary. Furthermore, the night stone was something his palace possessed. It was a stone capable of storing dark attribute spiritual energy. Ji Xuangu nodded and gestured to Duanmu Tsang, who immediately began to prepare. However, at that moment, Qin Chang'an continued, Do not rush. The conditions have yet to be stated. Ji Wentian promptly turned his gaze to Qin Chang'an. Cousin Chang'an, whatever your requests may be, speak freely. Ji Xuangu also regarded Qin Chang'an with astonishment. In the presence of the monarch, he displayed an unwavering demeanor, unperturbed by even a hint of the sovereign's authority. If it were anyone else, They would likely resort to free treatment to conceal the heinous crime of murdering the crown prince. The method I previously mentioned, along with the secret formula for repairing the heart meridian contained within this jade slip, is worth 20 million spirit stones. Moreover, there is an additional stipulation. As Chen Chang'an spoke, he turned slightly, his gaze shifting to Ji Mingyue, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he continued, "Since your crown prince is deceased, then I propose elevating Mingyue to the position of crown prince, or rather, crown princess." Chen Chang'an's words rendered Ji Wentian momentarily speechless. Even Duanmu Tsang, who had returned, was taken aback. His method for repairing the heart meridian requires the exchange of 20 million spirit stones. Although it is a substantial sum, it is undeniably worthwhile. The royal family could manage to procure such an amount. However, they had not anticipated Chen Chang'an's bold suggestion to place Ji Mingyue in the position of the crown prince. In the past, Ji Wentian would have vehemently opposed this notion. Yet now, his sole desire was to secure the support of the formidable Chen family, making him exceedingly agreeable to the idea. After all, only Ji Mingyue maintained a close rapport with Chen Chang'an. "Brother Chang'an," Ji Mingyue stammered, somewhat at a loss. "I promise you, in the future, Mingyue will become the empress of the Great Zhou." Ji Wentian immediately interjected, seemingly eager, as if fearful that Chen Chang'an might retract his proposal. "Excellent," Chen Chang'an nodded, subsequently handing the jade slip to Ji Xuangu. He was unperturbed by the prospect of not receiving the 20 million spirit stones, for he believed that having Ji Mingyue as the sovereign of the Great Zhou would mitigate future complications. After all, given Ji Mingyue's temperament, she would pose no trouble for the Qin family. With Ji Mingyue at the helm of the Great Zhou, it was akin to him wielding control over the realm himself. Thus, once he departed from the eastern continent, he could confidently venture into the world beyond. Soon after, Chen Chang'an, Ji Xuangu, and Duanmu Tsang commenced their surgical intervention on Ji Wentian's heart. Before long, a formidable aura, accompanied by anguished cries, resonated from the palace hall. Following that, a wave of weak yet boisterous laughter emerged, suggesting that Ji Wentian had found considerable relief. Although Ji Wentian had issued a strict order forbidding the dissemination of the events that transpired that day, the official narrative claimed that the crown prince had suddenly passed away, and Ji Mingyue was subsequently appointed as crown princess. These revelations sent shockwaves through the royal city, leaving countless individuals dumbfounded. The unexpected demise of the crown prince and the swift elevation of a princess to his position stirred an uproar throughout the city. Many were left in disbelief, as the rapidity of these changes was astonishing. Yet, numerous prominent families and top-tier powerhouses sensed an unusual undercurrent. Through various inquiries, they appear to have sensed that everything was linked to the presence of Chen Chang'an. Consequently, countless individuals were deeply shaken, advising their families to refrain from provoking the Chen family, a lineage not to be trifled with. After acquiring 20 million spirit stones, Chen Chang'an allocated a portion to support his clan and subsequently entered a period of seclusion for cultivation over the next fortnight. Master the coffin. Whether you can ascend to the king level rests upon you. In the Chen family's cultivation chamber, Chen Chang'an gazed intently at the floating God-Burial Coffin before him. "As I strive to elevate from a 9th level of the heavenly martial realm to the king realm, I wonder if this sum of over 10 million spirit stones will suffice," he murmured, gesturing with a wave of his hand. One by one, the spirit stones from the spatial rings cascaded into the God-Burial Coffin like a flowing stream. Chapter 41. 3rd level of the king realm. Boom! The God-Burial Coffin erupted with a resounding roar, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Under Chen Chang'an's watchful gaze, an exceedingly pure source of energy emanated from within the coffin. As this energy surged into Chen Chang'an's body, it coursed wildly through his meridians, honing each of his cells, meridians and bones, ultimately converging in his dantian to form a surging sea of spiritual energy. His aura gradually intensified, from a 9th level of the heavenly martial realm to the 10th level, as the immense energy surged forth. Even at the threshold of a significant realm, profound changes unfolded within Chen Chang'an. His entire presence transformed, radiating the aura of a sovereign as he ascended from the heavenly martial realm directly into the king realm. 1st level of the king realm. Yet, to Chen Chang'an's astonishment, the pace of his advancement had not ceased. Once more, the heavens stirred with tumultuous energy, and the spiritual power above the Chen family swirled chaotically, forming a colossal vortex that coalesced over Chun Chang'an's training chamber. This was a phenomenon of celestial spiritual energy. Such a considerable commotion inevitably drew astonished gazes from many. Within the main hall of the Chun family, all the formidable members turned their attention toward Chun Chang'an's training direction. This lad has actually broken through to the king level and triggered a celestial phenomenon. He truly is a worthy descendant of our Chun family. Chun Xiantong remarked with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. Behind him stood the clan elders, each exhibiting contemplative expressions. Head of the family, this lad seems unusual. When he emerged from the abyss of demon burial, he bore no aura at all. How has his cultivation speed accelerated so dramatically now? Chen Vispiret, fanning himself with a feather fan. Elder 2, are you suggesting that this lad has been possessed by a demon? That he is employing some nefarious means to enhance his cultivation? Chun Yi inquired, his brow furrowed. That does not appear to be the case. Chun Er remarked that within Chang'an, there was no sign of possession. Rather, it appeared that his years had undergone a transformation, no longer resembling someone in their early 20s. Otherwise, his temperament would not have evolved into its current state. However, this state is not without merit. For it is a far cry from a year prior when he was utterly enamored, captivated by a mere young girl. The crowd nodded in agreement. Chun San, cradling an ancient Guqin, advised, we ought not to overly interfere with Chang'an's development, as long as he is not beset by those ancient monsters taking advantage of his youth. We must refrain from intervening. Indeed, San speaks wisely, Chun Xiantong chuckled. At that moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? This lad has drained the entire aura of the royal city. What? He has drained it all? Could it be that he has elevated our Chun family's tyrant bloodline to the level of a hegemon's bloodline? Only the hegemon bloodline, when combined with our Chun family's hegemon cultivation techniques, could produce such a remarkable surge in power. Chun Xiantong exclaimed, his face a canvas of shock. The hegemon realm. The others, jolted from their reverie, gasped in unison, their astonishment palpable. Indeed, it was true. The commotion surrounding Chun Chang'an's cultivation reverberated throughout the royal city, creating an unprecedented uproar. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware and disinterested in the external tumult. At this moment, he stood in awe of his own bloodline, golden light radiating from him, forming an astonishing crown above his head, from which surged a tempestuous vortex of energy. What on earth is happening? Ancestor, have you altered my tyrant bloodline? Chun Chang'an gasped in disbelief. No, it is your own transformation that is extraordinary. Had your bloodline not undergone another metamorphosis, your physical form would not withstand such an accelerated advancement. A voice, old and tinged with tremors, resonated from the divine coffin. Subsequently, Chun Chang'an's cultivation surged once more amidst the ferocious spiritual sea storm, from first Heaven King to second Heaven King, then to third Heaven King. Upon reaching the third Heaven King level, Chun Chang'an's realm finally stabilized. In the time that followed, he diligently consolidated his cultivation. The leap from ninth heavenly martial realm to third Heaven King was a magnitude no one had anticipated. Should it be revealed, it would surely astound the world. After this, aside from the countless discussions surrounding Chun Chang'an, no one dared to trouble him or the Qin family. After all, in the entirety of the great Zhou kingdom, those with the power to challenge the Chun family had lost their nerve following the disappearance of over 100 individuals last time. Moreover, the Chun family at present enjoys the favor of the Ji royal clan, which has deterred anyone from daring to stir trouble. Similarly, the Eastern Xian kingdom, along with the Southeast Wind Alliance and the Jun family, has fallen silent. After all, the powerful and mysterious figure lurking in the shadows remains an enigma, and they would not dare to act recklessly without knowing the full extent of his identity. What sends shivers down their spines is that no one can ascertain the true identity of this formidable presence within Chang'an City. Whether it was Yi Wuqing being immobilized within the palace or the elder in gray from the Jun family being restrained in the streets, speculation regarding the perpetrator remains fruitless. Amidst this eerie atmosphere, the grand competition among the four nations swiftly approaches. On this day, countless cultivators from Eastern State, representing various sects, converge towards the heart of the region. From the great Zhou kingdom, Ji Mingwei leads, accompanied by the Lord of Duanmu and the elder Ji Xuangu. Together, they guide the young prodigies of the great Zhou kingdom aboard a colossal flying vessel, soaring towards the secret realm of Eastern State. Naturally, Chun Chang'an is among them. He observes his surroundings quietly, noting that all aboard the vessel possess at least a 5th-level cultivation in the heavenly martial realm. They gather excitedly around Ji Mingwei, their faces alight with joy. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled at the prospect of entering the secret realm for cultivation? Among them, 2 young men display particularly arrogant airs, deliberately revealing their formidable auras, one at the 4th level and the other at the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm. Who are these individuals? They cannot be students from the Great Zhou Academy. Otherwise, their names would surely be well known, Chun Chang muses. Amidst the throng, although everyone wears smiles, Ji Mingwei appears troubled. After scanning the crowd, she approaches Chun Chang'an, who stand apart, and whispers, "Brother Chang'an, what are you thinking?" "Who are they?" Chun Chang'an's gaze settles on the 2 exceptional young men. "They?" Ji Mingwei glances over thoughtfully, then replies, "The one at the 4th level of the Heavenly King realm is named Li Hong, and the one at the 5th level is Meng Kaijun. They are likely external reinforcements summoned at great cost by our ancestor." External reinforcements? Chun Chang'an is taken aback. He did not participate in the competition 3 years ago due to his insufficient cultivation level at that time. Those above the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm are generally around 30 years of age. Thus, his presence here makes him notably stand out as the youngest among them. Indeed, for each grand competition, 2 external reinforcements may be invited from either domestic or foreign prominent sects. Ji Mingwei explains earnestly. "Oh, I see." Chun Chang'an replies with a faint nod. Ji Mingwei was indeed the focal point for everyone. As she approached Chun Chang'an, the gaze of all the extraordinary talents converged upon him. In Chapter 42, the grand competition of the 4 nations, the attention of the crowd, including Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, shifted unfavorably towards Chun Chang'an. "Is it the pretty boy who has recently gained fame in Chang'an?" Meng Kaijun remarked with a hint of disdain. "Indeed, it is he," someone nearby quickly affirmed. "He is certainly a striking figure," Li Hong commented, his lips curling with contempt. "He must be quite the charmer, considering how he has captivated the princess." A sneering man interjected, drawing faint laughter from the assembly. Their insinuations were clear. Chun Chang'an was merely a handsome face. "Meng Gongzi, this competition will rely on you and Li Gongzi," a voice called out. "The number of our entrants into the secret realm hinges on our victories, and we are counting on both of you." "Yes, yes. We wholeheartedly support Meng Gongzi and Li Gongzi as our leaders. We will follow your lead in this competition." Whether they were royal scions or from other esteemed families, the gathering began to unite in their efforts to marginalize Chun Chang'an. Recently, there have been rumors that the Chun family is quite formidable or perhaps unfathomable, Li Hong hesitantly suggested. "Nonsense, Mia he see." Meng Kaijun scoffed. "Even if their family is powerful, what does it matter? He is ultimately just a pretty boy raised by the princess." Meng Gongzi is right. Even if the Chun family is strong, it has no bearing on us. This competition will be determined by individual prowess. The crowd echoed in agreement. Yet, Li Hong wore a grave expression, sensing that someone capable of stirring such upheaval in Chang'an would not be easily dismissed. Their conversation, however, did not escape Chun Chang'an's ears. He paid little heed to their words, dismissing them as mere jealous and ignorant clowns. With an impassive expression, he gazed into the vast sea of clouds, the fierce winds billowing his garments and tousling his long hair. Ji Mingwei observed him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What do they mean by calling him her kept boy? She wished she had the means to support Chun Chang'an. Yet, he was destined to soar like a divine dragon, not to be her caged canary. As long as she could silently watch over him from the shadows, that would suffice. With this thought, she allowed a soft sigh. The word emotion evokes feelings that rise and fall like the wind. At the heart of Dongzhou lies an expansive mountain range, perpetually enshrouded in mist. Yet, for those with discerning hearts, it becomes evident that this is no mere fog, but rather a vaporous manifestation of concentrated spiritual energy. The entire mountain is cloaked by layers of protective barriers, established by the 4 great nations of Dongzhou to safeguard this potent reservoir of spiritual essence. After all, no single force could hope to monopolize such a formidable source without facing significant challenges. Hence, the dominion over it is shared among the 4 nations. Every 3 years, a selection of promising youths is sent within to cultivate their skills. As the number and aptitude of these young talents vary from nation to nation, the participants also fluctuate accordingly, leading to competitions. The first-ranked nation sends 400 entrants, the second 300, the third 200, and the fourth 100. Each time the opportunity arises, only 1,000 slots are available. Thus, should the first-ranked nation maintain its position, a vast chasm will inevitably develop between it and the fourth over successive rounds. The Great Zhou Kingdom has suffered the misfortune of finishing last for 10 consecutive times, resulting in a dwindling pool of young elite warriors. This has allowed the consistently top-ranked Dongxian Kingdom to widen the gap significantly. As Chun Chang'an and his companions arrived, countless flying vessels hovered in the air, ranging from modest crafts to grand, luxurious ships. The other three nations had already gathered, their numbers estimated in the hundreds of thousands. Upon the arrival of the Great Zhou contingent, their overall presence paled in comparison to that of the other three nations. This was the first time Ji Mingyue took on the role of leader, though slightly anxious. Her recent studies in state affairs under Ji Wentian had imbued her with a nascent regal aura. She surveyed her surroundings, catching sight of mocking glances, and soon, in a distant corner, she spotted a large crowd, the Southeast Wind Alliance. Brother Chang'an, the members of that alliance are also here. Yimingyue whispered. Chun Chang'an placed his broad hand gently on her slender shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Trust me. They wish to cast us out of the competition, but they can forget it. Anyone who dares to extend a foot against us will find it severed." Hearing his comforting words, Ji Mingyue felt a measure of relief, inhaling deeply before donning a countenance of authority. "Ah, is that not Princess Mingyue? What of your ineffectual prince, Ji Xianxia? Has he chosen not to attend?" The voice rang out, drawing the attention of all. It belonged to a formidable man in his 30s, exuding an extraordinary presence. Dongxian Kingdom's prince, Dong Lianxing. He cast a sidelong glance, his tone laced with mockery. On the other side, Duan Mucang's gaze was sharp as it directed itself toward Dong Lianxing. Ji Xianxia is no longer the crown prince of our Great Zhou. Now, our Mingyue princess is our crown princess. "Oh, is that so? I have heard whispers of it." Dong Lianxing replied, feigning enlightenment before sneering. "What? Is there no one left in your Ji royal family? You would allow a woman to ascend as the future sovereign? How utterly disgraceful." His words incited laughter from the royals of the other two nations. Ji Mingyue's expression darkened, her small fists clenched tightly. For this was not merely an affront to her, but also to the imperial dignity of the Great Zhou. Yet, the opposition pressed on with unrelenting mockery. Dong Lianxing's brother, Dong Lianyang, intentionally raised his voice. "I hear the Great Zhou's sovereign was injured a year ago, lingering in a state between life and death. And now rumors swirl of the crown prince's sudden demise. In haste, they have placed a woman on the throne of the crown prince. TSK, TSK. It seems the Great Zhou is truly in decline. Moreover, such grave matters occur while the sovereign remains unseen. Surely he must have met his end. Ha ha!" Such irreverent remarks ignited a fury among the people of the Great Zhou, while those from the other three nations erupted in laughter. "Oh no, perhaps he hasn't quite passed away. He might still have a flicker of life left. Perhaps he is simply too frightened to show his face, sending his daughter to endure this humiliation instead. TSK, TSK, it is indeed plausible, that incompetent sovereign. It was said that he had been humiliated by a family named Chun, dragged through the dirt. What a disgrace to the royal lineage." The continuous ridicule from the opposition elicited a chorus of laughter. The people of the Great Zhou were seething with rage, their teeth clenched tightly as they turned to Ji Mingyue, anxious that she might lose her composure. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Ji Mingyue maintained a serene demeanor, clad in her elegant royal attire, exuding an air of imperial dignity. However, within the vast sleeves of her robe, her hands were clenched tightly. "Do not be concerned." Chun Chang'an's hand rested reassuringly on Ji Mingyue's shoulder, providing her with immense comfort and strength. Engaging in a war of words with these clowns is a mere waste of breath. When the time comes for you to take the stage, I shall ensure their mouths are silenced. "Very well." Ji Mingyue nodded firmly, her entire being infused with newfound vigor. Chapter 43. The Sword Palace of the Human Race. In the face of numerous jeers, Ji Mingyue's calm demeanor left many astonished. Had this been in the past, she would have been flustered. Yet now, with the royal family in decline, she alone bore the responsibility of upholding the legacy. After all, she had Chun Chang'an standing resolutely behind her. The foreign aides invited by the Great Zhou displayed expressions of disdain. How pitiful it was to be subjected to such humiliation and insults. Yet they dared not utter a word, proving themselves inferior even to the wasteful Prince Ji Xianxia. Although his remarks were softly spoken, they resonated throughout the entirety of the Great Zhou, drawing disapproving glances from the royal family directed at Ji Mingwei. In the midst of this peculiar tension, the long-reigning sovereign of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Dong Yinglai, soared into the center. His gaze first swept coldly over Chang'an before retracting, and with a voice as powerful as thunder, he declared, "The hour has come. We warmly welcome the Sword Master from the human race's Sword Palace." As his words fell, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with all eyes filled with reverence directed toward the singular point. The human race's Sword Palace, an immensely powerful force. This was the Eastern Province, and above it lay the 4 sacred grounds. Towering over these sanctuaries was the human race's Sword Palace within the Yanwang domain. Within the Yanwang domain, there existed a premier protective force for the human race, the human race's Sword Palace, wielding the sword of humanity, safeguarding its laws. This institution plays a crucial role in protecting humanity from the encroachments of foreign races, with the human empire leading the Sword Palace. Within this empire resides a true emperor of the human race. Returning to the Eastern Province, at every grand competition among the 4 nations, a sword wielder is invited to oversee and witness the events. After all, the sword wielder represents not only the entirety of humanity, but also serves as a messenger of justice. As for the spiritual energy and opportunities within the Eastern Province's secret realms, these sword wielders have no covetous desires, for such realms abound within the Yanhuang domain. What they relish is the process of enforcement and justice. This allows them to accrue more merit and experience within the human race's Sword Palace, striving for future promotions and entry into the imperial capital of the human realm. Amidst the anticipatory gazes of the crowd, a figure gradually ascended into the air. A middle-aged man clad in a silver robe, bearing a unique long sword upon his back, his sharp gaze slowly sweeping across the surroundings. Anyone caught in his sight felt a painful sting in their eyes, instinctively lowering their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. The realm of the Holy Emperor. A wave of shock and reverence surged within the hearts of all present. Only a being of the Holy Emperor's caliber could hover so effortlessly in the air. Even those of the Heavenly King realm could only momentarily float. Yet, the sword wielder before them walked upon the air as though traversing solid ground. Hail the Sword Master! Even Dong Yinglai, the sovereign of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, had to slightly bow and salute in respect to the representative of the human race's Sword Palace. In an instant, all present followed suit, offering their reverent bows. Laughter echoed in the air as Brother Emo exclaimed, "Ah, how have you been?" At that moment, a voice pierced the atmosphere, startling all present. 2 men leisurely piloted their flying vessel into view, their faces adorned with smiles as they regarded the swordsman before them. It was none other than Zhao Tianwei, the leader of the Southeast Wind Alliance, accompanied by his brother, Zhao Tianli. To everyone's astonishment, they were acquainted with the esteemed swordsman. However, this was not entirely surprising, for Zhao Tianwei was an elder of the revered Taizong sword sect, while Zhao Tianli held the same esteemed position within the Qingxian holy sect. The Southeast Wind Alliance had indeed become formidable, backed by 3 powerful nations and the support of 2 prestigious sections. Witnessing the familiarity between Zhao Tianwei and Zhao Tianli with the swordsman stirred a flurry of whispers among the crowd. Soon, many sympathetic gazes fell upon the representatives of the great Zhou kingdom. After all, the emergence of such a formidable force in the east would inevitably squeeze other factions out in a land already burdened by limited resources. If this were to unfold, the once humble great Zhou kingdom might find itself reduced to a mere stepping stone for the Southeast Wind Alliance. The attention of the onlookers shifted sharply to the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance, who appeared resolute and prepared, exuding an air of confidence. In an instant, it became evident to all what was about to transpire. The Southeast Wind Alliance would surely intervene, leading to the unfortunate expulsion of the great Zhou kingdom from the competition. A wave of schadenfreude washed over the assembled crowd, directed at the talented individuals of the great Zhou, leaving them restless and uneasy. They had anticipated that, even if they finished at the bottom, they would secure at least 100 spots in the East's secret realm for cultivation. However, the impending interference from the Southeast Wind Alliance could very well see them ousted entirely. Panic settled over the faces of the talented youths, with Ji Mingwei clutching Chen Chang'an's hand tightly, her eyes pleading for support as she glanced at him. Chen Chang'an responded with a gentle squeeze, conveying a reassuring glance. Indeed, it appeared that the great Zhou kingdom was perceived as an easy target, prompting their rivals to grow increasingly arrogant. Ji Xuangu's voice was laced with coldness as he remarked. They underestimate us. Lord Duanmu sighed, observing the talented individuals in the arena. Even with Ji Sanhai still alive, their influence had waned. Turning his gaze toward the opposing talents, he noted that several of them had already reached the Heavenly King realm, highlighting the vast disparity between the two sides. Reflecting on this, he glanced at the two external allies of the Great Zhou. At that moment, Li Hong and Meng Kaijun wore expressions of deep concern. Initially, they had come merely to observe, hoping that even in defeat, they could still gain entry into the secret realm for cultivation. Yet now, the outcome seemed uncertain and fraught with peril. It appears that the Southeast Wind Alliance has made ample preparations, and their familiarity with the Swordmaster likely serves to facilitate their involvement. Ji Xuangu spoke in a measured tone. Old Ancestor, is there no way for us to intervene? Ji Mingyue inquired with a hint of concern. It is futile, Chun Chang'an interjected. They will undoubtedly use the pretext that only the strong are entitled to absolute resources. And with the support of the Swordmaster, the Southeast Wind Alliance will surely secure a foothold. Ji Mingyue's complexion paled slightly. Brother Chang'an, what shall we do? The majority of our prodigies possess insufficient cultivation and are unlikely to triumph over any of their four factions. Do not fret, Chun Chang'an remarked dismissively as he glanced at the prodigies from the opposing factions. They are merely a collection of inconsequential figures. What? Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang stared at Chun Chang'an in astonishment. Inconsequential figures? Such arrogance. Chun Chang'an, concealing his true aura, left them unable to gauge his depth. Little did they realize that within a brief span, Chun Chang'an had ascended to the king realm. If this were to come to light, it would not only evoke disbelief but also stir tumultuous emotions in countless hearts. Thus, despite Chun Chang'an's capacity for battling beyond his level, they still perceived him as merely a ninth-level martial realm cultivator. At this juncture, a ninth-level martial realm practitioner would scarcely hold significant sway, particularly in a team battle. Furthermore, the majority of their opponents were late-stage king realm cultivators, rendering the situation akin to a hellish trial with scarcely a glimmer of hope. The two exchanged glances and discerned the despair mirrored in each other's eyes. Only Ji Mingyue, with a look of unwavering admiration, declared, "Yes, Brother Chang'an, I have faith in you. The Eastern States' secret realm is a divine blessing bestowed upon the Eastern States' human race, pivotal to our future. Only the most exceptional prodigies among humanity, even the most formidable, are worthy to enter." At that moment, the monarch of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Dong Yinglai, spoke loudly, his gaze piercing as it swept across the assembly. The number of participants permitted to enter for cultivation is fixed at 1,000. The first rank will secure 400 places, the second 300, the third 200, and the fourth 100. Having paused momentarily, Dong Yinglai was about to continue when he was abruptly interrupted. "We refuse to accept this." A powerful voice rang out, drawing the attention of all present. It was Zhao Tianwei. A collective gasp ensued as onlookers displayed expressions of intrigue. "Oh, what insights does Alliance leader Zhao wish to share?" Dong Yangli finit mille surprise. Inquiring coolly, the sovereign of Dongxian, having entered the secret realm of Dongzhou, is acutely aware that this matter pertains to the future of our human race. Those endowed with capability may enter. Thus, it is only natural that the inept shall be replaced. As he spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips as he cast his gaze towards the representatives of the great Zhou kingdom. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Were they truly aspiring to supplant the great Zhou? With a faint chuckle, Dong Yinglai remarked that the Southeast Wind Alliance was brimming with talent and exceptional individuals. If they were unwilling to accept this, it was only reasonable for them to desire entry into the secret realm for cultivation. However, the 1,000 slots available for entry into the secret realm are immutable. "This I am well aware of," Zhao Tianwei said, his expression imbued with a profound smile as he surveyed the surroundings, proclaiming loudly, "Therefore, I assert that only the capable shall enter. We too shall partake in the grand competition, and should our ranking be 5th, we shall naturally be barred from entry." A murmur of shock erupted among the audience. The elite of the great Zhou kingdom stirred restlessly. If the Southeast Wind Alliance participated in the grand competition, their aspiration to secure the 4th position was nothing short of a pipe dream. Indeed, the expressions of the two external aides invited by the great Zhou, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, turned exceedingly grim. The inter-kingdom competition had always been a chaotic melee, in which faction could triumph in the end, would undoubtedly emerge as the victor. They had no desire to be suppressed by the other factions. At that moment, Dong Yinglai, with a smile, glanced at the serene-faced Sword Master in the sky and respectfully addressed him, Sword Master. The Southeast Wind Alliance is indeed one of the most significant factions in our Dongzhou. Their desire to partake in the grand competition. Might I inquire about your esteemed opinion? The middle-aged swordsman, known as Mo Hai Chao, cast a casual glance at the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance before turning to the Great Zhou Kingdom. And with an air of authority, he replied, "Since they wish to participate in the grand competition, I hold no objections. It merely requires the consent of your four kingdoms." Upon hearing this, all present exchanged knowing smiles. Yet, just as his words settled, Ji Mingyue suddenly interjected, "I, on behalf of the Great Zhou Kingdom, consent." What? The Great Zhou Kingdom has actually agreed? Is this woman out of her mind? Countless individuals displayed expressions of bewilderment. To their astonishment, Ji Mingyue, instead of opposing, had chosen to acquiesce. They presumed she had lost her senses, willingly forfeiting the opportunity to enter the secret realm for cultivation, prepared to abandon their prospects. The elite of the Great Zhou gazed at Ji Mingyue in shock. However, Ji Mingyue's attention was directed towards Chen Chang'an, for it was he who had urged her to agree. Chen Chang'an, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Since the Southeast Wind Alliance wishes to involve themselves, our opposition would be futile. It would be wiser to allow them entry and then cripple their ambitions." The master of Duanmu and Ji Shuanggu looked at him with a complex expression, then nodded slightly. "At present, we can only rely on Chen Chang'an to turn the tide. Since the Great Zhou Kingdom has consented, we, the Southern Ming Kingdom, also agree. Our Fengyu Kingdom consents as well. The Eastern Xian Kingdom also concurs." Following this, the representatives of the other three nations expressed their agreement in unison. Thus, what was originally a competition among the four nations suddenly included an additional faction, the Southeast Wind Alliance. Wait a moment. At this juncture, among the crowd of prodigies from the Great Zhou Kingdom, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong emerged simultaneously. They respectfully addressed Dong Yinglai, saying, "We are the external support invited by the Great Zhou Kingdom." "Oh," Dong Yinglai raised an eyebrow. "You hail from the Tianyan sect?" "Indeed," Meng Kaijun responded respectfully, though there was an air of arrogance about him. "Ah, so it is the two prodigies of the Tianyan sect. Pray tell, what brings you forth?" Dong Yinglai inquired, a faint smile playing upon his lips as if he had anticipated their intent. Zhao Mengzhu was correct. Those who enter the secret realm are indeed the capable ones. Meng Kaijun declared loudly. "However, Li and I refuse to be grouped with this bunch of useless individuals from the Great Zhou Kingdom. For should we face defeat, we would not accept it, which is an immense injustice to us." "Precisely. We have long heard of Zhao Mengzhu's appreciation for talent. Might we inquire if his faction would be willing to accept us?" Li Hong added vociferously, his disdain for the prodigies of the Great Zhou Kingdom evident. The moment their words were uttered, the atmosphere erupted once again. Goodness, the Great Zhou Kingdom truly is a laughingstock. Who would have thought their invited support would turn on them at such a critical juncture? Ha ha ha, this is utterly laughable. Oh, now we have a spectacle to behold. These two are indeed prodigies of the Tianyan sect. As a first-tier sect, the absence of their formidable support will surely spell disaster for the Great Zhou Kingdom. TSK, TSK. As expected, when a wall collapses, everyone pushes. The more destitute, the more supernatural occurrences. Who urged Princess Ji Mingyue to agree to the entry of the Southeast Wind Alliance? Now, look at the situation, ha! TSK, TSK. Perhaps she too wishes to hasten the end and slink away. Indeed, the decline of the Great Zhou Kingdom means that every moment spent here only adds to their humiliation. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong's sudden defection took everyone by surprise, inciting a tremendous uproar and agitation. Even the prodigies of the Great Zhou Kingdom were left dumbfounded. Their once coveted external support had chosen to abandon them at the onset of battle, aligning themselves with the enemy. This left them feeling exceedingly embarrassed and furious. Their ire swiftly directed at Ji Mingyue. Some royal princes suddenly lost their composure and erupted in anger. "Ji Mingyue, have you lost your mind? Who permitted you to allow the Southeast Wind Alliance to enter the contest? Now, we might all face elimination. What were you thinking?" As these words echoed, Ji Mingyue and Chen Chang'an immediately turned their gazes toward the speaker. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, recalling the individual who seemed to be named Ji Tsangtian. Yi Mingyue, momentarily taken aback, then sternly declared, "Silence. Anyone who dares to disrespect this palace shall receive 100 strokes of a rod." She then cast a frigid glance at Meng Kai-jun and Li Hong, stating, "Since you wish to withdraw from the Dezhou camp, then be gone." Meng Kai-jun and Li Hong merely scoffed, seemingly unfazed by Ji Mingyue's demeanor. With eager expressions, they turned their attention toward Zhao Tianwei. A smirk played upon Zhao Tianwei's lips as he remarked, "Since both of you wish to join the Southeast Wind Alliance, you are most welcome." "Thank you, Alliance Leader Zhao," exclaimed Meng Kai-jun and Li Hong in unison, elated at the prospect of finally gaining access to the secret realm. The despicable Dezhou nation had nearly thwarted their plans. The scene had taken a dramatic turn, and countless gazes fell upon the Dezhou crowd with an unusual intensity. The proud figures of Dezhou felt as if they were being pricked by thorns, wishing to find a crevice in the ground to hide. Chun Chang'an disregarded the stares, gently placing a hand on Ji Mingyue's shoulder to steady her anxious heart. Though Ji Mingyue maintained the regal authority of the Dezhou princess, he perceived a hint of uncertainty in her demeanor. "Then let the competition commence," he suggested. At that moment, Dong Ying glanced around, speaking in a calm voice. Chapter 45, Three-Way Battle. The crowd fell silent, their attention focused on the arena. At this moment, two floating battle platforms stood prominently in mid-air, with all present seated on flying vessels encircling them. With 5 factions participating, one battle platform would host a three-way brawl, while the victorious faction would then compete against the winner from the other platform for supremacy. Do any of you have objections? A hush enveloped the assembly as many contemplated the implications. With 2 battle platforms in place, should the remaining 2 factions unite against the singular one, the latter would face a considerable disadvantage. "I have no objections." At that moment, Ji Mingyue stepped forward, taking a deep breath to conceal her unease. "Moreover, there's no need for the hassle of drawing lots. Dezhou is willing to enter the fray on the three-way battle platform." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as countless eyes widened in disbelief. The Lord of Dongxian is correct. The secret realm of Dongzhou should naturally be open to the capable. Therefore, Dezhou is prepared to eliminate those deemed unworthy, one by one. Ji Mingyue proclaimed once more. The crowd gazed at her in astonishment. "Ji Mingyue, have you lost your mind? If we voluntarily step onto the battlefield of the three-way melee, the individuals from the opposing factions will undoubtedly join forces against us." Ji Tsangtian exclaimed, his face filled with indignation. "Silence." Ji Mingyue's voice suddenly turned cold. In an instant, Duanmu Tsang emerged and struck Ji Tsangtian's mouth with a resounding slap. Thud! He was instantly knocked to the ground. "You!" Ji Tsangtian was taken aback. His face flushed with anger, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. "She is, after all, the crown princess. If you persist in your insolence, you may face severe consequences." Duanmu, the head of the household, remarked coldly. Did this fool truly believe that his brother, Ji Tsangshan, was the crown prince? Even Ji Tsangshan would not dare to speak out, for Ji Mingyue had the formidable support of Chun Chang'an. "Fine, fine, fine," Ji Tsangtian uttered grimly, his expression twisted. "Let's see how you handle this." Ji Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief, having dealt with the troublemaker in her ranks. She cast a discreet glance at Chun Chang'an, who acknowledged her with a nod. "Ha ha, splendid. Since it is thus, we shall facilitate your great show. Let us draw lots among the various factions." Dong Yinglai remarked with a faint smile. The other factions seemed to have entirely excluded Great Zhou from their considerations. Subsequently, Dongxian Nation, Nanming Nation, Fengyu Nation, and the Southeast Wind Alliance began to draw lots. Fengyu Nation would face the Southeast Wind Alliance on the first battle stage, while Dongxian Nation, Nanming Nation, and Great Zhou would engage in a melee on the second battle stage. Upon seeing this outcome, everyone directed sympathetic gazes towards the people of Great Zhou. Among the 3 great nations, Dongxian Nation was the strongest, followed closely by Nanming Nation. It was unexpected that Great Zhou would face the mightiest Dongxian Nation and the second strongest Nanming Nation in their very first battle. "Let the combat commence." Dong Yinglai proclaimed loudly. "Those participating in the duel, please enter the arena." As his words fell, 20 figures had already descended upon the second battle stage, comprising the prodigies of Dongxian Nation and Nanming Nation. Judging by their auras, they all emanated the formidable presence of the Heavenly King realm. Among them, The most powerful was the 6th-level Heavenly King, Dong Lianxing, the Prince of Dongxian Nation, alongside the 5th-level Heavenly King, Nan Hong, the Prince of Naming Nation. In stark contrast, Great Zhou's lineup was far less impressive. Besides Chun Chang'an, whose Heavenly King level remained unknown, there was only Ji Tsongtian. At the first level of the Heavenly King realm, however, what was even more surprising was Ji Tsongtian's cold glare directed at Ji Mingwei. I am still your elder brother. Do not use your status as crown princess to suppress me. This situation is of your own making. You expect us to fight against such formidable opponents? You are mad. If you wish to ascend, then go ahead. I shall not follow. With that, he turned to the others. Have you all considered the consequences? If we are to be humiliated on that stage, it shall be a disgrace we bear for life. This is not a contest of the same caliber. We are bound to lose. As Ji Tsongtian's words echoed, the remaining prodigies shrank back, too fearful to step forward. Ji Mingyue swayed slightly, her face revealing indignation. You all, yet, being merely a woman, accustomed to gentleness. Even her title as crown princess had not been long enough to command authority. Mingyue, fear not. It would be futile for this bunch of cowards to ascend. I can handle it alone. Chun Chang'an patted Ji Mingyue's shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at Ji Tsongtian and the other 8 prodigies. Their expressions were as grim as if they had swallowed flies. With that, Chun Chang'an flew onto the arena, instantly capturing the attention of all. Ha, is it true? Only one person from the Great Zhou has ascended? TSK, what a bunch of cowards. Faced with such a formidable lineup from Dongxian and Nanming, they dare not even step onto the stage. What immense embarrassment. Mockery resounded from countless voices, rendering Ji Tsongtian and the remaining prodigies' faces as sour as if they had ingested something vile. On the competition stage, Dong Lianxing scrutinized Chun Chang'an closely, a faint glint of malice appearing between his brows. You are the one who killed my younger brother, Dong Lianxian? You are Chun Chang'an of the Chun family from the Great Zhou? His words instantly drew Dong Yinglai's cold gaze towards Chun Chang'an. So you are the brother of that useless Dong Lianxian? Do you wish to descend to hell to join him? Chun Chang'an replied calmly. Oh, you have quite the tongue. Dong Lianxing's expression twisted into a snarl, his eyes darkening. Listen here, brat. This is not the royal city of the Great Zhou, and you have no right to be arrogant. Soon, I shall shatter your mouth and crush your bones beneath my feet. I will make you endure the same suffering you inflicted on my younger brother. Dong Lianxing's words dripped with icy malice. Humph. Chun Chang'an emitted a derisive laugh. Who shall crush whom remains to be seen? Dong Yinglai's cold stare bore into Chun Chang'an before shifting to Ji Mingwei. The time has come. Is it truly the case that only one from the Great Zhou will participate? The faces of the Great Zhou prodigies paled considerably, uncertainty creeping in. Fourth Prince, are we really not going to take the stage? One among the Great Zhou prodigies timidly inquired. If you wish to go, then go. I shall not. Ji Tsongtian's face darkened. It is a guaranteed loss. Do you wish to step up into certain defeat? Moreover, have you not realized? That lad, Chun Chang'an, has offended them. They may act ruthlessly. Ascending the stage, we would only become the punching bags for others. As these words fell, the remaining prodigies lost all courage to ascend. What a jest, being at the heavenly martial realm, yet daring to confront those of the heavenly king realm. Moreover, the adversaries were imbued with murderous intent, certain to strike with lethal force. Instantly, the crowd shuddered, averted their gaze from the platform. The ancestor of the Ji family coldly observed these cowardly descendants. Unwilling to waste further words, Lord Duanmu sighed repeatedly. How could the Great Zhou rise with such spineless youth? Contemplating this, both of them found themselves increasingly fond of the arrogant and unruly Chun Chang'an. On the duel stage, Chun Chang'an spoke calmly. Let us commence. Those worthless individuals would be of no use even if they ascended. He then turned his gaze towards the 20 individuals opposite him, stating indifferently, their presence will only hinder my efficiency in sweeping away this collection of rubbish before me. With a single utterance, Chun Chang'an had offended 3 factions. Instantly, furious glares were directed at him. Although Ji Tsongtian dared not unleash his wrath upon Chun Chang'an, his expression darkened, teeth clenched in anger. Zhong Lianxing, Nan Hong, and others were taken aback. They had not anticipated Chun Chang'an's audacity. Arrogance. He dares to label us as rubbish. I shall see what prowess you possess. Let us dismantle this brat piece by piece. Yet those within his camp were seething with rage. Chapter 46. A Frenzied Onslaught. Dong Yinglai cast a deep glance at Chen Chang'an, pondering whether this man, who had slain his son, was emboldened by confidence or blinded by ignorance. He then withdrew his gaze and stated coolly, "The three factions shall engage in battle, ranked by the order of defeat. Fainting, surrendering, or being thrown off the duel stage shall all be deemed as losses. Injuries are inevitable, but one must not strike lethally without cause. Those outside the duel must not interfere. The master of the sword shall serve as witness." As Dong Yinglai spoke, he glanced at Mo Haichao, warning, "Those who dare defy the rules shall face the wrath of the sword palace of the human race." Having spoken, he soared back to his ship in the eastern Xian kingdom, bellowing, "Let the duel begin." In an instant, all eyes turned to the second duel stage. A total of 21 individuals stood there. Unsurprisingly, the 20 from the eastern Xian kingdom and the southern Ming kingdom stood united, mockingly observing the solitary Chen Chang'an. Countless spectators displayed expressions of profound pity, as if foreseeing the brutal spectacle of Chen Chang'an being cast from the stage. "Eastern Prince, why not step forward? After all, you bear a grudge against this lad," Nan Hong remarked, crossing his arms with a sardonic smile. The two factions naturally aimed to first eliminate Chen Chang'an before engaging in combat amongst themselves. Well, previously, this lad's tongue had been far too loquacious. Thus, "I shall shatter his pristine white teeth." Dong Lianxing, with a menacing grin, twisted his neck and cracked his knuckles, producing a cacophony of sounds. The others folded their arms, their expressions reflecting a keen anticipation of the spectacle. In their eyes, it sufficed for the crown prince of Dongxian to handle Chen Chang'an alone. Yet at that moment, clad in resplendent white and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, Chen Chang'an suddenly struck, darting across the arena like a fleeting shadow. Whoosh! The velocity was unimaginable. It was truly astonishing. In an instant, he stood before Dong Lianxing, and before he could even retract his mocking expression, he felt as though his chest had been violently struck by a colossal mountain. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, the ferocious force instantaneously concaving Dong Lianxing's chest. Agonizing pain coursed through his body, his eyes swiftly glazing over with crimson fury. His form was violently propelled backward, akin to a ruptured sac, blood spraying skyward in a gory fountain. This sudden eruption of chaos left the onlookers aghast, their eyes widening in disbelief. "What? He ambushed Chen Chang'an. How dare you ambush?" The arena descended into turmoil. Some questioned Chen Chang'an, while others rushed to check on the fallen Dong Lianxing. The spectators erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, myriad expressions of shock gracing their faces. For the aura Chen Chang'an unleashed was unmistakably that of a Third Realm king. And yet, the might he displayed transcended the very limits of his realm. Dong Lianxing lay on the ground, coughing blood, his body convulsing violently, his eyes rolled back. Breath faint. Clearly, he had lost all combat capability. Indeed, he was grievously injured. Hiss! Countless individuals gasped in disbelief. One blow had incapacitated the Sixth Realm Dong Lianxing. How is this possible? A multitude pondered this question. "Quickly, gather yourselves. It was merely an ambush." Nan Hong, observing the stunned crowd, bellowed urgently. Yet at that moment, Chen Chang'an was already before him, a faint golden aura enveloping him, as he unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! Instantly, a resounding crash echoed as Nan Hong's visage was pulverized into a bloody pulp. As he was sent reeling backward, Chen Chang'an seized his foot, swinging him forcefully toward the others. A prominent prodigy's face was violently struck by Nan Hong's head, blood erupting forth, and with a cry, he spun through the air. Thunderous roars filled the arena, descending into chaos. "Your Highness!" In the arena, the remaining prodigies from both nations were struck with astonishment, each hastily drawing their weapons in an attempt to assault Chen Chang'an. However, to their utter dismay, Chen Chang'an was dragging the ankles of both Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong, wielding them as makeshift weapons, effortlessly swinging them like two battering rams to strike down upon the others. "Ah, Chen Chang'an, you despicable fiend!" The numerous sovereign-level talents from the Eastern Xian nation and the Southern Ming nation were left dumbfounded, erupting into furious exclamations. They cautiously evaded the two human weapons in Chen Chang'an's grasp while attempting to mount a counterattack, but found themselves utterly at a loss. The Emperor's bloodline coursing through Chen Chang'an radiated a golden light, granting him immense strength as he effortlessly wielded the two sovereign-level figures. A cry of despair echoed as yet another prodigy was struck in the chest by Dong Lianxing's head. Boom! In an instant, his rib cage shattered, blood bursting forth as his chest caved in and his back bulged outward. A chilling scream followed as several others were sent flying. Bang! 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 The arena reverberated with thunderous roars, and anguished howls filled the air. Outside the arena, countless spectators stood in stunned silence. Duan Mutsang and Ji Xuangu's eyes widened in shock. Tier 3 of the sovereign level. When did Chen Chang'an advance? This young man was remarkable. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting the profound astonishment in the other's eyes. The remaining prodigies from the great Zhou stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom or accept that the one rampaging on stage, wielding the two princes as human weapons, was their own prodigy, Chen Chang'an. Boom! Once more, a prodigy from the Eastern Xian nation was brutally struck in the groin by the head of the human weapon, Nan Hong. Thud! In that moment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted. Chen Chang'an swung Dong Lianxing with his left hand and Nan Hong with his right, mercilessly battering their opponents. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Soon, the 18 prodigies opposite him were all forcefully hurled away by the violent blows of the makeshift weapons in Chen Chang'an's hands. Not a single one remained on the stage. Chen Chang'an chuckled, then began to clash Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong together like colossal weapons, producing a cacophony of sounds, taunting, well, as expected of princes. The hides of these two are quite tough. What a worthy addition to my arsenal. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, regardless of gender or identity. At the moment when Chen Chang'an took action, every onlooker felt as if their pupils had been pierced by steel needles, contracting to the utmost degree. Chins nearly dropped to the ground, unable to close for an extended period. Ji Mingwei was utterly bewildered, her heart racing, and in her starry eyes, the shimmering light seemed to transform into a kaleidoscope of colors. That imposing figure, who battled valiantly, lingered heavily in her mind. The people of the great Zhou kingdom, including the previously defiant Ji Tsongtian, stood like statues, as if witnessing a divine apparition, a wave of regret sweeping over them. Chapter 47. Unrestrained Cruelty. Originally calm and detached, Mo Haichao suddenly rose to his feet, his authoritative gaze filled with shock and horror. Zhao Tianwei and Zhao Tianli's pupils widened in disbelief. Dong Yinglai and the ruler of the southern Ming kingdom, Nanzhan, clenched their fists tightly, desperately trying to restrain themselves from intervening. Yet, as they beheld the appalling plight of their sons, used as weapons in battle, a torrent of humiliation and fury began to boil within their hearts. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of sound. What on earth is happening? Why is the prince being treated like a human weapon against the prodigies of their kingdom? How cruel! Although this young man was also of the king realm, he faced 20 opponents of the same caliber, yet he crushed them effortlessly. Am I seeing this correctly? This is madness. The princes of two kingdoms are being wielded as weapons? How humiliating! Countless spectators gasped in astonishment, most of whom were merely there to watch and did not belong to either faction. Consequently, amidst the discussions, a multitude of mocking voices emerged. The buzzing and jeering finally provoked Dong Yinglai, who could no longer contain his fury. With a surge of rage, he soared into the air above the duel platform, bellowing at Chen Chang'an, "You wretched child, release my son." Similarly, Nanzhan, the ruler of the southern Ming kingdom, was consumed by rage and instantly ascended to the duel platform's heights. Both men shouted fiercely, their voices resonating with the might of half-emperors. This overwhelming presence sent gusts of wind swirling around, shaking the very ground beneath them, creating a terrifying spectacle. Simultaneously, their unleashed power stilled the tide of discussions. The force they exuded caused Chen Chang'an's robes to billow dramatically. Yet, astonishingly, rather than being intimidated, Chen Chang'an struck the two captives together with a resounding clap, akin to two pieces of wood being struck. As they bled and wailed in agony, he raised them, their heads directed towards Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan, and shouted with authority, "The sovereigns of Dongxian and Nanming, what audacity you possess! How dare you disturb the duel in the presence of the swordmaster? What are your intentions? Do you truly consider the sword palace of the human race beneath your notice? Are you contemplating treachery against humanity? Speak if you dare." Chen Chang'an's voice resonated louder than theirs, rolling forth like an unstoppable tide, enveloping all in its wake. leaving everyone once again in stunned silence. The Sword Palace embodies the very essence of humanity, while the Dongxian Kingdom is but a minor entity within the realm of the human race. Utterly incomparable to the Sword Palace. At this moment, to hear Chun Chang'an declare that they hold the Sword Palace in contempt sent a tremor through their legs. You utter nonsense. Dong Yinglai, after much effort, could only muster a curse. He quickly turned to Mo Haichao. Sword Master, we meant no such thing. Nanzhan, too, clenched his teeth, fiercely suppressing the urge to eliminate Chun Chang'an on the spot. After all, it had been previously stated that the Sword Master of the human race would oversee the contest, and they dared not interfere. Sovereign of Dongxian, how do I offend? Chun Chang'an regarded him with mockery, casually responding, I have not intentionally caused harm. They are merely injured. You may verify for yourself. They certainly still draw breath. I can assure you of that. Observing their increasingly grim expressions, he continued, however, time may alter that. After all, each individual has a unique constitution, and should they perish, it would simply be due to their own frailty. You. Dong Yinglai's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He bit down hard on his molars, pointing at Chun Chang'an, nearly spitting blood from the weight of his words. As a sovereign, though faced with threats and disregard, he had never encountered such humiliation, with his own son wielded as a weapon against him. Truly a disgrace of the highest order. Chun Chang'an, enough. Nanzhan's voice was heavy with darkness. You have already claimed victory. Release Nan Hong and Nan Lianxing. Oh, a smirk played at the corners of Chun Chang'an's lips, but not yet. For they have not yet lost consciousness, nor have they fallen outside the arena, and they have not conceded. As he spoke, he clapped his hands together, producing a dull thud, reminiscent of two long wooden planks colliding. Instantly, Dong Lianxing and Nanzhan erupted in pained cries, their faces not merely bruised, but thoroughly battered. Chun Chang'an, do not push your luck too far. As he watched his son being casually struck by Chun Chang'an, Dong Yinglai had completely lost the demeanor befitting a sovereign, his entire being trembling with rage. Dong Yinglai, Chun Chang'an shouted, pointing at him with Dong Yuxing. Have I violated any rules of combat? No, I have not. Yet you, time and again, have sought to disrupt the duel. Your intentions are nefarious. It was you who first proclaimed the rules, and it is you who so brazenly disregards them. Do you not hold the Swordmaster in esteem? Do you not regard the Sword Palace of the human race? As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the grim-faced Mo Haichao and declared with righteous indignation, Swordmaster, they do not respect you. Will you allow yourself to be humiliated in such a manner? Mo Haichao's lips twitched violently, his expression darkening instantaneously. Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching in response. This fellow, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, eyes wide in disbelief at Chun Chang'an's performance. Unbelievable. Sovereign of Dongxian, sovereign of Nanming, do not act impulsively. Step back. This is the grand competition of the four nations, witnessed by countless talents from the eastern state. What do you intend to do? At last, Mo Haichao spoke, his tone grim. Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan clenched their fists tightly, their gazes icy as they witnessed Chun Chang'an's audacity. Strangely, they did not react to Mo Haichao's words, nor did they refute him. Had the other party not been a sword-bearer of a human race, they would have unleashed a torrent of invective. Stay calm, you fools. It is not your son who is being struck. Let us see how calm you remain. Ah, look, they are indeed lawless. It would be one thing to be arrogant in the eastern state, but now they stand before the Swordmaster, displaying such defiance. Indeed, they truly do not regard the Sword Palace of the human race. Chun Chang'an shouted dramatically, Sword Master, do you permit others to so openly challenge your authority? Will you not unleash your wrath? Strike him. Beat him until his own mother would not recognize him. His words caused countless spectators to twitch their lips and roll their eyes in exasperation. Finally, Mo Haichao lost his composure. His voice turned chillingly cold. Sovereign of Dongxian, sovereign of Nanming, retreat. Sensing his fury and the palpable threat of violence, Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan felt their hearts race. Sword Master, forgive us, we were reckless. At last, they took a deep breath, casting a warning glare at Chun Chang'an before retreating to their respective vessels. Very well, Chun Chang'an, you may continue. Mo Haichao once again fixed his gaze upon Chun Chang'an, asserting that by expelling the two adversaries, victory would be his. Currently, Dong Lianxing and Nanzhan had lost their combat prowess. However, They had neither succumbed to unconsciousness nor fallen from the dual platform, nor had they verbally conceded defeat. Instead, they were still groaning in distress, indicating that the battle was far from over. Just as everyone anticipated that Chun Chang'an would cast the two out and joyfully conclude the confrontation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chun Chang'an suddenly bellowed, "Oh dear. Master of the Sword, is this truly the case? Can we merely dismiss their disruptive behavior with a simple withdrawal? Must they not face retribution? Such an act disregards your esteemed authority, Master of the Sword. It also disrespects the sword palace of the human race. Even if this reaches the ears of the human emperor, your handling of the situation shall not receive commendation, will it?" As he spoke, Chun Chang'an hurled the two individuals to the ground, then planted his feet upon their faces, crushing them as he mockingly continued, "Otherwise, the duel shall not end so easily. I am merely seeking to vindicate the honor of the Master of the Sword. I trust you understand." His words sent a shockwave through the crowd, many holding their breath in disbelief as they beheld Chun Chang'an's audacity. He had lost his senses. He dared to ridicule and threaten the Master of the Sword, demanding punishment for the two rulers. It was utterly absurd. Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong groaned beneath Chun Chang'an's feet. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Silence enveloping the space as palpable as a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on Chun Chang'an, astonished that he would dare question the Master of the Sword, seemingly using the two rulers as leverage, declaring, "Should you fail to punish them, I shall not easily conclude this battle, continuing to torment them here." Chapter 48. Justice and Severity. Expressions of shock and horror were evident on everyone's faces as they gazed at Chun Chang'an. "Your name is Chun Chang'an, is it? Very well. I shall remember you," Mo Haichao remarked, his eyes glinting with cold intensity, before continuing with a weighty tone. Although the rulers of Dongxian and Nanming acted impulsively, their interference was not substantial. Yet, before he could finish his statement, Chun Chang'an struck his own chest with a fist, letting out a pained gasp. With a spurt of blood, his pallor turned ghastly. He pointed at Mo Haichao, his voice filled with anguish. "Master of the Sword, they are at the semi-emperor level. Even a humble junior like myself was terrified into internal bleeding by them. Does this not constitute interference? Are you, Master of the Sword, so protective of them simply because they hail from minor nations? You are indeed the overseer of the grand competition, the so-called impartial wielder of the sword. Given such blatant injustice, I refuse to accept it. I shall appeal to the sword palace of the human race." Chun Chang'an's words resonated with a fervent intensity, leaving all present in a state of astonishment, their heads thrown back in disbelief. "Hiss!" Mo Haichao furrowed his brow, sensing the tenacity of this individual. Moreover, Chun Chang'an appeared unperturbed by his imperial aura, audaciously performing before him. Was he truly so blind as to believe that he had been compelled to vomit blood by the pressure of their might? It was evidently self-inflicted. And now he dared to appeal to the sword palace? This was a thinly veiled threat. How audacious. He had the gall to threaten him. As a dignified sword wielder of the human race, a champion of their guardianship, to be complained about by a prodigy bore severe repercussions. His anger surged, nearly overwhelming him. Yet he maintained his composure, fixating on Chun Chang'an, rendered speechless. The crowd collectively held their breath, anticipating Mo Haichao's wrathful retaliation against Chun Chang'an. To their astonishment, two resounding slaps echoed through the air, landing squarely on the bewildered faces of the rulers of Dongxian and Nanming. This not only left the two of them stunned, but also sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. A multitude gasped in disbelief. Dong Yinglai and Nan Zhan wore expressions of utter dismay, as if they had tasted something foul, yet dared not react. Chun Chang'an had already faced punishment. The duel would continue. Mo Haichao's tone, though seemingly calm, dripped with barely concealed venom. "Ah, very well. Truly, the sword master embodies fairness and integrity." Chun Chang'an smiled, then unceremoniously kicked the defeated Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong aside. As they tumbled off the dueling platform, they were caught by Dong Yinglai and Nan Zhan, their faces ashen as they retreated to their respective ships for treatment. In this round, the great Zhou kingdom triumphed. Mo Haichao's voice was grim. Boom! The outcome was wholly unexpected, akin to a thunderclap, igniting fervor among the crowd. A cacophony of whispers and murmurs surged, creating a formidable wave of sound that enveloped the arena. Chun Chang'an departed the dueling platform, returning to the vessel of the great Zhou kingdom. Ji Mingwei rushed towards him, but halted abruptly mere inches away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she inhaled sharply. Her lips parted. "Brother Chang'an, are you all right? You scared me." "Mingwei, we have emerged victorious," Chun Chang'an replied with a smile. "It seems that this time, more than 100 of us from the Great Zhou Kingdom will enter the secret realm for cultivation." Ji Mingwen nodded emphatically, her eyes shimmering with tears, gazing at Chun Chang'an as if he had become the singular entity in her world. "Chama, my dear." Beside her, Ji Xuangu spoke in a hoarse voice, his eyes filled with profound admiration. "What kind of family is the Chun clan? In the 2 decades of my seclusion, you have descended from the heavens, emerging as such an extraordinary talent." Chun Chang'an smiled and replied, "Senior, you flatter me. We are merely a fraction stronger than others." As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers. The crowd fell silent in disbelief. Just a fraction stronger? Little did they know that when Chun Chang'an referred to a fraction, he meant 1 billion. "Ah, young Master Chang'an is indeed a blessing to our great Zhou kingdom." Lord Duanmu, regaining his composure, exclaimed with fervor. Ji Xuangu nodded in agreement, glancing at Ji Mingyue with a look of profound satisfaction. Despite the apparent ineptitude of the Ji family's offspring, they were fortunate to have such a beautiful princess. More importantly, she had made an astute move. Chun Chang'an spoke little, but suddenly his gaze fell upon Ji Songtian and the so-called prodigies of the Great Zhou. Under his penetrating stare, those prodigies averted their gazes, their faces suffused with awe. Ji Songtian, in particular, staggered back, nearly losing his footing. "A bunch of cowards," Chun Chang'an remarked with anticipation. "I wonder who among you dares to brazenly enter the secret realm for the spots I have secured." His words caused the group to tremble, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Whether before or after the battle, they dared not provoke Chun Chang'an, for his notorious reputation in the great Zhou royal city was well known. Moreover, he had even bested the princes of Dongxian and Nanming. It was clear to them they were insignificant in comparison. Elsewhere at the Southeastern Wind Alliance's stronghold, Zhao Tianwei fixed his gaze on Chun Chang'an with a murderous glint in his eyes. After all, Chun Chang'an had slain his son, Zhao Zihan. He is indeed audacious. Unafraid even of the sword-bearer, Zhao Tianli remarked coldly. Zhao Tianwei then turned to the somber-faced He Wuching. "Elder He, are you certain that Chun Chang'an has a powerful protector behind him?" He Wuching slightly shook his head, uncertain. There was indeed one at the Great Zhou Palace. "Could it be Ji Xuangu?" Zhao Tianwei inquired, frowning. "Absolutely not," He Wuching asserted. "Though Ji Xuangu is a holy emperor, he is merely at the first rank. I have no fear of someone at that level. Indeed, our ancestors are all at the first rank of holy emperor, with the 4 of us allied. We have 4 such figures. We certainly need not fear that old man Ji Xuangu." Zhao Tianli scoffed. At this moment, Zhao Tianwei took a deep breath, pondering the origins of the Chun family. Until now, they had remained inconspicuous, yet suddenly, each member revealed their formidable prowess, akin to a group of cunning strategists. Hearing this, Zhao Tianli fell into contemplation. Chun Chang'an's ruthless tactics and arrogant demeanor had instilled fear in the 3 great nations and the Southeast Wind Alliance, leaving them utterly astonished. One might mistake Chun Chang'an for a scion of a sacred lineage. Even the sacred clans would not dare to disregard the sword-bearer, unless they belonged to an imperial family. Gasping at this thought, everyone quickly dismissed the unrealistic notion, for it was simply impossible. Meanwhile, on the first combat stage, the prodigies of Fengyu Nation and the Southeast Wind Alliance had anticipated a spectacle, eager to witness Chun Chang'an of the Great Zhou Nation being humiliated and cast off the stage. Yet to their astonishment, Chun Chang'an emerged unscathed. He had ruthlessly defeated the princes of Dongxian and Nanming nations, and under his coercion, even the rulers of these 2 nations were struck across the face by the sword-bearer. This was utterly beyond belief. Moreover, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, the 2 foreign reinforcements, were left utterly speechless. Consequently, the Great Zhou Nation had at least secured a place among the top 2. It felt like a surreal dream, difficult to accept. Nevertheless, despite their shock, they had to engage in combat. Thus, the prodigies of Fengyu Nation clashed with those of the Southeast Wind Alliance. To their astonishment, besides Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, there was another formidable and enigmatic figure in the Southeast Wind Alliance. This individual was at the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm. As the formidable presence of the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm emerged, all eyes turned toward her. She was cloaked in a gray robe, her face partially obscured, revealing a pair of piercing eyes. It was indeterminate whether she was male or female, but judging by her slender figure and curvaceous form, she appeared to be a woman. As she showcased her skills, all attention in the arena shifted to her. An 8th-level heavenly king, approximately 30 years of age. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even stronger than Dong Lianxing, who was only at the 6th level of the heavenly king realm, yet had stagnated at the age of 30. Where had the Southeast Wind Alliance found such a prodigy? Could she be from a sacred ground? Yixvangu questioned, perplexed. A sacred ground? That was a possibility. Lord Duanmu remarked gravely. Zhao Tianwei was an elder of the Tai Song Sword sect, while Zhao Tianli was an elder of the Qingxian sacred sect. Yet, it remained a mystery from which of these two sacred sects this young prodigy hailed. Chen Chang'an's gaze was fixated on the figure cloaked in gray, his eyes narrowing. As an 8th-level monarch, fueled by the wrath of a tyrant, alongside the demonic blood god technique and the activation of the martial aperture realm augmented by the guardian sword, he believed he could subdue this adversary. With this thought, Chen Chang'an averted his gaze. At this juncture, the once defeated prodigies of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, and Fengyu Kingdom were embroiled in a chaotic melee, vying for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions. However, their injuries rendered them incapable of further combat. Consequently, after deliberation, it was decided that they would reconvene for battle in 3 days. The expressions of the prodigies and high-ranking officials from these 3 nations turned grim, akin to having swallowed something vile. They had consistently occupied the top 3 ranks, and even when the Southeast Wind Alliance aspired to enter, they believed it would force the great Zhou Kingdom out of contention. Yet, to their utter dismay, they had unwittingly dug a pit for themselves. The humiliation was unbearable. The emergence of the prodigious Chen Chang'an from the great Zhou Kingdom had been matched by another extraordinary talent from the Southeast Wind Alliance, who was shamelessly claimed as their own recruitment. Such audacity was simply outrageous. Nevertheless, the battles for the 1st and 2nd rankings were set to proceed, as the Southeast Wind Alliance had suffered minimal losses. Thus, Mo Hai Zhao ascended into the air, exuding authority as he proclaimed, "The grand competition of the 4 kingdoms shall now enter its 2nd round. This battle will determine the 1st and 2nd places. I invite the prodigies of the Southeast Wind Alliance and the great Zhou Kingdom to the duel platform." With his words concluded, he departed from the void. In response, the 9 prodigies of the Southeast Wind Alliance gracefully descended onto the duel platform. On the side of the great Zhou Kingdom, Ji Mingyue grasped Chen Chang'an's hand and suddenly suggested, "Brother Chang'an, perhaps we should let Ji Tsangtian and the others join you as well. That way, you would have 9 allies." Upon hearing this, Ji Tsangtian and the other prodigies looked at Chen Chang'an with eager anticipation. Their fighting spirit ignited. They believed that even if they lost, securing a 2nd place would still allow them to showcase their prowess. Ji Mingyue's concern stemmed from a desire to ensure Chen Chang'an's safety. However, to their astonishment, Chen Chang'an merely patted Ji Mingyue's hand and, casting a scornful glance at Ji Tsangtian and the others, remarked, "There is no need for that. These 9 insignificant fish would only hinder my sword's swiftness. As for those 10 pests across from me, I could easily crush them at will." Chen Chang'an's words sent shockwaves through Ji Tsangtian and the others, their faces turning crimson with indignation, yet unable to express their fury towards him. Meanwhile, the 10 members of the Southeast Wind Alliance across the platform erupted with rage. "What? He dares to insult us as pests? How outrageous! Young master, do not hesitate to punish him. Indeed, his arrogance must be curtailed. Shatter his teeth." Within the Southeast Wind Alliance, there exists another prodigy at the 5th level of the sovereign realm, Zhao Xiang. At this moment, his expression darkened as he gazed upon the audacious Chen Chang'an, solemnly advising, "Do not underestimate him." He then turned to the figure clad in gray. "Miss Ning, what say you? Can you contend with him?" The gray-robed individual, known as Ning Tingyu, coldly replied, "This young man is exceedingly dangerous." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiang's heart jolted. What manner of genius could evoke such a warning from Ning Tingyu, an 8th-level sovereign? No wonder he is so audacious. As Chen Chang'an ascended the duel platform, the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance gathered behind Ning Tingyu, their faces marked by vigilance as they observed him. The grand tournament of the prodigies from the 4 states of the eastern region commences. A calm voice resonated from the skies above, that of Mo Hai Chao. On the duel platform, Chen Chang'an, facing opponents of several realms above him, remained undaunted, drawing forth his guardian sword. In an instant he surged forward, executing the Chun family's thunder mirage, while simultaneously opening his martial aperture. A tremendous roar emanated from within him, and his speed multiplied exponentially. He then unleashed the blood demon divine art, enveloped in a haze of sanguine light. Instantly, Chun Chang'an's vitality surged, radiating a faint crimson glow around him. The burial world's sword technique struck with lethal precision, from the acceleration of his speed to the explosive enhancement of his spiritual energy. Culminating in his formidable aura and sword technique, Chun Chang'an executed them in a single, fluid motion. He appeared before Ning Tingyu in an instant, sweeping his sword across her neck. Ning Tingyu, however, was remarkably swift. She leaned slightly back, lowering her body and retreating with great speed. Chun Chang'an's gaze flashed with icy determination as he advanced rapidly, bringing his guardian sword down in a fierce strike. Buzz! The guardian sword unleashed a thunderous force, seemingly intent on cleaving Ning Tingyu in twain. Yet, she maintained her composure, her movements exceptionally agile, at times elusive, at others, she mirrored his every move, causing Chun Chang'an's attacks to repeatedly miss their mark. Chun Chang'an wielded a heavy sword, while Ning Tingyu's form became a phantasmal silhouette, deftly evading his strikes. Chun Chang'an's explosive power was extraordinarily formidable, creating a tempestuous force that spread in all directions, generating an astonishing spectacle. The clash between the two captivated the entire audience. The prodigies of the Southeast Wind Alliance gathered at the edge of the duel platform, gazing in astonishment at the fierce confrontation. They dared not intervene, for even the mightiest among them, Meng Kaijun, Li Hong, and Zhao Zhang, could only probe the periphery of the tempest unleashed by their battle. Unable to step into the fray, the formidable onlookers could not help but be taken aback, for they had never witnessed such an indomitable Chun Chang'an. He was a formidable 8th level of the Heavenly King realm, yet he fought evenly with his opponent. His ability to battle beyond his level was indeed astonishing. In a mere span of several breaths, the aftermath of their clash left the arena in utter disarray, marked by traces of catastrophic destruction. Boom! Following another intense exchange, the two stood still, facing each other from distance. As silence enveloped the battlefield, it felt as though everyone's heartbeat had paused, each person holding their breath in awe, for the next moment could unleash a terrifying confrontation upon the arena. Meng Kaijun, Li Fon, Zhou Ziyan, and all the prodigies of the Southeast Wind Alliance stood poised behind Ning Tingyu, their vigilance directed towards Chun Chang'an. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate this young genius hailing from a nation long regarded as inferior. With a sudden roar, Chun Chang'an launched himself into the sky. He then unleashed an astonishing aura, crashing down upon Ning Tingyu and the others like a tidal wave. Chapter 50. Locking in first. Chun Chang'an activated the second form of the evil blood god technique, shaking the mountains and sea. Boom! The overwhelming momentum descended, akin to the weight of countless mountains. Before he even arrived, a fierce wind swept downward, causing Ning Tingyu and the others to feel a stinging pain upon their skin. With a roar, Ning Tingyu brandished her spear, which shot upwards, instantly resonating with the sounds of dragon roars. Roar! In the face of such a formidable strike, Chun Chang'an swung his sword down once more. The burial sword technique shattered the heavens. Simultaneously, he awakened the bloodline of the sovereign. Roar! In an instant, a colossal figure, radiating golden light, materialized behind Chun Chang'an. With a deafening roar, its voice reverberated through the heavens and earth, resembling an ancient deity. It bestowed immense power upon Chun Chang'an. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, and a violent shockwave spread in all directions. Ning Tingyu cried out as her spear was cleaved away by Chun Chang'an's gigantic sword, sending her tumbling sideways. The other prodigies let out horrified screams, as if a cannonball had detonated among them, instantly scattering them in all directions. Rumble! The arena trembled violently. When all fell silent, the ground was littered with the groaning forms of the prodigies. Meanwhile, the once unyielding arena had cracked with countless fissures, as if Chun Chang'an's sword would shatter it completely. With a faint smile gracing his lips, Chun Chang'an approached Ning Tingyu. What do you intend to do? Ning Tingyu's expression darkened, and a fleeting hint of panic flickered in her star-like ebony eyes. Naturally, I have defeated you, Chun Chang'an declared, delivering a swift kick to her backside, sending her hurtling through the air. You despicable wretch. Ning Dingyu exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with a blend of humiliation and fury as she felt the sting of the blow. Even with her veil, the shimmer of confusion in her eyes was unmistakable. Chen Chang'an paid no heed to her, instead approaching Ming, Kai-Jun, and Li Hong, looking down upon them with a mocking tone. "Oh, it's you two. What a coincidence." The expressions of Ming, Kai-Jun, and Li Hong turned grim. "Chen Chang'an, what do you intend to do? Don't strike us, we concede," they stammered, their voices quaking with trepidation, but were abruptly silenced by a kick to their mouths. With a resounding crash, they were propelled backward, their teeth scattered, their mouths a gruesome mess of blood. They screamed in terror, their faces etched with horror. "Oh, so you are such pitiful beings," Chen Chang'an scoffed, feigning innocence. "What did you say? I can't hear you." He advanced again, delivering a brutal kick to each of their heads. Boom! In an instant, their skulls erupted in a crimson display, and they cried out in agony before collapsing once more, unconscious and gravely injured. The remaining elites gasped in shock, their faces pale. "We concede," Zhao Ziang and the others quickly interjected. After all, if even the formidable Ning Tingyu had fallen, they had no strength left to continue the fight. It was wiser to conserve their energy for a potential second place. With the Southeast Wind Alliance conceding, the battle came to a close, and the Great Zhou Kingdom emerged victorious. High above, Mo Haichao's expression was complex, but he quickly spoke up, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Chang'an, as if daring him to continue his onslaught and breach the rules. Chen Chang'an merely scoffed and soared towards Ji Mingwei and the others, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Aside from the initial exchanges between Chen Chang'an and Ning Tingyu, the rest had been utterly crushed. This was simply beyond comprehension. Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, Mo Haichao, and Dong Yinglai, all powerful figures, wore expressions of deep dismay as they observed Chen Chang'an's arrogant silhouette, their hearts trembling with astonishment. How could the great Zhou Kingdom harbor such an extraordinarily formidable prodigy? Within the ranks of the great Zhou Kingdom, everyone was filled with exhilaration, especially those officials who followed along with an almost negligible presence. Each of them gazed at Chen Chang'an with excitement, their hearts surging with fervor. First place! First place! After 30 years, the great Zhou Kingdom has finally reclaimed the top position. Brother Chang'an, you are simply remarkable. Ji Mingwei exclaimed joyfully, clutching Chen Chang'an's arm. Let us return to our base and wait. The secret realm may not open for another 3 days, as the other 3 nations must first compete. Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. Yes, all right. Ji Mingwei nodded emphatically, her heaving chest reflecting her exhilaration. Beside them, Ji Xuangu and Lord Duanmu were taken aback, swiftly conveying this splendid news back to the capital of Great Zhou using the most precious and advanced long-distance communication stones. When the news of Great Zhou's triumph in the competition among the 4 nations reached Chang'an City, disbelief initially swept through the crowd. However, as more detailed reports streamed in, skepticism gave way to belief. The specifics were meticulously dissected. Initially, Great Zhou was scorned, but the Southeast Wind Alliance, leveraging their connections, managed to enlist the help of the Sword Master to intervene. Thus, the Southeast Wind Alliance successfully inserted itself into the fray. Following this, the competition among the 4 nations transformed into a contest among 4 nations and an alliance, a grand showdown involving 5 forces. The faction that ranked the lowest would be ousted, forfeiting their chance to enter the secret realm for cultivation. This was, without a doubt, a cataclysmic beginning. Indeed, the prodigies from Dongxian, Nanming, and Fengyu, as well as the Southeast Wind Alliance, were all more formidable than those from Great Zhou, each possessing greater realms. All were at the heavenly king level. Moreover, the 2 external reinforcements that Great Zhou had painstakingly invited had turned against them at the critical moment, plunging Great Zhou into an even more precarious situation. Even the prodigies of Great Zhou, led by Ji Tsangtian, were hesitant to take to the stage. Yet, just when everyone anticipated a disgraceful display from Great Zhou, the young master of the Chen family, Chen Chang'an, emerged dramatically. He first decisively swept aside the formidable Dong Xian and Nanming, and finally, in the finals, he utterly suppressed the 8th-level external reinforcement from the Southeast Wind Alliance, claiming victory and securing first place for Great Zhou. This spectacular turnaround was meticulously relayed by the witnesses, creating a tremendous uproar throughout the capital. Chen Chang'an's name resonated with unparalleled brilliance once more. When these tidings reached the palace, Ji Wentian, who had been recuperating, sprang from his bed with exuberance, his laughter echoing throughout the royal residence. After contemplating for a moment, he personally visited the Chun family, taking with him a majority of the young heirs of the Chun clan, joyously heading towards the mountains where the Eastern States' secret realm awaited. Chapter 51, Assassination. In the mountains of the Eastern States' secret realm, within the encampment of the great Zhou kingdom, Chun Chang'an and his companions were resting, under the cover of night. Chun Chang'an, employing the Chun family's remarkably elusive techniques, stealthily infiltrated a secluded tent. Inside, two young men were wailing in anger. That damned Chun Chang'an is finished. How dare he go to such lengths against us? Once we return to the Tianyin sect, we shall make him pay dearly. We will not rest until this grievance is avenged. Ouch! It hurts so much. Damn it. I intended to enter the secret realm for cultivation, but instead, I've stumbled into this predicament. In the dimly lit room, Li Hong and Meng Kaijun lamented while hurling curses at Chun Chang'an. However, in the next moment, a chilling glimmer of sword light abruptly flashed from the shadows, reflecting the figure that instilled the deepest terror within them, the very man they wished to devour. Yet, in an instant, both plunged into eternal darkness. With a swift stroke, Chun Chang'an severed the heads of Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, then quietly returned to his quarters under the veil of night. These two had incurred his wrath, and he had no qualms about eliminating them in the dead of night. After all, once they healed from their injuries, they would surely seek revenge. The prohibition against killing during the competition did not extend beyond its conclusion. Upon returning to his room, Chun Chang'an was taken aback. What are you doing here? He carefully sheathed his protective sword, calmly taking a seat at the adjacent table to pour himself a cup of tea. The occupant of the room was none other than Ji Mingyue. Brother Chang'an, did you go to kill someone? Ji Mingyue, sensing the bloodlust emanating from him, asked with concern. Chun Chang'an nodded. Then I shall not return tonight. I will stay here with you, Ji Mingyue declared earnestly. Chun Chang'an was momentarily stunned, but quickly grasped her intention. She wished to serve as his witness, to attest that they had been together throughout the night. After contemplating, he shook his head. Mingyue, there is no need for that. The Tianyin sect is of little consequence to me. They are merely a first-tier sect within the Eastern Xian kingdom. My Chen family is unafraid of any first-tier power in the great Zhou kingdom. No, I will stay here tonight. I cannot allow you to be left vulnerable. Mingyue insisted resolutely. It's all right, I do not mind, Chun Chang'an replied. However, seeing her stubborn demeanor, he reluctantly acquiesced. Instantly, a radiant smile adorned Ji Mingyue's face. Then I shall sleep on the bed while you cultivate beside me. Chun Chang'an nodded, taking a few sips of tea before he began to meditate in a cross-legged position. The recent competitions had honed his mastery of his techniques to an even greater degree. Moreover, his combat experience had become increasingly stable, a feat that his peers could scarcely achieve. The night passed without incident. The following morning, upon discovering the deaths of Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance were thrown into a frenzy. Particularly, the likes of the Lord of Dongying were agitated. As Tianyin sect represented the elite of their nation, and any misfortune befalling them necessitated action, their focus quickly settled on Chun Chang'an. Regardless of whether he was culpable, they were determined to make things difficult for him. Thus, a throng of discontented young elites gathered outside Chun Chang'an's tent. Chun Chang'an, you despicable scoundrel! How dare you assassinate Li Hong and Meng Kaijun under the cover of night? One shouted. Indeed, Chun Chang'an, you should show your face. Such vile tactics render you unworthy of being called an elite of Dongzhou. You have slain the pride of Tianyin's sect. They will not let you escape unscathed. You must bear the consequences of your actions. The young voices erupted in a cacophony of accusations. When Chun Chang'an emerged from the tent, bleary-eyed alongside Ji Mingyue, the crowd fell silent in astonishment. Even Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang, who had hurried to the scene, were momentarily taken aback. What nonsense is this? You all are raving mad, making such a commotion at the break of dawn. Chun Chang'an glanced at the crowd, his voice calm yet authoritative. Princess, what is this? Duanmu Tsang hesitated before speaking, but soon both he and Ji Xuangu wore broad smiles. Ji Mingyue nodded slightly at Duanmu Tsang and the elder of the Ji family, then turned to the raucous crowd with a commanding voice. You mentioned that Li Hong and Meng Kaijun are dead? What do their deaths have to do with my brother Chang'an? At her words, the others clamored in response. Princess Mingyue, those two had enmity with Chun Chang'an. He must be the one who killed them. Such actions are cowardly and unworthy of being an elite of Dongzhou. Huh. You claim that my brother Chang'an is responsible for their deaths, but where is your evidence? Ji Mingyue's gaze swept over the crowd, imbued with royal authority. As she disdainfully continued, I spent the entire night with my brother Chang'an. Is it possible he could have split himself to commit murder? What? The crowd was left speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief as they looked at the pair. What is there to be surprised about? He is my consort, granted to me by my father, the emperor himself. Is it so strange that I would share my bed with my consort? Ji Mingyue's every gesture radiated dignity. Yet her words flowed with an effortless, commanding presence. Even Qin Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, are you all trying to slander our consort? Ji Xuangu's heart brimmed with delight as he coldly addressed the assembled prodigies. In an instant, the pressure upon them intensified. Qin Chang'an is the consort of Princess Mingyue. It is only natural for him to show favoritism. As a witness, this does not count, exclaimed one of the prodigies loudly. Indeed, it does not count. He must have secretly slain Li Hong and Meng Kaijun. Another added, yes, we refuse to accept the actions of such a despicable prodigy. The crowd shouted in unison. At that moment, Qin Chang'an stepped forward, confronting the clamorous assembly with a cold smile. Who dares to dissent? Step forward for a duel. He pointed at the dissenting figure. Is it you who refuses? Come, let us engage in a life-and-death battle. No retreat, no surrender. The individual faltered, staggering backward. No, I shall not duel with you, he exclaimed, realizing that even an 8th-level Tian Wang was no match for Qin Chang'an. What nonsense is this? If you dare not accept, then come and defeat me. Spare us your empty bravado. Qin Chang'an retorted sharply, a mocking smile on his lips. As for Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, their demise is a result of their own weakness. It has nothing to do with me. I spent the entire night in bliss with my beloved Princess Mingyue. Qin Chang'an spoke with an unflinching demeanor, unconcerned by the Tianyin sect. He merely wished to avoid complications before entering the secret realm. After all, admitting to their assassination would change nothing. Qin Chang'an was a man who stood by his actions. Just then, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Dong Yinglai Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nanzhan stormed in, seething with anger. Ha! What do you intend to do, you ruffians? If you seek to bully the younger generation, this old bone of mine shall not allow it. With the arrival of the elders from the opposing side, Ji Xuangu of the great Zhou kingdom naturally stepped forward, his tone icy. Seeing this, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nanzhan turned their gazes toward him. Almost simultaneously, four elders materialized behind them, their formidable presence erupting, each a first-level saint emperor. Ji Xuangu, you old fool, how are you still alive? Do you wish to spar with us? TSK. Let this old man see just how sturdy your bones truly are, taunted the elders from the Dongxin kingdom and the Nanming kingdom. However, Ji Xuangu showed no signs of backing down, sneering, if you are not afraid of death, I am more than willing to engage in battle with you. Even if I cannot vanquish you outright, I can assure you that it will be a gruesome encounter. Do you dare to wager? With that, Ji Xuangu ignited his vital essence, unleashing a tempestuous aura that commanded respect, ready to fight with all his might. You old fool, have you lost your mind? The ancestral elder of the Eastern Xian kingdom thundered. Are you truly willing to fight us over a mere junior? He is the esteemed son-in-law of our great Zhou kingdom. If you dare to bully him, we, the great Zhou, would rather shatter into jade than remain whole as mere tiles. Ji Xuangu, undeterred, glared back defiantly. At this moment, not only were the four major powers taken aback, even the people of the great Zhou were left in disbelief. They had not anticipated that their royal elder would be so resolute. The elder from the Ji family asserted, Qin Chang'an is a person of vile character. He does not deserve to be hailed as a prodigy of the Eastern Province, nor should he be allowed to enter the Eastern Province's secret realm. At this juncture, Dong Yinglai spoke with a piercing gaze. You, great Zhou, must not deceive yourselves. How dare you utter such nonsense? I refuse to listen to unfounded accusations. Yixvangu retorted fiercely. If today you attempt to strip Chang'an of his title as a prodigy and his eligibility to enter the secret realm, I shall stake my very life to ensure you do not succeed. Come, let us battle to the death. With that, Ji Xuangu exuded an overwhelming aura of killing intent. His presence as formidable as a first-level saint emperor, teetering on the brink of collapse, a clear indication that any disagreement could lead to a fierce conflict. Endless resolve echoed from Duanmu Tsang as well. Indeed, if you dare to unite against our great Zhou kingdom, we shall bite off a piece of flesh from you. even if it costs us our lives. Following his declaration, elders from the Great Zhou Academy emerged, all at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm. The army of the Great Zhou, prepare for battle. At this moment, Ji Mingwei raised the token of the crown princess and proclaimed with outstanding authority, yes. Instantly, thousands of soldiers from the Great Zhou surged forth, brimming with lethal intent. Dong Yinglai and his companions furrowed their brows. Their intention was to suppress Chen Chang'an's arrogance, not to engage in a full-blown war with the Great Zhou kingdom. Moreover, the sword-bearer Mo Hai was still present, and he would not idly watch as the human kingdoms descended into chaos. Indeed, whoever dares to bully my son-in-law Ji Wentian, I shall rally the entire Great Zhou kingdom to fight them to the bitter end. Just then, a flying ship thundered in swiftly. On board was Ji Wentian, hasty yet invigorated, accompanied by the youthful descendants of the Chun family. Who dares to harm our young Master Chun? Kill! A chorus of young voices erupted, filled with murderous intent. The Chun family was led not by one of the 9 clan elders, but by several ordinary elders. Upon witnessing the standoff below, they too assumed a battle-ready stance. Upon seeing the newcomers, Dong Yinglai and his companions' expressions darkened instantly. The ruler of the Great Zhou, I never expected you to show up. Dong Yinglai scoffed. If you have come, why should I not? Ji Wentian replied with a cold smile, promptly approaching Ji Mingwei. Mingwei, are you unharmed? Father, I am fine. What brings you here? Ji Mingwei exclaimed with joy. Ha ha ha, my Great Zhou kingdom has achieved first place. I simply cannot refrain from coming. With that, he looked earnestly at Chen Chang'an and inquired, My dear nephew Chang'an, are you well? I am well, your majesty. Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. Only then did the others react, bowing respectfully to Ji Wentian. Ji Xuangu gradually retracted his surging vitality, but maintained a stance ready for battle. No need for such formality. Ji Wentian waved his hand dismissively and quickly asked, What has transpired? Duanmu Song approached promptly to recount the events. Upon hearing that his daughter had spent the night with Chen Chang'an, his eyes sparkled with delight. A broad grin spread across his face. And as he looked at Ji Mingwei once more, he beamed. Mingwei, you have done remarkably well. It was unclear whether his praise referred to Ji Mingwei as preparation for war or something more ambiguous. Turning his gaze toward Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan, the 2 sovereigns, Ji Wentian appeared emboldened and declared, What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to wage war against my Great Zhou kingdom? We are prepared to accompany you to the bitter end. Upon hearing this, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nanzhan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Engaging in battle with the Zhou kingdom at this juncture would be exceedingly unwise. Moreover, according to He Wuqing, the enigmatic Saint Emperor-level powerhouse had yet to make an appearance. They feared they might be stepping into a trap. The 4 exchanged silent glances and reluctantly chose to retreat. The sovereign of Zhou jokes. Had it not been for Chen Chang'an's actions, we would not have hastily rescinded his qualification. Zhao Tianwei coldly interjected, his gaze fixed on Chen Chang'an. However, the heavens are watching, and the wrath of the Tianyin sect will inevitably ignite against the perpetrator. With a huff, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nanzhan departed, their demeanor frosty. Ji Mingwei and the others were profoundly shaken, particularly Duanmu Song and Ji Xuangu, especially Ji Wentian, who felt an immense sense of satisfaction. They finally comprehended Chen Chang'an's words from that day. If one stands strong, the adversary may hesitate to engage in a fatal confrontation. Indeed, it was as such. As they witnessed their departure, Ji Wentian warmly greeted Chen Chang'an. My dear nephew Chang'an, I am grateful for your efforts. Had it not been for your presence, our Great Zhou kingdom would have faced dire straits. You are truly a benefactor to our kingdom, and I am at a loss as to how to reward you. With the method provided by Chen Chang'an, he had temporarily suppressed his ailment, and his pallor had improved significantly. Grasping Chen Chang'an's hand, he grew increasingly animated as he spoke. In previous years, the Great Zhou kingdom consistently ranked last in competitions, with only a mere 100 individuals entering the secret realm. Yet now, the number has surged to a remarkable 400. To cultivate within the Eastern States' secret realm is an opportunity to make significant strides, if not a complete transformation. This represents an unparalleled boon for the next generation of Great Zhou. What exhilarates him the most is the newfound strength in his waist, a sensation of unprecedented vigor. Previously, He would always hold back in front of the rulers of Dongying and Nanzhan, scarcely daring to breathe freely. Never before had he felt so elevated and empowered, ready to engage boldly. All of this is attributed to Chen Chang'an, who single-handedly subdued the elite of 4 rival factions, confronting the sword master with audacity that left the 2 rulers utterly humiliated. This marks a historic milestone for the great Zhou kingdom. These developments have ignited his excitement. And even more thrilling is the fact that such an extraordinary individual is now associated with his beloved daughter. It is truly a double blessing. His elation knows no bounds. If they were to forge a bond with the Chen family, what fear would he have of the Dongxian kingdom or the Southeast Wind Alliance? They are nothing but trifles. As he gazes at Chen Chang'an, he feels as if he is looking upon his long-deceased father. No, this is his cherished son-in-law. Even if he were to have harmed his 2 sons, he would remain unperturbed, for he has plenty of sons. However, there is only one prodigious Chen Chang'an. Chapter 53, The Style of a Great Villain. Subsequently, the camp of the great Zhou kingdom fell into a serene yet lively atmosphere. For the sovereign had arrived to celebrate the numerous talented individuals and to bestow lavish rewards upon them. 3 days later, the Dongxian kingdom, the Nanming kingdom, and Fengyu kingdom determined the placement for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. This time, Fengyu kingdom found itself disheartened, finishing in 5th place. Their faces were etched with resentment as they glared at the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance. Had they not interfered, they would have claimed the 3rd position, or, at the very least, the 4th, securing a spot among the 100 elite in the secret realm. Now, they have been eliminated. Sighing heavily, the ruler of Fengyu kingdom could only lead his people to cultivate outside the mountainous region of the secret realm. In the great Zhou camp, Chen Chang'an was conferring with Ji Mingyue and others about selecting which elites would enter the secret realm. This time, they were set to send 400 individuals. Without a doubt, Ji Wentian entrusted Chen Chang'an with the authority to decide who would enter the secret realm. Chen Chang'an, unreserved, declared that all the young members of the Chen family he brought along could enter. Even if other talented individuals harbored discontent, they dared not voice their grievances. After all, this qualification was hard-won by Chen Chang'an, and no one dared to voice any objections. Brother Chang'an, our victory is entirely due to your efforts. Whether anyone can enter the secret realm for cultivation rests solely on your decision, Ji Mingyue said softly, gazing at Chen Chang'an. Upon hearing this, Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang nodded slightly in agreement. The other officials, too intimidated to oppose, gazed at Chen Chang'an with hopeful expressions, seemingly desiring for him to permit their descendants to enter. However, Ji Tsangtian and the 8 others who were originally supposed to fight appeared increasingly displeased. Their concerns were soon realized. Chen Chang'an immediately declared that the entry of others depended entirely on his whims. But as for those 9, he pointed disdainfully at Ji Tsangtian and the others, saying, "Trash. You are only worthy of surviving in a garbage bin, unfit to join us, the true elites, in the secret realm for cultivation. Therefore, you and get lost." The faces of Ji Tsangtian and his companions turned ashen in an instant. He quickly turned to Ji Mingyue, pleading, "Mingyue, please help me persuade Lord Chen. I also wish to enter the secret realm for cultivation." Ji Mingyue hurriedly waved her hand. "No, I cannot intercede on your behalf. After all, you were too cowardly to even step onto the stage during the grand competition." She recalled how, without Chen Chang'an's presence that day, the dignity of the great Zhou would have been utterly lost. She certainly had no intention of showing kindness to her imperial brother. Feeling the disdain and disappointment emanating from Ji Mingyue, Ji Tsangtian dared not approach her. A look of panic and trepidation etched on his face. Noticing the glances exchanged among some officials, he quickly stepped forward to Chen Chang'an, adopting a humble demeanor. "Lord Chen, I have previously been selfish and incompetent, and my words have been offensive. I hope you will overlook my past transgressions for Mingyue's sake. In the future, should you have any guidance, I will heed it without question." Chen Chang'an, with a smirk that hinted at amusement, did not even spare him a glance. "Your words are excessive, Prince Toad. I have already forgotten the previous matters." Naturally, he found it absurd that such a cowardly individual could expect his concern. Ha ha! Upon hearing Chen Chang'an refer to him as Prince Toad, Ji Tsangtian forced a smile, suppressing any dissent. "Since Lord Chen does not mind the past, might we also be allowed to enter the secret realm for cultivation? After all, we are also the elites of the Great Zhou. Indeed, Lord Chen is magnanimous and would not hold our past mistakes against us. We will henceforth follow Lord Chen's lead." "Absolutely. Lord Chun is the foremost among the elites of the Great Zhou. When he speaks, we shall not contest. The other 8 elites chimed in eagerly, their hearts racing as they sought Chun Chang'an's favor. After all, gaining entry to the secret realm for cultivation was a transformative opportunity. It is said that after 3 months of arduous training, one can surpass others by 3 years. Should anyone else enter, their cultivation will inevitably lag behind. Begone! None of you shall enter. What a worthless endeavor this is. If you possess the capability, go and conquer the prodigies of the other 3 kingdoms. However, to their astonishment, Chun Chang'an's words sealed their fate once more. Instantly, the 9 prodigies wore expressions of utter dismay, as if they had ingested something repugnant. Chun Chang'an, do not overreach. Do not assume that your victory in the grand competition grants you the authority to represent the Great Zhou. Xianxia retorted, his face contorted with anger. Just then, Wentian entered with several guards. His eyes brightened as he hurriedly approached to pay his respects, greeting his father. Wentian frowned slightly, casting a cursory glance at Xianxia before turning his warm gaze towards Chun Chang'an. Ha ha ha, cousin Chang'an, are you prepared? I appreciate your efforts to lead the team into the secret realm. I am ready, Chun Chang'an replied. Just as Xianxia intended to speak with Wentian, he was abruptly cut off. Begone! How could a father as illustrious as I have a cowardly son like you? Furthermore, if Chun Chang'an represents the Great Zhou, questioning him is tantamount to questioning me. Do you intend to rebel? Faced with Wentian's imposing words, Xianxia hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. Father, I do not dare. Wentian coldly snorted, dismissing him with a glance, before turning back to Chun Chang'an with a beaming smile. Cousin Chang'an, it is time to depart. Indeed, Chun Chang'an replied softly, rising to lead those determined to enter the secret realm. As he passed by Xianxia, he kicked him aside, exclaiming, "Get lost. A good dog does not block the way." Xianxia, knocked to the ground, froze in place, his features trembling uncontrollably, and soon his entire body quaked. Once everyone had exited, he lowered his head, producing a series of cracking sounds as he ground his molars to pieces in fury. The overwhelming anger and humiliation nearly drove him to madness. Yet, the imposing presence of Chun Chang'an left him too intimidated to approach and voice his grievances, resulting in only impotent growls escaping his lips. The other 8 prodigies paled and collapsed nearby, too afraid to speak. Outside the camp, Chun Chang'an walked with purpose, the young prodigies of the Chun family surrounding him in jubilant admiration. Never before had so many from the Chun family entered the eastern state's secret realm for cultivation. Among the crowd, Chun Xian glanced into the tent and swiftly approached Chun Chang'an, whispering, "Brother, your previous appearance resembles that of a notorious villain from a tale. I fear Xianxia despises you greatly." Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an cast a glance at him, draping an arm around his shoulder, and murmured, "I am aware. So would you assist me in eliminating him?" A fierce glint flashed in Chun Xian's eyes as he nodded emphatically. Chapter 54. Entering the Secret Realm. "Ha, you rascal!" Chun Chang'an exclaimed joyfully, tightening his embrace. However, this matter was firmly etched in Chun Xian's memory. "By the way, brother, 8th Master instructed me to bring you something." Chun Xian smacked his forehead, as if recalling something important, and hastily produced a spatial ring, extending it towards Chun Chang'an. Chun Chang'an was taken aback, pondering what 8th Master had given him. As he probed the contents of the ring with his spiritual sense, he was startled to discover a sword box and a manual. "Brother, within that sword box lies 8th Master's 16 Swords of Breaking Army, along with the sword manual." Chun Xian spoke in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. 16 Swords of Breaking Army? Although he had never heard of them, 8th Master was a swordsman, surely. The gifts from him could not be lacking in value. Elated, he quickly stowed them away. Soon after, the group boarded the flying vessel, setting their course towards the entrance of the Eastern States' secret realm. On board the vessel, Chun Chang'an stood at the forefront of the deck. With behind him were 400 young prodigies of the Great Zhou Kingdom, the very future of their nation. Not far away, on another ship, Zhao Tianwei and his companions cast dark glances at the Great Zhou vessel. Elder Zhao Tianwei spoke softly. "Leader, I am here," replied an elder clad in a gray robe, with a square face and short hair. "Bring 2 individuals along, disguise yourselves as youths under 30, infiltrate the secret realm, and then..." Zhao Tianwei's gaze darkened momentarily. Exterminate the prodigies of the great Zhou kingdom. At this, several individuals nearby were momentarily taken aback. Then each revealed a sinister smile. A brilliant plan, leader, sneered another elder. That group of young ones embodies the future of the great Zhou kingdom, particularly that Xianxia. If they were to perish, the future of the great Zhou would become ever more tenuous. Though their words were whispered, a few young individuals caught wind of the conversation. Led by Xianxia, the prodigies exhibited expressions of malice. Ning Tingyu, half of her face veiled, furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying a tumult of emotions. She glanced across to a figure clad in white, strikingly handsome as if descended from the heavens. Gritting her teeth, she thought, that scoundrel, the roguish libertine, how infuriating. The memory of Chun Chang'an kicking her off the duel stage ignited a fierce blush as a burning sensation lingered at her backside. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her racing thoughts. At that moment, 4 individuals emerged onto the scene. The sovereign of the eastern Xianxia, Dong Yinglai, the ruler of the southern Mingwa, Nanzhan, and the monarch of the great Zhou kingdom, Ji Wentian. These 3 stepped forward, brandishing a token high above their heads. Even the reluctant ruler of the Fengyu kingdom, Feng Mingho, begrudgingly produced his national token. Although the champions of other nations were barred from entering the secret realm, defeat was still defeat, and the Southeast Wind Alliance would take his place. The multitude of onlookers erupted in derisive laughter at his predicament. It was rather ironic that he, responsible for opening the secret realm, was unable to enter, rendering him the subject of mockery. Nevertheless, Feng Mingho activated the token in his hand. In response, 4 beams of light shot forth from the golden emblem, piercing into the grand formation ahead. With a thunderous roar, the heavens quaked and the fabric of space contorted. In an instant, a colossal gray vortex materialized in the void before them, spinning incessantly and emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. This ethereal energy invigorated the crowd, each person gazing longingly at the entrance of the vortex. The Eastern State's secret realm would remain open for 3 months. After that period, regardless of life or death, all must emerge. Failure to do so would result in being crushed to death by the formation once the realm closed. Do not inquire as to the reasons, for I am equally uninformed. However, during this time, you may exit at any moment. Once you leave, re-entry will be impossible. As the overseer, Mo Haichao from the Swordmaster Palace of the human race coldly articulated the fundamental rules for entering the secret realm. Within lay the most concentrated core of spiritual energy in the entire Eastern State. Every moment is exceedingly precious. I urge you not to squander your time on conflicts. Mo Haichao warned, casting a stern glance over the assembled champions. Rest assured, esteemed swordmaster, we shall devote our time to breakthroughs and seeking opportunities, and we shall not engage in reckless disputes. Zhao Ziyang of the Southeast Wind Alliance replied cheerfully. Mo Haichao surveyed the crowd with a dismissive gaze. That is for the best. Cherish this opportunity for cultivation. In the future, you may become guardians of the human race as sword-bearers. With that, he stepped into the void, clearing the path to the vortex. Enter now. I shall remain here to safeguard until the realm closes. The champions of the 4 great powers were filled with excitement, each bowing respectfully to the sword master Mo Haichao before entering the secret realm in an orderly fashion. Chun Chang'an refrained from bowing, merely casting a surprised glance at Mo Haichao. Mo Haichao, being a formidable figure of the Saint Emperor realm, though having extended assistance to the Southeast Wind Alliance, remained steadfast as the sword-bearer, dedicated to the protection of the human race. Surprisingly, in this regard, he has performed commendably. This vast world is teeming with life, not only inhabited by humanity, but also by various alien races. Thus, the Sword-Bearer Palace, which tirelessly defends humanity, earns the utmost respect from Chun Chang'an and his companions. Upon entering the secret realm, the entire world transformed into a breathtaking ocean of beauty. The vista resembled a celestial paradise, lush and vibrant, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, accompanied by the cries of mystical beasts. The spiritual energy here had coalesced into a misty aura, enveloping the entire expanse, eliciting gasps of wonder from all present. Their bodies instinctively opened their pores, greedily absorbing this ethereal energy. The richness of the spiritual essence fostered towering flowers and grasses, majestic trees bursting with life, and formidable spirit beasts. Caution is advised regarding the spirit beasts here, for they are far more terrifying than those outside. Indeed, anyone wishing to cultivate must first seek a secure location. It is no wonder that this place, renowned as the blessed land of Dongzhou, possesses such an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy. I can sense that my bottleneck in the heavenly martial realm is beginning to loosen. As various exclamations filled the air, Chun Chang'an surveyed his surroundings, ultimately directing his gaze to the depths of the realm. Here, he felt no fear as long as no half-emperor elders ventured in. Even that level 8 heavenly king, Ning Tingyu, had been unceremoniously kicked off the arena by him. Brother, which direction should we take? Chun Xian asked in a hushed tone beside Chun Chang'an. Following closely, Ji Mingwei chimed in, Brother Chang'an, you lead the way. We shall follow your guidance. Observing the other factions dispersing to seek safe havens for cultivation, the Chun family disciples clustered around Chun Chang'an. The other prodigies of the great Zhou kingdom did likewise. After all, safety lies in the company of the powerful. After selecting a direction, Chun Chang'an led the prodigies of the great Zhou kingdom deeper into the forest. Unbeknownst to them, 6 pairs of sinister eyes from the Southeast Wind Alliance fixated intently on the path Chun Chang'an had taken. Similarly, pairs of cold eyes from Dongxian and Nanming nations were also monitoring the departure of Chun Chang'an and his companions. Chapter 55, Pursuit and Ambush. Before long, Chun Chang'an and his group discovered a secure valley. Here, they were shielded by mountains behind them, with formidable boulders flanking their sides, accessible only through a single passage. This made their defense straightforward, as one could hold the line against a multitude. Brother Chang'an, Ji Mingyuan nestled close to him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. To enter with so many people at once is a scene reminiscent of 30 years ago. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Greetings, princess. Why do you express gratitude? Young Master Chun is indeed your consort. Indeed, young Master Chun shall one day ascend as our emperor. Our thanks are owed to him. We extend our deepest gratitude to the emperor. Without him, we would not have been able to enter. Upon the utterance of Ji Mingyue's words, several prodigies eagerly chimed in, their faces adorned with flattering expressions. If Chun Chang'an is the consort, then should Ji Mingyue become empress, he would undoubtedly be our emperor, the significance of the empress's husband. However, to voice such sentiments now seems somewhat akin to flattery leading to downfall. Chun Chang'an observed the speakers with a cold smile in his eyes. Ji Mingyue also sensed the inappropriateness of the situation and admonished, cease your foolish prattle, lest you endanger your lives. The group promptly fell silent. Brother Chang'an, I intend to break through to the heavenly martial realm here. Will you join us in our cultivation? Ji Mingyue inquired, her expression filled with anticipation. Chun Chang'an gently shook his head. Mingyue, you should lead everyone in their training here. I will seek opportunities and treasures elsewhere. Brother, that seems perilous. Chun Xian expressed concern. Chun Chang'an turned to him, reassuringly saying, Fear not. You and the Chun clan's disciples shall safeguard this place. As long as you establish the defensive formation given by Second Master, no one shall breach it. Be wary of the members from the other 3 factions. Trust none of them. Chun Xian nodded earnestly. Understood, brother. We shall proceed as instructed. Brother Chang'an, do take care. I fear they may seek revenge against you, Ji Mingyue cautioned. Rest assured, should anything arise, use the communication stones to inform me, Chun Chang'an instructed. Although the Dazhou kingdom boasts a multitude of prodigies, numbering around 400, he stands alone in his formidable strength. The majority are at the heavenly martial or even earthly martial realms, rendering them pitiably weak compared to the other 3 factions. After imparting his instructions, Chun Chang'an turned to depart. To expect him to remain here in quiet cultivation for 3 months is utterly unfathomable. Murdering and seizing treasures are his primary means of advancement. Moreover, he mused, I hope the prodigies from the 3 factions will not disappoint me. A chilling smile crept across Chun Chang'an's lips. Should the prodigies from the 3 factions seek to take his life, he would not hesitate to cast them into the divine burial coffin, transforming them into his sustenance. His wandering outside serves to draw attention and divert all enmity away from Chun Xian and the others. Indeed, as Chun Chang'an meandered through the forest, he sensed subtle yet ominous presences approaching him from afar. Have they grown impatient so soon? Chun Chang'an chuckled coldly, quickening his pace as he soared forward with haste. Chun Chang'an moved with breathtaking speed, becoming little more than a blurred shadow under the influence of the Chun family's lightning-fast techniques. In pursuit of him were 9 figures emerging from 3 different factions. They exchanged knowing glances and, in perfect harmony, nodded before dispersing to encircle him from 3 distinct directions. Within the wild thickets of the forest, Chun Chang'in's agile form dashed forward. He refrained from low-altitude flight to conserve his spiritual energy. As he evaded the encroaching pursuers, he keenly observed the camps of the other 3 factions' prodigies, silently noting their locations, marking them for future reckoning. With unparalleled speed and agility, he navigated the jungle for 2 days, thoroughly familiarizing himself with the surrounding terrain. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he slipped into a thicket, holding his breath and concealing himself. His eyes glimmered with a cold light as he peered into the void ahead. Soon, he sensed the approach of formidable opponents, their auras unmistakably emanating from the 10th level of the King realm. A sardonic smile crept onto Chun Chang'in's lips as he observed the situation. Several miles ahead lay a valley, the training ground of the southern Ming Kingdom's elite. Since that's the case, I shall not hold back, he resolved, stealthily making his way towards the encampment. High above, several powerful figures gazed down at the towering trees and dense underbrush, their expressions filled with astonishment. That young man possesses astonishing speed, and his spiritual energy seems boundless. One of them exclaimed, "Curse that little rat. He truly knows how to flee. Elder, why not simply eliminate the prodigies of the great Zhou kingdom instead of wasting our efforts pursuing Chun Chang'in?" Another suggested, but unbeknownst to us, their encampment is protected by a royal-level defensive formation. We cannot breach it. Frustration mounted among the 3 elder figures as they deliberated darkly. They had entered this territory with no desire to conceal their identities, openly revealing their intentions to eradicate the great Zhou kingdom's elite. However, an alarming discovery soon disrupted their plans. "This is bad. There have been innocent fatalities at our camp. We must return at once." The 3 elders were taken aback, their forms transforming into streaks of light as they raced back toward the southern Ming kingdom. In no time, they spotted Chun Chang'in ruthlessly dispatching the southern Ming kingdom's prodigies below. Fury surged through them, their eyes ablaze with rage. In his line of sight, Chun Chang'in was ruthlessly slaughtering the prodigies of his homeland. "Halt, you little thief! Dare you? I shall ensure you are ground to dust." The 3 old men bellowed, their figures hurtling down like meteors towards the earth. Boom! Dust billowed, and the ground trembled, just as Chun Chang'in was placing the bodies into the God-Burial Coffin. He hurriedly tidied up and swiftly fled the scene. Engaging in combat at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm was somewhat troublesome, yet killing their prodigies was as effortless for Chun Chang'in as slicing through vegetables. "What on earth are you doing?" exclaimed one elder, his face paling in shock. He beheld the astonishing sight of Chun Chang'in collecting the corpses. Another elder, unfazed by the unfolding scene, pointed fiercely in Chun Chang'in's direction. Instantly, a storm of energy surged forth, aiming to suppress him. Boom! The ground shook violently, and splinters of wood flew everywhere. However, Chun Chang'in's figure had already vanished from a spot. Ah, how infuriating! The elder, witnessing Chun Chang'in's escape and the devastation of their camp, glanced at the groaning, injured prodigies of the southern Ming kingdom, and his fury surged. "Pursue!" The 3 elders gritted their teeth, practically forcing the word from between clenched jaws. And then they dashed in the direction Chun Chang'in had taken. Chapter 56. The 16 Swords of the Breaking Army. The commotion here drew the attention of 6 elders from 2 other nations, who swiftly pursued with fervor. Whoosh! A total of 9 figures soared through the air in hot pursuit. In their line of sight, Chun Chang'in's speed was astonishing, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. "Die for me!" From the treetops, figures unleashed energy attacks upon Chun Chang'in below. Boom! 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 From a distance, wind blades and fireballs formed from thin air, incessantly bombarding the retreating figure of Chun Chang'in. "Humph! Chun Chang'in, see where you can run." The elders in midair sneered coldly, closing in rapidly. The 3 elders of the southern Ming kingdom were especially enraged, their inner spiritual energy transforming into a torrent of power that rained down upon him. On the ground, Chun Chang'in evaded the aerial assaults while swiftly contemplating his next move. Dongxian Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, Southeast Wind Alliance, how shameless you were to send these decrepit old men to hunt me down. Chun Chang'in scoffed, his figure accelerating once more. Thus, the two sides continued their relentless chase into the depths of the night. Taking advantage of the darkness and his swiftness, Xianxia skillfully evaded one perilous attack after another. At this moment, he lay concealed within a thicket, holding his breath, quietly awaiting the departure of the howling winds above. After half an hour had passed, as Xianxia contemplated moving, he suddenly heard the sound of chaotic footsteps. Instantly, he froze, stifling his breath, his gaze narrowing slightly. Soon, 3 figures intruded upon his field of vision, yawning and chatting idly while withdrawing their weapons. They were evidently companions who had ventured out in the dead of night for a respite. Ming, do you think our elders can capture that Xianxia? One of them mused. TSK, this place is hardly vast. Even if they can't catch him, they could at least confine him. That way, he wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace. Indeed, we must not allow the prodigy of the great Zhou kingdom to cultivate undisturbed for 3 months. Another chimed in. Resources are limited, and those useless fools from the great Zhou kingdom shouldn't be allowed entry. Strange, though, the cultivation camp of the great Zhou actually has a defensive barrier. Even our elders together cannot easily breach it. As they conversed, the information they revealed allowed Xianxia to breathe a sigh of relief. The defensive formation set by the second master was not something they could forcefully dismantle. Well, this is quite favorable. I can have some fun with you all. Xianxia thought to himself, a surge of murderous intent igniting within his gaze. The sword of Guardian appeared in his hand, and in an instant, he lunged toward the 3 of them. The chilling aura of death spread rapidly, the sinister glint reflecting in the pupils of his foes. Before they could utter a sound, their heads flew off, landing amidst the underbrush. With a soft thud, the headless bodies collapsed to the ground, issuing gurgling sounds as blood pooled around them. In Xianxia's hand, a black vortex emerged, its overwhelming pull instantly drawing them in. This was the mouth of the God-Burial Coffin, specifically designed to refine human corpses. Kill more, young one. Absorb their essence and seize their spiritual energy, and you shall grow stronger, the voice of the coffin master echoed in Xianxia's mind, causing a slight tremor in his spirit. Child, you aren't contemplating mercy, are you? Let me remind you, they sought to kill you. A killer must always be met with death. The coffin master's voice continued, prompting Xianxia's gaze to narrow further, a trace of bloodlust emanating from his eyes, rendering him somewhat fearsome. He quickly bit his tongue, regaining a measure of clarity. Coffin master, you seem to have some issues. TSK, what issues could I possibly have? I'm merely looking out for your well-being, young one. Once you grow powerful, those 9 fellows will be of no consequence. The coffin master's voice continued to mock him. Xianxia chose not to respond. Yet, there was a kernel of truth in those words. He pondered as his figure swiftly vanished into the darkness of the night. The souls of those he had slain in the past few days, now interred within the God-Burying Coffin, began to channel their spiritual energy back to him, causing his aura to rise at an alarming rate. The 3 individuals he had previously encountered were prodigies from the Eastern Xian Kingdom. Their presence indicated that their encampment must be in close proximity. Xianxia thought carefully, holding his breath as he cautiously approached the front. Before long, he beheld flickering lights in the distance, accompanied by the occasional sound of snoring. Upon drawing nearer, he dispatched 2 more individuals and donned their garments, concealing half his face with a black veil. With an air of confidence, he strode towards their camp. Ah, the reinforcements have returned, greeted a prodigy stationed at the entrance, yawning as he spoke. Notably, several prodigies within the camp also wore black veils, which allowed Xianxia to blend seamlessly among them, remaining undetected. Moreover, as prodigies, they were generally proud and less acquainted with one another, further facilitating his disguise. With his head lowered and a soft murmur escaping his lips, he successfully entered the camp. The inky darkness of the night concealed his true identity, and the individual's garb in the Eastern Xian Kingdom's attire remained oblivious to his presence. Upon entering the encampment, he observed that most of the individuals inside were either meditating or sleeping. Above them, a tempest of spiritual energy coalesced, forming a swirling vortex. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, taking advantage of the night to position himself at the back of the group with a nonchalant demeanor. With 300 prodigies present, none noticed that an outsider had infiltrated their midst. Sitting cross-legged, Xianxia surveyed his surroundings and suddenly realized they had employed a spirit-gathering formation. No wonder so much spiritual energy was converging here. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he contemplated their folly. He then began to circulate the Chun family's imperial heart method. In an instant, The swirling vortex of energy above began to gravitate toward him. The longer he absorbed it, the faster the flow became. In this moment of serene cultivation, no one detected his presence. Not even the three elders from the Eastern Xian Kingdom who had infiltrated the camp to assassinate him, unaware that their intended target had blended into their ranks. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an extended his spiritual sense into the space ring gifted to him by the Eighth Master. Beginning to familiarize himself with the sword manual contained within, the 16 swords of the Breaking Army. His gaze sharpened as he opened the manual's description. Within the text, various techniques and corresponding sword moves are delineated. Those emphasizing speed and assassination, such as wind control, wind piercing, blazing wind, and fierce wind. Techniques that deliver high explosive damage in a confined area, namely sky breaking, shadow breaking, enemy breaking, and formation breaking. Moves characterized by immense destructive power and wide area attacks, like chasing clouds, moon severing, star pursuing, and sun howling. And techniques that infinitely stack attack power, including 10 slashes, 100 layers, 1,000 stabs, and 10,000 kills. Upon reading this, Chen Chang'an's breath quickened, for these were 16 flying swords, a total of 16, each corresponding to a distinct technique, enabling the simultaneous manipulation of all 16 swords to unleash a more terrifying assault. This would undoubtedly test one's mental fortitude. Chen Chang'an mused. The sword techniques bestowed by Elder Ba were indeed remarkable. Although he possessed the sword techniques granted by the God-Burying Coffin, those were for heavy swords. The contrast with the light swords and flying sword provided by Elder Ba was stark. Contemplating this, Chen Chang'an promptly began to cultivate through meditation in his mind. Thus, he remarkably trained for 10 consecutive days within the cultivation ranks of the Eastern Xian Kingdom. During this period, his cultivation level ascended to the 4th level of the Heavenly King realm. Simultaneously, he could now manipulate 4 flying swords at once. Wind control, wind piercing, blazing wind, and fierce wind. This newfound prowess instilled him with formidable confidence in confronting the 9 elderly heavenly kings at level 10. Damn it, where has that kid Chen Chang'an run off to? Another day passed, and 3 elders returned to the camp of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, their faces etched with confusion. They bore expressions of incredulity. Could he be within their camp? Impossible. Their guards had been stationed outside the Great Zhou camp, and they had never seen Chen Chang'an return. How peculiar. The 3 elders conversed among themselves as they approached the camp. At that moment, one elder with white hair spoke up. The Grand Elder of the Southeast Wind Alliance proposed that our 3 factions unite. We should first breach the Great Zhou Kingdom's defensive barrier and then eliminate all their geniuses. Elder 2, should we agree? Hearing this, Chen Chang'an abruptly opened his eyes from behind the crowd of geniuses meditating. Chapter 57. A United Threat. Grand Elder, we should indeed agree. Not only do they have the majority of the Great Zhou Kingdom's geniuses, but also all the descendants of the Chen family, including Princess Ji Mingwei. Elder 2 spoke coldly. Indeed, once they are all dead, whatever transpires here, the rights and wrongs shall be determined by our 3 factions. Another elder chimed in, his voice equally chilling. Indeed, it is their own fault for not dispatching a guardian elder into the Great Zhou Kingdom. TSK. It seems they are too strict in adhering to the rules. The elder from Dongxian Kingdom uttered these words in a sibilant tone. The 3 reached a consensus, and the elder among them promptly produced a communication stone. Soon, the elders from the Southern Ming Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance responded to their call. The 3 aged figures exchanged sinister smiles before turning their attention to the assembly of prodigies before them. Esteemed prodigies, please pause your cultivation. We must convene for a moment. The elder addressed the crowd with a calm demeanor. All the talented individuals, presently engrossed in their training, opened their eyes and halted their practices. Among them was the prince of Dongxian Kingdom, Dong Lianxing, who was swathed in bandages resembling a mummy. He suddenly widened his eyes, which gleamed with murderous intent, and gritted his teeth as he demanded, Elder, have we captured Chen Chang'an? Hand him over to me. I shall ensure he suffers a fate most torturous. Rest assured, Your Highness, though we have yet to locate Chen Chang'an, we have now united with the remaining powers, and together we shall breach the encampment of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The elder replied with a wicked grin. You may unleash your wrath as you see fit. Hearty laughter erupted from Dong Lianxing. Excellent. That Ji Mingwei is Chen Chang'an's woman. I shall ravage her thoroughly, leaving her utterly broken, as retribution for the indignities I have suffered at Chen Chang'an's hands. The mere thought of being used as a living weapon by Chen Chang'an ignited a tempest of rage within him, compelling him to seek vengeance. The elder maintained a smirk, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, once we capture everyone from the great Zhou kingdom, you are free to do as you wish. Let your fury be unleashed. Indeed, this is the fate that befalls those who offend the crown prince of Dongxin kingdom. That despicable wretch, Chen Chang'an, will meet a most grim end, another elder chimed in, sharing in the dark mirth. Very well, let us not linger any longer. We must set forth at once, Dong Lianqing declared. His silver teeth, glinting as madness and fervor, danced in his eyes. The prospect of tormenting Chen Chang'an and violating the princess of the great Zhou kingdom thrilled him to the core. Thus, a contingent of over 290 individuals surged toward the encampment of the great Zhou kingdom, oblivious to the fact that Chen Chang'an had infiltrated their ranks. As they journeyed, Chen Chang'an trailed behind, his gaze steely and his lips curled in a cold smirk. Before long, the three factions had gathered. However, the southern Ming kingdom, having suffered the loss of several prodigies at Chen Chang'an's hands, was left with merely 100 or so members. In total, the three factions amassed around 500 individuals. Fueled by a fiery rage that ignited their battle spirit, they assembled at the outer perimeter of the great Zhou kingdom's encampment, gazing upon the transparent defensive barrier ahead, within which the distinguished prodigies of the great Zhou were seated in meditation, including Dong Lianqing of the Dongxian kingdom, Nan Hong of the Nanming kingdom, and Zhao Ziyang of the Southeast Wind Alliance. Their eyes glistened with a chilling brilliance, witnessing the aggressive approach of the three formidable factions. Ji Mingyue from the great Zhou's ranks wore an exceptionally frigid expression. She stepped forward to confront the barrier, her voice laced with icy authority. Dongxian kingdom, Nanming kingdom, Southeast Wind Alliance, what are your intentions? What do you think? Ji Mingyue, surrender Chen Chang'an to us. Otherwise, we shall breach your defenses and annihilate you all, declared Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong, both wrapped in bandages, their anger palpable. The impeccably poised Zhao Ziyang, unscathed, approached with a mocking smile, asserting, Ji Mingyue, Chen Chang'an has slain my brother. I am merely here to avenge him. If you hand him over, we shall not inconvenience you. Upon hearing this, Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, Ji Mingyue, simply lower the barrier and surrender Chen Chang'an. I assure you, we shall not trouble you, echoed Nan Hong, his tone grim. Among the three factions, Dong Lianqing, Nan Hong, and Zhao Ziyang were the leading figures, while the three elders who had infiltrated alongside them were also inclined to heed their commands. However, Chen Chang'an is not in our possession. A voice suddenly emerged from the ranks of the great Zhou's prodigies. Silence. Ji Mingyue snapped, casting a fierce glare at the speaker. The Chen family elite, led by Chen Xian, cast sharp, piercing glares at him. Princess, they merely seek Chen Chang'an. He has caused this trouble. Let him go out and resolve it. We must not bear the brunt of his misdeeds. Another voice chimed in, feigning innocence, adopting a facade of concern for the collective. Chen Xian's fury ignited. How dare you traitors? The opportunity to cultivate here was earned by my elder brother, and you betray him so swiftly? Faced with the newly ascended Chen Xian, the individual appeared undeterred, retorting with a mocking tone, Chen Xian, the enmity your brother has incurred cannot be ours to bear. Indeed, why should we? Another interjected nonchalantly. Our presence here is due to our status as the great Zhou's prodigies, not because of Chen Chang'an. At this, the remaining members of the Chen family erupted in outrage. You dare speak such nonsense? Without our young master, could you even be here to cultivate? You should feast on your own words. Exactly, a bunch of ungrateful wretches. What give you the right? It is our young master's efforts that secured your place here. What do you consider yourselves? If not for our young master, you would be left to languish in the great Zhou capital. The disciples of the Chen family pointed at a few individuals and shouted vehemently. As the commotion threatened to escalate, Ji Mingyue interjected firmly. Enough. Cease at once, for the princess has spoken. Chen Xian also restrained the agitated members of the Chen family. They promptly halted, gathering around Chen Xian, who, apart from Chen Chang'an, commanded the respect of all the clan's disciples. Young Master Xian, tell us what to do, and we shall comply, declared one of the Chen disciples. With our elder absent, we shall heed the princess's directives. Chen Xian spoke with gravity, prompting everyone to glance at Ji Mingyue. I will not surrender, Brother Chang'an. Absolutely not. Yimingyu evode. Upon hearing this, the proud youths, fearful of inciting trouble, turned pale. Their gazes evasive, as if weighing their options. Outside the barrier, Dong Lianxing and his companions observed the impending chaos among the elites of the Great Zhou with disdain. Indeed, a bunch of cowards. They exchanged glances, and Dong Lianxing spoke first. Listen well, esteemed youths of the Great Zhou. I shall grant you another opportunity. Even if Chun Chang'an is not within, the offer stands. Simply dismantle the barrier and allow us entry, and we promise not to slay the innocent. Only the disciples of the Chun family. Indeed, should you stubbornly resist, the moment we breach your barrier, all of you shall perish. Zhao Ziang stepped forward, scoffing. Do not presume we cannot breach your barrier. We have 9 at the 10th level of the king realm among us. He gestured towards the 9 elders. The elders instantly understood and unleashed their formidable aura at the 10th level of the king realm. In an instant, the faces of the Great Zhou's elites turned even graver, with some collapsing to the ground, utterly defeated. Chapter 58, Internal Strife. The sight of the Great Zhou's elites, save for the Chun family disciples who remained unperturbed, caused the others to cower in fear, prompting Dong Lianxing and his associates to narrow their eyes. The Chun family disciples cannot be left alive. Their resolve is too strong. Zhao Ziang murmured, I desire none of them to survive. They all must perish. Dong Lianxing coldly dismissed Zhao Ziang's counsel. Applying some pressure might lead to their internal collapse without us needing to strike. Zhao Ziang continued in a hushed tone, then waved his hand. Instantly, the 9 elders of the 10th level of the king realm, along with all the proud disciples, assumed a threatening stance to attack. Amidst the crowd, Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, observing the individuals from the Great Zhou, curious to see how Chun Xian and Ji Mingyue would navigate this dire predicament. Thus, he remained concealed. As the 3 factions prepared to assault the barrier, the elites of the Great Zhou panicked. Princess, look, they're about to attack. You must not bring us to ruin, exclaimed a young prodigy, his face paling. Indeed, Princess, quickly open the barrier. They will not kill us. Their only intention is to eliminate the Chun family disciples. Another prodigy interjected, his expression fierce as he glared at the others. We should unite to subdue the Chun family disciples. There are only 50 of them, and they cannot possibly stand against us. Hurry, or when the barrier falls, we shall all perish. The remaining prodigies appeared bewildered. They glanced at the solemn faces of Chun Xian and his companions, then at the icy countenance of Ji Mingyue, finding themselves at an impasse. Muzang, Wu Changhen, Aoki, you 3 are being reckless. Ji Mingyue shouted, her voice laced with fury. I'm the crown princess and the leader here. When did it become your place to dictate? The 3 named individuals averted their gazes momentarily, yet soon their resolve solidified. Muzang pointed at Ji Mingyue, exclaiming, Princess, it's not that we refuse to heed your command, but you cannot risk the lives of us all for one Chun Chang'an. Wu Changhen added, Indeed, they aim to kill only the Chun family disciples. Why should we all be sacrificed? Aoki scanned the crowd, coldly declaring, If you wish to survive, we must unite and break the barrier. Let the Chun family disciples bear the consequences, not us. In response to their words, a few individuals hesitated before joining their ranks. Just then, an ominous rumble echoed as countless energy beams struck their barrier, causing the ground to tremble violently. Muzang, Wu Changhen, and Aoki's expressions shifted dramatically. This is bad. They are beginning to assault the barrier. Do you still wish to remain oblivious? They urged. Indeed, unite quickly. We must survive. As long as we live, we can continue our cultivation here in peace. The 3 shouted fervently. As the outside forces, led by Dong Lianxing, began their onslaught, panic surged within them, prompting dozens more to join the rebellion. You shall pay for this. To defy me is to invite the annihilation of your entire lineage. Yimingyu Ezetet, pointing at them in anger. Princess, you are but Chun Chang'an's woman. Perhaps you should contemplate whether you can escape this place alive. Aoki retorted with a cold laugh. Dismissing her threats, Chun Xian regarded them with indifference before suddenly speaking. You foolish ones, do you truly believe that once the barrier is breached, they will spare you? That is a monumental folly. Their audacity to act was driven by a resolute intention to annihilate us all. Chun Xian's words left Muzang, Wu Chang'an, and Aoki momentarily taken aback. The followers trailing behind them also began to waver in their resolve. Musan scoffed, Chun Xian. This entire situation is orchestrated by your elder brother. It has nothing to do with us. They cannot possibly kill us. How foolish and ignorant. Chun Xian sneered. his disdain evident. He no longer felt the need to engage in discourse with them. His calm demeanor stemmed from the knowledge that this defensive barrier had been crafted by his family's second elder, and the opposition would find it challenging to breach. Moreover, his elder brother, Chun Chang'an, would never stand idly by and watch them meet their demise. Thus, Chun Xian's sole objective was to eradicate these ungrateful wretches. With this thought, Chun Xian turned to the Chun clan members, proclaiming, "Brothers, if anyone dares to harm our Chun family, we vow to take our adversaries down with us. Indeed, young Master Xian, we will fight to the bitter end." The Chun clan members brandished their weapons, raising their voices in fervent battle cries, their fighting spirits surging. On the other side, Mu Sang, Wu Changhen, and Aoki swiftly gathered around 100 followers. The remaining individuals observed, choosing not to intervene. The royal descendants, numbering merely 20 or 30, positioned themselves behind Ji Mingyue. The 400 entrants from the Great Zhou Kingdom peculiarly divided into 4 factions. This left Ji Mingyue feeling utterly powerless, as the crown princess was unable to command the crowd. At that moment, Mu Sang, Wu Chang'an, and Aoki directed their gazes towards the barrier, loudly inquiring, "Prince Dongxian, if we were to open the barrier, would you spare us?" Upon hearing this, Dong Lianxing revealed a smirk, yet nodded earnestly. "Of course. I assure you in the name of the prince that I shall not harm you. You will only face the wrath directed at the Chun family. However, should you breach the barrier yourselves, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." With that, he gestured for those assaulting the formation to cease, mockingly observing the internal discord among those within the Great Zhou barrier. In response, Mu Sang, Wu Chang'an, and Aoki exhaled in relief. They then led their 100 followers, glaring fiercely at Chun Xian. Aoki coldly remarked, "Chun Xian, we are all citizens of the Great Zhou. A conflict among us would be quite disgraceful. I understand that barriers typically possess the characteristic of allowing exit from the inside while preventing entry from the outside. Therefore, I kindly request that all members of the Chun family exit." His words elicited delight among the talented individuals behind him. If they could force the Chun family members to exit and meet their demise without engaging in battle, it would be an exceptionally advantageous situation. They could also ensure their own inherent safety within the barrier. "How naive you all are." Chun Xian let out a cold laugh, slowly caressing the pendant resting against his chest, a murderous intent gradually enveloping his gaze. "Chun family disciples, let me eradicate these ungrateful wretches," he declared, raising his blade and charging towards Mu Sang, Wu Changhen, and Qi. His voice thundered, "The first place my elder brother reclaimed, the right to enter and cultivate, is unworthy of your possession." With a resounding crash, Mu Sang, Wu Changhen, and Qi were taken aback, astonished that Chun Xian would dare to strike first. Caught off guard, Mu Sang's head was swiftly cleaved away. Wu Changhen and Qi hastily recoiled in terror. "Kill! Slay these scoundrels!" The remaining Chun family disciples surged forward fearlessly into the fray. As Wu Changhen and Qi beheld the lifeless body of Mu Sang, their expressions contorted with rage. They bellowed, "If the Chun family disciples seek death, let us oblige." With that, Wu Changhen and Qi led over 100 followers toward the 40 to 50 remaining Chun family members. A fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Chapter 59. The Astonishing Chun Xian. In mere moments, countless heads were severed, all at the hands of Chun Xian. "Heavens, how is this possible?" gasped someone from the crowd. Most of them were students from the Great Zhou Academy, recalling that just months prior, Chun Xian was merely a grade C student, barely at the Xuanwu realm. He had been bullied by the offspring of the Liu, Wang, and Wu families. Yet now his prowess had unmistakably ascended to that of a grade A student, a level that denoted the Tianwu realm. "Chun Xian, you cunning old fox, have you been concealing your true strength?" Wu Changhen's face was a mask of disbelief. How could Chun Xian have reached the Tianwu realm? It seemed impossible. In such a short span, he had vaulted over 2 major realms. It was madness. Traitors, perish. Chun Xian, while caressing the pendant at his chest, felt his expression grow ever more sinister. The act of killing for the first time left him somewhat anxious. Yet he pressed on, inhaling deeply and murmuring to himself, "Steady yourself, Chun Xian, you can do this. You must not bring shame to your elder brother. In his absence, the Chun family disciples rely on you to lead. Master, grant me strength." Chun Xian thought fervently, and the tower-shaped pendant on his chest emanated a soft glow once more. as his aura erupted with an incredible intensity. Kill! Chen Xian's eyes flared crimson, his countenance twisted in ferocity as he charged forth once more. Caught off guard, Wu Changhan felt his heart pierced in an instant. How is it possible? I am at the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm. How could you possibly defeat me? Wu Changhan exclaimed, his face a mask of terror, as a piercing pain gripped his heart, plunging him into an eternal darkness. A gasp of disbelief rippled through the crowd, their eyes wide with horror as they turned to Chen Xian. In an astonishing turn of events, both Mu Sang and Wu Changhen, alongside several followers, were swiftly vanquished by Chen Xian. This shocking outcome was beyond the imagination of all the prodigies of the Great Zhou. Heavens! Aside from Chen Chang'an, no one anticipated that Chen Xian could also be such a prodigy at merely 15 years of age. Could it be that he was on par with Chen Chang'an? A collective intake of breath echoed among the prodigies of the Great Zhou, their expressions frozen in shock. The remaining members of the Chen family were equally formidable, their prowess undeniable. Meanwhile, Oki and his band of over 100 found themselves at a distinct disadvantage below. The members of the Ji clan rallied to assist the Chen family in eliminating the traitors. At this moment, Ji Mingyue spoke coldly. The Ji clan's disciples gritted their teeth and charged forward. If it were not for Chen Xian's display of power, they would not have dared to act. However, with the Chen family gaining the upper hand and mercilessly striking down the fallen, their enthusiasm surged. And Ji Mingyue's icy gaze fell upon the remaining neutral parties. The opportunity to cultivate was secured by Chen Chang'an. Should you betray the Great Zhou and turn against him, you too shall meet your demise. The neutral parties exchanged glances, and some began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They rushed towards Oki and his followers to restrain them. One by one, the others had no choice but to join in. Consequently, Oki and his allies' hopes of subduing the Chen family and breaking the barrier were utterly shattered. Finally, during the fierce clash with Chen Xian, Oki was pierced through the chest by Chen Xian's sword, blood spilling from his lips. You, Chen Xian, are quite something. Despite his unwillingness to concede, Oki could not help but admire Chen Xian's formidable skills. The ferocity of his swordplay, his blinding speed, and his relentless tenacity made Oki falter, leading to his injury. Tell me, do you not fear death? Why do you fight so fiercely against me? Oki asked, bitterness lacing his words. It's because my 5th master is a healer. Chen Xian retorted coldly, his sword swirling once more. Instantly, a greater volume of blood spewed from Oki's mouth. With a sinister grin, he surveyed the crowd and laughed maniacally. You fools. Did you truly believe you could survive? The best course of action is to surrender the Chen disciples. How foolish of you to assist them. With those words, he breathed his last, leaving the remaining individuals exchanging bewildered glances. However, in the face of the fierce Chen Xian, who led a formidable group of 40 to 50 members of the Chen family, they dared not make a move. The lifeless bodies strewn across the ground served as a testament to the ferocity and ruthlessness of the Chen family's disciples. Chen Xian, are you all right? Ji Mingyue hurriedly approached him, her voice laced with concern. Sister Princess, I'm fine, Chen Xian replied with a bashful smile, scratching his head. The onlookers were momentarily speechless. This youth, with an appearance so innocuous, had previously exhibited a ruthless demeanor that instilled fear in all present. Indeed, his brother, Chen Chang'an, was merciless. He too was ferocious, all while masquerading as a gentle lamb. In an instant, the other prodigies distanced themselves from Chen Xian, while the Chen family members eagerly gathered around him, their faces alight with excitement. It's good that you're fine, Ji Mingyue sighed in relief, only to suddenly notice a gash on Chen Xian's arm, prompting her to exclaim in alarm. She swiftly procured a bandage and began to tend to his wound, leaving Chen Xian feeling exceedingly awkward. He had faced far more perilous situations without such anxiety. Young Master Xian, that's our elder sister-in-law. Why are you so nervous? Teased a Chen family disciple. Yes, indeed. There's no need to be so tense when your sister-in-law is tending to you. They chimed in. Instantly, Chen Xian grew even more flustered, while Ji Mingyue's face reflected a blend of joy and shyness. You rascals, you're quite bold to jest with me. Chen Xian admonished the Chen family members, who erupted into laughter, seemingly oblivious to the looming threat. This scene left even Dong Lianxing and his companions dumbfounded. He roared, What the hell? Were those previous ones utterly useless? Zhao Ziang scoffed, noting that the Chen family disciples clearly held them in contempt, continuing their playful banter. Shatter their turtle shell for me. I want all the members of the Chun family to perish. Then Hong exclaimed in fury. How infuriating! The other 9 elders echoed, filled with rage. They had not anticipated that Dong Lianxing's mere words would incite discord among the elite of the Great Zhou, only to be quashed by Chun Xian. This Chun family was indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, at the rear, Chun Chang'an, half of his face concealed, secretly exhaled in relief. He was astonished by how formidable his cousin had become. Yet, his prowess was a source of pride for Chun Chang'an. Contemplating this, he discreetly scanned the crowd, searching for an opportune moment to act. But soon, he sensed something amiss. Where is Ning Tingyu? She is not here, Chun Chang'an thought, swiftly beginning his search. Yet, the woman remains elusive. Everyone, unleash your full strength. We must swiftly breach their defensive barrier. At this moment, the voice of Dong Lianxing resonated forth. Indeed, the crowd responded with fervor, channeling their entire cultivation to conjure powerful assaults, seemingly intent on shattering the defenses of the formidable Zhou Tianjiao in one decisive blow. Observing this, Chun Chang'an stepped back a few paces, positioning himself behind the throng, his gaze glimmering with icy resolve. A splendid opportunity. Chapter 60, Mastery of Wind, Passage of Wind. Fiery wind and gale. Buzz. Over 500 potent spiritual energy attacks converged, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Behind, Chun Chang'an mirrored this spectacle. Yet before him hovered 4 swords devoid of hilts. Buzz. The 4 blades levitated before Chun Chang'an, emitting a fierce, vibrating resonance. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on the defensive barrier. Dong Lianxing bellowed once more. Yes, the multitude responded in unison, unleashing torrents of formidable energy assaults that descended upon the barrier like a tempest. Boom! 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 The tremendous cacophony reverberated through the entire forest. Mastery of wind, passage of wind, fiery wind, gale. Attack! From the rear of the crowd. Chun Chang'an intoned with fierce determination. The 4 swords, each 2 fingers wide and 3 feet long, surged forward with a piercing rush. Swish! 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 The blades sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, accompanied by the sound of ringing swords. Where did this sound emanate from? My goodness, such a terrifying resonance. Among our ranks, there exists a sword cultivator. The expressions of several elder warriors at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm were suffused with excitement. Yet, in the next instant, they were left dumbfounded. Whoosh! 4 radiant streaks, swift as lightning, did not strike the barrier of Zhou, but instead pierced through the backs of the elders' heads, erupting from their foreheads. The 4 elders, faces contorted in horror, had no time to utter a cry before their bodies plummeted to the ground. Swish! 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 The mastery of wind, passage of wind, fiery wind, and gale continued to resonate ominously. It was as if they had pierced the void, instantly surging towards the foreheads of 4 other elders. The terrifying sword aura spread forth, instilling dread in countless onlookers. What? 2 elders caught unawares had their foreheads pierced in an instant, meeting a grim fate on the spot. The remaining 2 elders hastily evaded. The sword light grazed their temples, severing a significant portion of their long hair. Clang! The sword light shrieked as the remaining individuals scrambled to evade. Hiss! Gazing at the cascading strands of his long hair, the remaining 3 elderly men, drenched in cold sweat and their scalps tingling, were gripped by terror. An ambush! The few members of Dong Lianxing finally reacted, scattering in fear. However, the 4 flying swords continued to whirl menacingly around them. Buzz! Clang! Hiss, 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 hiss. One by one, the foreheads of the prodigies were pierced, blood gushing forth, accompanied by cries of agony, as countless lives were snuffed out on the spot. Run! There are sword cultivators ambushing us. The once orderly assault on the great Zhou's defensive barrier devolved into chaos. Countless individuals had their foreheads pierced, or their heads severed cleanly. The 4 flying swords mercilessly reaped lives. At last, the 3 elderly men, alongside the formidable Dong Lianxing, Nan Hong, Zhao Zhang, and others, united in defense, managed to repel the flying swords. Simultaneously, they recognized the figure of Chun Chang'an, whose face was partially obscured. It's you, Dong Lianxing. Upon catching sight of Chun Chang'an's 2 icy, piercing eyes, immediately identified him. Those were eyes of extreme arrogance and disdain. He was driven to madness. The enemy he had relentlessly pursued was, astonishingly, within his own ranks. This was enough to make him want to spew blood. It was Chun Chang'an. Dong Lianxing nearly ground his teeth as he roared. As soon as the words left his lips, the three elderly men were struck with horror. Young master, flee. Chun Chang'an has advanced in cultivation. He is now at the 4th level of the Heavenly King realm, and his flying sword are exceedingly bizarre. The three elders were no fools. With Chun Chang'an standing alone, it would be far too easy for him to eliminate their young master. Even with their combined strength at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm, they lacked the confidence to suppress Chun Chang'an in one fell swoop. Thus, the remaining 3 elders, each representing one of the last surviving factions, hastily fled with their respective young masters. Upon realizing that it was indeed Chun Chang'an, Chun Xian and the others within the barrier were overjoyed and promptly opened the barrier. Big Brother has returned. Brothers, let's charge forth and assist Big Brother. Chun Xian bellowed, leading the charge as soon as the barrier was lifted. The remaining members of the Chun clan, emboldened, surged forth like vengeful deities, wreaking havoc. Ji Mingyue coldly addressed the remaining individuals. Are you not going to lend a hand? Awakening to the urgency, the remaining individuals swiftly rushed out to assist. Thus, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded. Originally, over 500 individuals, brimming with the intent to annihilate all the prodigies of the Great Zhou, found themselves in disarray. With Chun Chang'an concealed among their ranks, he executed a surprise attack. After slaying 6 elders, the remaining members, devoid of the will to resist, turned and fled in panic. In that moment, Chun Chang'an's flying sword instilled a profound sense of terror within them. No matter how swiftly they fled, they could not outpace Chun Chang'an's blade. Within mere moments, over 400 of the proud elites perished beneath his sword. Among the 3 factions, only a pitiful few managed to escape, a source of deep humiliation for them. Elder brother, are you unharmed? Chun Xian approached Chun Chang'an, concern etched upon his face. I am unscathed, Chun Chang'an replied, placing a reassuring hand on Chun Xian's shoulder. You performed admirably, Chun Xian. He refrained from inquiring how Chun Xian had advanced in cultivation so rapidly. For everyone harbors their own secrets. It is thanks to your guidance, elder brother, Chun Xian responded shyly. At that moment, Ji Mingyue hurried over, her expression filled with emotion. Brother Chang'an, were it not for young Master Chun Xian's decisiveness, we would have been in grave danger. The Chun clan members nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting admiration as they gazed at Chun Chang'an and Chun Xian. The other elites of the Great Zhou shared similar sentiments, their eyes brimming with profound respect as they regarded the Chun family. Chun Chang'an nodded, surveying the crowd before speaking calmly. They are unlikely to dare approach us again. You should enter the barrier and seize the time to cultivate. The elites of the Great Zhou nodded and returned to the barrier to continue their training. After all, they were not the ones to have committed the killings, so they felt no need to concern themselves with the consequences. Ji Mingyue looked at Chun Chang'an with worry. Brother Chang'an, having slain so many of their elites, will we provoke a national-level conflict for our Great Zhou? Fear not. In the secret realm, cultivating amidst such circumstances is perilous. If they dare to strike us, they must be prepared for the consequences, he stated. Then turned to the members of the Ji royal family. You should take the princess back to cultivate. Yes. The Ji royal family members were momentarily taken aback, but responded respectfully. You should return to your training, Chun Chang'an added to Ji Mingyue. All right, please take care, Ye Mingyue replied. Though she was innocent, since assuming responsibility for state affairs, she had gained a clearer understanding of many matters. She knew that Chun Chang'an had pressing matters, or perhaps his own secrets to attend to, so she turned and returned to the barrier to cultivate. Elder brother, what do you require of us? Chun Xian spoke up. Gather all the corpses outside. I must dispose of them, Chun Chang'an instructed. Understood. Chun Xian did not press further, and, along with over 40 other members of the Qin family, transported all the bodies to a nearby grove. They were soon compelled by Chun Chang'an to return to their cultivation. Once they had departed, Chun Chang'an began to cast the bodies into the God-Burial Coffin. Chapter 61. A Disturbance in the Secret Realm. Chun Chang'an's spiritual awareness radiated as he remained vigilant of his surroundings while swiftly drawing upon the spiritual energy of those present through the God-Burial Coffin. In no time, his cultivation surged dramatically, akin to a volcano erupting within him, ultimately propelling him to the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm. Faced once more with the 3 elders at the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm, I now possess the confidence to vanquish them. With a piercing gaze, Xianxia glanced towards the direction of the Dazhou Kingdom's elite camp. Noticing no unusual activity, he departed hastily. His objective was crystal clear: to confront the remaining few from the other three major factions. Since you are ruthless enough to seek the annihilation of the Dazhou Kingdom's prodigies, I shall not hesitate to bury you all here. Softly murmuring, Xianxia blended into the forest like a specter. Meanwhile, Dong Lianxing and the others were reluctant to leave so soon. After all, the abundant spiritual energy here was a sanctuary for cultivation. To depart after merely half a month would be a tremendous waste. Thus, they gathered to establish a camp, fortifying their defenses. Xianxia, detestable wretch, I shall ensure you are ground to dust. Dong Lianxing seethed within camp. Nan Hong and Zhao Ziyang shared equally grim expressions. They had initially been confident in burying the Dazhou Kingdom's prodigies here, only to be blindsided by Xianxia's treachery. Particularly for the Nanming Kingdom, the majority of their elite had perished, leaving only Prince Nan Hong and his kingdom's guardian elder. We must send someone to relay the news to your sovereign and my father, Zhao Ziyang proposed calmly, discerning the urgency of their predicament. Given the unique formation here, conventional communication stones were rendered ineffective. Indeed, let my father dispatch reinforcements. We must eliminate that Xianxia, Dong Lianxing declared through gritted teeth, surveying the elite within the camp. Instantly, the prodigies shrank back, lowering their heads in trepidation. None wished to exit the secret realm at this moment, for doing so would jeopardize their return. Furthermore, who could guarantee that Xianxia would not ambush them en route? Allowing them to leave would be tantamount to delivering them to their demise. Zhao Ziyang continued, his sharp gaze sweeping across the assembly before settling upon the guardian elder of the Nanming Kingdom. Nan Hong blinked in confusion. Zhao Ziyang, what do you imply? Let your guardian elder venture forth to deliver the message. Zhao Ziyang replied nonchalantly. I know that your elder excels in speed. It was evident when he assisted in your escape earlier. Dong Lianxing nodded vigorously. Brother Nan, you surely do not wish for us all to perish here, do you? If those prodigies were to be released, who could possibly rival Xianxia? Only you, esteemed elder, with his speed, would undoubtedly emerge swiftly. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the guardian elder of the southern Ming Kingdom. This elder, diminutive in stature, yet possessing piercing eyes, walked with a subtle flicker of lightning surrounding him. Nan Hong was momentarily taken aback, yet he soon acquiesced, recognizing this as the sole course of action. He then turned to the elder, who nodded and vanished from sight. At the entrance to the secret realm, although the spiritual energy here was not as dense as within the realm itself, the energy emanating from the swirling portal made this location more potent than any other in Eastern Zhou. Aside from the 5 great powers, countless individuals were seated in meditation, cultivating their skills. Suddenly, a rumble was heard from the direction of the transport vortex, as if someone were about to emerge. What is happening? Is someone actually coming out? It has only been half a month. Could something significant have occurred inside? Surely not, as these are the most formidable prodigies of all Eastern Zhou. What could possibly transpire? The crowd began to murmur among themselves. However, Dong Yinglai, Nan Zhan, and Zhao Tianwei exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of barely concealed joy. They believed that Xianxia and his companions had likely perished within the secret realm. The representatives of the great Zhou Kingdom, led by Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu, and Duanmu Tsang, gazed at the entrance vortex, their faces etched with confusion. Just then, a figure clad in a gray robe, half of his face obscured, emerged. Upon his arrival, he swiftly approached Nan Zhan and whispered something. What? In an instant, Nan Zhan's expression soured dramatically, as if he had tasted something foul. This commotion drew the attention of all, leaving them perplexed. Dong Yinglai narrowed his eyes, a frown creasing his brow. Nan Zhan looked at him, then turned and entered the flying vessel. Observing this, Dong Yinglai and Zhao Tianwei exchanged glances and hurriedly followed him into the cabin. Soon, the interior was filled with what seemed to be waves of anger. Before long, the 3 men emerged together. They respectfully bowed to Mo Hai, who sat cross-legged on the deck of another flying ship. Among them, Dong Yinglai, with a grim visage, spoke loudly. Swordmaster, our 3 factions prodigies encountered a nest of royal-level spirit beasts within the secret realm, suffering severe casualties. Thus, we request permission to enter and retrieve the injured. Nanong, his face also marked by urgency, earnestly beseeched the Swordmaster for his grace. Swordmaster, We are fully aware that entering in this manner contravenes the rules. However, that represents the future brilliance of our human race, an irreplaceable loss. Zhao Tianwei's face was filled with anxiety as he spoke. With their words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. A royal-grade spirit beast? And an ambush at that? How terrifying! The disparity between humans and spirit beasts is already profound. And a powerful warrior at the king realm may not necessarily match a spirit beast of the same level. Moreover, from their words, it seemed there was a nest of spirit beasts, implying more than one. No wonder they were so anxious. Mo Haichao opened his eyes and exchanged a deep glance with Zhao Tianwei. Being old friends, he understood the other's intentions for subtle maneuvers. However, he also found Chun Chang'an unpleasant, leading him to choose to turn a blind eye. We must ensure the safety of our human prodigies. Furthermore, once inside, you must swiftly bring the injured out for treatment. After some contemplation, Mo Haichao agreed, but silently warned them not to overstep their bounds. Wait! At this moment, the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom sensed something was amiss. Yet, before Ji Wentian could continue, Dong Yinglai interjected, Sword Master, for the sake of fairness, I suggest that the Great Zhou Kingdom also send people inside. If the ruler of the Great Zhou wishes to enter, I have no objections. His words completely stifled Ji Wentian's doubts. Ruler of the Great Zhou, do you have any objections? Montauk Haichao inquired indifferently. I have no objections, Ji Wentian replied. Thus, the four factions, accompanied by their rulers, ancestors, and 10 esteemed elders at the king realm level, entered the secret realm. Under the gazes of Dong Yinglai, Nan Hong, and Zhao Tianwei, an intense killing intent erupted in their eyes. Chapter 62, The Source Tao Lotus. They refrained from revealing the truth out of sheer embarrassment. After all, they had cheated by sending 9 elders inside, only to be counterattacked. Such a revelation would invite derision. This was a blatant violation of the rules, and even Mo Haichao might hesitate to assist them. Thus, they concocted a lie, claiming their entry was to rescue the prodigies. Moreover, they decided to go all in, calculating to include the ruler of the Great Zhou and others. Inside, they aimed not only to eliminate Chun Chang'an and his companions, but also to eradicate the high-ranking officials, including the rulers of the great nations. Should their scheme be exposed, they would undoubtedly be deemed ruthless, utterly insane. Meanwhile, upon entering the secret realm, Dong Yinglai and the others suddenly realized that the spiritual energy within the realm had begun to stir restlessly. What is that? Everyone stood in astonishment, their gazes drawn towards the heart of the secret realm. There, amidst the dense mist, a radiant light shimmered brilliantly. It was that blinding white glow that stirred the very essence of the secret realm, inciting the surrounding spiritual energies into a tumultuous storm, rendering them restless. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and the others were equally taken aback by the frenzy of spiritual power swirling around them. They hastily extended their spiritual senses, striving to discern what transpired deep within the secret realm. However, as their spiritual awareness spread, an exceptionally potent essence of primordial energy struck their hearts with force. This primordial aura, upon entering their bodies, heightened their consciousness and senses manifold, even causing long stagnant bottlenecks to loosen at that very moment. Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed among the crowd. Even Ji Xuangu and the other 3 ancestral figures widened their eyes in disbelief. As beings of the sacred emperor realm, they were acutely aware of what that essence represented. My heavens, that was spiritual energy so dense that it had crystallized into solid form. Primordial spiritual crystals. The magnitude and purity of such primordial power were staggering. It was certain that this unadulterated essence could enable a half-emperor realm cultivator to successfully ascend to the sacred emperor realm. A cry of astonishment escaped Ji Xuangu. He quickly realized the gravity of his words and promptly fell silent. But it was too late. The moment those words were uttered, the eyes of all half-emperor realm cultivators present widened, their pupils trembling with fervent excitement. Thunderous roars echoed in the atmosphere as the news reverberated like a cataclysmic explosion, causing everyone's pupils to dilate to their utmost limit. They even momentarily disregarded the tragic fate of their fallen prodigies. Everyone follow me, Dong Yinglai bellowed, charging towards the core of the realm. Zhao Tianwei and the others were equally unwilling to lag behind. Ji Wentian paused for a moment, as if awakening from a dream, and with a fierce shout, he gathered enduring wood song, Ji Xuangu and 10 national guardians, all rushing towards the heart of the secret realm. In an instant, over 50 10th-level kings surged into the secret realm, accompanied by 4 half-emperors and 4 first-level sacred emperor ancestral figures. With their arrival, the spiritual energy in the air surged anew, for the rate at which high-level cultivators absorbed spiritual energy was incomparable to that of mere prodigies. Meanwhile, at the core of the secret realm, Ningting knelt partially on the ground, clutching a silver spear, gasping for breath. In her grasp, she held a silver spear, emanating gentle golden radiance in delicate rings, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of might. It was indeed a royal-grade spear. Despite her body being marred with blood and her appearance utterly disheveled, she radiated an indomitable fighting spirit, her gaze fiercely fixed ahead. Before her, a distance of several dozen paces away, roared a black dragon. The dragon, stretching over 30 paces in length, unleashed a furious roar directed at Ningtingyu. Its menacing fangs glistening with venom as it lunged forward, stirring a foul wind in its wake. With a thunderous crash, Ningtingyu leapt high into the air, narrowly evading the dragon's sweeping strike. The ground shattered beneath her, stones flying in chaos. "Ha!" Ningtingyu shouted as she soared into the sky, her spear thrusting forward in rapid succession, sending streaks of spear light hurtling toward the dragon. Bang! 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 The dragon emitted a piercing screech, its colossal head continuing to open its gaping maw, its ghastly fangs glowing ominously as it lunged ferociously at Ningtingyu, suspended in midair. Crack! Another explosive sound erupted as Ningtingyu deftly dodged once more. Yet her fervent gaze remained fixed on the dragon's rear, where a beautiful lotus, transparent like crystal, blossomed. This was the solid manifestation of primordial spiritual energy, a tangible form known as the Primordial Tao Lotus. The dragon before her was the guardian spirit of this precious lotus. To obtain the Primordial Tao Lotus, Ningtingyu knew she must engage in a fierce battle with the dragon. Thus, their clash reverberated through the heavens and earth, creating a colossal vortex of spiritual energy in the air, drawing the attention of individuals such as Dong, Yinglai, and others. Such commotion naturally caught the notice of Chen Chang'an. At this moment, even Chen Chang'an hastened towards the heart of the secret realm. As he sprinted, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. What was happening? Why did such powerful auras surge from the entrance? Were they disregarding martial ethics? As he ran, Chen Chang'an abruptly halted, sensing the rapid approach of at least 50 formidable auras. He speculated whether Dong Yingxing and his cohorts had lost their composure and directly summoned all the strong from their 3 forces. Just then, he detected a tremendous battle fluctuation emanating from the core of the secret realm, accompanied by a familiar presence. Was that Ningtingyu? No wonder he hadn't seen her earlier. She had come here seeking resources. Goodness. Chen Chang'an's eyes flickered as he swiftly made a decision. He concealed his presence, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Seize the resources if possible. If danger arises, retreat. Thus, Chen Chang'an steadily approached the heart of the secret realm. Simultaneously, Dong Yinglai and his companions drew nearer. In an instant, the scene at the core captivated everyone's gaze. Each individual, as if synchronized, widened their pupils to the utmost, a fervent glow igniting within them. Before them stood a lotus blossom, resplendent and crystalline in beauty, emanating a soft grayish-white luminescence. Its stem and roots reached approximately half a zhang, while the flower itself, with 9 exquisite petals, spanned about 3 feet in width, each petal glistening like fine crystal. It grew serenely at the center of a tranquil pool, surrounded by swirling circles of spiritual energy storms. Perhaps the dragon was, in fact, a serpent dwelling beneath this very pond, transformed through the nurturing essence of the primordial lotus. Ah! The voice of Ji Xuangu, trembling in astonishment, broke the silence. Heavens! That is not merely a crystallized essence of the primordial spirit. It has taken on the form of a plant. This is sentient. Dong Yinglai could not help but exclaim. A collective gasp echoed amongst the onlookers. If the crystallized essence was akin to water solidifying into ice, it was indeed astonishing. Yet nothing compared to the profound impact of the entirety manifesting as a corporeal spirit crystal. The lotus-shaped essence was alive, having become a Tao lotus. It was capable of growth. It would expand, accumulating primordial spiritual power in ever-increasing amounts. Chapter 63. the treasures that drive the heavenly kings mad. Dong Yinglai's brief exclamation ignited a fervor within the hearts of all present, akin to a volcano erupting, their excitement and desires soaring exponentially. To speak plainly, this Tao lotus, having blossomed with 9 petals, could elevate 9.5 emperors directly to the Saint Emperor realm. Moreover, plucking a petal would allow it to regenerate. It could be said that as long as this Tao lotus was nurtured, it would continually produce Saint Emperor-level powerhouses. Although there would be temporal constraints, it would at least alleviate the burdens of stagnation, would it not? Faced with such a terrifying prospect, silence enveloped the crowd as they channeled all their cultivation and strength into their speed. An overwhelming aura stirred the surrounding space, creating tumultuous winds. They audaciously disregarded the ongoing battle between Ning Tingyu and the dragon. Yet, as Ning Tingyu unleashed the might of her spear, all eyes swiftly turned to her. A royal-grade weapon. What force does this individual belong to? Someone gasped in disbelief. Soon, countless gazes were fixated on Zhao Tianwei. Zhao Tianwei shook his head, stating, "Though she was invited back by our Southeastern Wind Alliance, I am unaware of her true origins. However, one thing is certain. She must hail from one of the 4 sacred sects of the Holy Land." A chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers. At that moment, amidst a piercing wail, the royal-level dragon was pierced through the skull by Ning Tingyu's spear, meeting a gruesome end on the spot. With a thunderous crash, the dragon fell into the deep pool, stirring up a tempestuous wave. Simultaneously, the crystalline origin Tao lotus was set adrift. Suddenly, a hand as white as jade reached fiercely towards the stem of the lotus, seemingly intent on seizing it. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and others widened their eyes in astonishment, an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from them. "Stop!" 4 first-level sacred emperors and 4 half-emperor powerhouses shouted in unison, their combined pressure and momentum instantly converging like a violent storm towards Ning Tingyu, who held the origin Tao lotus. Yet, to their utter fury, Ning Tingyu disregarded them entirely, her hand radiating a gentle light that enveloped the lotus before she stored it within a silken pouch. In the face of the 8 formidable presences, she swept her silver spear horizontally, unleashing an imperial aura that shattered their oppressive might in an instant. She then propelled herself away, landing dozens of paces from the assembled crowd. However, the earlier pressure from the sacred emperors caused a trickle of crimson blood to escape from her lips. The atmosphere trembled, the once dense spiritual energy dissipating in an instant, while the raging storm of spiritual energy came to an abrupt halt. All that remained was Ning Tingyu, spear in hand, standing proudly before the crowd, her gray pouch at her waist emitting a tantalizing white glow. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and Injan, and the many elders behind them froze in place, their faces darkening with an ominous shadow. In the shadows, Chun Chang'an approached, taking in the scene with keen eyes, a glint of brilliance igniting within them. "Ah, Chang'an, my young friend, what brings you here?" Yixuangu suddenly noticed Chen Hanggan. Ji Wentian and Duanmu, Tsang's expressions brightened, and they hurriedly made their way to Chen Chang'an's side with the people from the Dazhou Kingdom. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated being able to conceal himself amidst the earlier tempestuous spiritual energy. Now that the storm had subsided, he was immediately discovered. Steadying himself, he spoke softly. "With such a commotion, I naturally had to come and see." He then turned to Ji Wentian, inquiring, "How did you manage to enter? And what of them?" He gestured towards Dong Yinglai and the others, a wary glint in his eyes. Ji Wentian quickly explained that Dong Yinglai and the other prodigies had encountered an attack from a royal-level spiritual beast within the secret realm. Then he nervously inquired, "By the way, esteemed Chang'an, what are my daughter Mingyue and the others?" "They are unharmed," Chang'an replied calmly. Suddenly, a heavy sensation enveloped his heart. The other party had not mentioned sending elders to infiltrate and hunt down the prodigies of the Great Zhou, but instead spoke of an unexpected turn of events. They had drawn the main combatants of the Great Zhou into the fray. Such peril, an immense danger. Their sinister intentions were alarmingly clear, Chang'an mused, his eyes glinting with an unusual brilliance. However, Chang'an's presence went unnoticed by Dong Yinglai and the others, whose attention was entirely fixated on Ning Tingyu. Observing the tense atmosphere, Chang'an quickly whispered, "Your Majesty, we must depart." "How can we leave?" Ji Wentian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "That is the primordial Tao lotus. The first bounty could elevate at least 9 semi-imperial warriors to the status of sacred emperors. The fervor in Ji Wentian's eyes was palpable. Such a spiritual treasure would tempt anyone. Yet, would they share any with our great Zhou? Chang'an spoke softly. To be frank, they had already infiltrated with 9 elders, intent on exterminating all the prodigies of our great Zhou. I managed to turn the tide and eliminate most of them. There was no attack by spiritual beasts. Rather, it was their scheme to eradicate us all. Allowing you to enter was merely a means to eliminate any potential threats. If you perish, the great Zhou is doomed. Chang'an articulated swiftly. Ji Xuangu gasped in shock. Ji Wentian's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, that treasure could propel me into the realm of the sacred emperor. A pained expression crossed Ji Wentian's face as he pondered the implications. If the other 2 nations acquired such a relic, they would bolster their ranks with sacred emperors, rendering our nation even more vulnerable. Typically cautious, Ji Wentian found an unusual courage to contemplate remaining, articulating a stark reality. In ordinary circumstances, individuals would weigh the risks against potential gains. However, when the allure becomes sufficiently grand, desire eclipses reason. Moreover, this temptation was potent enough to drive all king-level cultivators to madness. Furthermore, this was a secret realm shrouded in layers of formations. Any mishap could easily be attributed to spiritual beasts or disturbances within the realm, making it an impeccably perfect site for murder. Young friending, this secret realm belongs to our eastern state. It would be inappropriate for you to monopolize the primordial Tao Lotus. Dong Yinglai finally spoke, contemplating the situation before asserting with authority. What if we were to propose this? You take a single petal, and we shall handle the remainder. Indeed, as long as you, young friending, desire any treasures. Rest assured that all we possess in Dongzhou will be offered to express our profound gratitude. They devised the most prudent solution, to leave a petal for Ning Tingyu, thereby ensuring her safe departure while also securing the friendship of Dong Yinglai and the others. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly a most advantageous transaction. After all, at this moment, Ning Tingyu stood alone, utterly incapable of consuming an entire Tao Lotus. However, her words took Chang'an utterly by surprise. This was discovered by me, and I vanquished the Dragon Guardian here. Thus, this Tao Lotus rightfully belongs to me. Step aside. Her declaration instantly thickened the tension in the air. This woman is courting death, Chang'an muttered under his breath, narrowing his gaze at Ning Tingyu. Chapter 64. He is a sword cultivator. Upon hearing Ning Tingyu's words, the expressions of Dong Yinglai and the others darkened significantly. They were unwilling to let such a peerless spiritual treasure slip away without a fight. Miss Ning, you should hand it over. As a member of our Southeast Wind Alliance, I assure you that you will not suffer any loss. Zhao Tianwei spoke somberly. Almost 40 individuals began to encircle Ning Tingyu. Ning Tingyu scoffed coldly, her voice laced with an icy disdain. Do you dare to covet the possessions of the 100-flower immortal sect? Are you seeking death? 100-flower immortal sect. Upon hearing these 4 words, the crowd's expressions sharpened with intrigue. Chang'an furrowed his brow, contemplating. Is this girl truly venturing out for the first time? She's doomed. The 4 great sacred sects of the Holy Land are the Taitsong Sword Sect, the Qingxian Sacred Sect, the 100-flower immortal sect, and the Sun Moon Star Island. Although the 100-flower immortal sect is powerful, uttering its name under such temptation would not instill fear. Rather, it would incite thoughts of murder and silencing. Dong Yinglai, Nan Zhan, and Zhao Tianwei exchanged glances, and in that fleeting moment, they reached a consensus. Zhao Tianwei declared coldly, 9 petals, perfectly divided among our 3 factions, while the entire Tao Lotus will be nurtured collectively. How's that sound? Quite fair indeed. Dong Yinglai nodded in agreement. Very well, Nan Zhan added, a murderous intent beginning to permeate his gaze. Upon hearing this, Ji Wentian's expression darkened dramatically. Hey, you 3, have you forgotten about our great Zhou kingdom? At this, Chang'an slapped his forehead, realizing the predicament. Oh no, this fool. Ji Xuangu also cast a disapproving look at Ji Wentian, recognizing that under the current circumstances, retreat was the wisest course. I didn't expect you to meddle further. Indeed, Dong Yinglai's gaze slowly shifted towards Ji Wentian. We haven't forgotten you. Rest assured, your lives will remain here as well. Chang'an, splendid to see you here. your fate is sealed. Nanzhan's gaze was icy as he spoke in a low tone. Chen Chang'an shrugged. The only course now was to fight. Ji Xuangu did not pay attention to the dazed Ji Wentian, but was also prepared for battle. You dare. Ning Tingtian's voice suddenly turned frigid. What audacity does a small nation of the Eastern Prefecture possess to dare offend our sacred ground? And you, Zhao Tianwei, although you hail from the Taizong sword sect, you are but a mere outer elder. Do you dare slay me? I am the saintess of the 100-Flower Fairy sect. Ning Tingtian still sought to intimidate everyone with her status, hoping to instill fear. The crowd was taken aback, to their astonishment. Such a brainless woman was indeed the saintess of the 100-Flower Fairy sect. Zhao Tianwei, recalling the terrifying women of that sect, felt a surge of murderous intent. What a joke. You shall not fall by our hands. You will perish in the perilous depths of the secret realm. Indeed, we can all attest to that, especially since Master Jian can vouch for us. Dong Yinglai scoffed, a sinister look upon his face. We entered to rescue the prodigies of various nations. Yet who could have known that the great Zhou in your lot would be devoured by countless royal beasts? Ha ha! Ning Tingtian gripped her silver spear tightly, her pitch-black eyes exuding an icy chill. Kill! Observing this, Dong Yinglai and the others ceased their idle chatter. With their words spoken, they charged forward. Zhao Tianwei and his companions followed suit, all rushing towards Ning Tingtian. To avoid complications, they attacked in unison. You wish to kill me? Do you believe yourselves worthy? Ning Tingtian scoffed, swiftly sweeping her spear towards her assailants. Boom! Faced with the full force of a half-emperor realm expert, she chose to endure the assault. This caused all present to furrow their brows slightly. Yet soon, they sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Ning Tingtian. Half-emperor? You are actually a half-emperor, Dong Yinglai exclaimed. Boom! In an instant, the combatants clashed together, their movements becoming increasingly frantic and alarming. Even Chen Chang'an was utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that the woman before him was a hidden powerhouse. Had she concealed her cultivation? Did she feign vulnerability when he had kicked her off the platform earlier? Chen Chang'an was filled with confusion, but there was no time for further contemplation. Nanzhan charged forth with his men, and in an instant, the powerful figures of the Nanming Kingdom and the Great Zhou were locked in fierce combat. Chen Chang'an, you have wounded my son Nanhong and slaughtered the prodigies of my Nanming Kingdom within the secret realm. You shall pay for this. The atmosphere of the southern battle erupted with a thunderous roar, surging towards Chen Chang'an with astonishing momentum, as a blade aimed fiercely at his neck. Explode! Chen Chang'an bellowed. Activating the evil blood god technique, the Overlord Heart method, and the Overlord bloodline, all while unlocking the martial aperture realm. In an instant, Shen Shangong's aura underwent a dramatique transformation. Ha! He cried, a colossal sword materializing in his grasp, sweeping across with ferocity. Boom! The clash between the blade and the great sword unleashed a tempest of energy that radiated outward. Both warriors staggered back several paces. How is this possible? Level 5 of the Heavenly King realm? A look of disbelief washed over Nanzhan's face, but before he could voice his shock, a series of spine-chilling sword cries echoed through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 long swords, named Wind Control, Wind Penetration, Fiery Wind, and Fierce Wind, howled as they darted towards Nanzhan's forehead, neck, heart, and Dantian with deadly precision. Activate the royal armor. With a thunderous shout, Nanzhan summoned a yellow defensive shield around him. Bang, bang, bang. The sword lights relentlessly struck against his shield, causing his expression to shift dramatically. However, in the next moment, the 4 flying swords suddenly soared into the heavens before plummeting back down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the heads of 4 elders from the Southern Ming Kingdom were severed by the descending swords. What? The elders of the Southern Ming Kingdom and the Great Zhou Kingdom, engaged in battle, were taken aback. They stared in terror at the 4 flying swords. Meanwhile, Ji Xuangu, locked in combat with the ancestor of the Southern Ming Kingdom, felt a surge of fiery intensity in his gaze. A sword cultivator. Young friend Chang'an, you are indeed a sword cultivator. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Southern Ming Kingdom turned as dark as thunderclouds, shouting, Do not let Chen Chang'an escape. He is a sword cultivator. Also beware of his flying swords. But as soon as he uttered those words, several more elders from the Southern Ming Kingdom were struck down, their brows pierced, meeting a swift demise. Damn it! Nanzhan's eyes widened in fury as he glanced towards the direction of Dong Yinglai, bellowing, Dong Xian Kingdom's ancestor, come quickly to suppress Qin Chang'an. He is a sword cultivator. What? The ancestor of the Dong Xian Kingdom and those from the Southeast Wind Alliance, who were besieging Ning Tingyu, abruptly turned their attention. Dong Yinglai and Zhao Tianwei's expressions shifted dramatically. A sword cultivator, a practitioner capable of slaying from 1,000 miles away, possessing immense explosive power and attack strength. Realizing this, the ancestor of the Dong Xian Kingdom lost his composure, rushing towards Qin Chang'an to suppress him. Protect Chang'an, Yixvangu shouted fervently. Ji Wentian expressed his regret, anxiously exclaiming, Young Master Chang'an, please do not come harm. Your Majesty, prioritize your own safety. Duanmu Tsang responded with exasperation. Had he known earlier, he would have heeded Qin Chang'an's advice and departed first. Alas, this is all my fault. I have been greedy, Yventian lamented. Yet, who could assist Qin Chang'an now? Ji Xuangu was entangled with the ancestral figure of the southern Ming Kingdom, while the remaining elders proved ineffectual, remaining only to protect Ji Wentian. Thus, Qin Chang'an found himself confronting the ancestral figure of the Eastern Xian Kingdom and the ruler of the Southern Ming Kingdom, Nanzhan. In an instant, he was at a disadvantage. Armed with the guardian sword, Qin Chang'an exuded an overwhelming aura, while 4 flying swords circled around him, poised for action. Occasionally, he would launch surprise attacks, compelling his adversaries to divide their attention to fend off the onslaught of his flying swords. Remarkably, Qin Chang'an managed to withstand the assault of a Saint Emperor and a Half-Emperor. Although he found himself in a precarious position, eliminating him was no simple task. Meanwhile, Ning Tingyu, despite her exceptional talent and profound foundation, was besieged by a Saint Emperor, 2 Half-Emperors, and over 20 10th-level kings, leaving her bloodied and reeling. Her veil billowing as her garments became drenched in blood. Thunderous roars echoed as Dong Yinglai and his comrades unleashed lethal strikes without restraint. The moment Ning Tingyu faltered, they surged forth, causing her to spew blood violently, her body flung away like a withered leaf. With a rip, her hat was torn away, revealing her flowing black hair. A gust of wind swept through, and as her long hair danced, her concealed beauty was unveiled. A sharp intake of breath followed as Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and the others momentarily lost their composure, their pupils dilating in astonishment. Her visage was indescribable, breathtakingly exquisite, surpassing even the most renowned beauties. Even the seasoned Dong Yinglai, who had encountered countless women, was taken aback, murmuring, No wonder she is the holy maiden of the 100-flower immortal sect. Her beauty is truly stunning. Her features were as if sculpted by a celestial master, each inch of her skin capable of ensnaring hearts and captivating souls. Zhao Tianwei jolted back to reality, inhaling deeply, his face darkening with murderous intent as he ominously declared, What a pity, such a stunning beauty is about to perish. We must kill her and seize the origin Tao lotus she possesses. At this, Dong Yinglai regained his focus, and both he and Zhao Tianwei struck simultaneously. In an instant, 2 palm shadows materialized out of thin air, radiating an overwhelming pressure as they descended menacingly upon Ning Tingyu's forehead. At that moment, the sound of swords whistled through the air as 4 flying swords rapidly lunged towards the 2 of them. Startled, they could only focus their palm energies on the incoming blades. With a resounding crash, the swords were deflected, while their palm energies simultaneously shattered and dissipated. Qin Chang'an appeared beside Ning Tingyu, commanding without room for dissent, The origin Tao lotus is mine. But it is mine. I painstakingly slew the dragon to obtain it. Why should I surrender it to you? Ning Tingyu retorted stubbornly, her defiance evident despite her disheveled, blood-soaked appearance. With a swift strike, Qin Chang'an slapped her across the face. His voice icy, You have no life left. What use is the Tao lotus to you? Hand it over, and you may have a glimmer of hope. The force of his blow left her momentarily dazed. You. She stared at his stern countenance, struggling to find her words. Gritting her teeth, she tossed her gray storage bag at him. She realized that Qin Chang'an was also being pursued, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, she had no choice but to temporarily entrust her fate to him. Seeing Qin Chang'an seize the Tao lotus, the onlookers rushed forward. Stop. One more step, and I shall destroy it. Qin Chang'an warned coldly, holding the storage bag aloft. Instantly, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and Nanzhan halted in their tracks. Qin Chang'an, you dare? Dong Yinglai glared at him, his voice filled with fury. "Humph, do you doubt my resolve?" Chun Chang'an replied, extracting the origin Tao lotus from the bag. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted, invigorating the onlookers. Chun Chang'an, do not act rashly. If you destroy it, none of you will escape, and I assure you, you will wish you had never been born. Zhao Tianwei warned coldly. "Huh," Chun Chang'an scoffed, yanking a petal from the lotus with disregard. What? Chun Chang'an, what are you doing? Stop. Dong Yinglai and the others bellowed in unison, watching in agony as he clutched the lotus leaf. This unexpected turn of events brought the fighting to a standstill. Ji Xuangu and Ji Wentian, along with the people of the great Zhou kingdom, encircled Chun Chang'an. Beside him stood the bewildered Ning Tingyu. "You despicable brat, that is my Tao lotus. What do you intend to do?" "Silence." Chun Chang'an barked at her. You dare to threaten me?" Ning Tingyu was left utterly dumbfounded. She is indeed the saintess of the 100 Flowers sect. Whether it be the men from the other 3 great sects or the princes from the Holy Lands, which one does not treat her with utmost respect? Which one does not exhibit courteous behavior towards her? Yet this individual before her not only kicked her during the duel, but also struck her across the face. Now, he dares to act so ferociously towards her. How infuriating! With this thought, even the previously fearless her could not help but feel a sense of grievance. Chun Chang'an, uninterested in her feelings, let out a sinister laugh and bellowed at the crowd. "Begone, everyone! Retreat 1,000 paces. Otherwise, none of you shall lay your hands on this Tao lotus." He continued, "As long as you withdraw 1,000 paces, I shall immediately set down the Tao lotus, and then you may come forth to seize it." Dong Yinglai and the others were momentarily taken aback, but it did not take long for them to deduce Chun Chang'an's intentions. He aimed to place the source Tao lotus down and escape with his companions. "Chun Chang'an, you had better keep your word and release the Tao lotus. Otherwise, humph." Zhao Tianwei threatened coldly. "Retreat." Chun Chang'an had no desire to listen to his prattling. He swiftly directed 4 flying swords at the remaining stalk of the Tao lotus. Meanwhile, his grip on the 9 lotus petals tightened, unleashing a destructive force. "All right, Chun Chang'an, you are impressive." Dong Yinglai commanded the others to retreat swiftly. Observing this, Ji Xuangu pulled Chun Chang'an with one hand while grasping Ji Wentian with the other, whispering, "Young friend Chang'an, I will help you escape shortly." Duan Mutsong and the others assumed Chun Chang'an intended to wait until the opposing party retreated 1,000 paces before abandoning the Tao lotus to flee. Thus, they each prepared for escape. However, Ning Tingyu remained motionless, her beautiful eyes steadfastly fixed on Chun Chang'an. She sensed that this young man would not easily resign to fleeing in disgrace. Indeed, once Dong Yinglai and the others had retreated 1,000 paces, they coldly urged, "Chun Chang'an, release the Tao lotus and flee." To their utter astonishment, Chun Chang'an instead stuffed the 9 petals of the Tao lotus directly into his mouth and swallowed them swiftly. You, Chun Chang'an, have you lost your mind? You are truly damned." They could only seethe with impotent rage, for at 1,000 paces away, there was no time to stop him. Even those beside him, such as Ning Tingyu and Ji Xuangu, were entirely unprepared for Chun Chang'an's audacious act of consuming the lotus petals. Boom! At that moment, the aura emanating from Chun Chang'an erupted once more, akin to a volcano. Chapter 66, A Frantic Breakthrough. Instantaneous slaying of the Elder. Chun Chang'an felt every cell in his body, every meridian, every pore, expanding at an astonishing rate. Then, his dantian seemed to transform into a cosmic black hole, voraciously devouring the 9 lotus leaves. Boom! Chun Chang'an's aura surged violently as the energy within his dantian and acupoints erupted, breaking through all martial realms with a resounding clamor. Buzz! Chun Chang'an let out a low growl, causing those beside him to be instantly pushed away, including Ji Xuangu. They all gazed at Chun Chang'an in astonishment. Meanwhile, Chun Chang'an crouched down, clutching his head, as if his entire being was about to explode, with spiritual energy raging uncontrollably within him. Nearby, the guardian sword was embedded, and 4 flying swords whirled around him protectively. In front of him, the fallen root of the primordial lotus was grasped tightly by Ning Tingyu. Witnessing Chun Chang'an consume the 9 lotus petals raw, scolded him, "You fool, have you lost your mind? This is the primordial lotus. Each petal contains immense spiritual energy. Your body cannot possibly withstand it. You will perish." Ning Tingyu's expression was complex as she sensed the overwhelming spiritual power emanating from Chen Chang'an, who was turning crimson, seemingly on the verge of rupture. Somehow, she sighed inwardly, lamenting the potential loss of such a prodigious talent. At that moment, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and Zhan, and others surrounded Chen Chang'an, their fury palpable. "You bastard! How dare you consume the lotus directly? You're doomed!" Dong Yinglai thundered. "Don't waste words. Slay them all." Zhao Tianwei echoed, brimming with rage. Just then, a violent aura erupted, generating a cataclysmic wave that spread in all directions. Buzz! The approaching Dong Yinglai and others were suddenly halted as if caught in a tempest. "How is this possible? How can you digest those 9 petals?" Dong Yinglai's pupils constricted in shock. Zhao Tianwei and the others shared his astonishment, their eyes wide as if witnessing a ghost. At this moment, Chen Chang'an slowly rose to his feet, his aura skyrocketing. Level 6 of the Heavenly King Realm. Level 7. Level 8. Buzz! He ascended 3 minor realms in a single surge. Hiss! Observing Chen Chang'an's rapid assimilation of the lotus and his remarkable ascension, those around him collectively gasped in disbelief. Even Ji Wentian and Ji Xuangu, who were accustomed to Chen Chang'an's prodigious nature, were left utterly dumbfounded. A freak! He truly is a freak. Even Ji Xuangu, who had weathered countless storms, appeared as if he had lost his soul. Ji Wentian and the others felt the same. How brief a time has passed since Chen Chang'an returned from the abyss of demon burial. From a state of utter insignificance to now achieving the 8th level of the Heavenly King Realm. Even Ning Tingyu, hailing for sacred land, had never witnessed such a monstrous ascent. Who are you truly? How can you so effortlessly absorb the Tao Lotus? Ning Tingyu murmured, her enticing voice capable of ensnaring souls. Yet, in this moment, no one heeded her. All attention was drawn to Chen Chang'an. Kill him. He must not be allowed to live. Dong Yinglai bellowed. Such an abominable Chen Chang'an, if permitted to grow unchecked, would be a nightmare for their 3 factions. Upon hearing this, 5 of the national guardians from Dongxian Kingdom reacted swiftly, their figures soaring as their weapons emanated a chilling light of annihilation. "Ah, young friend Chang'an, be careful." Ji Xuangu and his companions immediately surged toward Chen Chang'an. Hee. Faced with the 5 rushing toward him, Chen Chang'an sneered coldly. Those seeking death were welcome to come. Bang! He abruptly drew the guardian's sword beside him, unleashing the burial world sword technique in a deafening explosion. The immense sword power erupted forth, piercing one man's chest at an astonishing speed. Hiss, 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 hiss. The remaining 4 flying swords ascended mercilessly, with Chen Chang'an's unparalleled mental prowess fueling them. The wind, piercing wind, blazing wind, and fierce wind swords unleashed a cacophony of sounds. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the other 4 elders of the 10th level of the Heavenly King Realm from Dongxian Kingdom found their foreheads pierced, their bodies nailed to the ground. 5 pairs of eyes went blank, their rapidly fading pupils filled with disbelief. Hee. Chen Chang'an's derisive laughter echoed, his voice deep and hoarse. "I previously offered you a chance, yet you proved utterly useless. Now, I shall bury you all." Bang! The guardian sword continued its horizontal slash, the overwhelming sword force erupting fiercely, descending upon the 5 elders like a mountain, instantly reducing their bodies to scattered fragments of bone and flesh. This entire sequence, from Dong Yinglai's command to the 5 national guardians' attack, transpired in the blink of an eye. The 5 guardians met a tragic end, their remains obliterated. The splattered blood mist blurred the vision of Dong Yinglai and the others, piercing the eyes and hearts of Ji Xuangu and his companions, forcing them to halt in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed at Chen Chang'an. "Chen Chang'an, how have you become so powerful?" Ji Wentian's face twitched repeatedly. Ning Tingyu's beautiful eyes shimmered with a captivating light. The man before her was absolutely no match for the 10th level of the Heavenly King Realm he had previously displayed. To his astonishment, after consuming the lotus dish, not only did he avoid a catastrophic demise, but his combat prowess surged dramatically. Such terror! Chen Chang'an. Dong Yinglai gritted his teeth, unable to comprehend the instantaneous slaughter of his 5 national guardians, though he believed in the ability to battle beyond one's rank. How could it morph into such a swift extermination? A faint smile graced Chen Chang'an's lips as he addressed Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and Nan Zhan, declaring, "Come forth. I shall bury you all." With that proclamation, a colossal bronze ancient coffin, measuring 5 or 6 zhang in length, materialized beside him with a resounding thud. Crackling sounds echoed as the coffin lid slowly creaked open, revealing a gaping, abyss-like darkness within. The eerie sight of the coffin sent a jolt through the hearts of Dong, Yinglai, and the others. Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, and the ancestors of their respective factions could not muster a semblance of laughter in the face of Chun Chang'en's previous display of annihilating 5 king-level warriors and the emergence of this enigmatic bronze coffin, which instilled a profound unease within the esteemed figures of the Eastern state. Chapter 67. All must perish. Conjuring phantoms. Dong Yinglai scoffed, brandishing a spear that erupted with a force capable of shattering the heavens, thrusting it towards Chun Chang'en's chest in a surprise attack. He, as semi-emperor, resorting to ambush. The tempest unleashed was indescribable. In an instant, it seemed the black spear in his grasp would pierce through Chun Chang'en's chest. Perish! Dong Yinglai's lips curled into a sinister grin as he intensified his thrust. Chun Chang'en narrowed his gaze, a cold smirk playing on his lips, as his right hand wielded the guardian sword, raising it to shield his chest. A resounding boom erupted, accompanied by a sound that pierced the eardrums. The space shook, and the ground fractured. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, causing countless individuals to feel a prickling sensation on their skin, their garments billowing wildly. Swish! Bang! 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 Chun Chang'en, gripping the guardian sword, parried the relentless thrusts of Dong Yinglai's spear. Simultaneously, his 4 flying swords coalesced into a lethal formation. Swish! Swish! Dong Yinglai evaded 3 of the flying swords, but the last, a fierce gale, penetrated his skull directly. From Chun Chang'en's perspective, the gaping void within Dong Yinglai's head and the scene beyond, it was starkly visible. Thud! In Dong Yinglai's trembling pupils, the unmistakable glimmer of death and disbelief flickered. The monarch of the Dong Xian kingdom had fallen. Shock washed over the remaining onlookers, their faces pale. Dong Yinglai was dead. Chun Chang'en's 4 flying swords granted no opportunity for a counterattack. Amidst the howls, 4 or 5 elders at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm had their skulls pierced, the air filled with the cries of horror. The remaining Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, and their ancestors stared in utter astonishment at Chun Chang'en wielding the enormous sword. What kind of origin and talent could possibly yield such an extraordinary being? One who transcends comprehension and distorts all reason, annihilating those at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm, slaying a half-emperor within 3 moves. If allowed time to mature, wouldn't he be able to dominate the entire Eastern province? As this thought crossed their minds, a chilling sense of dread and murderous intent surged within them, particularly within the heart of the ancestor from the Eastern Xian kingdom. The resolve to eliminate Chun Chang'en grew immensely. Chun Chang'en must die. Zhao Tianwei's voice emerged, squeezed through clenched teeth. Thunderous roars erupted. Kill! He must not leave here alive. Zhao Tianwei and the others bellowed, rushing at Chun Chang'en like ravenous wolves, vowing to protect him at all costs. Xianxia's furious shout resonated via Yeventian Duan Mutsang, and others recognized Chun Chang'en's immense potential and immediately commanded their men to safeguard him. With Chun Chang'en, their great Zhou kingdom was destined for greatness. In an instant, the 2 sides clashed fiercely once more. Meanwhile, Ning Tingyu, drenched in blood and grievously wounded, desperately consumed medicinal pills to suppress her injuries and fight back. The sounds of battle roared again. With swift motions, more than a dozen elders of the Heavenly King realm found their heads severed by Chun Chang'en. Their bodies and severed heads kicked into the God-Burial Coffin. The ancestors of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, Southeastern Wind Alliance, along with Zhao Tianwei and Nanzhan, looked on in terror as Chun Chang'en continued to kick corpses into the coffin amidst battle. This individual, with unparalleled combat experience and mentality, incited a jealousy that drove them to madness. The 4 flying swords of Chun Chang'en resembled grim reaper's scythes, sending their elders' heads soaring. You all step back and guard the perimeter, not allowing a single one to escape. Chun Chang'en thundered at Ji Xuangu and the others. Xianxia stood stunned. Yet witnessing Chun Chang'en's rampage left him deeply shaken. Even he, a formidable figure at the first heaven of the Saint Emperor realm, could offer no assistance. Moreover, it was evident that Chun Chang'en intended to eliminate them all. What a ruthless young man. Such a terrifying youth had never been seen in the ages. Young friend of Chang'an, do take care. I assure you, no one shall escape. Ji Xuangu's eyes gleamed with cold determination. The only course of action now was to heed Chang'an's command. He bellowed to Duanmu Tsang and the remaining 5 elders of the great Zhou kingdom. Surround them. Yes. The elders of the great Zhou felt a tempest of emotions surge within them. For being hunted to now being encircled, unable to flee. This was utterly beyond their comprehension of the great Zhou kingdom. Even Ning Tingyu was taken aback. She cast several intense glances at Chang'an before stealthily departing. Having acquired the fundamental Dao lotus root, despite Chang'an consuming the petals, she knew that with proper nurturing, it would blossom anew. Chang'an, I shall remember you. She scoffed, vanishing without a trace. At this moment, no one had the bandwidth to attend to her. The people of the Great Zhou were fixated on the other 3 major forces, ensuring they could not escape. Meanwhile, the members of the other factions were resolute in their intent to eliminate Chang'an. Berserker's Fury. Explode. Blood Demon Light unleashed. In the arena, Chang'an activated his Berserker's Fury and the Blood God technique, instantly enveloping himself in a golden glow intertwined with a crimson aura, generating shockwaves that rippled for miles. Boom! The violent energy immediately suppressed the 3 sovereign-level opponents before him, ancestors of the 3 major factions. Bang! 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 Chang'an's combat prowess surged dramatically. His sword of protection erupted, shattering all incoming weaponry around him. What? No way. The arena erupted with gasps of astonishment, anguished cries, and the cacophony of chaos. The elders at the Heavenly King level were either slain by Chang'an or reduced to headless corpses. The watching elders of the great Zhou gasped in horror as they gazed upon Chang'an, their eyes gradually filled with profound dread. Boom! 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 At this moment, only Zhao Tianwei and Nanzhan, both at the semi-sovereign level, could contend with Chang'an. They remained exceedingly cautious, barely avoiding having their heads severed. The 3 elders, their ancestors of the first level of sovereign, were increasingly alarmed, their eyes reflecting shock, disbelief, and a bewildering sense of confusion. Over 30 Heavenly King-level warriors had perished at his hands, and he seemed unwilling to spare the remaining 5. What manner of monstrosity was this? Nanzhan and the others were profoundly shaken. Hee, you shall all perish. Chang'an let out a low, chilling laugh as he surged forward, once again unlocking the realm of martial enlightenment. His speed accelerated abruptly. With a resounding whoosh, he darted past Nanzhan's side in an instant. All of Nanzhan's spiritual energy shattered in an explosive collapse. His body, along with the longsword his grip, was cleaved in 2 by Chang'an. The severed remains fell, disintegrating further under the onslaught of Chang'an's demonic soul power, transforming into a rain of blood mixed with sand upon descent. The sovereign of the Southern Ming Kingdom. Nanzhan was dead. Chapter 68. Total Annihilation. The 3 remaining ancestors, along with Zhao Tianwei, totaling 4 individuals, widened their eyes in horror, their pupils rapidly dilating and then constricting in disbelief. The power of the semi-imperial realm, Zhao Tianwei stammered, his voice seemingly forced out from the depths of his throat. After Chang'an unlocked the realm of martial enlightenment, his combat prowess surged uncontrollably. That was unmistakably the power of the semi-imperial realm. He gazed at Chang'an, unable to comprehend the sight before him, utterly incapable of believing his own senses. The sovereign, the ancestors of the Southern Ming Kingdom, stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their pupils quaking with sheer terror. The ancestor of the Eastern Xian Kingdom mirrored this sentiment, for their sovereign, Dongying, had also met his demise. This time, it was a disastrous miscalculation, losing both the hen and the grain, a complete and utter loss. Before Zhao Tianwei's shock could transform into fear and overwhelming, demonic pressure surged ominously closer. Tianwei, you must flee, bellowed the ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance, desperate to save his descendant from an untimely demise before his very eyes. With a thunderous roar, he swung his sword towards Chang'an, attempting to obstruct his path. The might of the saintly emperor realm erupted to its zenith. He believed that Chang'an would find it exceedingly difficult to traverse such a significant gap in power. Fury of the soul, arise. Chang'an snarled menacingly. With a resounding boom, his aura surged once more. The first stage of martial enlightenment, the demonic soul, and the second stage, the fury of the soul, were both activated. In this state, not only was Chang'en's spirit enhanced, but so too was his strength, shaking mountains and parting seas. Simultaneously, Chang'en unleashed the second form of the evil blood divine art. In an instant, his power erupted in a manner beyond comprehension. The guardian sword in his hand came crashing down upon the ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance. Boom! The explosive sound reverberated before the ancestor, as the long sword he wielded shattered before his terrified gaze. Chang'en's guardian sword continued its relentless descent with the weight of 1,000 mountains. Boom! His arms shattered into pieces as his body plummeted from the sky, plunging deep into the earth, accompanied by a piercing scream that was soon buried by the collapsing ground. In an instant, the faint flicker of life deep below was extinguished. The elder of the Southeast Wind Alliance was dead. The remaining elders of Dongxin Kingdom and Nanming Kingdom, seized by terror, sought to flee. Yet, to their astonishment, they discovered that Chang'en had surged forth with alarming speed. First, there was Zhao Tianwei, his face a mask of horror as he beheld Chang'en, who resembled a deity of death. Chang'en bellowed, his protective sword slicing downwards. Chang'en, halt! Do you wish for the great Zhou Kingdom to become a mortal enemy of our three mighty factions? Boom! His words had scarcely left his lips when Chang'en's sword struck him with ferocity. Zhao Tianwei's defensive barrier and treasured attire shattered like thin paper. A deep gash was carved into his chest. Boom! As he was launched backward, he could no longer withstand the ferocious might of Chang'en's sword and was torn asunder. I am but an outer elder of the Taizong sword sect. This proclamation escaped his astonished lips before silence enveloped him, leaving him to perish with unfulfilled eyes. Sizzle. 4 flying swords sealed off the escape route for the remaining 2 elders. They gazed at Chang'en with faces etched in despair, still frantically resisting. Yet, they were utterly paralyzed by fear, bereft of any fighting spirit, rendering them no match for the frenzied Chang'en. 2 first-level sacred emperors found themselves entirely suppressed by Chang'en, who stood at the 8th level celestial king, an unprecedented nightmare they had never before encountered. Not long ago, they had harbored thoughts of eliminating Chang'en and all those with him. That notion had now transformed into the most ludicrous, tragic, and foolish joke of their lives. Chang'en, I shall fight you to the death, roared the elder of Nanming Kingdom, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy. Countless rays of sword light surged forth, brimming with lethal intent, swiftly enveloping Chang'en. Burial world sword technique, shatter the heavens. Chang'en, however, was unafraid. He confronted the impending storm of thunderous illusions and devastating sword techniques head-on. Boom! The surrounding space trembled violently, distorting the very fabric of reality. The ferocious great sword struck the elder of Nanming Kingdom as though he had been beset by a celestial hammer, causing his entire body to convulse violently. Ah! His complexion turned ashen, blood gushing from his lungs to his throat, only to be forcefully swallowed back. Ah! He bellowed in rage, his blood, spiritual power, and soul igniting in a furious blaze. I shall drag you down with me, the elder of Nanming Kingdom screamed, as a torrent of sword light surged forth like a raging tsunami toward Chang'en. Boom! 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 Chang'en wielded his heavy sword like a towering mountain, steadfastly guarding him and transforming into an indomitable shield. Simultaneously, 2 flying swords whistled through the air, relentlessly slicing into the body of the ancestral figure from the southern Ming Kingdom. The sound of the blades was a piercing hum, jarring to the eardrums. In an instant, the ancestral figure was torn asunder, reduced to a myriad of wounds, swiftly dragged into the abyss of death. With a series of frantic sword strikes, the ancestral figure was utterly obliterated, becoming mere fragments scattered across the sky. Not far away, the ancestral figure of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, entangled by 2 other flying swords, felt a chill run down his spine at this spectacle. Every bone in his body trembled violently with a blood-curdling cold. Now, 4 flying swords had encircled the ancestral figure of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, sealing off all avenues of escape. What level of swordsmanship is this? A look of astonishment crossed his face. The sharpness and resilience of these flying swords were grotesque, transcending the royal-grade weapon in his possession. A moment's carelessness could result in a piece of flesh being severed by those blades. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze locking onto Chang'en. whose eyes were a harbinger of dread. Chun Chang'an, the ancestral figure, stammered out the name, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The world before him had dissolved into an abyss of darkness. His head felt as though it had detached from his body. The burial world sword technique executed a swift kill. Chun Chang'an murmured softly, his figure already before the headless body, seizing it and casting it into the God-Burial Coffin. I've even prepared a coffin for you. Isn't that generous? He remarked, continuing to direct the flying swords to absorb the scattered heads, bodies, and fragments into the God-Burial Coffin for refinement. Thus, the rulers, elders, and ancestors of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, and the Southeast Wind Alliance who had entered were all exterminated by Chun Chang'an. Surrounding them, Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, Duanmu Tsang, and the remaining 5 national guardians stood in dumbstruck silence. Each of them gaped, their throats constricting as they struggled to utter a sound. The youth before them, resembling a deity of death, had committed an act that would shake the heavens. Chapter 69, Annihilation, Half-Emperor Realm. Old Ancestor, Ji Wentian turned numbly, glancing at the equally dazed Ji Xuangu. Chun Chang'an has killed the rulers of 2 nations. What have we done? He finally regained his senses, realizing that Chun Chang'an had slain the rulers of 2 other nations and the leader of a significant alliance. Would this not plunge the great Zhou kingdom into war? Ji Xuangu, too, found himself at a loss. He is merely an elder, having never dealt with national affairs. He cannot comprehend why such a formidable monster has emerged from the small land of Dongzhou, and moreover, this creature hails from his own great Zhou. Is this a blessing or a curse? Elder, sovereign. At that moment, Duanmu Tsang spoke with a low voice, his gaze fixed intently upon the 2 individuals. We, alongside Chun Chang'an, are in the same boat. Do not entertain thoughts of betrayal. Otherwise, he, or the Chun family, will prove far more terrifying than the other 3 factions. Upon hearing this, Ji Xuangu and Ji Wentian exchanged glances, their breath catching at Duanmu Tsang's fierce and resolute expression. He spoke the truth. Ji Xuangu clenched his teeth, brandishing his sword, and suddenly lunged at the remaining 5 elders of the Great Zhou. With a swift motion, the overwhelming aura of a saint emperor and the surge of murderous intent caught the 5 elders off guard, their bodies obliterated by Ji Xuangu's ferocity. Yeventiang inhaled deeply, understanding that the elders' actions were to prevent information from leaking, not only regarding Chun Chang'an's killings, but also concerning the enigmatic bronze ancient coffin. Just a glance at that coffin sent a piercing pain through their minds. It undoubtedly represented one of Chun Chang'an's hidden strengths. Buzz! At that moment, the God-Burying Coffin, having absorbed the essence, blood, and cultivation of so many, erupted once more in a thunderous roar, channeling its energy back into Chun Chang'an. Boom! Within Chun Chang'an, a volcanic eruption of power surged. His cultivation ascended at an alarming rate. 9th level of the Heavenly King Realm. 10th level of the Heavenly King Realm. Buzz! It seemed as though some shackles had been shattered, propelling Chun Chang'an's realm into the semi-emperor stage. Hiss! The eyes of Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and Duanmu Tsang widened in disbelief, nearly bursting from their sockets. What sorcery is this? What monstrous rate of ascension? Could it be attributed to that bronze ancient coffin? The 3 exchanged glances, each feeling an overwhelming sense of shock. Taking a deep breath, Chun Chang'an retracted 4 flying swords, clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power coursing through him. As he contracted his fingers, it seemed as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart. What terrifying physical strength! Excitement surged within Chun Chang'an. He secured the God-Burying Coffin and wielded the immense guardian sword, casting a cold gaze upon Ji Xuangu and the others. In that instant, Ji Xuangu and his companions felt as though they had plunged into an ice cavern. They had glimpsed Chun Chang'an's secret. Would he resort to silencing them? At that moment, Ji Wentian, the sovereign of a nation, nearly succumbed to the ground. Chun Chang'an hoisted the enormous sword upon his shoulder and strode towards the 3 of them. Even Ji Xuangu, despite his usual bravado, felt a sudden jolt of fear. The current Chun Chang'an was far beyond his previous capabilities. Rest assured, young Master Chang'an, we shall keep your matters strictly confidential, Ji Xuangu hastily assured him, his throat constricting as he realized that his life hung by a mere thought of Chun Chang'an. Indeed, young Master Chun, I am well acquainted with your second master. I guarantee that the 3 of us will not divulge anything, Duanmu Tsang chimed in quickly. Young Chang'an, I have always regarded you as a son-in-law. Though I am timid and fear for my life, I would never harm my own daughter, Ji Wentian fervently pledged, patting his chest in assurance. Bang! Chun Chang'an forcefully drove the heavy sword into the ground, startling Ji Wentian and the others. They gazed at him in terror, awaiting his words. My future realm encompasses far more than this mere eastern state, Chun Chang'an remarked coolly, fixing his gaze upon the trio. Yet, I was raised in Chang'an City, and it shall forever be my home. As long as you do not betray me or the Chun family, I shall not act against the interests of the Great Zhou. If the Great Zhou faces calamity, the Chun family will not stand idly by. Upon finishing, Chun Chang'an sheathed his sword. Yes, yes, yes. You're absolutely right, young Chang'an. The Great Zhou will always be your home, Ji Wentian quickly affirmed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the imperial family treated the Chun family with respect, they would not turn a blind eye to the nation's troubles. This thought reassured him significantly. At least with the Chun family and the formidable Chun Chang'an, the Great Zhou would not easily succumb to threats from other nations. Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang also breathed a sigh of relief. Younger Chang'an, what should we do next? Ji Wentian asked anxiously, fully aware that the prior battle had already unfolded. If they act on the first day of the month, then we shall retaliate on the 15th. Chun Chang'an replied with a cold smile, intent on wiping out the remaining forces within the secret realm. Each of his words sent a chill through Ji Xuangu and Ji Wentian, their expressions reflecting both fear and determination. This is our only course of action, they silently agreed. At that moment, Chun Chang'an scanned the surroundings. Where is Ning Tingyu? Oh no, this is bad. She knows the entire situation and has even taken the route of the origin Tao Lotus. Ji Wentian exclaimed, filled with both frustration and anguish. Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, realizing that capturing that woman, a saintess of the 100 Flowers Immortal sect, would not be an easy task. Never mind, that lotus was originally discovered by her. I obtained the lotus petals, while she took away the rhizome, which is quite justifiable, Chun Chang'an remarked, his gaze once again falling upon the water pool. Within it lay a primordial lotus, as well as a dragon that was likely not so simple. You three, first proceed to our Great Zhou Kingdom's camp and locate Mingyue and Xianxia. Then, bring them along to eliminate Dong Lianxing and his ilk. Chun Chang'an instructed Ji Wentian. His tone bore no trace of courtesy, resembling more of a directive. However, Ji Wentian was elated and nodded in agreement without any complaints. After all, given Chun Chang'an's prodigious talent and his terrifying rate of advancement, he would soon grow to an immeasurable stature. In the future, he would soar through the heavens like a divine dragon. To be able to assist Chun Chang'an now was to embrace a significant destiny. Ji Xuangu also nodded in assent. Thus, with their direction established, the three of them hastily departed, asking no further questions about Chun Chang'an's intentions, for he was no longer their junior. His strength spoke for itself. Once they had left, Chun Chang'an approached the water pool, observing the dense spiritual energy and the strands of terrifying aura that spread throughout. He squinted and leaped in. Chapter 70. The Inheritance of the Black Dragon. Gurgle, gurgle. The chilling sound of bubbles echoed by his ears, and Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes. As his body gradually sank, the gurgling ceased, and an eerie and dreadful silence enveloped the surroundings. The sounds ceased to resonate, and the water ripples no longer danced. As if the underwater world had suddenly frozen, only the faint glimmers of light, akin to fireflies, began to permeate, illuminating the unfathomable depths of the water. Chun Chang'an was taken aback. This was no mere small pool. It felt as though he had entered an underwater realm. Old coffin, are there truly treasures here? Chun Chang'an pondered within. It was the coffin spirit from the divine burial coffin that had led him to this water pool. TSK, you young one. How naive you are. A pool capable of nurturing a primordial lotus and transforming a small water snake into a dragon cannot be simple. There likely exists a terrifying presence here that even the four great nations of the eastern state would find daunting. This is precisely why they established layers of protective barriers to obscure it from others, while allowing their descendants to cultivate here, perhaps in hopes of encountering a fated individual. Indeed, the former emperors of those four nations were not to be underestimated. The words of the old coffin resonated in Chun Chang'an's mind, leaving him profoundly shaken. He felt a sense of truth in them. At that moment, a formidable presence, as profound as an endless abyss, surged over Chun Chang'an, compelling him to resist. Suddenly, The voice of the coffin master echoed, "Do not resist. This pressure cannot harm you." "Oh, am I truly so formidable?" Xianxia pondered. "Indeed, a mere creature from a low-dimensional universe dares to threaten a body forged over a century? How laughable!" Hearing these words, Xianxia felt a wave of relief. The divine coffin had reconstructed his body, bestowing upon him an extraordinary form. The terrifying pressure that suddenly manifested could not possibly intimidate his soul or body. In an instant, a tumultuous aura emerged, accompanied by shock and astonishment. Following that, formidable spiritual senses swept toward Xianxia, seemingly eager to discern the nature of this peculiar being. Suddenly, a faint sound of surprise escaped. Xianxia squinted sharply. Beneath the water's surface lay a dreadfully formidable presence. He cast his gaze ahead where, amidst the flickering lights resembling fireflies, stood an enormous palace. A palace of such magnitude existed beneath the water? Xianxia was taken aback. Buzz! Suddenly, the grand doors of the palace swung open with a resonating hum, revealing a colossal vortex that drew Xianxia inside. He found himself unable to resist, swiftly engulfed by the interior of the palace. As he entered, it felt as though all external sounds, auras, and even light were entirely severed from the world outside this magnificent palace. Xianxia attempted to extend his spiritual awareness beyond the palace's confines, only to discover an expanse of emptiness. Such an eerie isolation sent chills down his spine. Buzz! Suddenly, the space ahead warped, blurred, and trembled. Then, a pair of enormous eyes emerged. They were incomprehensibly vast, elongated, with gray sclerae, and the pupils radiated concentric rings of yellow luminescence, surrounded by specks of green. These colossal eyes mirrored the depths of an infinite abyss, vividly reflecting Xianxia's disheveled figure clad in a white robe. It seemed as though Xianxia was completely ensnared by the gaze of these eyes. Splash! At that moment, the immense pupils appeared to quiver. Their formidable body lurking in the darkness seemed to stir, accompanied by the sound of chains clattering ominously. A little human has arrived. How intriguing. A voice, deep and resonant with age, suddenly reverberated in Xianxia's ears and resonated within his very soul. It felt as if his body had leaned closer, magnifying his reflection within those pupils. The aged voice resonated once more, declaring that now that one had arrived here, they were indeed a fated individual of the true self. "Young one, do you wish to take me as your master? I shall bestow upon you all my legacies. Come, release your soul and accept the mark of my inheritance. Should you embrace my teachings, you will ascend to greatness, perhaps even becoming an emperor or a legendary deity." The voice, laced with temptation and an intoxicating allure, echoed insistently. Yet, Xianxia remained unmoved. His gaze wandered over the intricately adorned walls and the ground, where complex patterns shimmered with a faint luminescence. "Master, is this a grand formation?" Xianxia, having grown up alongside his mentor, the formation master, understood a modicum of such matters. Before him lay a palace, evidently a gathering array for spiritual energy, designed to attract the essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into a surging, liquefied spirit essence. This palace was indeed a treasure. Noticing Xianxia's silence, the ancient voice continued to entice him. "Do you not desire my inheritance? Should you choose to become my disciple, this 5 elements gathering palace will belong to you. It can concentrate the spiritual energies from all directions, making it exceedingly suitable for cultivation." The voice was electrifying, its immense presence pressing upon Xianxia like a colossal boulder. Yet, within the gaze of the great dragon, he stood resolute, unyielding to the anticipated tremors of fear. "Who are you?" Xianxia finally inquired. "Ah, a cautious human. Quite admirable. You are indeed worthy of becoming my disciple," the ancient voice replied, continuing, "I hail from the Black Dragon clan of the Divine Realm, the supreme Black Dragon God." As the words boasted forth, an overwhelming dragon might erupted, rendering Xianxia's body as heavy as if burdened by a mountain. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast, lacking any sign of quaking or fear. "Ah, the legacy of the Black Dragon clan? Very well, I am willing to accept your inheritance," Xianxia declared, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Smart lad, come, release your soul, and I shall impart to you the Black Dragon inheritance." With that, 2 beams of golden light erupted from the ancient eyes, swiftly penetrating Xianxia's brow and entering his soul's ocean. Chapter 71. The Fiery Dragon's World-Burning Secret Technique. Simultaneously, within the depths of Chun Chang'en's soul, a colossal black dragon materialized, shaking the very foundations of reality. It was a colossal dragon, adorned with 9 claws, a pair of ebony wings, and a body covered in obsidian scales. As it emerged, the sea of Chun Chang'en's soul twisted violently, as if on the brink of shattering. Ha ha ha, foolish human child, your soul shall be devoured by me, and your corporeal form shall be mine as well. Then I shall escape this wretched place and soar through the heavens. The black dragon roared fiercely. Its thunderous roar seemed to threaten the very collapse of Chun Chang'en's entire soul realm. Chun Chang'en's soul form clutched its head, writhing in agony upon the ground, manifesting immense distress. The anguished cries of Chun Chang'en's soul echoed in despair. No, did you not promise to bestow upon me a legacy? Why must you consume my soul? He roared in defiance. Ha ha ha, I have been trapped within this 5 elements demon suppression palace for millennia. Finally, a youth of considerable aptitude arrives, and of course, I shall seize his body and escape. The dragon sneered. TSK, TSK, you foolish human. Do you truly believe that a wretched insect like yourself could become a disciple of my noble black heavenly demon dragon? Look at yourself. The vast and terrifying presence of the dragon dwarfed Chun Chang'en, rendering him utterly insignificant in comparison. In that moment, the immense black dragon soul gazed down upon him, akin to observing an ant. Suddenly, the black dragon inhaled deeply, its eyes quivering with an incredible fury. Damn you! You carry the essence of those 9 individuals. How dare you? The dragon seemed to sense an enraging aura, a memory etched deeply in its consciousness. It ceased to engage in further conversation with Chun Chang'en and lunged at him with ferocious intent. What? Chun Chang'en could not comprehend the dragon's earlier words. As he saw the creature charging towards him, he swung his arm with determination. Boom! To his astonishment, a magnificent coffin materialized beside him, the coffin of the gods. At that moment, the coffin of the gods appeared within Chun Chang'en's soul realm, growing even larger than the dragon's essence. The entrance of the square coffin resembled a cosmic black hole, radiating an overwhelming force of devouring power. What in the world is this? The dragon's enormous eyes suddenly narrowed, and it whipped its massive tail and flapped its formidable wings, desperately attempting to flee from the coffin's maw. Yet, it was utterly futile. Its entire draconic form was abruptly drawn into the coffin of the gods, and with a thunderous crash, the lid slammed shut. Roar! Within the confines of the God-Burying Coffin, the resounding roars of the black dragon echoed incessantly, accompanied by frenzied beatings against the coffin lid. Bang! 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 Yet, the coffin lid remained steadfastly sealed, showing no signs of yielding. Time passed, and the tumultuous struggle, along with the soul-shattering dragon's roar, gradually diminished, eventually fading into silence. Then, strands of dragon soul energy coalesced within Chun Chang'en's sea of consciousness, becoming an auxiliary soul. It manifested as an immense black dragon spirit, seemingly forming a totem of Chun Chang'en's very essence. Simultaneously, it bore the legacy of the dragon, imparting a technique from its lineage, the demonic dragon annihilation art. A spark of joy ignited within Chun Chang'en as he utilized his spiritual perception to examine the technique. The first stance, Wrathful Dragon S Fire Breath. The second stance, Extinguishing Tsang Yen Rain. The third stance, Dragon Flame Meteor. The fourth stance, Demonic Fire Engulfing Heaven. The fifth stance, Demonic Dragon Suppressing the Firmament. The sixth stance, Dragon Flame Domain Fire. Chun Chang'en's eyes blazed with fervor. The sophistication of these techniques was evident. When combined with his own burial world sword art and the blood god art of the evil spirits, the resulting power would be nothing short of devastating. He committed the legacy of the black dragon to memory, and then withdrew his consciousness back to his physical form. As the black dragon's soul was consumed and refined by the God-Burying Coffin, the enormous pupils in the surroundings lost their luster, gradually turning to ash and fading away. A sigh of relief escaped Chun Chang'en. Without the God-Burying Coffin to refine the dragon's soul, he would have been overtaken. Just as he contemplated his exit, an unseen force propelled him outward. Upon surfacing in the water, the palace before him rapidly shrank, emanating a profound yellow light, and began to float gently before Chun Chang'en. He comprehended the situation entirely. The Five Elements Demon Suppression Palace was evidently designed to restrain the demonic dragon, now that the dragon had perished. The palace had fulfilled its purpose and was left without a master. Extending his hand, he grasped the diminutive palace. In that instant, it felt as though an abundance of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged toward him, permeating through his veins and spreading to every cell and pore of his being. This overwhelming influx left Chen Chang'an profoundly shaken. He chuckled softly, feeling the uncontainable excitement within him as the coffin master remarked with a serene laugh, "Ah, young one, your fortunes run deep. Not only have you forged a friendship with me, but you also now bask in my protection. And now, you have acquired the legacy of the demonic dragon. It appears your future holds unfathomable terrors. Thank you, Coffin Master. Were it not for your presence, I would have already been consumed by that dragon's soul." Chen Chang'an clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to the space before him. Chuckling, I hope you will not regret meeting me in the future." The coffin elder continued to emit a profound laughter. Standing tall, Chen Chang'an slowly placed the Five Elements Demon Suppression Palace into his embrace. Paying no heed to the elder's words, he smiled and said, "As for the matters of the future, we shall worry about them when the time comes. For now, I must focus on the task at hand." "What fine lad." The coffin elder responded with a laugh. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the underwater world as it began to violently churn. "The demon dragon that was suppressed here is dead, and you have reclaimed the Five Elements Demon Suppression Palace. With no spiritual treasures controlling the powers of heaven and earth, this secret realm is on the verge of collapse. We must leave quickly." The coffin elder's voice, raspy yet urgent, rang out. Chen Chang'an was taken aback, about to express his regret. But then he remembered that with the Five Elements Demon Suppression Palace in his possession, he could establish a formidable cultivation sanctuary for spiritual energy within the Chen family. Realizing this, his breath quickened, and he swiftly surged to the surface, emerging into the outside world. Boom! The entire secret realm trembled violently, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth erupting chaotically. It appeared as if this energy had been startled, becoming exceedingly disordered before it began to explode. Boom! Layer upon layer of defensive barriers crumbled under the strain, the space around him blurring and distorting amidst the sounds of spiritual explosions. Chen Chang'an chose the direction of Dong Lianxing and his camp, racing towards them. Chapter 72. A Sword Shatters. As he approached the vicinity of Dong Lianxing's camp, he found Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Song, along with Chun Xian leading the Chun family members, fiercely assaulting the defensive barriers of Dong Lianxing and his companions. Countless terrifying energies crashed against the barriers, yet failed to breach them even slightly. "Ji Wentian, are you mad? Do you dare to come and kill us?" Dong Lianxing bellowed. "The great Zhou kingdom, prepare for annihilation. When that time comes, all members of the Ji royal clan will perish, regardless of who they are." Nanong Huad, harboring an intense hatred for the people of the great Zhou kingdom, especially for Chen Chang'an. "And you, Ji Mingyue, rest assured, I shall make you suffer. Let all the talents of Dong Xian kingdom take their turns with you, so that Chen Chang'an's head sprouts green light." Dong Lianxing continued to roar. Zhao Ziang wore a grim expression. Had it not been for the combined defensive formations of their three factions, they would have likely been shattered by Ji Xuangu, especially the members of the Chun family, whom he loathed immensely. The Chun family's foundation was exceptionally deep. They had even produced spiritual energy bombs. Was there truly a master of formations and manufacturing within the Qin family? But how could that be? Such talents were only found in sacred lands. Faced with the scorn and insults hurled by Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong, Ji Mingyue, though seething with anger, managed to maintain her composure. Who will perish first remains uncertain. With that, she cast her gaze upon the throngs within, declaring, "Your two sovereigns, the alliance leader, the ancestors, and all the venerable guardians of the nation, have been slain by my brother Chang'an. And all of you shall meet the same fate." What audacity do you possess? A mere assembly of refuse. Once my illustrious son-in-law arrives, you shall all be reduced to mere bones. Ji Wentian, too, spoke with a ferocity he had never known before, his voice ringing loudly with newfound courage. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Dong Lianxing erupted into laughter, dismissing Ji Mingyue and Ji Wentian's declarations with scorn. Could Chen Chang'an truly annihilate their ancestors and sovereigns? Slay all their elders? They would sooner believe the sun would rise from the west, or that a sow would climb a tree. Suddenly, A tremendous rumble echoed through the air. The very earth quaked as the rich spiritual energy surrounding them began to boil with fervor. The layers of mystical barriers enveloping the area began to shatter with a resounding crash. Heavens, what is happening? Is there an earthquake? The spiritual energy of this realm had turned violently chaotic, as if on the verge of exploding. What could possibly be unfolding? Countless voices erupted in alarm. Pay no heed. Since our elder brother has commanded us to eliminate those before us, we must break through their barriers and annihilate them. Xianxia bellowed. Indeed, the Chun clan's offspring roared in unison, their battle spirits soaring as they relentlessly assaulted the defensive barriers of Dong Lianxing and his companions. Ji Wentian and Ji Xuangu, exchanging astonished glances, were taken aback by the combat fervor displayed by the Chen descendants, who executed their young master's orders without reservation. Let us exert ourselves as well. Yixvangu shouted. Thus, one after another, they unleashed earth-shattering attacks upon the defensive barriers of Dong Lianxing and his cohorts. Boom! 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 It was as though countless resplendent fireworks detonated upon the defensive barriers, only to be extinguished in an instant. The entire barrier quivered, akin to a translucent membrane, developing vast indentations. Buzzing filled the air. Yet, as Dong Lianxing and his allies continuously infused spiritual stones, replenishing the barrier's energy, its defensive capability was restored. Ji Xuangu observed this with furrowed brows, and Ji Mingwei, equally astounded, remarked, though this defensive barrier may not rival the Chan clan's previous one, it remains remarkably sturdy. From where did they acquire such power? I fear that Zhao Tianwei has obtained it from the Taizong sword sect, Duanmu Tsang said gravely. His gaze fell upon Zhao Ziang and the sword that served as the erase core. Yet, it remains a mystery where Brother Chang'an has ventured. The rampant spiritual energy in this realm is equally perplexing. Ji Mingwei expressed her concerns, her face etched with worry. At that moment, the heavens echoed with a resounding hum, as 4 long swords screamed down, piercing the barrier with alarming force. Hiss! Instantly, the barrier's integrity began to collapse chaotically. This is bad. Those are Chang'an's 4 flying swords. Within the barrier, Dong Lianxing's pupils dilated in shock as he shouted urgently. Zhao Ziang's eyes trembled violently, reflecting the sword's radiance that brimmed with dread towards Chang'an. It was precisely these 4 flying swords that had claimed the lives of over 400 from their 3 factions. Quickly, everyone, channel your spiritual energy into the defensive barrier. We must not allow that devil Chang'an to breach it, or we are doomed. Zhao Ziang bellowed in desperation. To them, Ji Wentian and his companions might refrain from killing, mindful of national implications. However, that lunatic Chang'an was a different matter entirely. All within the barrier unleashed their spiritual energy without reserve, propelling it skyward, flooding into the barrier. The areas breached by the 4 swords, now replenished with energy, appeared to be mended, as if the cracks had been smoothed over. Buzz! Whoosh! The 4 swords ascended sharply into the heavens before descending rapidly, circling around a youth standing mid-air, clad in white, his long hair billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. This spectacle left the people of the great Zhou kingdom awestruck. The newcomer resembled a celestial being descending to earth, the sword light howling around him, enhancing his strikingly handsome visage. Brother! Upon seeing the newcomer, Chun Xian exclaimed joyfully. Young master! Young master! The Chun clan's disciples shouted in excitement. Brother Chang'an! Ji Mingwei gazed at Chang'an, who was walking through the air, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and Duanmu Tsang, the 3 old men, could not help but exhale in relief. Chang'an had finally arrived. It seemed that with his presence, they had found their pillar of strength. The other prodigies of the great Zhou looked upon Chang'an with respect and awe. He nodded in acknowledgement to them all, and then a massive, imposing guardian sword materialized in his right hand. As the guardian sword emerged, his aura surged dramatically. The crowd felt as if a great mountain was pressing down upon them, leaving them breathless and filled with trepidation. Even within the confines of Ji Xuangu, a tumultuous wave surged within his heart. Oh heavens, he has grown even stronger. The burial world sword technique, shattering the heavens, shaking the mountains, and stirring the seas. Chang'an bellowed, wielding the guardian sword with fierce determination, striking violently against the barrier before him. In an instant, it felt as though a colossal mountain had manifested behind him, descending with a cataclysmic force. Boom! The immense power unleashed by Chun Chang'en's strike came crashing down like 1,000 mountains, radiating an unparalleled terror, erupting in a cataclysmic clash with the barrier. The barrier trembled violently, emitting blinding violet light, twisting frantically as if caught in a tempest, resulting in a dense web of cracks. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of ice fracturing echoed, flashing with a chilling surge of spiritual energy. Beneath the barrier, the eyes of Dong Lianxing and others widened in disbelief as they beheld the barrier shatter. That figure, akin to a harbinger of death, slowly hovered above them. A dense, overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from this individual, instilling terror in the hearts of all present. Despite the relentless assault on the barrier by Ji Xuangu and his companions, it was Chun Chang'en who had shattered it with a single strike. How terrifying! Disregarding the trembling and fearful gazes below, Chun Chang'en's eyes lowered slightly, his guardian sword, heavy as a mountain, slowly raised before swiftly descending once more. The burial world sword technique shattering the heavens. Boom! The enormous and weighty guardian sword erupted with a brilliant sword radiance, embodying a cataclysmic might that came crashing down. The remaining elites of the three factions found themselves as if crushed beneath an avalanche. The terrifying sword might instantaneously compress their forms into a mist of blood. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, their bodies exploded, raining down a horrific cascade of blood. Dong Lianxing struggled to utter a sound, never before having witnessed someone so much younger than himself unleash such formidable power. His throat could produce no sound. The fear in his once dilated pupils had vanished, replaced by a profound realization that there was no escape from the deathly domain enveloped by Chun Chang'en's sword light. All that remained was a dazed astonishment in his final moments. He could not comprehend the reason behind Xianxia Zhang's upper body lay amidst the chaotic and disheveled earth, acutely aware of the swift departure of his life force. His increasingly blurred vision fixated unwaveringly on the figure of Chun Chang'en. How could you have reached the semi-emperor realm? As dust swirled and the ground shattered, Zhao Ziyang's remaining form was irrevocably entombed. Yet his final thought was one of profound regret for the Southeast Wind Alliance's arduous endeavor to enter this wretched secret realm, only to encounter such a fiend. From that moment onward, every soul who had entered the secret realm, save for the great Zhou kingdom, was extinguished. Over 500 prodigies, dozens of national elders, 3 ancestors, 2 sovereigns, and 1 alliance leader, all met their demise, becoming mere sustenance for the divine coffin of Chun Chang'en. Titles such as sovereign, prince, or saintly ancestral being held no significance in Chun Chang'en's eyes. All adversaries were but chaff. With the dragon's fury flame technique, Chun Chang'en raised his heavy sword high into the air, intent on unleashing the legacy he had acquired, eager to test its might. A deafening roar erupted as a colossal shadow of a black dragon, hundreds of feet in size, materialized around him. Its densely packed ebony scales exuded an aura of unparalleled ferocity, and its head, reminiscent of both a deer and a crocodile, let out a fearsome bellow that shook the heavens and the earth. Boom! The massive sword in Chun Chang'en's grasp ignited with black flames, transforming into a fiery sword beam that stretched hundreds of feet long with each downward swing. The air crackled with potent energy as the chaotic spiritual storm intensified, distorting the surrounding space violently. With a single strike, the ground quaked for miles, and in an instant, mountains crumbled and earth split apart. The tumultuous upheaval engulfed the secret realm in a myriad of spiritual energy flashes. Explosions of wild spiritual energy erupted, and countless black flames voraciously consumed everything in their path, burning fiercely without end. Below, Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, Ji Mingyue, and the Chun clan's disciples, as well as all the prodigies of the great Zhou kingdom, watched in frozen awe at the celestial figure above. Each one was profoundly pierced by the overwhelming destructive power unleashed by Chun Chang'en. How terrifying Chun Chang'en was! The fierce winds howled as he slowly descended before the crowd. He cast a glance at Chun Xian and the Chun clan's disciples, and upon confirming their safety, his gaze shifted to Ji Mingyue and the others. Brother Chang'en, Ji Mingyue's heart was deeply stirred. What kind of parents could have nurtured such an extraordinary man? He was incredibly powerful. Ji Xuangu was utterly shaken, unable to regain his composure for an extended time. Having reached the first level of the Holy Emperor realm many years ago, he had never encountered anyone as extraordinary as Chun Chang'an throughout his life. In this moment, he realized that he would likely not withstand even a single blow from Chun Chang'an. You all must inflict some injuries upon yourselves. Emerging unscathed will arouse suspicion. Chun Chang'an stated. Indeed, you speak wisely, dear nephew Chang'an, Ji Wentian responded, quickly seizing his sword and making several fierce cuts on his own hand. Blood gushed forth instantaneously. The others, witnessing this, grasped Chun Chang'an's intent and similarly marred themselves, leaving them bloodied and disheveled, as though they had just returned from the brink of death. Once everyone was prepared, Chun Chang'an led them out of the secret realm. Bang! In the vicinity of the entrance to the secret realm, within a vast encampment, Feng Mingho smashed the table before him into splinters, exclaiming, "Damn the Southeast Wind Alliance." Father! Feng Zhaofan hurriedly approached to console him. Please do not be angry. It is too late to change the situation. My brothers and I will work twice as hard and ensure we do not fall behind the other four major factions. As the crown prince of the Fenyu Kingdom, he had unexpectedly lost in the contest against the Southeast Wind Alliance. Watching others enter to cultivate left a bitter taste in their mouths. Had they foreseen today's outcome, they would never have allowed the Southeast Wind Alliance to meddle. After all, who could have predicted that the Great Zhou Kingdom would emerge victorious and even claim the first position? We don't understand. Feng Mingho sighed. Some matters cannot be compensated for by diligence. They hinge on monumental opportunities. Alas, what a pity. His face was etched with frustration. At that moment, an elder beside him, the national master of the Fenyu Kingdom, offered words of comfort. Your Majesty need not worry excessively. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Our failure to enter the secret realm may not necessarily be a bad thing. Observing the spirited young talents of the Fenyu Kingdom, he remarked, Look at our nation's champions. When have they ever exhibited such unity and determination? Upon hearing the national master's words, Feng Mingho glanced at the resolute faces of his compatriots, and his expression softened. Indeed, you speak wisely, great master. Just then, a guard rushed in, urgency etched on his face. Upon reaching Feng Mingho, he knelt and exclaimed, Your Majesty, significant events have transpired within the secret realm. Speak quickly. Feng Mingho urged, his previous calmness replaced by anxiety. Fearing that other factions had acquired substantial resources while the Fenyu Kingdom could only watch helplessly. All eyes turned toward the guard. The sovereign declared, the secret realm has collapsed. It is said that all who entered, except for those who escaped from the Great Zhou Kingdom, have perished. The guard relayed this news swiftly, his face a mask of disbelief. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned silent, the tension palpable, as if a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 74. The Collapse of the Secret Realm. After a brief pause, Feng Mingho took a deep breath, exclaiming, What nonsense are you speaking? What has transpired? His eyes widened in astonishment, filled with incredulity. Just moments ago, they had lamented their inability to enter the secret realm, and now, the majority of those who had ventured inside were dead. The esteemed ancestors, sovereigns, princes, elders, and prodigies from Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, and the Southeastern Wind Alliance had all met their demise within that realm. Once again, the guard's voice trembled as he spoke. Moreover, the Swordmaster is currently confronting the individuals from the Great Zhou Kingdom, demanding to know the truth of the matter. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence once more. The air was thick with tension as they collectively inhaled sharply, exchanging glances filled with shock, ultimately resting their gazes upon the Grandmaster. The elderly sage appeared equally bewildered. He had previously suggested that the inability to enter the secret realm might be a blessing in disguise. Had his words proven prophetic? My heavens, was my tongue so sharp? Feng Mingho's expression shifted from shock to a subtle grin, one that he could hardly suppress. Although it was unseemly to take pleasure in the misfortune of others, the shadows that had once clouded his heart dissipated, replaced by an urge to laugh heartily. Yet, he restrained himself, sharing a knowing glance with the Grandmaster. Their laughter muted. The others, too, began to awaken to the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting from dread to subdued mirth as they exchanged low chuckles. Thus, the room was filled with a chorus of hushed, sinister laughter. The guard stared at those within the chamber, utterly confounded. Feng Mingho had never imagined that their humiliating defeat in the competition would prevent them from entering the secret realm for cultivation, thus allowing them to evade a disaster. Let us extend our concerns to our allied nations, for they have lost so many, he declared. gesturing grandly as he led the group out of the camp toward the entrance of the secret realm. A smile stretched across his face, as if reaching the back of his head. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the secret realm, time rewound half an hour. Gazing into the tumultuous energies swirling within the secret realm, the ground trembling violently, Mo-Hai felt a deep shock resonate within him. What was happening? What had transpired within the secret realm? Given his association with the sword palace of the human race, he understood the significance of the spirit energy secret realm. Generally, a vast accumulation of celestial and terrestrial energies would necessitate the presence of a gathering array. As the wielder of the sword, he had been exposed to numerous sacred grounds, including the high-level spiritual realms of the Yanwang Dominion. Thus, he naturally did not covet the secrets of a mere corner of the world, perceiving the local mysteries as rather trivial. However, it was evident that the current chaos in the flow of spiritual energy, the rampant violence, and the collapse of the realms were solely due to the spirit gathering array being either seized or destroyed. "My lord, what exactly has transpired?" Zhao Tianli inquired, his face etched with shock. Within those realms were his elder brother, his nephew, and all the formidable warriors of the Southeast Wind Alliance. Anxiously, he attempted to penetrate the swirling vortex of chaotic space, but was met with an impenetrable barrier. Without the combined might of the four great factions, access remained impossible. A catastrophe was unfolding within. All present shared this apprehension, their expressions betraying their alarm. Suddenly, a resonant hum echoed, followed by a cacophony of explosions as the defensive barriers shattered one after another. Eventually, a colossal mountain range emerged before their eyes. It was a desolate expanse. With the earth fractured, countless spirit beasts reduced to lifeless husks, and innumerable ancient trees uprooted. The air crackled with bursts of spiritual energy, while plumes of black flames ravaged the peaks, thick smoke billowing and a scene of utter devastation unfolding. Bang, bang, bang. From the swirling black smoke and ashen mist, a disheveled throng of individuals emerged. Recognizing the group, led by Mo-Hai Chao and Zhao Tianli, they hastened toward them. As they drew closer, their eyes narrowed in disbelief. These were indeed the people of the great Zhou kingdom. Each individual was smeared in blood, their breaths erratic, faces marked by terror. Upon seeing Mo-Hai Chao approach, Chen Chanan, who had been feigning a retreat, revealed his fear. "Sword Master, flee. The entire realm is collapsing. There are numerous king-level spirit beasts rampaging about, slaughtering indiscriminately. We have lost many lives." Montauk Haishao stood momentarily stunned. Could it be that a tide of king-level spirit beasts truly existed? Wasn't that merely a fabrication spun by Dong, Ying, and his companions? Even Zhao Tianli was left bewildered. He had no time to ponder further and urgently shouted, "Where are they? How did you escape?" "They." Chen Chanan gasped, his voice urgent. The sound of shattering barriers and explosive spiritual energy reverberated everywhere. The concentration of spiritual energy was so intense that it triggered massive explosions, and countless powerful spirit beasts went mad, wreaking havoc. "They have all gone insane." Chen Chanan's words, coupled with the myriad of wounds adorning his body and the terror reflected in the eyes of the great Zhou citizens, sent a chill through Mo-Hai Chao. "We only managed to escape because we were near the exit of the realm. Many have perished from our great Zhou kingdom." At this moment, Ji Wentian spoke with a heavy heart. Indeed, the great Zhou kingdom had suffered significant losses. All 10 of their national protectors had perished, along with dozens of their outstanding talents. Yet, in comparison to the complete annihilation faced by the 3 major factions, this loss was but a mere trifle. All eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the fabrications that Chen Chang'an could conjure so casually. The prodigies of the great Zhou gazed at Chen Chang'an with profound reverence, too fearful to expose the truth of the matter. After all, their families resided within the great Zhou, and Ji Wentian had threatened them with the annihilation of their 9 clans. Indeed, it was terrifying. That spiritual energy storm seemed to have spiraled out of control, claiming the lives of many. Even more horrifying were the royal-grade spirit beasts, each engaged in a savage battle that shook the very heavens and earth. It was true. The individuals from the other 3 nations appeared to have approached the core area, where the terror escalated, with destructive storms numbering in the hundreds. Fortunately, we had initially cultivated near the entrance. As you all know, our overall strength is weak, making us hesitant to venture too close to the core. Among the crowd of the great Zhou, Chun Xian, Duanmu Tsang, Ji Xuangu and Ji Mingyue took turns gasping for breath as they recounted their experiences within. Each utterance was met with heavy breaths, their faces etched with fear and trepidation. Beside them, Zhao Tianli wore a bewildered expression. This contradicted everything he knew. The information he had received from the elders of the Southeast Wind Alliance clearly stated that Chen Chang'an had betrayed them, leading to the demise of most of their prodigies within. Yet, Mo Haichao was oblivious to this. Chen Chang'an, you are speaking nonsense, lying through your teeth. Such a turn of events must be your doing. Zhao Tianli could no longer contain himself and shouted angrily at Chen Chang'an. Chapter 75, Turning the Tables. Chen Chang'an looked at him as if he had seen a ghost and suddenly roared, Zhao Tianli, what do you mean? Do you think I could have blown up a secret realm? You overestimate me. Moreover, instead of rushing in to rescue people, you dawdle here questioning me? Oh, I see. You wish for your brother and the others to have perished so you can take their place, don't you? So you linger here, concocting such absurd excuses. Your intentions are sinister. Chen Chang'an's words caused the remaining members of the Southeast Wind Alliance to cast peculiar glances at Zhao Tianli. The defenders from Dongxian and Nanming kingdoms also began to awaken to the reality of the situation. At that moment, the various defensive barriers of the secret realm had collapsed, allowing entry. However, when they attempted to step inside, they found that the raging spiritual energy storm was far beyond what their physical forms could withstand. Thus, tens of thousands found themselves helpless at the entrance of the secret realm, while Mo Haichao fixed his gaze intently on Chen Chang'an. He always suspected that Chen Chang'an was up to something. What infuriated him even more was that Chen Chang'an immediately began to shout at him disrespectfully. Montak Haixiao, why aren't you rushing in to save them? Inside are the finest talents of our human race from Dongzhou. Upon hearing this, Mo Haichao replied solemnly, even with my authority, I am powerless against such a terrifying storm of spiritual energy. You are a sword-bearer of the human race, wielding the sword of humanity and safeguarding the path of our talented individuals. Chen Chang'an bellowed, his voice resonating loudly enough for all to hear. In the surrounding skies, countless individuals aboard the hovering ships turned to him, their expressions filled with bewilderment. The Sword-Bearer Palace exists solely to protect the extraordinary talents of humanity. They would not intervene when these talents fought among themselves, but if they were to be slaughtered by foreign races or harmed by natural disasters, it is the duty of the sword-bearers to rescue them. Chen Chang'an was ruthlessly smiting Mo Haichao's face from the moral high ground. Numerous onlookers stared in astonishment at Chen Chang'an. They were shocked by his audacity, daring to confront a sword-bearer. If I could withstand the chaotic spatial currents and the slicing of the spiritual energy storm, do you think I would need your words? I would have already rushed in. Mo Haichao seethed, his official hat flying off in fury, his hair standing on end from rage. While sword-bearers have the responsibility to protect the talented individuals of humanity, it must be done with their own safety in mind. Yet here was Chen Chang'an, piling on one accusation after another. It truly made him loathsome. Chen Chang'an, consumed by anger, pointed a finger at Mo Haichao's nose, shouting, You are at the Saint Emperor level, possessing overwhelming strength. If it weren't for your supervision, none of us could practice within without concern. We have placed our complete trust in you. Look at what you have done. You cower and procrastinate, dragging your feet. Is this all you have? Do you not feel ashamed? And you are bringing disgrace to the emperor. Everyone stood in stunned silence, watching Chen Chang'an spew forth his indignation. Particularly those from the Great Zhou Kingdom, who knew the truth, were astonished by Chen Chang'an's ability to turn the tables. They had come out to face Mo Haichao's inquiries, only to find Chen Chang'an questioning him instead, demanding to know why such events had transpired. Gasp! The crowd looked on with dumbfounded faces at the fierce reprimanding from Chen Chang'an. It felt as though he had lost family within. A hint of mockery flickered in Chen Chang'an's eyes. He had a grudge against Mo Haichao, and had it not been for the latter's formidable status, he would have ended him. Before the swordmaster of the human clan, he could not ascertain whether those esteemed individuals at home, those so-called elders, could withstand the pressure. Chen Chang'an, Mo Haichao's hair seemed on the verge of exploding. His eyes seethed with fury as he spoke in a deep voice, I care not who stands behind you. Should you dare to show disrespect to this official again, then you. Yet Chen Chang'an unceremoniously interrupted him, turning with ire towards the astonished Ji Mingyue. Winking at her, Mingyue, let us depart. He then grasped Ji Mingyue's hand and beckoned the Chen family's members to hasten towards their ship in the camp. Ji Wentian and Ji Xuangu looked at each other, each discerning a profound complexity in the other's gaze. They then called upon the others, heads bowed, stifling laughter, and followed Chun Chang'an. Mo Haichao was utterly incensed by Chun Chang'an's words. His gaze shifted to the distorted realm within the space, his limbs trembling violently. Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, he charged inside. There was no other choice. Chun Chang'an spoke with such righteous fervor that if he resisted entering, he would bring shame upon the sword-bearers. Moreover, he would disgrace the entire sword master palace of the human clan. Boom! 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 As Mo Haichao rushed in, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from within the secret realm. The commotion caused Zhao Tianli, who also wished to enter, to twitch his lips in distress. He was merely at the half-emperor realm. Did he wish to walk into his own demise? At that moment, he recalled an elder from the Southeast Wind Alliance's words. Chun Chang'an had slain over 400 prodigies and 6 elders with 4 flying swords. Something was amiss. Chun Chang'an was up to no good. With a ghastly expression, Zhao Tianli immediately led his company in pursuit of Chun Chang'an and the others. The onlookers in the sky displayed expressions of schadenfreude. They lacked the qualification to enter the secret realm, hence they could only cultivate around its entrance. Yet the events of the day surpassed everyone's expectations. The secret realm had collapsed. Countless lives were lost within. Chun Chang'an of the Great Zhou Kingdom had publicly rebuked the swordmaster, accusing him of inaction and cowardice. It was enough to nearly provoke the swordmaster into coughing blood. This brought inexplicable joy to countless spectators, a sense of satisfaction that if they could not obtain it, neither should anyone else, while simultaneously losing face. Amongst the crowd, the unscathed members of Fenyu Kingdom wore expressions of utter peculiarity. They had lost their chance to enter the secret realm, while all the prodigies had managed to survive. Suddenly, the ruler of the Wind Feather Nation, Feng Mingho, became visibly agitated. He clenched his fist tightly and struck the air with fervor, exclaiming, "Splendid! All our prodigies have survived. It won't be long before the strength of our Wind Feather Nation surges dramatically." Upon hearing this, the others from the Wind Feather Nation were ignited with fervent enthusiasm, their eyes shimmering with intense resolve. Stop right there. In the skies above, Zhao Tianli, accompanied by over 20 flying vessels, caught up with the 10 or so ships belonging to Chun Chang'an and his companions. He swiftly encircled them. Among the vessels of the Great Zhou, on the prominent dragon-shaped ship, Chun Chang'an, Ji Mingyue, Ji Wentian, and a multitude of others emerged onto the deck from the cabin. Upon witnessing their arrival, Zhao Tianli bellowed with fury, "Chun Chang'an, tell me, what transpired within the secret realm? Was it you who caused the death of my brother and the others?" His eyes burned with a murderous intent as he spoke.